Without question, this was the most momentous event in Yunlan Immortal City during this period. Reporting to the city lord at present, the eldest young miss leads her forces with fierce, relentless momentum, decisive in all her actions. Thus far, she has eradicated more than 130 members of the foreign race, her battle achievements far outstripping all others. However, the second young miss has also gained remarkable merit, having cleansed nearly 100 foreign clansmen. What is even rarer is that her troops have suffered almost no casualties. Hardly a single man has fallen. The commander of the Shadow Guards hurriedly bent his body in a slight bow as he spoke, his tone filled with utmost reverence. Oh! At these words, a flicker of surprise swept across the aged brows of City Lord Xie. The calm depths of his eyes rippled with an emotion rarely seen. He turned slightly, gaze falling upon the commander of the Shadow Guards as he asked in a low voice, "What is the reason for this? How could Iran's side attain such results?" In his estimation, his eldest daughter Xie Meifeng had always been valiant and imposing, ruthless in slaughter, so it was only natural she would take first place in the purge against the foreign race. His second daughter Xie Iran, however, possessed a gentler disposition and far less experience on the battlefield than her elder sister. He had believed that the second young Mrs. Squad would fall into bitter struggles, suffering heavy casualties and dismal results. Never had he imagined she would hand in such a brilliant report. The commander of the Shadow Guards did not dare to slacken in his reply. He hastened to report truthfully, "There is something the city lord may not yet know. That the second young miss could achieve such fine results this time is because she heeded the advice of a young cultivator in the nascent soul stage within her ranks. That youngster hails from Pyayun Immortal Village, the weakest of all our villages. Not only did he discern the intelligence trap we had laid, allowing the second young Mrs. Squad to avoid it in advance and escape peril, he also persuaded her to adopt his strategy, luring the enemy in batches and encircling them for annihilation. By using this tactic, he successively wiped out 3 waves of foreign squads. The entire operation was commanded with precision, and not a single soldier under her banner was lost. By contrast, the eldest young Mrs. side has been rather conventional. As he detailed the situation on both fronts, he recounted every incident in full. Even as he spoke, he could not help but secretly wonder, how could a mere nascent soul youth from the weakest Pyayun Immortal Village possess such capability? More crucial still, the second young miss had actually dared to employ him so heavily that a minor Pyayun Immortal Village could produce such talent. When Xie Guanlan finished listening to the entire sequence of events, his expression grew slightly dazed. A moment later, the taut corners of his mouth relaxed into a faint, relieved smile, and his aged eyes filled with deep gratification. He had not expected that his second daughter would possess such virtues, strict in rewarding and punishing and bold enough to entrust important tasks to others. She dared to stake her wager on a newly established immortal village and a single young nascent soul cultivator. Conversely, although his eldest daughter was resolute in all matters, she inevitably overlooked some worthy counsel. He had devised this purging trial precisely to examine the temperaments of his 2 daughters and to select the future heir of Yunlan Immortal City. Now he again affirmed that his arrangement had been correct. Without true combat, one could not discern the latent traits hidden within each girl's nature. In your view, which of the 2 is better suited to govern Yunlan Immortal City and become its future city lord? A moment later, the city lord slowly withdrew his gaze, once more looking down at the city below as he asked softly. The commander of the Shadow Guards felt his heart tighten at the question and hastily kowtowed. This subordinate does not dare to comment rashly on the eldest and second young miss. Speak freely. There is no need to harbor misgivings. The city lord's tone was mild, yet carried a force that brooked no refusal. Seeing this, the commander could only steel himself and give his honest assessment. In this subordinate's foolish opinion, the eldest young miss is valiant and resolute, her killing edge keen. She prefers to lead the charge herself, and is thus a fine general suited for the vanguard. The second young miss, however, excels at recognizing talent and entrusting tasks, accepts counsel readily, and understands how to unite people. She possesses considerable ability in overall coordination and is a commander fit to sit at the central seat of power. Though he knew this was a perilous question, he had no choice but to answer truthfully. After all, the future fate of Yunlan Immortal City was tightly bound to the outcome of this assessment. A general and a commander. The city lord repeated the words under his breath, a glimmer of amusement and approval flashing in his eyes. He nodded slightly. Interesting, truly interesting. The next instant he waved his hand and instructed the commander of the Shadow Guards, continue to monitor the battlefield closely. Every slightest change must be reported without delay. Yes. The commander accepted the order. His figure blurred, merging into the shadows of the nearby mountain forest and vanishing from sight. Once more, only the city lord remained alone upon the mountaintop, standing suspended in midair as he gazed thoughtfully toward the distant wilderness. Previously, he had naturally favored his eldest daughter, believing that her boldness and presence could suppress petty schemers. Yet now the balance in his heart had unknowingly begun to tilt ever so slightly toward his second daughter. Over the following 10-plus days, the two squads led by the eldest and second young miss continued to purge the foreign race's strongholds in their own ways. One operating in the east, the other in the west, each refraining from interfering with the other. On this particular day, just as Siem Meifeng's squad finished resting and prepared to advance on the fourth central stronghold marked on the map, a scout who had gone ahead staggered back in a frantic dash. Dropping to one knee, he reported, "Eldest young miss. It is terrible. Upon verification, the fourth stronghold has already been preempted by the second young miss's squad." His voice carried a hint of sobbing, and his eyes were filled with deep anxiety and disbelief. What? How is that possible? At that cry, the entire assembly erupted into an uproar. Siem Meifeng immediately suspected she had misheard. The foreign race's strength at the fourth stronghold ranked firmly among the top 5 of all known bases. Even they had approached it with great caution, leaving it for later, intending to focus on the lesser strongholds first, then attack it jointly once their troops were rested and prepared. Never had she thought someone would seize it ahead of them. Ouyang Hong and the other stewards of the immortal city likewise felt their pupils contract sharply. Their faces were filled with thick astonishment as whispers and muttered discussions burst forth all around. The fourth stronghold houses more than 70 hardened warriors of the foreign race. Even we dared not touch it lightly. How could the second young miss dare to assault it heathen? Indeed, the second young miss's squad numbers only about 60, and most of them are the old and weak. After these days of attrition, they may well have fewer than half remaining. How could they possess such strength? What exactly happened? Tell us in detail. In the next instant, Siem Meifeng raised her hand to quell the crowd's shock. Face grave, she fixed her gaze on the scout. Whatever the situation, they first had to understand it clearly. Perhaps there was some hidden reason unknown to her. The scout dared not hide anything and hastened to relay all the information he had gathered. Reporting to eldest young miss, it is said that this time the second young miss received the wholehearted support of 10 immortal villages under her command. They dispatched every scrap of available fighting strength. Her forces have now swelled to more than 100 men, surpassing our numbers. Not only the fourth stronghold, but even the fifth and sixth strongholds in the central region have been completely purged by the second young miss's squad. What a... Siem Meifeng's body trembled violently at the report. For the first time, a look of stark astonishment broke through her usually composed features. The stewards from the 10 powerful immortal villages under her banner seemed struck by lightning. They stood there stupefied, the bewilderment on their faces almost overflowing. Those 10 immortal villages had thrown in everything they had to support the second young miss, deploying all the battle strength they could spare. How dared they? Were they not afraid of incurring the eldest young miss's retaliation? Could it be that the second young miss possessed an unparalleled talent for military affairs that they had recognized? Everyone exchanged glances, hearts churning like stormy seas. None could fathom what the second young miss had done in the space of these tensome days to gain such overwhelming support. Siem Meifeng clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white, a deep, uncomprehending light flashing through her eyes. What in the world had happened during this half-month? What methods had her younger sister used to make others so willing to stake their lives for her? The ferocity of her opponent's rise had far exceeded her expectations. If this were allowed to continue, the second young miss might well leverage this support to overturn the situation entirely and leave her far behind. After a brief moment of shock, a powerful sense of crisis swept over everyone like a cold current. Those wretches dare defy the eldest young miss so brazenly. How hateful. Exactly, they struck from the shadows with a sudden raid. Their intentions are despicable. No, we must complete the remaining purges as swiftly as possible. We absolutely cannot allow them any chance to overturn the situation. For a time, all the strong cultivators of the immortal villages felt as though profoundly challenged, cursing angrily one after another. Previously, they had believed victory assured and had seen no need to hurry. Now, however, things were no longer. Siem Meifeng's voice grew icy as she declared, "Everyone, the situation is now clear. Xia Ran's squad advances like a spear through bamboo. We absolutely cannot sit and await defeat. From this moment, every immortal village is to mobilize all personnel that can be deployed. We will accelerate with full-strength race against time and prioritize the purge of the remaining strongholds where the foreign race is most numerous and powerful. Yes, whatever happens, we must not allow them to succeed." At the eldest young miss's words, the stewards of the immortal villages instantly shed their shock. Their expressions turned grim and murderous. They simultaneously activated transmission talismans to send messages flying back to their respective villages, even as they adjusted their original plan to assault the fourth stronghold. Turning their direction, they sped toward another remaining core stronghold of the foreign race. As the strongest immortal villages under Yunlan Immortal City, if they were defeated by the 10 weakest immortal villages, how would they ever show their faces before outsiders again? They would be looked down upon everywhere. Thus they absolutely could not allow such a thing to occur. The 10 immortal villages under Siem Meifeng's banner truly were deep-rooted and powerful. Once they all erupted together, the effect was immediate. Her forces swept through the foreign race's strongholds like a gale stripping leaves from trees. Their purging speed was wholly incomparable to before. Each stronghold was uprooted with thunderous swiftness, their battle records soaring without pause. Meanwhile, after the second young Miss Iran squad, their robes stained with blood, completed the encirclement and purge of the third stronghold, they were just about to advance toward the second stronghold when a lone figure flew toward them from afar. The scout responsible for gathering intelligence. The scout was drenched in sweat, his expression panicked. He stumbled to a halt before the group, his voice laced with uncontrollable urgency, as he reported that the second foreign stronghold had already been purged by the eldest young Mrs. Squad, and that they were now racing without rest toward the final stronghold, where the foreign race's numbers were highest. How can this be? How could they be so fast? The moment his words fell, Sia Iran's entire body went rigid, and the long sword in her hand clanged heavily as it slipped from her grasp and struck the ground. By her estimation, given the speed Sia Meifeng's team had shown before, it should have been impossible for them to advance this quickly. What on earth had happened over the past few days? The other stewards of the immortal villages all blanched the instant they heard this. The leading steward of Lafu Immortal Village stumbled, nearly losing his footing, while the faces of the stewards beside him turned ashen, their eyes filled entirely with disbelief. This is something I witnessed with my own eyes. There is absolutely no mistake. For some unknown reason, eldest Miss team suddenly transferred in a great number of reinforcements. Their numbers have surged to nearly 200, their momentum overwhelming, and thus their rate of extermination has increased dramatically. The sentry did not dare pause, hastily continuing his report. Where are they now? Sia Iran stepped forward, her voice sharp and forceful as she asked the most critical question. Yes, how much longer until they reach their destination? The other experts of the immortal villages all turned to look over at once when they heard this. If the enemy was still far from Outpost 1, then if they rode hard without rest, they might yet make it in time. So long as they could seize Outpost 1 first, there would still be a sliver of hope for victory. But if the enemy was already very close, then there would be no way to turn the situation around. Regrettably, though the sentry understood what everyone was hoping to hear, he could only answer truthfully with helplessness in his voice. They are already nearing the vicinity of Outpost 1, and from what I have observed, their success this time is almost guaranteed. His words crashed down upon them like thunder exploding over their heads. Sia Iran staggered back a step, the color draining from her shocked face until it turned deathly pale. Her chest heaved violently as a powerless helplessness swept through her entire body. On this campaign, she had poured out every ounce of effort, chasing step by step and promising countless rewards, yet she had never imagined she would still be unable to escape the fate of defeat. The other immortal village stewards also turned completely ashen, standing there in a daze, their gazes dull and lifeless. They had not thought that even after exhausting themselves and employing stratagems of luring the enemy in batches, they would still end up just a fraction short. It's over. It's all over. Someone let their shoulders sag in utter dejection, another closed their eyes in despair, while yet another simply collapsed to the ground. There were now less than 3 days left before the 1-month assessment period ended, and all the known layers of the alien race had already been completely wiped out. Only the final one remained, the layer toward which Sia Meifeng was currently rushing. As long as the enemy succeeded in seizing that stronghold, there would no longer be even the slightest merit for their side to claim, and they would be utterly and completely defeated. What was even more terrifying was that in order to support second Miss Sia Iran, these 10 weaker immortal villages had thoroughly offended the eldest Miss during this period. Once the eldest Miss rose to power on the back of this resounding victory, these 10 small immortal villages would surely be suppressed in every way, finding every step henceforth fraught with obstacles. They might even be casually ordered to the front lines as cannon fodder with no chance of ever rising again. Despair washed over everyone like an icy tide, submerging them completely. Sia Iran clenched her fists so tightly that her fingernails dug deep into her palms, drawing blood, without her even noticing, her eyes full of unwillingness and helpless resignation. The other immortal village stewards had already begun calculating escape routes, yet no matter where they looked, they could find no path of retreat at all. The entire team seemed shrouded in deathly stillness, as though they had already lost everything in advance. Yet just as everyone had sunk into the deepest abyss of despair, a calm, yet unervingly clear voice suddenly rang out from within the crowd. We may not necessarily lose. I know of yet another alien lair that has not been discovered. If we can eradicate it before the assessment ends, we might be able to turn the tide against the wind. The speaker was the deputy commander Yi Feng, who had been in the limelight throughout this period. In that instant, every gaze whooshed toward him all at once, fixing firmly upon his figure. Sia Iran jerked her head up, a faint light of incredulity suddenly bursting forth in her previously dull, lifeless eyes. She strode forward quickly, her voice trembling with excitement. Yi Feng, is what you said true? Do you really know of another lair? The man had behaved mysteriously throughout this period. Could it be that he truly was about to give her yet another pleasant surprise? The other immortal village stewards reacted like drowning men who had suddenly seized a final floating log, their emotions exploding in an instant. Deputy Commander Yi, this is no time for jokes. The City Lord's Mansion's shadow guards have repeatedly scouted the area. All layers in the intelligence reports have already been clearly marked, and apart from that final one, every single one has been cleared. How could there still be any negligence? An old man hurried several steps to stand directly before Yifeng, his body trembling slightly, as he questioned in an anxious voice. Exactly, Deputy Commander Yi, the City Lord's Mansion's intelligence has never been wrong. How could there possibly still be a hidden lair? This matter is no trifling one. Do not deceive us, for if it proves false, the last of our strength will be The other immortal village stewards surged forward as well. Some were stunned, some doubtful, others urgently hopeful, their gazes complex to the extreme. Although Yifeng had indeed performed brilliantly throughout this campaign, none of them dared to believe that when even the City Lord's Mansion could not discover any further lairs, an additional alien stronghold might still exist. You need only place your trust in me. If there is no such lair, I as commander am willing to bear all consequences alone. But if there is, I must ask all of you to give me your full cooperation. Yifeng's expression remained calm, yet his tone was incomparably resolute. The lair he spoke of was concealed within a subterranean gorge somewhere extremely well hidden. Though the City Lord's shadow guards were formidable, they were not omnipotent, and naturally could not mark every single lair on their maps. He, however, possessed the Tianji Pan, able to deduce the hidden workings of heaven and earth. With even the slightest clue, he could leave the alien race with no place to hide. He also knew very well that if the eldest miss seized the position of young City Lord through this victory, he, the great meritorious subordinate at second miss side, would undoubtedly be purged. Thus, throughout this period, he had continuously used the Tianji Pan to seek a path to victory. This undiscovered lair was the only opportunity they had to reverse their fortunes from the brink of despair. The moment Yifeng finished speaking, the forest clearing fell into utter silence. Xia Ran and the other immortal village stewards, whose faces had just been drained of hope, now felt their hearts pounding wildly. Hope that had sunk to the very bottom was forcibly rekindled by Yifeng's words. Form ranks, all of you. We depart under Deputy Commander Yes lead. In the next moment, Xia Ran drew a deep breath, lifted her jade hand in a decisive wave, and a steely resolve surged within her clear, cold eyes. Though she knew that talk of a hidden lair and a comeback against the wind sounded more like a desperate fantasy with defeat already set in stone and no move left to play, she ultimately decided to gamble once more. Yes. More than 100 nascent soul experts from the 10 weaker immortal villages responded in unison, vaulting onto their agile beast mounts. Adjusting their direction, this not quite yet utterly desperate force surged forward behind Yifeng, galloping toward the depths of the dense forest. Beast hooves shattered dead branches and rotting leaves, raising gusts of wind in their wake. A great stone seemed suspended over everyone's heart. They longed for a miracle, yet feared it would prove nothing more than empty joy. Roughly a day and a night later, the team arrived outside a subterranean gorge shrouded tightly by miasma and ancient vines. The gorge's entrance was veiled by thick creepers and dense mist. Without Yifeng's precise guidance, one could pass right by it without ever noticing. Yifeng raised his hand, signaling the team to halt, then led Xia Ran and several immortal village stewards quietly forward. They parted the sky-obscuring vines, and in the very next instant, a cold, violent aura belonging to the alien race surged out to greet them. When Xia Ran saw the situation within the gorge, her beautiful eyes flew wide open. Her slender hand clenched tightly around her sword, and her usually composed, unruffled expression shattered in an instant as she stared down in disbelief. Down in the valley's heart there truly were many alien monstrosities, some coiled within cave mouths to rest, others scanning their surroundings, wreathed in cold, demonic chi. It was clearly a heavily guarded hidden lair. There really are aliens. No one knew who uttered the first hushed exclamation, but in the next instant the previously suppressed, deathly silence among the immortal village stewards erupted into wild joy. A blazing light ignited in every eye, the excitement of finally seeing a glimmer of victory in the midst of utter despair. It's real? The deputy commander did not deceive us. Nearly 100 aliens. Nearly 100. Soon the immortal village stewards had already carried this news back to the main force. Mo Chun and the other core members of Pyayun Immortal Village suddenly saw their pupils constrict as their bodies trembled. The tight tension in their hearts loosened all at once, only to be flooded by such wild joy that even their blood seemed to surge. The hands gripping their weapons shook uncontrollably. Their own sect master was about to render great service yet again. The more than 100 nascent soul experts around them instantly boiled over. Everyone froze for a heartbeat, then erupted into long-suppressed roars. Some clenched their fists so fiercely their knuckles turned white, eyes instantly reddening. Some, staring toward the gorge ahead, trembled all over with excitement. The disappointment and despair of the past days burned away in this instant, transformed entirely into blazing battle intent. Others threw back their heads in wild laughter, their voices tinged with a choked sob of survival after disaster. Xia Ran stood there in a daze, an uncharacteristic sheen of moisture gathering in her beautiful eyes. The taut strings in her heart, strained for so many days, finally began to relax, as she for the first time truly saw hope of turning the tide. Proceed according to plan. We lie in ambush at the stone forest 100 li away and cut them down one by one. Yifeng's command rang out, snapping everyone from their reverie. Yes. Before Xia Ran could even issue her own order, the experts had already wheeled around in accordance with Yifeng's previously laid tactics, moving swiftly to set up the ambush at the agreed location. Not long after, Yifeng's figure flickered, turning into a streak of flowing light as he rushed back into the gorge. The act of luring the enemy went extremely smoothly. Within less than half an hour, the first wave of aliens had already been successfully drawn into the ambush point. In an instant, more than 100 nascent soul streaks of light shot into the sky. Wind blades, raging flames, arcs of lightning, and fist shadows wove together into a dazzling, killing formation that descended upon the aliens. Everyone poured all the resentment and exultation pent up over the past days into their techniques, driving their life-bound treasures without the slightest restraint. For a time, the valley blazed with light, as all manner of nascent soul-level techniques bloomed in radiant splendor, battering the black-armored fiends into utter disarray. Once Yifeng saw that the overall situation was decided, he again left the gorge, using his movement arts to harass another wave of aliens. Under Yifeng's precise luring and Xia Ran's efficient command, even the divided alien forces, for all their ferocity, could not escape annihilation. After an entire day of grueling slaughter, the more than 100 nascent soul experts finally hunted them down one by one, leaving every last foe lying dead within the valley. The battle had been extremely arduous. By dusk, the smoke of slaughter had dispersed, and the valley grew quiet once more. As they gazed upon the alien corpses strewn across the ground, everyone's taut nerves finally completely relaxed. In the end, they had annihilated yet another wave of aliens, their tally of slain enemies now comparable to that of the eldest Mist team. Yet many still carried a lingering shadow of worry between their brows. Their immortal villages were weak to begin with. Even though they had exterminated nearly 90 aliens here, Xian Maifeng's team would almost certainly seize Outpost 1 as well. Whose side would ultimately prevail was still far from certain. There was now less than half a day remaining before the assessment ended. Even if other alien lairs still existed, there was no longer enough time to wipe them out. After careful consideration, second Miss Xia Ran let out a soft sigh. According to her estimates regarding the number of alien creatures eliminated by both sides, their chances were about 50-50, and they might even be slightly disadvantaged. However, if they lost again, everything they had done would be in vain. Just as she was about to speak to reassure everyone, she noticed Yifeng stepping forward, once more giving orders to the crowd. Let's return to that underground canyon. There are surprises waiting for us. The crowd was taken aback, their faces showing confusion. Hadn't the alien creatures in the valley already been lured out? What other surprises could there be? This battle is not just to eliminate alien creatures, but also to rescue our fellow cultivators. The significance of our achievements far exceeds mere extermination. With that, this battle is not just to eliminate alien creatures, but also to rescue our fellow cultivators. The significance of our achievements far exceeds mere extermination. With that, Yifeng mounted his spiritual steed and took the lead back towards the underground canyon. What? There may still be human cultivators imprisoned. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. How did he come to? How had they not noticed any signs? The core members of Piaoyunxian village, including Luo Qinghan, felt their minds go blank. When had their sect leader investigated this lair? How were they completely unaware? Especially Luo Qinghan, who felt a deep confusion, having been inseparable from their sect leader all along. When had the leader done such a thing? Nevertheless, despite their bewilderment, they dared not delay, swiftly mounting their beast steeds and racing towards the underground canyon. Upon entering the canyon, Xia Ran and the other powerful cultivators immediately began a thorough search. Before long, a gasp of surprise echoed from deep within the cave where the alien creatures had previously appeared. Everyone was taken aback and quickly surged in to follow. The cave was icy and bone-chilling, the air thick with a strange and sinister aura of alien magic. The further they walked, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. When they reached the core of the cave, everyone drew in a sharp breath, soon overwhelmed by extreme surprise and in the center of the cave stood a pitch-black altar where dozens of human cultivators were tightly bound by black evil chains, surrounded by the malevolent runes unique to the black armored demon clan, their breaths weak, clearly being forcefully offered as sacrifices by some dark magic. There really are human cultivators imprisoned here. Mo Chun exclaimed in shock, leaving the core members of Piaoyunxian village wide-eyed. They hurried forward, trembling as they reached out to touch the chains, overwhelmed with excitement and speechless. The other powerful cultivators from the immortal village were equally astonished, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. How could there be so many captured cultivators here? What were the aliens planning by imprisoning these people? Eliminating alien creatures was already a great achievement, but rescuing the imprisoned cultivators and uncovering the true reason for the alien presence would be an even greater merit. At this moment, even the usually proud figure of Xia Yiran trembled slightly, gazing at her fellow clansmen on the altar, her jade hand covering her lips, unable to hide the shock and joy in her eyes, her heart racing. Everyone hurried to cut the evil chains and examine them closely. Is this the young master of the Qingfeng Xian city? Suddenly a cry of surprise resonated through the cave, causing the crowd to erupt with joy, speechless with excitement. In the very center of the altar stood a young man in fine clothes, pale, yet handsome, clearly the legitimate son of the lord of nearby, Qingfeng Xian city. This young master was said to possess a naturally strong bloodline, with talent unmatched within 100,000 miles. If they had been even a day or two late, he would have been successfully sacrificed by the alien's dark magic, forever suffering the consequences of a ruined foundation, doomed to become a cripple. The leaders of the immortal villages laughed heartily. The gloom of recent days instantly lifted. Xia Yiran looked at the dozens of successfully rescued clansmen, especially the pale, yet noble young lord, her usually cold expression breaking into a rare smile of excitement, the last trace of worry in her eyes completely dissipated. This time, they had not only eliminated 90 alien creatures, but also rescued dozens of human cultivators, including the young lord cherished by Qingfeng Xian city. This achievement was undoubtedly significant enough to turn the tide and secure victory. On the morning of the third day, as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the entire Yunlan Xian city buzzed with excitement. The wide square in front of the Lord's mansion was crowded with people, all dressed in bright armor, tense figures waiting in anticipation. The news of the battle for the heir in Yunlan Xian city had spread throughout the nearby immortal domains over the past month, and today was the day to announce the results of the competition between the Lord's eldest daughter, Xia Meifeng, and the second daughter, Xia Ran, as well as formally establish the young lord. On the east side of the square, Xia Meifeng stood proudly in a bright red battle robe with a straight posture, flanked by 10 strong leaders of well-established immortal villages, each with a proud expression and an air of confidence. As their gazes swept across to the opposite side, landing on Xia Ran and her team of weaker immortal village members, their lips curled into undisguised mockery, scornful remarks drifting into the ears of the crowd. Just a bunch of weak villages trying to contest the position of the young lord, truly unaware of their own insignificance. Isn't that right? Our side has eliminated the most alien nests, and the number of alien creatures slain is unrivaled. Is there any doubt about the results of this assessment? Second Miss must still be dreaming of a comeback, thinking that promoting a nascent soul kid to vice commander will lead to victory. How laughable. The leaders of the major strong villages continued to mock, their arrogance palpable in their words. Although the second Miss team had inexplicably surged with strength earlier, startling them, they were still a bunch of country bumpkins forever unable to rise to prominence. They would soon crush their opponents again with absolute strength. No matter how well the opponent performed, if they lost in the end, it was a complete defeat. At this moment, the proud expression of the eldest Miss, Xia Meifeng, was unchanged, not even glancing at Xia Ran, as if the seal of the young lord was already in her possession. After all, she simply couldn't think of any hope of victory for her opponent. All around the square, the watching families of Yunlan Xian city and the influential merchants were also whispering among themselves, their gazes fixed on Xia Meifeng, already calculating how to curry favor and offer generous gifts to the future young lord. After all, they had heard some news about the recent battles, and to everyone, Xia Meifeng's side, which had decimated the alien creatures, was bound to win. Meanwhile, Xia Yiran, clad in pale blue armor, remained remarkably calm in the face of the surrounding mockery. Though the members of her weaker immortal village were anxious, they stood tall. Yifeng, at the front of the group, wore a serene expression, showing no signs of agitation. At a quarter past the hour of Chun, the heavy doors of the Lord's mansion slowly opened. The leader of the Dark Guards, dressed in dark attire, stepped onto the high platform with a stern expression, holding a golden scroll of military achievements. The entire crowd fell silent. Xia Meifeng's smile widened, and those behind her stood tall, ready to ascend the platform and receive the crowd's homage once the results were announced. The leader of the Dark Guard scanned the crowd, his voice powerful and resonant, echoing in every corner of the square. The military achievements for the air assessment in Yunlan Xian city have been computed, and we will now announce the final results. Second Miss Xia Yiran, leading her 10 immortal villages, has achieved outstanding military accomplishments, winning the assessment comprehensively. Henceforth, she is officially appointed as the young lord of Yunlan Xian city. As these words were spoken, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. What? The winner is actually Second Miss Xia Yiran. What's going on? Is there a mistake? In the next moment, the crowd erupted with disbelief, their faces filled with incredulity, as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. The smile on Xian Maifeng's face instantly froze, her delicate hand gripping tightly, knuckles turning white. The 10 strong leaders behind her were equally dumbfounded, their expressions of pride turning into absurdity. Impossible. The top henchman of the eldest Miss Ouyang Hong immediately stepped forward, loudly questioning. We eliminated most of the alien nests marked by the Lord's mansion, and the number of alien creatures slain far exceeds that of second Miss's side. Why is second Miss the winner? Isn't it true? We exterminated nearly 500 alien creatures, including the last and largest nest. How could we lose? Indeed, from the perspective of the number of alien creatures, the eldest Miss's side must have more. As these words were spoken, they immediately drew countless agreements. Both the watching forces and the 10 immortal cities under the eldest Miss were filled with skepticism, unable to comprehend how the weaker team, led by the second Miss, could turn the tide. Only Xia Ran and her followers seemed remarkably calm, as if they had expected this outcome. The Dark Guard leader glanced coldly at the troublemakers, raising his hand to unfurl the scroll of military achievements. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, as he slowly explained. The eldest Miss side eliminated a total of 472 alien creatures. Although they killed slightly more, their losses were also severe, suffering the loss of over 30 transformation stage experts, having only cleared the known nests marked by the Lord's mansion with no additional merits. In contrast, the second Miss side eliminated 468 alien creatures, but independently discovered a hidden alien lair that the Lord's mansion had overlooked, bravely venturing into danger to rescue dozens of trapped human cultivators, among whom was even the legitimate son of the Lord of Qingfengxian City. In this battle, the second Miss's team set out with a disadvantage. Their total losses were fewer than 20, and their effectiveness and rescue merit, along with the discovery of hidden enemies, far surpassed the others. After comprehensive assessment, the total military achievement of the second Miss's side was significantly higher than that of the eldest Miss, making the victory quite clear. How could there be any doubts? Xia Meifeng staggered back a step, her face as pale as paper. The 10 leaders behind her looked ashen, their eyes filled with disbelief. Eliminating 468 alien creatures with less than 20 losses. They even discovered a hidden alien lair and rescued dozens of human cultivators. How is this possible? How could those country bumpkins possess such strength? They stared intently at the leader of the Dark Guards, as if to ascertain the truth of his words. Yet the clear records of military achievements on the scroll, along with the grand seal of the city lord, hinted at the impossibility of any deception. Before long, representatives of the rescued cultivators and messengers from Qingfeng Xiancheng appeared, with gifts publicly confirming every detail of how Xia Yiran's team had rescued people and explored nests, each word striking like a hammer on the hearts of Xia Maifeng's side. Only at this moment did the crowd seem to awaken from their dreams. In this battle, the second young lady indeed led 10 of the most inconspicuous weak immortal villages, relying neither on numbers nor on heritage, yet with remarkably low casualties exterminated such a large number of foreign races and achieved great merit in rescuing her kin and investigating hidden lairs, thoroughly crushing the seemingly powerful faction of Xia Meifeng. In an instant, all the onlooking forces turned their gaze to the second young lattice team, filled with curiosity. The previously mocking strong immortal village faction was rendered speechless, and those who had plotted to curry favor with Xia Meifeng wore awkward expressions, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Even Xia Meifeng, looking at the young nascent soul cultivator she had never regarded highly, wore an exceedingly complex expression. It must be noted that Qingfeng Xiancheng is a larger immortal city than Yunlan, and with this saving grace, her younger sister's position as the minor city lord was practically secured. And the greatest contributor to all this seemed to be that young man named Yi Feng, the very one she had discarded like a worthless item. She never expected that despite her extraordinary talent and being painstakingly cultivated from a young age at great expense, she would lose to such a petty character. How could this be? Eventually, Xia Yiran received the insignia of the minor city lord as scheduled, feeling that everything was somewhat surreal. She also did not expect that a mere immortal village she casually recruited would aid her to such a great extent. The next day at noon, returning to Piayanxian village, Yi Feng gazed at the orderly busy scenes within the village, a faint smile passing through his eyes. This battle of succession, which saw the weak triumph over the strong, had finally drawn to a close. This journey had taken over a month, and as Xia Yiran's deputy commander, he had received numerous rewards due to his illustrious achievements. First, there were 20 royal artifacts he exchanged for with military merit, each carefully selected from the city lord's treasury, sufficient for equipping 10 fully armed nascent soul experts. Moreover, the second young lady had exempted them from all the holy crystal fees required for entering and exiting Yunlan Xiancheng in the future. This meant that from now on, the people of Piayanxian village could freely enter and exit Yunlan Xiancheng without any costs. Thirdly, Qingfeng Xianqing also gifted him a precious Jinshan Dan as a reward for rescuing the young lord. This was a top-grade elixir that allowed nascent soul experts to swiftly break through a medium realm without any risks, saving hundreds of years of hard cultivation, a top strategic resource for every immortal city. What surprised him the most was that 8 human experts previously imprisoned by foreign races and rescued by him were grateful for his saving grace and determined to join Piaoyinxian village, vowing eternal loyalty. These 8 human experts all possessed nascent soul cultivation, and among them a burly young man had peak nascent soul strength during his prime, but unfortunately, he had suffered irreparable internal injuries from a foreign race's secret technique and currently only had less than 1/10 of his peak power. However, Yifeng was not at all disappointed. On the contrary, he was quite delighted. Such grave injuries might pose a significant trouble for others, but for him, they were not an insurmountable problem. Leading the expedition team and the 8 rescued cultivators into Piaoyinxian village, the remaining Lu Qingfeng and others were initially stunned and then erupted into thunderous cheers. It's the sect master. The sect master has returned. Wonderful. Not a single person was lost. They are all safe. Congratulations, sect master, on your triumphant return. Soon the remaining elders and members rushed to the village square at the entrance, surrounding the returning team and offering their congratulations. When they heard about the harvest of this journey and the unfamiliar faces of the other 8 newcomers, everyone was left speechless, astonished to the point of being unable to speak. 20 royal artifacts. How could there be so many? They thought that acquiring 1 or 2 royal artifacts, and these few elders, their auras are even more substantial than our village's strongest elder, and they came to join us at Piaoyinxian village. Furthermore, the nearby immortal city rewarded him with a Jinshan Dan that allows for a breakthrough without side effects. My heavens! The voices of astonishment in the crowd drowned out the wind, and everyone's gaze towards Yifeng transformed from initial respect to profound admiration and disbelief. They all understood that the situation of their sect master during this expedition was quite modest, being the least conspicuous presence among all immortal villages, and that the second young lattice faction seemed destined to lose. Yet unexpectedly, they not only helped the second young lady secure the position of minor city lord, but also brought back immense wealth and a substantial fighting force for Piaoyinxian village. Thus from now on, Piaoyinxian village would no longer be the weakest immortal village near Yunlan Xianqing. Finally, Yifeng raised his hand to calm the excited crowd, announcing loudly, "In this expedition to Yunlan, both the defenders and the expeditioners have made invaluable contributions, and the arrival of the esteemed elders is a great fortune for our immortal village. Today I shall host a banquet to celebrate our achievements and welcome the newcomers, and we shall not return until we are drunk." With his words, the central square of the immortal village erupted once more into deafening cheers. Soon after, everyone put down their work and began to bring out the spirit fruits and fine wine stored in the village, gathering together to toast and celebrate, laughter and cheers echoing endlessly. Those rescued human experts took their seats at the banquet, observing the harmonious state of Piaoyinxian village, feeling quite fortunate to have integrated into such a wonderful family. What surprised everyone even more was that halfway through the banquet, many officials from other immortal villages under Yunlan Xianqing began to arrive, with congratulatory gifts, their faces beaming with eager smiles, addressing him as Deputy Commander Yi. Among them were not only the officials from the 10 weak immortal villages who had witnessed Yifeng's capabilities, but also envoys sent by 10 strong immortal villages, hoping to see if they could use Deputy Commander Yi to ease relations with the second young lady. They all knew very well that Deputy Commander Yi, as a close aide to the minor city lord of Yunlan Xianqing, had made significant contributions and would undoubtedly be utilized greatly in the future. Moreover, Piaoyinxian village had obtained 20 royal artifacts at Jinshan Dan and recruited several human experts, thus having risen to become a force not to be underestimated. It was indeed beneficial to be on good terms now. However, just as the banquet was in full swing and the hosts and guests were enjoying themselves, a sudden rude sound of air being torn interrupted the festivities. 3 cultivators dressed in gray armor, their auras sinister, flew in from a distance, the leading figure being the arrogant Zhang Kuei, who had previously attempted to gain advantage during the hunting of the silver-scaled python. Following him were a stocky young man and another nascent soul cultivator with a horse-like face. After some investigation, they had finally uncovered the identities of those 3 unfamiliar faces from before. Upon discovering that those 3 were the officials of the recently established Piaoyinxian village, they immediately brought people over to seek vengeance. Piaoyinxian village, come out. In the next moment, the middle-aged man stopped outside the gate of Piaoyinxian village and shouted loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, the banquet inside the village suddenly fell silent, and Yifeng immediately leaped onto the city gate tower with several key members. It really is you. You have such audacity. A few days ago, my Zhang clan's immortal village went to great lengths to heavily injure the silver-scaled python, only to be secretly ambushed by you and robbed of its scales, horns, and inner core. Today either hand over all the materials or kneel and apologize. Otherwise my Zhang clan will surely flatten your Fiancé village. The middle-aged man swept his gaze over the few people appearing on the city gate tower, recognizing Yi Feng and Luo Qinghan among them, a disdainful smile curling at his lips as he immediately shouted. He had heard that Fiancé village was merely the weakest of the nearby immortal villages, with only 4 nascent soul experts, all of whom had only recently entered the realm. Such soft persimmons could easily be intimidated into submission. How could he let this opportunity slip? The people of Fiancé village turned pale at his words, and Lu Qingfeng immediately shouted angrily, "Zhang, do not slander us. The silver-scaled python was clearly discovered by us first, and we were the ones who ultimately exterminated it. What does it have to do with your Zhang clan? Exactly. Do you intend to rob us?" Chen also shouted angrily. "You discovered it first. In this spiritual world, it has always been the case that the weak are prey to the strong. If I say you stole it, then you stole it. If you do not hand over the items today, do not expect to remain safe." Zhang Kuei sneered upon hearing this, his spiritual power surging around him, relying on the slightly stronger past power of the Zhang clan to try to intimidate them. Although Fiancé village had 4 nascent soul experts as a peak nascent soul initial stage cultivator, dealing with 2 or 3 newcomers to the nascent soul realm was effortless. Moreover, the Zhang clan had not only these few people. Had most of their manpower not been dispatched for tasks, they would not have allowed their opponents to exploit this opportunity. However, the next moment, he was puzzled. He saw more than a dozen nascent soul experts gradually appearing on the city gate tower, and even several officials from nearby immortal villages along with their attendants. Before Yi Feng could speak, several officials from the visiting immortal villages stepped forward and stood in front of the people of Fiancé village, their expressions cold as they looked at Zhang Kuei. "Zhang Kuei, are you sure you want to make an enemy of Fiancé village? Deputy Commander Yi has now made great contributions and is the favored aide of our Yunlin's minor city lord. Are you trying to provoke a conflict with our Yunlan Xianqing? Indeed, the treasures of the spiritual world belong to the capable. If you come here to provoke us today and deliberately turn black and white upside down, you should see if we agree." The rebukes rang out powerfully, and the pressure from the nascent soul experts among the officials who came to congratulate enveloped the entire area in an instant. The Zhang clan was a vassal immortal village under the Moya Xianqing, and they had never been on good terms with them. At this moment, they had the moral high ground and were eager to vent their frustrations. Zhang Kuei and the others recognized that these few were actually the rulers of several nearby immortal villages, and their expressions changed drastically, their previously dominating aura suddenly stalling. What was going on? Wasn't it said that Fiancé village only had 4 nascent soul cultivators combined? How could there be so many? The key was that so many outsiders were supporting them. The stocky cultivator and the gaunt horse-faced giant instantly trembled, their earlier arrogance evaporating like mist. They had assumed Yunyan Immortal Village remained the feeble, defenseless settlement others described, a place where extracting compensation would be effortless. Yet reality proved utterly contrary to their expectations. Zhang Kuei likewise swallowed hard cold sweat, soaking through the back of his robe, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. He too had not anticipated how profoundly Yunyan Immortal Village had transformed in just half a year. He knew full well that should hostilities erupt today, his side would suffer grievous losses, like disturbing a hornet's nest, inviting calamity upon themselves. "You will pay for this." With a final furious clench of his teeth, he hurled the hollow threat before fleeing skyward in humiliating retreat with his 2 subordinates, daring not even glance back. Watching the Zhang clan Immortal Village delegation vanish into the distant horizon, the villagers of Yunyan Immortal Village finally exhaled in collective relief and silently marveled at the uncanny timing of their arrival. The visiting village elders who had come to offer congratulations could not suppress a scornful chuckle, mocking the Zhang clan's long-standing habit of preying on the weak and ridiculing their audacity in attempting to bully Yunyan Immortal Village, an act bordering on suicidal folly. For now the Zhang clan dared only speak empty threats, but once Deputy Commander Yi Feng ascended to greater heights, they would soon be groveling on bended knee. The celebration banquet continued until the moon hung high at zenith, when guests gradually dispersed. Yet the Zhang clan's provocation left Yi Feng with a sobering sense of urgency. Without delay, he resolved to administer the Spirit Ascension Pill to several elders, and urgently procure spirit herbs to heal the newly arrived elite cultivators who had pledged allegiance. For an immortal village to stand unthreatened, it required warriors of far greater cultivation. After courteous deliberation, the elders unanimously decided that Luo Qinghan should consume the pill. Her duty to safeguard the sect master demanded peak strength, and her elevated power would bring profound reassurance. Luo Qinghan did not disappoint. Swiftly harnessing the pill's potency, she advanced her cultivation to the apex of the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Within the Yongxiang Pavilion on the Canglong Continent's Tianzhou province, Nangong Luyun stood alone by the window, clad in pure white robes. her expression solitary and melancholy tinged with quiet sorrow, as if a celestial being banished beneath the moonlight. Beside her loomed a snow-white tiger, its fur gleaming like polished frost, radiating the formidable aura of a nascent soul cultivator as it vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Yet the moment those proud feline eyes turned upon Nan Gong Liuyun, they softened instantly, transforming into the gentle gaze of a domestic cat. A low tender whine rumbled from its throat as it nuzzled her delicate hands, seeking affection. This tiger was none other than the blue-eyed saintly spirit tiger once raised by Yi Feng at Qingyun's sect. Through years of clandestine nurturing, it had finally reached full maturity, its rare exalted bloodline granting it nascent soul cultivation immediately upon adulthood. Yet Nan Gong Liuyun's serene icy brows bore no trace of joy at this long-awaited reunion. Instead, her exquisite eyes repeatedly drifted beyond the courtyard wall, gazing outward lost in thought, while deep within their depths flickered a wistful longing she herself had yet to acknowledge. It had been nearly 1 year since Yi Feng departed. That man, her nominal cultivation consort, hired with spirit stones, the humble seemingly ordinary servant who possessed extraordinary erudition, had stunned all attendees at grandfather Lin's birthday banquet with his brilliance and meritorious deeds, then quietly left a farewell note announcing his departure for cultivation travels. And for months thereafter he vanished without a trace. Countless times during this period she had taken out her spirit communication disc and sent messages, only to receive silence as though her words had vanished into the void. Her heart felt inexplicably constricted, stuffed with damp, suffocating cotton, making each breath heavy and labored. She knew perfectly well their bond was nothing more than a contractual fiction, a temporary arrangement forged with spirit stones designed solely to deflect familial marriage pressures. There ought to be no attachment whatsoever. Yet somehow, without her noticing, that quiet man, always smiling faintly, selflessly serving the Nan Gong family, without ever seeking credit, had slipped silently into her heart. He willingly endured disdain and ridicule for her sake, never offering a word of protest. Though gifted with astonishing talent, he remained profoundly humble, choosing always to stay by her side, answering her summons without hesitation. She had believed their relationship mere theatrical pretense. Yet now, with his absence, the hollow silence of Yangxiang Pavilion left her restless and unmoored. Had something befallen him? Or had he truly abandoned her, vanishing forever, leaving her behind without a backward glance? At that thought, Nan Gong Liuyun's heart clenched sharply, and even her hand stroking the tiger froze mid-motion. Why do I feel such inexplicable reluctance? Has he truly gone, just like that? She had imagined that should he ever depart, she would settle peacefully into cultivation, unburdened, unattached. Yet fate had chosen otherwise. Yunshu, would you examine my spirit communication disc? Is it perhaps broken? Suddenly, she turned toward Lu Yunshu, her maid, who was busily attending to tasks on the opposite side of the pavilion, her voice betraying a tremor of uncertainty she herself failed to perceive. Huh, why ask that? Lu Yunshu blinked in surprise and hurried forward to inspect the disc Nan Gong Liuyun handed her. With spiritual energy gently probing its core, she found its luminescence flowing smoothly. No obstruction, no flaw. Even when she transmitted a test message to her own disc, no anomaly appeared. Young mistress, the disc is flawless. Its spiritual energy flows unimpeded. It is undamaged, she replied with unwavering certainty. Truly. Nan Gong Liuyun took back the disc, skeptical. If the disc functioned perfectly, why had Yi Feng offered no? Could he be deliberately ignoring her? Young mistress, forgive me, but haven't you seemed rather distracted lately? Lu Yunshu ventured, cautiously glancing up at her mistress's expression. Is that so? Nan Gong Liuyun countered. Of course. Could it be you're waiting for someone? Is it the young master? Lu Yunshu probed gently, even while feeding the tiger her. Is that so? Nan Gong Liuyun countered. Of course. Could it be you're waiting for someone? Is it the young master? Lu Yunshu probed gently. At the word young master, Nan Gong Liuyun's cool crystalline eyes flickered, just once, with unmistakable fluster. Swiftly snatching back the disc, she concealed it within her sleeve, her tone strained. Nonsense. How could this immortal maiden possibly wait for him? I simply feel uneasy. I owe him a debt I have yet to repay. Though her words rang firm, the faint blush blooming across her cheeks betrayed her inner contradiction. Lu Yunshu observed it all, and inwardly marveled, sighing softly. Yi Feng truly possessed uncanny skill. Knowing full well her mistress abhorred owing favors, he'd vanished the very moment he'd earned her deepest gratitude. Thus, tethered perpetually to that unrepaid kindness, he had, without effort, transformed this peerless, ethereal, aloof young mistress into a devoted, yearning wife awaiting her husband's return. Meanwhile, Nan Gong Chuling, who had been organizing the clan's financial ledgers, watched quietly, then spoke up. Young mistress, if you wish to repay the young master's favor swiftly and your messages remain unanswered, why not seek him out ourselves? He is no heartless man. His prolonged silence suggests he may well be trapped somewhere facing grave. She reasoned that he had cherished her deeply, even enduring universal mockery for her sake, and would never ignore her messages unless truly impeded by circumstance. Our young mistress ranks first on the immortal beauty list, peerless in talent, unrivaled in grace of celestial nobility. You suggest she personally goes searching for him? On what grounds? Lu Yinshu leapt up instantly, protesting vehemently. Others might be unaware, but she knew the truth. Yi Feng was merely a sham consort. Her mistress was the radiant moon in heaven while he was but dust upon the earth, utterly mismatched. Though intelligent, his rise had been little more than fleeting fortune. Now to demand her mistress, seek him out. What merit did he possess? Should word spread, it would invite ridicule across the realm. Yet Lu Yunshu was utterly unprepared for what followed. Nangong Luyun, who had never bowed, never yielded, fell silent for a long moment. Then a quiet resolve shimmered in her cool, clear eyes, and she gave the faintest, most decisive nod. Very well. Prepare at once. We depart immediately to find him. Huh? Lu Yinshu froze, mouth agape, speechless. Had her mistress truly harbored such thoughts? Before either could begin packing, a messenger maid rushed breathlessly into Yangxiang pavilion, bowing deeply, her voice urgent and elated. Young mistress. Good news. The outer sect disciplinarian just reported. The young master has returned. He stands at the estate gate. Returned. Nangong Luyun lifted her gaze instantly, her luminous eyes blazing with a light never seen before, all lingering sorrow and yearning dissolving into pure radiant delight. Instinctively, she rose to greet him, then remembered her station, hastily composing her features to restore her customary aloof serenity, though her lips betrayed her curling upward almost imperceptibly. Without waiting for the maid's response, she turned away, her steps quickening, just slightly, toward her private chamber. I must refresh my appearance. Her voice held a tremor of fluster and anticipation she herself failed to recognize. Could it be this woman of transcendent beauty, now preparing her makeup solely to meet Yi Feng? Lu Yunshu stared dumbfounded, as if witnessing a celestial phenomenon. It is said that after Nangong Luyun hurriedly groomed herself, she quietly waited in Yunxiang residence for Yi Feng's return. With her already ethereal beauty, after a bit of careful preparation, she exuded an even more otherworldly aura. However, as she waited, a quarter of an hour passed, then another quarter, yet Yi Feng still did not appear at Yunxiang residence. What was going on? Nangong Luyun could not help but frown slightly, a hint of barely perceptible anxiety appearing on her cold and beautiful face. She raised her eyes to the maid Lu Yunshu standing beside her, and asked, is he still not back? From the entrance of Qingyun sect to Yunxiang residence was merely a distance of over 10 miles, which should only take a short while to cover. Why had he not arrived yet after such a long wait? Seeing this, Lu Yunshu also found it strange, and could not understand why such a short journey was taking so long. She hurriedly took out a communication plate, and inquired about the situation. However, the answer she received soon left her feeling both amused and exasperated. Replying to the young lady, the young master had just reached the entrance of the residence, but he encountered a beautiful woman and has gone to a nearby tavern to drink with her, laughing and chatting. Lu Yunshu reported this with an odd expression, her voice low and hesitant. What? Nangong Luyun was taken aback, her beautiful eyes suddenly filled with astonishment. As a proud daughter of heaven, she had always been the center of attention. She had thought that her nominal husband would be eager to see her upon returning, yet now she found herself feeling so neglected. What did that woman look like? What is her background? She instinctively asked. It is said she is extremely beautiful with lively eyes and an extraordinary demeanor. Her beauty and grace do not fall short of yours, young lady. As for her identity, it seems she comes from a prominent family in Tianzhou and is the young master's former confidant. They appeared quite familiar with each other, chatting and laughing together. Lu Yinshu reported truthfully. Confidant. Nangong Luyun softly repeated. Her pretty face grew slightly cold, and the glimmer of hope in her heart was instantly extinguished, leaving a strange bitterness within. After all, she was merely the young man's temporary partner. That fellow was handsome and capable, and there must be countless women who admired him. What was she even hoping for? Miss, you wouldn't have developed feelings for that guy, would you? He is just from a humble background, and even if he has some skills, he is not worthy of you. Why let him disturb your Dao heart? Lu Yinshu quickly stepped forward, lowering her voice urgently to advise. She had observed everything, feeling anxious and frustrated with Yi Feng's ignorance, while also worrying about her young lad's state. She clearly remembered how resolute her young lady had been when she signed the temporary partner contract, always saying that the Dao was paramount and that there would be no personal feelings involved. Yet now, seeing her in such a disheveled state, filled with jealousy, it was evident that she had developed feelings. Developed feelings? Nonsense. How could this fairy have feelings for him? I am merely annoyed that he is being frivolous and tarnishing the Nangong family's reputation. Nangong Liyun was pricked at her heart's matter, feeling slightly uneasy and coldly turned her head away, her tone stiffly rebutting. Then should I go to the tavern now and bring him back for you? Lu Yinshu immediately turned to leave. The tavern where Yifeng had gone was not far, and if she acted quickly, she could find him soon. However, Nangong Luyun maintained her stern expression and coldly said, "There's no need. Let him associate with whoever he likes and play as long as he wants. I do not care." With that, she sat up straight and picked up the account book on the jade table, pretending to read it casually. Yet her cold face and the lingering frost in her eyes made Lu Yunshu's heart feel even more anxious. This was clearly not indifference. She was obviously jealous and angry. On the other side, Yifeng was unaware that his temporary partner Nangong Luyun was waiting for him. After Luo Qinghan advanced to the mid-stage of transformation, he immediately sensed her urgency for revenge and took her back to the Canglong continent to resolve past grievances. In addition, he also wanted to visit Old Master Hua again to forge a few new royal artifacts. Although he had just acquired 20 royal-grade treasures, Piayan Village had also gained several transformation-level powerhouses, and those new arrivals needed to be re-equipped as their previous weapons had long been damaged. However, when he arrived at Old Master Hua's manor, he found that Old Master Hua was temporarily away, and considering his identity as the son-in-law, he could not simply not appear, so he planned to return to the Nangong family for a visit to fulfill his role as a shield. Yet unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the Qingyun sect's residence, he encountered the alluring beauty, Su Yao, who seemed to have been waiting for him for quite some time. The two had shared many hardships in the past, and now that they met again, it was undoubtedly a rare joy in life. He immediately took her to a nearby tavern for a good meal and to reminisce. It had been many years since they last met, and Su Yao was now dressed in a bright red gown, her figure graceful and delicate, her skin as white as jade, her crescent-shaped eyes naturally exuding a touch of charm, with every smile and frown possessing an enchanting allure. "Junior brother Yi, I knew long ago that you were no ordinary person. I originally planned to wait until I left seclusion to marry you, but I didn't expect that the Nangong family would get to you first. If I had been there at the time, I would have definitely snatched you away," Su Yao said, sitting across from him lightly, sipping her cup of spiritual wine, her enchanting eyes gazing at Yifeng, her tone filled with regret and melancholy. Since their task in the Zuwei small Xian realm concluded, she had realized that he was destined to soar to great heights. For these years she had been in seclusion, diligently refining the blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox, striving for a breakthrough in her cultivation. Her only thought was that when she successfully emerged from seclusion, she would overcome all obstacles and express her feelings to her father, insisting on marrying no one but Yifeng. She had thought that despite his talent, his humble background would prevent him from being taken away too quickly. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on her. By the time she achieved success and emerged from seclusion, she heard the news that he had become the son-in-law of the Nangong family and married the renowned Nangong fairy. Cough cough, senior sister, please stop teasing me. What merits does junior brother possess to deserve your favor? Yifeng said, feeling embarrassed, secretly lamenting that this woman was still as captivating as ever with no hint of subtlety. Junior brother Yi, I'm not joking. The Nangong fairy is aloof and indifferent, as cold as a statue. How could she possess even a fraction of my warmth and charm? If you are not happy living under the Nangong family, just divorce her and come marry me. My Su family's foundation is not inferior to the Nangong family, and I can surely promise you a life of glory and protect your path without worries. Su Yao put down her wine cup, lightly resting her chin on her hand, her charm radiating as she unabashedly. She had heard about all his accomplishments over the years, each benefiting the Nangong family greatly. If she had been the one to marry him, they would have achieved even more extraordinary feats. Although logically the Nangong family should value him highly based on the information she had gathered, she felt that they had not done enough neglecting his talents. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but junior brother is doing well in the Nangong family and faces no difficulties. Yifeng replied, gently shaking his head in refusal. The Nangong family had not neglected to give him more responsibilities, he simply preferred to take it easy. Really, I heard that you have never been favored in the Nangong family. Even with your many contributions, the Nangong fairy never gave you a second glance. If you were to come to my Su family, I would surely cherish you every single day. Su Yao refused to give up, continuously probing with sweet words. Her eyes were filled with tempting allure, her posture, slightly leaning forward, fully displaying the unique charm and grace of the nine-tailed celestial fox, with each word inviting Yifeng to become her Tao partner and cultivate the Tao together. But no matter how she tried to tempt him with her words and beauty, Yifeng remained indifferent, his expression calm, and his gaze clear steadfastly, holding onto his heart unmoved. Senior sister Su, that's just a misunderstanding, not to be taken seriously. Senior sister Nangong treats me very well. However, if you encounter any difficulties in Tianzhou in the future, just come find me, no need to be polite. Oh, you as son-in-law have such capabilities. Su Yao was taken aback upon hearing this, finding it hard to— Of course, don't underestimate junior brother, Yifeng said with a mysterious smile. At this moment, Piaoyun Valley had become a force not to be underestimated, and Tianzhou, far stronger than the Su family, and his status had greatly improved. Alright, I know you can't bear to part with your aloof partner. Forget I said anything. Seeing that Yifeng was unyielding, Su Yao felt a sense of helplessness, and finally sighed softly. She raised her cup of spiritual wine, and drank it all, her enchanting demeanor fading, slightly replaced by a hint of disappointment, and she no longer brought up the matter. The two continued chatting casually, discussing past missions, dangers, and amusing events in the Songlong Guards, yet they both tacitly avoided the ambiguous feelings and the insurmountable gap of identity that lay between them. Outside, the setting sun gradually sank, and the night sky spread like ink with stars dotting the scene. The lights in the tavern lit up, casting their shadows in and out. It was only when the night grew deep that Yifeng stood up to bid farewell, and Su Yao gracefully rose to see him off. When he returned to Yunxiang residence, it was already late at night, and a silver moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight like water enveloped the entire Yunxiang residence in a serene depth. Yifeng lightly stepped through the gate, still carrying a hint of drunkenness and the chill of the night. Just as he was about to head to his own quarters, his gaze suddenly fixed on a figure in the center of the courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard stood a stunning silhouette akin to a celestial maiden descending from the 9 heavens, quietly observing him under the spirit tree. This figure emanated an air of aloofness and cold pride, her beauty striking yet as frosty as the winter. Dressed in a spotless white gown, her silky hair cascaded down naturally, highlighting her ethereal and otherworldly beauty. It was none other than Nangong Liyun. "You finally returned." Nangong Liyun's gaze fell upon Yifeng, clear, cold, and still as a frozen mountain lake, until without warning a voice as crisp and frost-laced as winter wind pierced the silence. Well, since I'm technically your rented cultivation partner, I thought it only proper to appear from time to time, lest suspicion arise." Yifeng's heart skipped a beat at her words. He swiftly stilled his thoughts, offered a dry chuckle, and began to explain. He couldn't fathom why her tone held such an unexpected undercurrent. Was that resentment? Had she grown resentful of his sudden departure earlier? Or was it his outing with Su Yao last night, the drinking, the late return? Yet he quickly dismissed the notion as pure delusion, self-flattering even. How could someone so utterly focused on the Tao possibly harbor petty grievances over such trifles? He was certain she'd ask only perfunctorily, and then release him without further ado. But Nangong Liyun had no intention of letting him off so easily. Her voice dropped lower, colder, inescapable like a blade drawn across ice. "If you recall our agreement, then tell me, why for over half a year have you ignored every single one of my transmissions?" Her glacial gaze locked onto him, sharp enough to freeze breath, and the throat edged with a frost that could seal flesh and soul alike. For months, she had sent transmission talismans, again and again, asking where he'd gone when he'd return. Yet each message vanished into silence, swallowed whole by emptiness. That unrelenting, unanswered waiting had quietly seeded within her a quiet, unacknowledged bitterness. "You sent me transmissions?" Yifeng's pulse quickened. Alarm flared, disbelief followed hard on its heels. Could this glacier-cold beauty truly have reached out to him? He'd spent those 6 months in the spirit realm, a dimension severed from this continent by spatial rifts. No transmission, however potent the artifact, could bridge that gulf. Yet the secret of the spirit realm was too grave to reveal, not to anyone. His plight was absurd, almost tragic. What if I told you I traveled far beyond reach? So far that no transmission could find me. Would you believe me? In the end, he stammered out the explanation once more, honest, unembellished, and tinged with quiet sincerity. He bore no guilt of concealment, only the quiet shame of an unworthy contracted cultivation partner. Still, Nangong Liyun refused to let him retreat to his quarters. "Even so, why did you vanish without word after I promised you a reward?" Her eyes remained razor-sharp, fixed on him, her expression laced with unmistakable menace. Her transmission talisman was of peerless quality, functional even across the vast Chu province. Where then could he possibly have gone that lay beyond its reach? Worse still, she'd made her promise the day before, and he'd disappeared the very next morning. Not a word, not a trace. What kind of conduct was that? "I apologize, but the stipend of 500,000 spirit stones per year fully covers my duties. Everything I've done has been my obligation. No reward is owed, and none will be accepted." Yifeng lifted his gaze to meet hers, his expression shifting instantly, grave, unwavering, resolute. His voice rang with unshakable candor, devoid of greed, free of ulterior motive. So pure in its integrity that Nangong Liyun faltered, her icy composure momentarily breached by a ripple of complex emotion. She studied him intently, searching for deception, for feigned humility, for hidden calculation. But his eyes held no evasion, no artifice, only absolute certainty. And in that truth, she recognized something rare, perhaps even irrefutable. This man had just turned down an extraordinary opportunity, yet she'd spent all that time bracing herself against manipulation. Who was he truly? Handsome, composed, capable of mastering any endeavor he undertook, yet indifferent to fame or power, unwilling to boast of his deeds, uninterested in leveraging favor for gain. What kind of man was this, so exceptional yet so effortlessly detached? Should she simply make their sham cultivation partnership real? The thoughts surfaced unbidden, jarring, destabilizing, cracking the flawless surface of her Tao heart. But then memory rose, his late-night revelry, the lingering scent of other women clinging to his robes, and just like that her resolve wavered, replaced by a quiet, inexplicable ache. They were, after all, only nominal cultivation partners, yet already jealousy flickered unbidden. If genuine affection took root, would every dawn bring dread instead of peace? Tomorrow my family hosts a victory banquet. The elders have waited long. My father wishes to meet you. You will accompany me. There will be no refusal. Moments later she suppressed the storm of subtle emotions churning within her, her features smoothing back into serene glacial calm, as though nothing had stirred beneath the surface. Surely that's unnecessary. Yifeng groaned inwardly. He hadn't anticipated that even after evading the banquet for half a year the Nangong family would persist with such unwavering determination. He opened his mouth to protest, then met her gaze sharp with unspoken threat, and sighed, yielding at last. At dawn the next day the Nangong estate blazed with celebration. Vermilion gates, throne-wide pavilions draped in crimson brocade, lanterns polished to mirrored brilliance. Grandeur hung thick in the air. Today's banquet honored Yifeng, the newly acclaimed son-in-law, whose arrival had secured the family's triumph. Clad in ornate silken robes, standing tall beside his cultivation partner, Nangong Liun, Yifeng stepped into the main hall, already overflowing with guests. At the head table sat Nangong Jingda, the patriarch and father of Nangong Luyun. His stern, distant demeanor softened into warm pride and deep satisfaction. Flanking him sat the clan's most revered elders, upright and solemn, their gazes now fixed upon Yifeng, not with the disdain once reserved for a mere bought son-in-law, but with undisguised respect. Once Yifeng took his seat, Nangong Jingda rose, lifted his wine cup, and approached him directly. His voice resonated, sincere, heavy with contrition. Young Yi, this toast serves two purposes. First, to thank you for resolving the decades-long rift between our Nangong and the Lin families, securing Liu Yun's formal recognition as Grandmaster Lin's granddaughter. That debt we shall never forget. Second, I owe you an apology. A hush fell across the hall, absolute reverent silence. Nangong Jingda's eyes shimmered with genuine remorse. When you first joined our family, I assumed you were merely Liu Yun's fabricated cultivation partner, dismissing you, neglecting you, failing entirely in my duty as a father-in-law. Looking back now, I see how humbly and diligently you served us, reviving our near-defunct courier sect, forging new trade routes through the northern territories, and, most crucially, elevating our entire lineage by forging ties with the Lin family. Each achievement stands as a legacy for centuries to come. I was blind. I misjudged a true virtuous son-in-law. With that he gestured. His steward stepped forward, bearing a lacquered casket. He opened it himself and extended it toward Yifeng. This is the Qilin token, the symbol of supreme authority within the Nangong clan. It grants command over all our resources, wealth, and personnel. Today I present it to you, not only as recompense, but as the clan's full acknowledgement of your worth. From this day forward you are not merely our son-in-law. You are a true pillar of the Nangong clan. Every matter, great or small, falls within your purview to deliberate and decide. A collective gasp rippled through the hall. The elders exhaled sharply, astonishment etched across every face. They'd expected favor, perhaps even influence. But this was unprecedented. The Qilin token bore the weight of the patriarch himself, its decree equivalent to his own command. To defy it was unthinkable. Even Nangong Luyun blinked, stunned. She hadn't imagined her father would go this far. Father, you honor me too greatly. Yifeng rose, swiftly declining with earnest humility. Having entered the Nangong family, I am bound to it in blood and duty. Serving the clan is not merit, it is obligation. I cannot accept such an august token. He understood the token's gravity perfectly. It conferred ultimate decision-making authority. Had he been a true son-in-law he might have accepted. But as a fraud, accepting it would be both betrayal and blasphemy. Before he could finish, Elder Nangong Jingma, seated at the leftmost head position, rose, stroking his beard with a broad smile. Young master, please do not refuse. The patriarch speaks truth. You are no ordinary talent. You are the Nangong clan's celestial blessing. Had Luyun not disowned your worth, we would have lost you forever. Indeed. Since your arrival, you've charted bold strategies for our courier sect, and now your alliance with the Lin family secures our future for generations. Such vision, such virtue, rare beyond measure. Precisely. You act without fanfare, claim no credit. Yet every action serves the clan's enduring prosperity, 100-fold superior to those who chase hollow glory. With that the other elders stood in unison, each producing gifts they'd prepared in advance, rare artifacts, precious spirit herbs, even treasured cultivation manuals, tokens of reverence and silent apologies for past slights. Yifeng protested, gently repeatedly, but resistance proved futile. In the end he accepted them with quiet resignation. Fortunately, while valuable, none were irreplaceable relics. With his current fortune, he could easily reciprocate in kind, gift for gift, honor for honor. Once the gifts were exchanged, Nangong Jingda, and the elders relaxed visibly, raising cups, laughing freely, speaking openly. Truly heaven smiled upon us, granting us you young master rather than that scheming scoundrel Yi Tian. One elder sighed, shaking his head. At the name Yi Tian's scorn darkened every face, voices thick with contempt. Elder Nangong Jinghui set down his cup with a snort. Yi Tian shares the same ancestral line as you, yet their natures differ as heaven and earth. The Yi patriarch favors the unworthy, overlooking a treasure like you while indulging Yi Tian's reckless ambition and impatience. Truly he sees with eyes, but perceives with blindness. Exactly. After joining the Shao family, Yi Tian seized control of their spirit treasure trading house. Yet instead of cultivating honest enterprise, he pursued shortcuts and illusions. His artifacts are flawed, designed for fleeting power at the cost of durability. He deceived commoners, then hired actors to inflate demand, falsified accounts to mass corruption. Now exposed, the Shao family's reputation lies in ruins. He has ruined himself and disgraced an entire sacred city. Looking back at our son-in-law, who has been married into the family for years, remains unfazed by honor or disgrace, consistently achieving remarkable feats, yet he does not seek fame or recognition, treating others with kindness. How can someone with such broad-mindedness, vision, and capability be compared to a mere clown like Yi Tian? The head of the Yi family abandoned our son-in-law back, then yet fervently praised Yi Tian. Now he must surely... The crowd exchanged words, all praising Yifeng, while scoffing at Yi Tian, feeling fortunate that the one who married into the Nangong family was the truly blessed Yifeng rather than the deceitful Yi Tian. The topic of who was stronger or weaker among the Yi family's two brothers had been debated for a long time in Tianzhou, and they had certainly heard about it. I had thought that with Yi Tian receiving such high regard from the head of the Yi family, he must possess some real capability, but it turns out he is nothing but a fraud. Recently, the renowned artifact master Old Master was suddenly exposed that the magical treasures from the Shao family's Lingbao trading house had issues, deceiving the public with a method akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. The Artifact Masters Guild promptly sent people to investigate, and to everyone's surprise it was true. Not only were the treasures of low durability, but most of the sales data from the Lingbao trading house were also fabricated. As a result, the Shao family's reputation suffered greatly, and the elder of the Shao family severely injured Yi Tian on the spot, preparing to expel him from the family. If it weren't for Shao Shiji defending him, saying that Yi Tian had also been deceived by the servants, and that Shao Mingyue claimed to be carrying his child, Yi Tian would likely have already lost his cultivation and been cast out from the Shao family. However, to appease the public's anger, the Shao family paid nearly 1 billion in compensation. In contrast, they had initially thought the Nangong family would face difficulties due to the eldest daughter's marriage, but unexpectedly within just a few years, they have become more prosperous than ever, with the escort agency flourishing and establishing a long-term partnership with Jinling Pavilion, supported by the Lin family, completely shedding the shadow of being suppressed in the past. At this moment, Nangong Luyan also felt a bit emotional, thinking that if Yifeng were a true son-in-law devoted to the Nangong family, who knows how high the family could rise. Unfortunately, it seems he is not focused on this, only thinking about leaving every day. Yifeng, upon hearing about Yi Tian's recent situation, felt puzzled, surprised that that fellow was still alive despite everything. Truly, he is someone favored by fortune. He had thought that with Shao Mingyu's temper after the huge losses Yi Tian caused her, she would surely crush him to pieces, but unexpectedly, he ended up in her bed instead. However, he believes that now that Yi Tian is down and out, the day of his revenge will not be far off. As night fell, the family banquet of the Nangong family finally came to a close. During this banquet, everyone was free from the past pressures of management, engaging in lively conversations, and the atmosphere was more harmonious than ever. Yifeng also behaved very appropriately, using his vast knowledge to earn the quiet admiration of the elders, affirming that he and the eldest daughter were indeed a match made in heaven. However, just as the banquet was about to conclude and the guests were preparing to leave, the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Jingda, suddenly called out to Yifeng. Little Yi, the Holy Alliance is currently conducting tests for the selection of the leader. Since you have returned, you should participate with Luyan. Even if the hopes are slim, it won't hurt to try. The 10 million spirit stones for this, my Nangong family can afford it. His deep worldly eyes fell directly on Yifeng, who stood beside Nangong Luyan, his tone casual, yet carrying the weight of finality. Upon these words, the hall fell silent in astonishment. The family elders and distant relatives who had been preparing to leave widened their eyes, their gazes on Yifeng filled with envy, as if a tidal wave had surged forth mixed with disbelief. This is the most prestigious event on the Canglong continent. Only top-tier talents under the age of 100 are eligible to participate. Who would have thought the head of the family would bestow such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity upon a son-in-law by marriage? It should be noted that the Holy Alliance is the most mysterious and ancient organization on the Songlong continent, having governed the continent since ancient times with immeasurable depth. Within the Holy Alliance, besides the heads of various sects and great families, there is also a team of elusive protectors known as the Holy Envoys. Their numbers are unknown, but each one is extremely powerful, and these protectors have historically only taken orders from one person, the leader of the Holy Alliance. Thus, every generation's leader, even if not yet of age once confirmed, can firmly sit in the position of leader and wield supreme authority. It has been a long time since the previous leader of the Holy Alliance passed away, and the centennial selection test for the leader has become the focus of the entire Songlong continent. To participate in this leader selection, the first requirement is to pay a fee of 10 million spirit stones to attend the Holy Alliance's leadership test. Only those who pass the assessment can enter the Holy Alliance's secret realm to compete for the supreme position of leader. This secret realm contains many ancient inheritances from the Holy Alliance, but it is also extremely dangerous. Those who gain qualification and enter the secret realm, if they can obtain the highest inheritance of the leader, will immediately receive support from the protectors and become the new leader. However, throughout history, those who have obtained the leader's inheritance are few and far between, and the difficulty is extremely high. But even if one cannot obtain the leader's inheritance, as long as they can gain even a trace of the branch inheritance in the secret realm, it would be enough to greatly accelerate their cultivation path, and they could even secure a good position within the Holy Alliance. For ordinary cultivators, a testing fee of 10 million spirit stones is an astronomical figure, something common families cannot afford. Yet even if most people manage to gather 10 million spirit stones, they would likely find themselves sinking without a trace, unable to pass the leadership test, let alone obtain significant inheritance. Currently, the only person in the Nangong family confirmed to participate in the test was the eldest daughter, Nangong Liuyun, who had always been the family's top talent and nurtured with abundant resources from a young age. No one expected the head of the family to offer 10 million spirit stones for Yi Feng to try as well. This favoritism and esteem filled all the Nangong disciples present with envy. Their gazes toward Yi Feng completely changed. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel moved, never expecting such a fortunate opportunity. He had long heard of the mysteries surrounding the Holy Alliance. With his shallow foundation in the spirit realm, lacking manpower and influence, if he could seize this chance to obtain the position of leader and command the mysterious and powerful team of protectors, the strength of Piaoyuan village would rapidly grow, making this an unparalleled opportunity for him. Moreover, the position of leader in the Holy Alliance is too important. Even if he cannot obtain it, he must ensure that the person who does is upright, as his foundation lies in the Songlong continent. If it is unstable here, he cannot focus on developing in the spirit realm. In the next moment, he deeply bowed to Nangong Jingda with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your immense favor, head of the family. I will give my all to this matter." Regardless of public or private matters, he cannot show any retreat. Excellent. Luyun. Little Yi is unfamiliar with the Holy Alliance headquarters, so you will handle the testing tomorrow. The spirit stones can be drawn from my private treasury. Seeing Yi Feng agree, Nangong Jingda nodded in satisfaction and turned to give Nangong Luyun another instruction. 10 million spirit stones is a significant amount to him, but not so critical that it would cripple him. Even if he spent it all, it wouldn't be a great loss, but if he could gain even a slight possibility, it would be worth it. All right, father. Nangong Liuyun, standing nearby, immediately agreed upon hearing this. She also took this selection test very seriously. Previously, she had thought that her long-missing mother was trapped in the Lin family's forbidden area. However, after recently engaging with the Lin family, she learned that her mother was no longer in the Lin family's secret realm, and her quest to find her mother had suddenly hit a dead end. Only by becoming the leader of the Holy Alliance can she mobilize the vast power of the Holy Alliance spread across the Songlong continent, searching for her mother's trace, like finding a needle in a haystack. This is her only hope now. Seeing Yi Feng agree to this matter, whispers of envy arose again in the banquet hall, marveling at how the head of the family truly cared about this son-in-law, offering 10 million spirit stones just like that. What they did not know was that on the other side of the holy city, the already infamous Yi Tian had managed to gather 10 million spirit stones with the support of the Yi family, who had exhausted their resources and sold numerous treasures, preparing to seize this opportunity for a comeback. On the second day, just as dawn broke, the square outside the magnificent headquarters of the Holy Alliance was filled with the figures of numerous core, direct descendants of top-tier families. During this time, everyday major families brought their young elites to the Holy Alliance headquarters for the leader selection qualification test. Everyone wanted to become that extraordinary individual. Even those who had mostly completed the tests remained there, waiting to see who else could obtain trial qualifications and if they could make any connections. When Nangong Liuyun, dressed in white, arrived at the square with Yi Feng to announce their intention to participate in the qualification test, The previously murmuring crowd fell silent for a moment, followed by bursts of laughter and whispering. Isn't that the Nangong fairy from the Nangong family? The Nangong family is merely a small second-rate family lacking in wealth and strength, yet they dare to join in the excitement of the leader selection. I admit she has some talent in cultivation, but does the competition for the leader rely on cultivation talent? What's even more ridiculous isn't Nangong fairy, but that boy beside her. I recognize him, Yifeng, just a humble servant without power or influence who hasn't even participated in many proper trials. How could he compete for the position of leader of the Holy Alliance? Simply delusional. The leader of the Holy Alliance is a leader revered by the masses, holding order in the region, requiring supreme prestige and exceptional leadership skills. Yifeng has been alone since childhood, lacking everything. Surely the Nangong family is dreaming if they think a servant can lead countless lives. The mocking jeers grew louder, and the elites from various top-tier families focused their piercing gazes on Yifeng, filled with disdain, scorn, and ridicule, but not a hint of respect. They were either direct descendants of the top 10 legendary families or elite talents from the 36 first-rate families, all groomed from a young age by their families, using various resources to become leader figures, aiming to pass the qualification test and compete for the position of leader. After enduring countless years of trials and tribulations, they are well aware that the qualities of a leader may seem simple, yet are profoundly vast and intricate, requiring knowledge of both celestial phenomena and terrestrial geography, as well as a comprehensive understanding of all matters. Who can guarantee that every decision they make is the optimal choice considering all variables? Who can assure that every word and action of theirs is flawless, earning the admiration of billions of beings? If one's talent surpassed the others, as long as sufficient resources were available, one could simply strive to rise through sheer effort. However, the abilities of a leader are the most elusive, yet this path serves as the quickest shortcut to ascendancy, compelling all their families to flock toward it. In the crowd, the figure clad in a brocade purple robe, Xiao Shiji, noticed the two individuals, and a hint of malevolence crossed his features. As the scion of the legendary Xiao family, he held an illustrious lineage. Despite his status, he was rejected by Nangong Liuyun, who came from a humble background. At this moment, seeing her standing side by side with Yifeng, sharing an equal stance, jealousy and disdain intermingled in his eyes, as he muttered to himself, Nangong Liuyun, if I obtain the position of leader, let's see how you escape my grasp. And that Yifeng, the woman I desire, is not someone as insignificant as you could covet. Once I ascend to a high position, I will make sure to obliterate you and see who dares to stand in my way. He shot a cold glance at Yifeng, his eyes filled with malice. Meanwhile, on the other side of the crowd, a gaze laden with resentment was fixed on Yifeng. This gaze belonged to Yi Tian, who, severely injured and in a dire state, dared not show himself openly due to his tarnished reputation from previous deeds. At this moment, he could only hide in a corner, for if not for his father's desperate efforts gathering 1,000,000 spirit stones, he wouldn't even have qualified for the test. However, seeing Yifeng standing beside Nangong Liuyun, daring to compete for the position of leader, the jealousy and hatred within Yi Tian were on the verge of overflowing. Why him? As the legitimate scion of the Yi family, boasting a prestigious background, he had always been the pride of many, yet he ended up despised by all, while Yifeng was merely a discarded servant, someone whom even his own father wouldn't spare a glance. What right did he have to stand here and be accompanied by a woman like Nangong Liuyun? Hatred spread within him like a toxic vine. However, he believed that his chance for a reversal would soon arrive. He was the true dragon of the Yi family and could never be buried so easily. This opportunity was the competition for the position of leader of the Holy Alliance. If he successfully became the leader, all the prideful elites and noble families would be beneath his feet. That common Yifeng, no matter how capable he was, could never be compared to him. After completing the transaction with the spirit stones, Nangong Liuyun and Yifeng quietly gazed toward the testing hall of the Holy Alliance headquarters, patiently waiting without wavering under the mockery and disdain around them. Before long, the massive doors of the testing hall slowly opened, and an ancient yet authoritative voice proclaimed, today, the qualification test for the leader of the Holy Alliance begins now. This test would not be a combat competition, but rather an evaluation of temperament, vision, decisiveness, and leadership potential. Participants would take turns touching the illusion stone tablet, which would be judged by the ancient formations of the Holy Alliance to determine their qualifications. As the elder of the Holy Alliance finished speaking, the elite families who had been waiting stepped forward one by one. Many were immediately repelled by the formation upon touching the stone tablet, their faces pale, indicating disqualification. The slightly better ones could last about half a quarter of an hour, but their expressions were tense, as if their mental energy had been entirely drained. Before long, Yi Tian took a deep breath, and under the scornful gazes of the crowd stepped forward and pressed his palm against the stone tablet. He knew this was his last hope for a turnaround, so he was exceedingly nervous at this moment. If he failed even this first test, he could be said to be doomed, and the Yi family would be dragged into the quagmire, losing all hope of recovery. One could say he was betting everything on this. However, the worst scenario did not occur. The next moment, a burst of golden light erupted. Yi Tian suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with ecstatic pride. Qualified. He actually passed. He truly passed. A surge of arrogant confidence overwhelmed him, and he straightened his chest, surveying the surrounding noble youths who had looked down upon him, roaring in his heart, "I, Yi Tian, am indeed the chosen one." Even with a notorious reputation, he still managed to pass the Holy Alliance's evaluation. As long as he secured the leader's inheritance within the secret realm, he would soar to greatness, trampling all who had looked down upon him. He looked at Yi Feng with pride, his gaze filled with provocation and schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the moment when his rival would be humiliated. The surrounding elites of various families were astounded to see Yi Tian also pass the test, secretly lamenting the unfairness of fate, wondering how such a morally corrupt person could possess considerable leadership potential. Xiao Shiji was overjoyed, feeling he had indeed backed the right horse, and immediately approached him, changing his previously indifferent attitude. He had already passed the test and obtained the qualification to enter the secret realm. Although Yi Tian's previous actions were despicable, his character suited Xiao Shiji well. If Yi Tian could assist him in the secret realm, he wouldn't mind nurturing a capable dog. Before long, it was Nangong Luyuan's turn to step forward, and the discussions among the elites once again fell. Nangong Luyuan gently pressed her jade hand against the stone tablet, and within a mere quarter of an hour, brilliant golden light surged upwards, the word qualified shining clearly, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. No one expected that the young lady from the Nangong family could also easily pass the assessment. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, she had the resources of the Nangong family, nurturing her, managing family affairs since childhood, making her leadership potential understandable. But Yi Feng, he absolutely could not pass. Finally, all eyes in the arena were fixed on Yi Feng, who was next in line. Mockery, derision, scorn, disdain. Countless gazes converged upon him. Yi Tian's lips curled into a cruel smile, eagerly waiting to see Yi Feng's embarrassment. Yet with so many elite powers watching him, Yi Feng felt no trace of nervousness. Instead, he was filled with curiosity. He was unsure about the principles behind the test stone tablet, which seemed to possess such divine powers. However, with the heavenly mystery disc in hand, he had nothing to worry about. Calmly striding forward, he slightly raised his eyes and gently pressed his palm against the chilling stone tablet. The next second, with a thunderous boom, a myriad of chaotic and intricate scenes flashed through his mind, as if he were truly placed in countless arduous predicaments, each demanding a decision within a split second. He had no time to think, and could only instinctively make one choice after another. Fortunately, having developed his power from nothing over the years, and having mingled in the spirit realm for quite some time, he was rather adept at this. Moments later, the silent stone tablet erupted with blinding golden light, rivaling the radiance of Yi Tian and Nangong Liyun, as golden patterns seemed to come alive, racing along the stone tablet and spreading throughout the entire hall. The ancient formation boomed, and the word qualified clearly appeared, indicating that he had effortlessly passed the test. The square fell into a deathly silence. Yi Tian's previous arrogance instantly froze as if struck by a heavy hammer. His pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? That lowly servant who had received no resources since childhood actually passed the test. The elite members of the noble families who had mocked him the most were now all rooted to the spot, their expressions of derision frozen in shock. Xiao Shiji's face turned ashen, fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with incredulity. Why? A lowly servant without family background or qualifications managed to pass the arduous qualification test for leadership in the Holy Alliance. Many of them, who had been groomed in their families since childhood, taught by powerful figures, and possessed countless resources, had seen a significant portion fail miserably. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion and doubt, staring intently at Yi Feng in front of the stone tablet, unable to comprehend what hidden secrets this seemingly ordinary youth possessed that allowed him to pass such a rigorous assessment by the Holy Alliance. The earlier mockery was as piercing as the present awkwardness, and shock were profound. In the entire Holy Alliance square, only the remnants of the ancient formation's resonance flowed slowly. Yet Nangong Luyuan's gaze toward Yi Feng revealed a hint of astonishment, as she never expected him to surprise her once again. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a splendid robe hurried toward Yi Feng, bearing a resemblance to Yi Tian. He was Yi Huiran, the head of the Yi family and the biological father of both Yi Feng and Yi Tian. He walked straight up to Yi Feng without any pleasantries, his tone carrying an undeniable command, saying matter-of-factly, "Yi Feng, since you have passed the test, I hope you can fully assist your elder brother to obtain the leader's inheritance once we enter the secret realm. After all, Tian'er is the true dragon, far beyond your comparison. If Tian'er obtains the inheritance, as long as you behave, there will certainly be benefits for you. Oh, are you sure that once Yi Tian obtains the leader's inheritance, he will allow me to fare well?" Yi Feng replied calmly, the coldness in his voice evident as he raised an eyebrow at his father's presumptuous words. Don't worry, I will persuade him. You just need to lend your full support. Yi Huiran replied in a dull, yet firm tone. Haha, I am no longer a part of the Yi family, nor do I have any ties to it. As for assisting him, once we enter the secret realm, I will not only refuse to help him, but will also settle the scores for all those years he has sent people to assassinate me. Yi Feng's gaze swept over Yi Tian, whose face was twisted in rage. Not far away, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. You ungrateful son. Yi Huiran's expression changed dramatically, trembling with anger. He never expected that by approaching Yi Feng, he would be met with such blatant disrespect. The elite members of the noble families who had just ridiculed Yi Feng were now utterly stunned, staring at the seemingly ordinary youth with a mix of shock and curiosity. Never would they have thought that such secrets lay within the Yi family. A legitimate scion using all manners of schemes to assassinate a collateral descendant, only to find that the collateral descendant not only escaped unharmed, but also won the favor of the most beautiful fairy and passed the qualification test for the leader of the Holy Alliance. What kind of methods and intellect did Yi Feng possess? The atmosphere in the entire Holy Alliance square turned strangely tense as they mocked Yi Tian's incompetence while secretly marveling at Yi Feng's prowess. Yi Feng, don't be ungrateful. No matter how good the Nangong family is, you are ultimately an outsider. Only the Yi family is your root. This is the last opportunity the Yi family offers you. I hope you cherish it. Old fool, how dare you tell me that the Yi family is my root? How many resources have you given me from childhood to now? How did my mother die? Don't think I'm unaware. If I encounter Yi Tian in the secret realm, I will definitely take his life. Yi Feng laughed in anger, throwing down a harsh word before turning to leave. He had thought that his father would at least have some self-awareness. Since he had already abandoned him, they would not interact anymore. Yet he never expected his father to have such a thick skin. After stepping out of the towering gates of the Holy Alliance headquarters, the air suddenly became refreshing, a stark contrast to the solemn pressure within. The streets outside were bustling with cultivators, the radiant auras of magical treasures intertwining to form a dazzling starry river, showcasing the prosperity and strength of this core region of the heavenly continent. I never expected that you have had such a difficult life all these years. Nangong Luyun walked slowly along the stone-paved road, turning her head to observe the tall and upright Yi Feng. In her usually calm and tranquil, beautiful eyes, a trace of indescribable complex emotions surged. The brief conversation between him and the head of the Yi family had unveiled the sealed past of Yi Feng without reservation, as if tearing open a long-scabbed wound, revealing the shocking scars beneath. The bias and coldness of his biological father, the repeated attempts on his life by his half-brother, and the isolation in his desperate circumstances. All those dark years she had never known seemed to unfold before her eyes, striking heavily at her heart. Since they met, Yi Feng had always appeared carefree and optimistic, with a casual smile in his eyes, as if nothing in the world could trouble him, showing no hint of gloom. Who could have imagined that such a vibrant and warm person had secretly endured such unbearable treatment, struggling on the brink of life and death, tasting the coldness of kinship and the malevolence of humanity? Thinking of this, Nangong Luyun's heart, usually icy and solely devoted to cultivation, suddenly surged with a delicate pain, a feeling of heartache so unfamiliar that it startled her. She even dared not think deeply about how Yi Feng had endured those days of desperation alone, and how he had managed to rise to such excellence. What despair and helplessness must he have felt back then? She suddenly realized that she had never truly understood the so-called partner she had rented in name. Moreover, without the ties of family, she felt even more relaxed and unrestrained. Yi Feng sensed the sympathy and complexity in the woman's gaze beside him. Turning his face, he smiled faintly, his expression still unperturbed, without a hint of self-pity. What he said was true. If it weren't for the coldness of the original owner's father, he would have truly been at a loss when facing the unfamiliar members of the Yi family. Although this meant losing a lot of support, no one doubted his identity anymore. However, this remark only deepened the bitterness in Nangong Luyun's heart. She understood all too well the facade of strength, convinced that the other party was merely burying all their pain and grievances deep within, unwilling to show weakness before outsiders. This realization made her heart feel softer, and her formerly proud nature quietly cultivated a firm resolve. From now on, she would treat the other person a bit better, even if they were somewhat fickle. It was simply a longing for familial affection. The journey into the secret realm is fraught with danger. Although the family will provide core treasures and weapons, all other supplies must also be adequately prepared. Follow me. Without waiting for Yi Feng to say anything further, Nangong Luyun directly took his hand and turned to walk towards the luxurious treasure shop beside the street. Her tone carried an undeniable authority. She was well aware that the competition for the position of alliance leader was a contest of the deepest foundations among the top families of the Tsunglong continent. All elite families would be armed to the teeth, bringing every possible auxiliary item. As for Yifeng, a discarded child of a family with no background, despite his knowledge he inevitably lacked financial resources, and she had to compensate for him as much as possible. Yifeng never expected that this aloof senior sister would actively take his hand. Feeling the smooth and delicate touch of her jade-like hand, he was momentarily stunned before regaining his senses. The shops near the holy city were all opened by the top powers of the Songlong continent, showcasing treasures, pills, and talismans that were all rare and precious. Ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to obtain even one in their lifetime. Nangong Luyun was generous. By anything she deemed suitable for Yifeng, whether it was armor, weapons, healing pills, or various supplies, she bought them all, packing them into his hands with a look of stubbornness. If Yifeng dared to decline, she would immediately show signs of anger. Yifeng looked at the overflowing supplies in his arms and couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Having spent considerable time in the spiritual realm, his wealth far exceeded these treasures from the lower realm. The items before him were nothing more than common objects, hardly worth his notice. Yet facing Nangong Liyun's serious and slightly irritable gaze, her expression indicating that she would be upset if he refused, he ultimately chose to say nothing and accepted them quietly. However, he secretly decided that after entering the secret realm, he would do his best to assist her. Even if he couldn't help her obtain an important inheritance, he needed to ensure she gained something, not let her lose out. While the two of them traversed the shops in the holy city, the elite geniuses from various top families and sects in the Tianzhou were also busily preparing for the final battle. Some were shopping around, while their family elders spared no effort in bestowing them with their most treasured items. Others were moving between various families, connecting with like-minded allies, and swearing oaths of cooperation for the secret realm. After all, this was a contest among the top geniuses of the entire Songlong continent, a brutal competition of strength and foundation between major families. Underneath the surface of the bustling holy city, dark currents surged. Every selected elite was eager, preparing to emerge victorious in the secret realm and forge their own legends. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the opening of the Holy Alliance's inheritance secret realm finally arrived at the summit of the Tsangyan Mountains. As wisps of pale golden clouds surged from the horizon, rays of dawn illuminated a certain part of the mountains, and spiritual energy surged like a tide. The trial takers from various families and sects had long since gathered, and among the fluttering robes were spirited young prodigies. The Nangong family's team stood at the edge of the crowd, their numbers few, appearing thin and lonely compared to the dozens of elite families crowded nearby. Nangong Jingda wore a deep green embroidered robe with a few strands of frost white at his temples. Looking at the imposing forces around him, a hint of barely perceptible gravity crossed his eyes. He stepped forward and gently placed his hand over the hands of his daughter Nangong Liyun and his son-in-law Yifeng, stacking their hands together. His rough, broad palms bore the unique warmth and strength of an elder as he earnestly said, "Lin Shao Yi, the inheritance secret realm is perilous and unpredictable. Our Nangong family is weak. We lack the profound foundations of top families and have no many allies to rely on. Once inside the secret realm, you both must remember to cooperate, fully work together, and never let small matters cause emotional disputes or grievances. Moreover, safety comes first in all matters. Liuyan, your strength is relatively strong among your peers. After entering the secret realm, you must look after Yifeng and protect him. And Shao Yi, you are knowledgeable and meticulous. When encountering opportunities or dangers in the secret realm, Liuyan, you should also heed Yifeng's opinions and never act recklessly." He paused, his gaze shifting between Yifeng and his daughter, revealing a glimmer of concern. Although his daughter possessed exceptional cultivation talent and had reached the nascent soul stage, the dangers in the secret realm were unpredictable, and she had faced too few crises in her life. He worried that she might lack experience in dealing with them. As for his son-in-law Yifeng, while he had been through much outside and carried a maturity and experience far beyond his peers, he still fell short in terms of strength and couldn't face dangers alone. If the two of them could work together, he would feel much more at ease. As his words fell, Nangong Luyun subtly curled her fingers at her side. She had always possessed outstanding talent and high standards, and felt quite dismissive of this. In terms of experience, she had traveled with the elders of her clan since childhood, studied countless ancient texts, and had ventured into many perilous secret realms to find her mother. How could she be inferior to this guy Yifeng? However, looking at her father's expectant gaze, she couldn't bear to worry him, so she ultimately refrained from retorting, lowering her cold brows slightly, and softly replying, "Daughter understands, and will heed father's instructions." Her tone was calm and unruffled, devoid of any hint of emotion, yet it could be considered an acceptance of. Yifeng slightly cupped his fists, his expression respectful. "Rest assured, father-in-law, I will support Miss Luyun and return safely. I will not let your expectations down." "Good, then I can rest easy." Nangong Jingda looked at the two of them, patting their hands heavily with care and reluctance. No more words were spoken as he silently took 2 steps back, watching them blend into the crowd walking towards the radiant mountaintop ahead. At the summit of the Tsangyun Mountains above the eternally silent sky, a golden light gate spanning dozens of miles suddenly tore through the void. Within the light gate, black mist surged thick and viscous like ink. One could faintly hear the haunting roars from ancient times, the lament of battle souls that time could not erase, and the echoes of despair left from collapsed rules. This was the entrance to the Holy Alliance's inheritance secret realm, a cursed place where the world had collapsed and the rules were incomplete, an ancient battlefield from a bygone era. It was said that within the secret realm spiritual energy could not be utilized at all, cultivation and treasures were useless, and only the solid materials could be employed. After entering, everyone would lose their powers like mere mortals, unable to open their storage rings, and could only carry supplies, while struggling through hunger and cold amidst despair, surrounded by death aura and poisonous mists, relying solely on their physical strength. Furthermore, the interior of the secret realm was filled with endless skeletal armies and beast corpses, or ancient ghostly souls, remnants left from ancient battles. Even more terrifying were the numerous unidentified corpse insects rampant everywhere. A careless bite could result in unique poisons. Today marked the day of the Holy Alliance's inheritance opening, an event that occurred once every million years in the Tsanglong continent. All the top powers of the continent sent forth their most talented, leadership-capable young geniuses, all under 100 years of age, in pursuit of the legendary supreme inheritance of the first Holy Alliance leader and the 12 Path Protectors. Near the mountain peak in the spacious observation square, the heads and elders of various families sat, their eyes fixed on the terrifying light gate in the sky. For this trial, the top 10 legendary families formed 5 top alliances, exerting pressure throughout the venue, each unwilling to give way. Meanwhile, 36 first-rate families, 108 second-rate families, and dozens of other forces geniuses either sought refuge in the 5 major alliance teams or formed their own teams to brave the trials, attempting to seize opportunities in the cracks. In total, 507 trial takers represented the best of the young generation in the Tsanglong continent. Each one, when placed outside, was a prodigy capable of turning clouds and rain with a single gesture, possessing astounding cultivation and exceptional talent, brimming with confidence and pride. Yet they all understood that once they stepped through that light gate, everything would change. The rules within the Holy Alliance's inheritance secret realm were incomplete. Cultivation would be sealed, treasures would become utterly ineffective, and storage rings simply could not be opened. Those who entered, regardless of their previous status as top talents, would instantly become mere mortals, relying solely on their physical bodies to withstand all threats in the secret realm. There were no differences in cultivation realms, no treasures to crush the competition, only the most primitive survival abilities, observation skills, judgment, leadership, and the courage to face death. Each team entering the secret realm must set off in one direction amidst the dangers that lurked everywhere, searching for the place of inheritance, solving the various difficulties encountered along the way. They could not exit until the trials ended, making it seem as if they called for heaven, but received no response, and called for earth, but found no answer. However, once they found any of the 13 locations of inheritance, the rewards could be immensely fruitful, ensuring the family's prosperity for centuries without question. Unfortunately, including the inheritance of the first Holy Alliance leader, the locations of inheritance were all capable of drifting on their own. Even if someone had obtained them in the past, they would have no idea where they would appear today. The time has come. The secret realm is opening. All trial takers, please enter promptly. Soon an ancient voice filled with endless authority resonated from the center of the mountain's summit, echoing across the skies. The 507 top geniuses from various families moved simultaneously, rushing toward the golden light gate like shooting stars. Their robes billowed and their momentum surged, filled with expectations for the inheritance and hopes for the future. Among the crowd, 2 figures stood out remarkably. One figure, clad in black battle armor, had a handsome face, a gentle demeanor, and a tall stature. It was Yifeng, who had already donned the emperor-level peak battle armor provided by the Nangong family. He carried a package on his back containing his royal-level silver scale armor, a purple longsword, and various auxiliary items prepared for him by the Nangong family. Beside him, the woman wore blue battle attire, her beauty exceptional, skin fair as snow, with an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. It was Nangong Liuyun, Yifeng's nominal partner. Yifeng, although father said we should discuss things together, the secret realm is far too dangerous. There must be a distinction in priorities. I hope that once we enter the secret realm, you will follow my lead. Nangong Lian's cold voice sounded, her gaze fixed not on Yifeng, but on the light gate ahead, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. After all, I have gone through dozens of secret realm trials. My experience far surpasses yours, and my cultivation is also above yours. In this inheritance secret realm, only by following my commands can we survive. She was not intentionally seeking power. Rather, in the perilous secret realm, where every misstep could lead to disaster, she had to maintain absolute control to ensure their safety. Yifeng, upon hearing this, felt no dissatisfaction. Instead, he nodded readily. Alright, I will fully follow sister's arrangements. His compliance took Nangong Luyun by surprise. She had thought that even if he recognized that his experience was lacking he would hesitate, but she didn't expect him to be so decisive. Yet she thought nothing more of it, believing Yifeng had come to terms with his own capabilities and dared not refute. In the next moment, the two figures plunged into the golden light gate. Their vision was instantly swallowed by the black mist. A bone-chilling coldness invaded their bodies through their pores, and an ancient, desolate, lifeless aura surged into their nostrils. When they appeared again, both found themselves in an incredibly bleak and desolate world. Surrounding them were chilling winds, the temperature extremely low, with skeletons scattered everywhere, some human, some beast, and some in bizarre shapes, having fallen for countless years. I didn't expect such a magical place to exist in this lower realm, Yifeng thought, feeling a surge of awe. He instinctively attempted to circulate his spiritual energy for defense, only to find that his spiritual energy was tightly locked down, as if by an invisible hand. His dantian solidified, his meridians silent, and all his power was instantly drained, leaving behind only a robust mortal body. Indeed, spiritual energy is completely unusable. Nangong Luyun frowned slightly. Although she had prepared for this, she still felt the weight of gravity. She turned to look at Yifeng beside her, and found him equally solemn, as if he had never encountered such a situation. The storage ring won't open, and the treasures on us have lost their spiritual light. We can only rely on our physical bodies. We can't act alone. We should find the Lin family to regroup. Nangong Luyun pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. Previously, the Nangong family had sought the Lin family's consent to join the alliance of the two legendary families Lin and Lu, agreeing to act together once they entered. The alliance formed by the Lin and Lu families might not be the strongest among all teams, but it certainly ranks among the top three. The alliance leader Lu Qingyuan is a Onsinam Millennium genius from the Lu family, having honed his skills in the military from a young age. Despite his youth, he is already a general commanding thousands, earning the title of Little War God. The vice leader Lin Chen is the most talented strategist of the Lin family, making it highly probable to survive in the secret realm by following such a team. No problem, I'll listen to you. Yifeng remained indifferent, nodding in agreement. The two walked side by side, their gazes alert to their surroundings. Beneath their feet lay the shattered, ancient earth with brown soil mixed with rusted weapon fragments and white bone remnants. With each step they could feel the coldness and decay rising from the ground. The sky was dark gray, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, shrouded in an eternal haze that enveloped the entire secret realm in despair. The air was permeated with deathly energy, constantly eroding their physical bodies like fine needles. Even though both of them possessed exceptional physiques, they could still feel their vitality slowly waning. If they lingered here for too long, without finding a way to counter the deathly energy, they could perish from exhaustion, even without encountering any danger. After walking for a short while, they encountered a team bearing the flags of the Lu and Lin families. Most of the trial takers who had been teleported here had landed in this area. The team consisted of about 30 people, with two leaders at the forefront. One wore deep teal battle armor, had a handsome face and sharp eyes that radiated a commanding aura. This was Lu Qingyuan, the direct descendant of the Lu family. The other wore orange armor, exuding a calm demeanor with deep-set eyes. He was Lin Chen, the direct descendant of the Lin family. Behind them were the collateral descendants of the Lu and Lin families, as well as talented individuals from 7 or 8 first-rate families and over 10 second-rate families, all brimming with confidence. Even in this dark secret realm, they maintained their lofty demeanor. While this is one of the 5 major alliances, the Lu-Lin alliance. What an all-star lineup. Each one is extraordinary. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. The individuals before them were all renowned prodigies among the younger generation of the Tsunglong continent. Lu Qingyuan's gaze immediately fell upon Nangong Luyun, a hint of admiration and fervor flashing in his eyes. Although he had already formed an alliance with the Lin family, Nangong Luyun's beauty and talent were among the finest in the entire younger generation of the Tsunglong continent. He had long admired her, but unfortunately he had never had the chance to approach her. Now that they met in the secret realm, it was the perfect opportunity to draw closer. However, upon seeing Yifeng beside Nangong Luyun, his brows furrowed instantly, and a trace of undeniable disdain and repulsion flickered in his eyes. Junior sister Nangong, you're here too. Lu Qingyuan quickly approached, directly ignoring Yifeng, and said to Nangong Luyun, with a gentle smile, the secret realm is dangerous. Are you here to join our Lu-Lin alliance? Indeed, my husband and I have come as promised to join. Nangong Luyun nodded slightly, her tone cool. Oh, is this your husband, Yifeng? Lu Qingyuan pretended to just notice Yifeng, sizing him up with a disdainful look. The one of mediocre talent, a side branch offspring from a lowly family. His voice was not loud, but it was enough for the surrounding members of the Lu-Lin alliance to hear. Instantly, dozens of gazes fell upon Yifeng, filled with mockery, disdain, and pity, as if they were watching a clown. That's him. Although I've heard he has some abilities, he's merely a bit stronger than ordinary aristocratic offspring. Compared to our group of top elites, he's nothing but a joke. Indeed, it's surprising that the Nangong family treats him as a treasure. It's truly a rarity. Without power or talent, the Nangong fairy marrying such a husband is akin to a flower planted in cow dung. Ooh, what a pity. Senior brother Lu is kindly taking in junior sister Nangong, yet this guy dares to come along. Does he intend to be a burden? The discussions arose one after another, and Lu Qingyuan's close associates spoke derisively, without holding back. Clearly they all noticed their leader's displeasure towards Yi Feng's presence, and began to pile on the ridicule. Lin Chen stood aside, his expression slightly displeased as he listened to their words. He knew Yi Feng was coming when he brought up the Nangong family joining to the Lu family. The other party had readily agreed, without much inquiry. He hadn't expected that now that the person had arrived they would start nitpicking. However, this alliance was primarily led by the Lu family, which ranked second in power on the Canglong continent, considerably stronger than the Lin family, so he didn't dare to say much. Upon hearing the discussions, Lu Qingyuan felt even more pleased. He aimed to make Nangong Luyun see clearly that Yi Feng was a waste that everyone despised, hoping she would voluntarily abandon this burden. Thus Lu Qingyuan straightened his expression and said to Nangong Luyun in a serious tone, "Junior sister Nangong, it's not that I, your senior brother, am unfeeling, but this matter is of great importance. Every member of our Lu-Lin alliance must be capable of standing on their own and contributing to the team. Your husband, however, has low strength and poor foundation. In this perilous secret realm, he would struggle to even protect himself. Bringing him along will only hinder the entire team, potentially putting us all in danger." His tone paused with a hint of persuasion. "In my opinion, junior sister Nangong, it would be better to leave him here while we set off first. The Nangong family only needs you for this trip into the secret realm." This suggestion was a blatant expulsion. Although he understood that in the secret realm cultivation wasn't of paramount importance, it still represented a stronger physique. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the body and power. Someone who hadn't even reached the nascent soul stage like Yi Feng was undoubtedly unworthy to even carry shoes among their group of nascent soul elites. Nangong Liyun's expression instantly turned cold upon hearing this. Even though she felt Yi Feng was lacking in strength, he was still the person she had brought. Lu Qingyuan's public humiliation and expulsion of Yi Feng was tantamount to slapping her Nangong family's face, and showed a lack of respect for her. "Senior brother Liu's concerns I understand, but Yi Feng is my husband. Wherever he goes I go. If the Lu-Lin alliance does not accept him, I will leave with him." Nangong Liyun's voice was cold and resonant. Lu Qingyuan's expression changed upon hearing this, both alarmed and furious. He hadn't anticipated that Nangong Luyun would risk abandoning the alliance for such a waste. It was known that only by remaining in the alliance could one go further and possibly attain the inheritance. Otherwise, not only would finding the inheritance be a problem, but even survival would be in jeopardy. "Brother Lu, this is all my fault for not making it clear before. However, since the Nangong family has come, it wouldn't be right to drive them away. How about we just make do and accept them?" Lin Chen, seeing this, finally felt a twinge of compassion. Although he also looked down on Yi Feng, his elder had a high regard for him, and he couldn't just stand by. Lu Qingyuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. He certainly didn't want Nangong Luyun to leave. He had intended to impress her and win her heart. Moreover, although Nangong Luyun was slightly younger than him, her strength and talent were exceptionally high, making her a much-needed asset for the Lu-Lin alliance. If she were to leave, it would not only be a loss, but would also benefit other alliances. Yet Yi Feng was indeed a troublesome presence. "Very well, since Brother Lin has spoken, I will make an exception this time. However, I must ask what abilities junior brother you possesses." "I can do a bit of everything," Yi Feng replied honestly. "A bit of everything? So you're not particularly good at anything?" Lu Qingyuan's expression turned strange upon hearing this. For their elite team, only being proficient in a specific area would be valuable. Not excelling in anything meant he had no place among them. The other elites around them were equally disdainful. They certainly didn't believe that a side branch offspring could truly be proficient in all areas. That must be a big lie. Bringing along such an unremarkable person was nothing but a burden. However, since the vice leader had already spoken, they didn't say much more. "Then tasks like setting up camp, keeping watch, and reconnaissance will be handed over to you. Is that all right?" Lu Qingyuan said with a face full of disdain. He knew that if he drove Yi Feng away now, Nangong Luyun would definitely refuse, but if he waited until Yi Feng made a mistake and then expelled him, Nangong Luyun would find it difficult to protect him. "I can do anything, just arrange it as you see fit," Yi Feng replied lightly. Such submission and humility only intensified Lu Qingyuan's disdain and drew laughter from the surrounding prodigies. "Very good, since you say so. From now on, all tasks related to setting up camp, keeping watch, and reconnaissance will be entrusted to you. Do not make any mistakes. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, I will deal with you according to military law." With that, Lu Qingyuan looked at Yi Feng as if he were a corpse, his expression stern. He deliberately made this clear to ensure that Yi Feng was psychologically prepared, and to let Nangong Luyun understand that this waste had already signed a military order. If any problems arose later, he could justifiably punish him. These menial tasks, although seemingly insignificant, were quite important and complicated, making it too easy to. Keeping watch meant facing skeletons, corpse insects, and ghosts that appeared at midnight, where a moment of carelessness could lead to death. For reconnaissance, one had to venture into unknown areas where they could encounter an army of beast corpses at any time. Setting up camp was even more thankless. Even if done perfectly, it would be taken for granted, and any slight oversight would lead to complaints. Nangong Luyan thought of these as well, and was about to speak to stop it, but saw Yifeng blocking her, smiling at Lu Qingyuan, saying, "No problem, I accept." "Yifeng, why do you have to take on such a task? We can just leave." Nangong Luyan scolded softly, filled with confusion and anger. Yifeng turned to her, giving a faint smile, his voice low enough for just the two of them to hear. "Sister, don't worry, I can do well. Staying in the team is the safest option." His gaze was calm and profound, carrying an inexplicable confidence. In the current perilous secret realm, without spiritual power by his side, no matter how great his abilities were, he couldn't make any waves. Two people were still too weak. On the contrary, if they followed the larger group, for a while it would greatly resolve safety issues. They could always separate later when the opportunity arose. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Luyan felt a certain unease in her heart, inexplicably ease. She didn't know why he was so calm, but looking into those clear eyes, she found herself inexplicably choosing to trust him. Thus Yifeng and Nangong Luyan officially joined the Lulin Alliance. Yifeng naturally became the marginal figure in the Lulin Alliance, responsible only for menial tasks, without the need to bear the burden of fighting. Once the team was assembled, they selected a direction and began to move swiftly. In the secret realm, the locations of the inheritance sites were all unknown, so in the initial stage, it didn't matter which direction they chose. However, they all understood that the inheritance site would definitely not appear in this area, where they had just begun. The elite group raced forward against the chilling winds and deathly energy across the desolate land, their gazes scanning the dark gray haze and shattered ancient ruins. The ground beneath their feet was filled with deep and shallow ravines piled with countless white bones, human bones and beast bones, remnants of ancient battles. The bones were covered with a layer of black, deathly energy. Touching them sent chills down one's spine. As they moved forward, the deathly energy thickened, and they could faintly hear the crackling sounds of bones grinding against each other, along with low beast roars and piercing ghostly wails coming from all directions, sending shivers down their spines. As they passed through, they were occasionally attacked by a few skeletons suddenly emerging from the soil. Sometimes the entire area of bones would suddenly move collectively, with dozens or even hundreds of skeletons rushing towards them. Fortunately, there were many people in the team. Even though these skeletons were quite troublesome, they were quickly scattered. "Hey, this kid actually has some skill. With our speed, he can keep up." Before long, Lu Qingyuan's followers discovered that the supposedly burdensome Yifeng was indeed keeping pace with everyone regardless of the terrain. Moreover, even the attacks from the ancient skeletons, which they found quite tricky, were deftly dodged by Yifeng. Nangong Luyan and Lin Chen, noticing this, were also secretly surprised. If it were any other prodigy, even if they had some skills but their physique and equipment were insufficient, they would be quite anxious and struggle to move. However, Yifeng moved through this land of death as if he were on a leisurely stroll, showing no signs of discomfort. Unbeknownst to them, Yifeng's actual cultivation was not inferior to most of the elites in the team. While the heavenly machine disc couldn't draw out spiritual power, for now the art of divination hadn't vanished. He could sense when it was safe. In this secret realm where spiritual power was sealed, and he had become an ordinary person, he too was comfortable and at ease. However, Lu Qingyuan's followers, who were best at flattery, would certainly not let things rest. As the team passed through a stretch of yellow sand and reached a slightly safer ancient forest preparing to take a break, they immediately jumped out to make trouble. "Hey," the one called Yifeng, "don't just stand there. Hurry and scout the surroundings for any dangers and bring back some sturdy wood. We must set up the camp before dark. If you mess this up, just wait and see how we deal with you." Liufeng, a trusted aide of Lu Qingyuan, commanded with an air of arrogance as he paused to catch his breath. Currently, they had no spiritual power. Carrying heavy supplies, they ran wildly, while fending off numerous attacks from skeleton soldiers already panting heavily. This experience had not been felt since they began their cultivation. The key was that they absorbed a lot of death energy along the way. If they did not rest properly, it would surely lead to health issues. Yifeng showed no signs of dissatisfaction upon hearing this. He nodded, shouldered his only bag, and disappeared into the surrounding forest without a hint of complaint. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, focused intently on everything around him. Every stone, every tree, every trace escaped his notice. His ears twitched, capturing all sounds within several miles, discerning the sources of danger. Nangong Luyan looked at Yifeng's solitary figure, feeling uneasy in her heart. She wanted to follow, but was stopped by Lu Qingyuan. "Nangong Jr., sister, you've had quite a hard time. Let him go. If he can't handle such a small task, he's of no use to us," Lu Qingyuan said with a dismissive smile. "Let's rest for now and wait for him to scout the path first." Nangong Lian bit her lip, feeling the fatigue throughout her body, ultimately not going after him. After all, she had been exerting herself all day to avoid gossip, fiercely exterminating skeleton monsters, even taking on part of Yifeng's contributions. At this moment she was indeed extremely exhausted, and if she did not recover properly, her weakened resistance might allow the death energy to invade her lungs. Yet she remained uneasy, her gaze following Yifeng as he vanished into the forest, her heart a mix of emotions. She began to doubt whether bringing Yifeng into this faction was the right choice. Perhaps it would be better to act alone. After leaving the main force, Yifeng quickly explored an area of over 10 miles, confirming there were no dangerously powerful beast corpses or corpse insect nests before turning back to start cutting wood, leaving behind obscure marks only he could understand. In less than half a stick of incense's time, he returned with a large amount of hard wood, beginning to hammer it together. For someone like him who had started from Qingke Valley and had been to the spirit realm, building this camp was a piece of cake. In just a quarter of an hour, a camp measuring dozens of yards long and wide with a fence in front and backed by a mountain had already been constructed nearby. There isn't a single flaw. While Yifeng was setting up camp, Lu Qingyuan watched from the side, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes when he saw the finished product. He had thought it would be extremely laborious for Yifeng to do such things, and that it would take half a day to produce a decent structure. However, he was surprised to find Yifeng working with such ease and efficiency, finishing the protective facilities in no time and without a single fault. This guy has some skills. Could it be that he had been training in the wild all along? Nangong Lian also found this curious, wondering where Yifeng had learned these skills. The other elites in the team were also dumbfounded upon seeing this camp. With such quality, even if they spent a lot of time building it carefully, they might not be able to do better. Did he really whip this up in a hurry? Yet this surprise was soon replaced by disdain. It's just some trivial work. Anyone could do it, what's there to be proud of? Lu Feng snorted coldly and waved at the people behind him. Alright, let's go into the camp to rest, start a fire to drive away the death energy. Yifeng, you're in charge of keeping watch on the outside. He knew that even if Yifeng had built the camp properly, keeping watch at night would not be easy. The elite members all got up and naturally walked into the camp, starting to make a fire and cook. Beside Lin Chen, Lin Chen, dressed in battle armor, an exceptionally low profile, momentarily blanked out upon seeing these structures, feeling a sense of inexplicable familiarity. She had previously suppressed her cultivation to enter the Songlong secret realm, so her reputation was not prominent. However, after coming out of the secret realm, she had completely let go, and due to her exceptional achievements in seeking spirit herbs, had been rewarded with a large number of rare spirit pills by her family. In recent days, she had been breaking through realms madly, just managing to reach the nascent soul stage before the Holy Alliance's inheritance trial began. However, her strength was still quite unremarkable among the elites, so she had been quietly following her brother Lin Chen, helping him out, and keeping a low profile. But at this moment, seeing the temporary camp built by Yifeng, she suddenly froze. Who exactly is? Why does it resemble the camp built by Yixinglan so much? During her time in the Songlong secret realm, she had quite a bit of interaction with Yixinglan, and the resting point that Yixinglan built midway was practically identical to this camp. In the next moment, Lin Chen quietly asked her brother Lin Chen, "Brother, what do you think Yifeng's background is? Is it possible he is Yixinglan?" "Oh, why do you say that, Chen?" Lin Chen asked in surprise. He had heard of Yi Xinglan's deeds and found them astonishing, but now his sister suddenly claimed that Yifeng was Yixinglan. How could that be possible? The camp he built is exactly like Yi Xinglan's. His tone of speech and his relationship with the Nangong family all fit perfectly. I suspect that Yixinglan is just him in disguise. Lin Chen expressed her doubts one by one. In recent days, she had investigated all those who entered the Songlong secret realm, but found no one resembling Yixinglan. Yet Yifeng had certain possibilities. She had simply thought that the other party was too weak before, which is why she hadn't suspected him. But now, after seeing this, an absurd thought emerged in her mind. Could this guy who had always been seen as a freeloader actually be the genius that all the big families were searching for? Although this method of building a camp and keeping watch is indeed clever, it's merely survival skills that can be easily learned. It cannot serve as evidence. Besides, Yifeng's background has always been very clear. He is basically impossible to be that extraordinary person. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before slowly sharing his views. He believed his sister's suspicion that Yifeng was Yixinglan was far-fetched. After all, how could this insignificant person from a humble background possess such extraordinary abilities? Lin Chen thought carefully and found this reasoning indeed reasonable, but her doubts did not dissipate. Fine, let's observe a little longer. In the end, Lin Chen did not alert the snake, but quietly made a decision in her heart. At night, the dark gray sky completely fell into darkness. The temperature in the secret realm dropped sharply, and a biting cold wind howled past, stirring up the dry leaves and black soil, making mournful sounds like ghosts crying. The death energy in the air was also much denser than during the day. Even with the fire to fend it off, one could still feel vitality rapidly draining away. According to Lu Qingyuan's arrangements, Yifeng was mainly responsible for the night watch tonight, while the others from the Lu-Lin alliance were to focus on resting. After all, these people had been the main force against the skeleton army during the day, while Yifeng had only been doing miscellaneous tasks, so it was only natural for him to take on these auxiliary duties. However, they were not overly confident in Yifeng. Besides him, they arranged several other elites to guard the inner layer, taking turns to rest. This was a precaution to prevent Yifeng from making mistakes due to lack of experience, putting the team in danger. Yifeng had no objections to this arrangement. He simply sat calmly by the fire at the front of the camp, his gaze quietly surveying the surrounding darkness. With the bloodline of the divine dragon, his physique was stronger than anyone else present, and his vitality was rejuvenating. Even without any rest, it would not significantly affect his state for the next day. Moreover, he knew that the secret realm at night was actually more dangerous. The skeleton army would mobilize more frequently, beast corpses would be searching for food, and ghosts would recklessly traverse the ruins. There were also ubiquitous corpse insects that would silently crawl onto humans, biting through flesh and injecting deadly poison. If he were to leave the night watch to others, he would feel even less at ease. Nangong Luyan leaned against the makeshift tent, listening to the howling wind outside, watching Yifeng sitting alone outside, her heart filled with worry. She wanted to go out and keep Yifeng company during the watch, but she knew that in the first half of the night everyone was yet to fully fall asleep, making it the safest time. The latter half of the night would be more dangerous, so she had to seize every moment to recover, striving to assist with the watch in full energy during the second half. Yifeng, you must hold on for the first few hours. I'll take over in the second half. Nangong Luyun silently thought, a resolute glint in her cold eyes, before she quickly closed her eyes to rest. She knew that worrying was of no use. The only way to respond to any changes was to recover her strength as quickly as possible. At the same time, on the other side of the camp, a figure was quietly observing Yifeng. This figure was none other than Lin Chen, who always felt that Yifeng shared some similarities in behavior with Yixinglan, but she had been unable to find definitive evidence. However, she believed she would eventually find the clues. After observing for a while, without seeing anything unusual, she soon fell asleep. After a long day of rushing around, her body was constantly fighting against the death energy, leaving her very... For a moment, the majority of the elites in the camp fell into a light sleep, with snoring filling the air. Even the few elites responsible for guarding the inner layer unknowingly began to feel drowsy. Only Yifeng remained highly alert, focused on every movement within several miles around him. He knew that one could not afford to be careless at any time. However, in the first half of the night, this area remained eerily calm and peaceful, as if there truly were no threats. Not even a single corpse insect appeared. But just as everyone began to relax, even the few elites guarding the inner circle started to doze off, feeling that nothing would happen that night. Yifeng suddenly felt a jolt in his heart as he looked around. Is that black gas? What's going on? He turned his head to search, only to find the surrounding forest as normal, with no signs of any monsters, and even the ground was utterly still. Yet this black gas continued to linger around him, giving him a chilling feeling. How strange. Yifeng, this unknown fear was the most tormenting. However, moments later, his gaze suddenly fixed on a large tree to his left. He quickly pulled out a bag of revealing powder from his pack and scattered it in the area around the tree. He noticed that as he approached this direction, the black gas became thicker. In an instant, the powder filled the air, and indeed a black shadow instantly appeared behind the tree, its form ethereal and indistinct, with hollow eye sockets burning with black soul fire. Hiss! This is actually the most troublesome ancient ghost, planning to sneak into the camp and assassinate them one by one. Yifeng gasped in shock. If it had been any other night watchman, they would have probably never noticed at all, and would have been taken by the ghost. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to sense energy, allowing him to detect it in time. Seeing this ghost, Yifeng showed no fear in his eyes, nor did he panic and shout to alert anyone in the camp. Instead, he swiftly drew out a purple long sword from his bag, and like a wraith, he charged out, slashing down with the sharp purple sword. This purple long sword had an exorcism function, posing a threat to the ghost as well. Whoosh! His physical body appeared no different from an ordinary person, yet it contained strength and speed far beyond that of normal humans. Even without the enhancement of spiritual energy, it was not something an ordinary ghost could evade. Sure enough, this ancient ghost instinctively tried to dodge, but it was a split second too late, failing to completely evade, and was struck by the purple sword on its shoulder. In an instant, a large portion of its soul power was violently drained away, and with a look of horror it transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, and quickly fled. It had never expected that these living beings here would have such fierce characters. Seeing the black ghost retreat, Yifeng did not pursue it. Instead, he swiftly cleaned up the traces at the scene, returning to the fire, as if nothing had happened, continuing to keep a close watch on his surroundings. However, not long after, a second wave of danger approached. From the ground on the south side of the camp, a swarm of black corpse insects broke through the soil. These corpse insects were only the size of a fingernail, resembling centipedes, but possessing sharp mandibles and deadly poison. If they entered the camp and bit the sleeping elites, even if they were physically robust, they would be poisoned and fall into a coma, becoming food for the corpse insects. Yifeng's eyes turned cold as he took out a prepared insect repellent powder he had purchased from the Canglong Continent's trading house and evenly sprinkled it on the south side of the camp. This insect repellent powder had been specially formulated by previous strong cultivators for this Holy Alliance secret realm, verified over hundreds of years. It emitted a peculiar smell that immediately drove the corpse insects away, preventing them from daring to approach even half a step. Then several eerie ghosts attempted to invade the camp to devour the living energy, but were repelled by Yifeng using the same method. Throughout the night, 3 waves of danger silently approached the crowd, all of which were single-handedly driven away by Yifeng without any noise. The more than 30 Tianjiao in the camp slept quite soundly, unaware that the camp had been approached by ghosts and corpses. The few elites responsible for guarding the inner layer had woken up several times during the night, but upon finding nothing unusual, had continued to sleep peacefully. They assumed that this area was indeed safe, and that everything in the camp was intact. The next day, as the dawn broke, the dark, gray haze once again enveloped the sky, and the first rays of light fell gradually, dispelling the dangers of the night. Lu Qingyuan was the first to wake up, stretching lazily. Upon seeing Yifeng sitting by the fire, he was a bit surprised. Was it really so peaceful last night? Hey, did you not slack off last night? Was there any trouble in the camp? Lu Qingyuan shouted. Yifeng stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff body, and replied calmly, reporting to the commander, everything is fine. There were no anomalies. You're lucky. Lu Qingyuan snorted coldly, calling out to everyone, get up. Prepare to depart. Today we continue searching for the place of inheritance. Hearing this, everyone woke up in surprise, finding the camp safe and undamaged, and they were all quite astonished. They hadn't expected to have such a comfortable and peaceful night. I didn't expect this kid to have such good luck and not encounter any dangers. What a pity. Lu Feng and the others were extremely puzzled. Only Nangong Luyuan felt a tightening in her heart, quickly coming to Yifeng's side and whispering, Yifeng, were you all right last night? Did you encounter any dangers? At this moment, she felt secretly frustrated, angry at her own lack of diligence. She had planned to wake up in the middle of the night to assist him in keeping watch, but unexpectedly, due to the first day in this strange secret realm, she had been unable to adapt and had directly slept until dawn. When she woke up and saw that it was already bright outside, she was almost frightened, quickly looking around. Thankfully, seeing Yifeng's safe had finally put her mind at ease. It's fine. I told you that keeping watch is a piece of cake for me. Yifeng turned to Nangong Luyuan and smiled. The reason he hadn't woken anyone was to allow the team to rest more fully so they could last longer. On the contrary, if he had said that there were ghosts and corpse insects approaching in the middle of the night, and that the camp had almost been ambushed, everyone would have likely been afraid to sleep at night, and the team would only grow more fatigued, unable to travel far. Thus he chose to conceal everything. On the second day, the team continued to advance. Yifeng still did not participate in the fierce battles, instead focusing on tasks like scouting, searching for food, and establishing temporary resting points, executing each task flawlessly, without a single flaw. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyuan acted like a true commander, sitting firmly at the center of the team, directing with confidence, enjoying the praise and admiration of others, while taking all the credit for himself. Whenever the team found useful supplies such as herbs that could resist the death energy or food that could restore stamina, Lu Qingyuan would prioritize selecting them, only giving Yifeng the leftover scraps, which were pitifully few. However, Yifeng did not mind too much. His demand for these supplies was not high. Yet his restraint, low profile, and lack of contention only made Lu Qingyuan and others see him as weak, incompetent, and deserving of such treatment. They increasingly felt that this kid was nothing but a useless, transparent person capable of doing only menial labor of no value whatsoever, making no difference whether he was present or not. On the third day, Lin Chen discovered some clues about Yifeng's night watch. When she woke up in the middle of the night, she happened to see Yifeng skillfully taking care of an ancient skeleton that had just crawled out of the ground. With just a single swing of his sword, he effortlessly shattered the skeleton's skull, striking its core precisely and extinguishing the soul fire that controlled the ancient skeleton. The entire process had no unnecessary movements, only a very faint cracking sound that would go unnoticed unless one was listening closely. Immediately afterward, he skillfully used the dirt on the ground to clean up the scene and returned to sit by the fire as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Lin Chen beautiful eyes widened in surprise. That ancient skeleton would have taken her a great deal of effort to handle, yet he managed it so easily. Could this kid be hiding his true abilities? But what was he after? On the fourth day, during some leisure time, Lin Chen suddenly approached Yifeng and asked bluntly, "You are quite remarkable. Tell me, are you hiding some secret that you cannot reveal?" Lin Chen stared intently at Yifeng, trying to gauge his reaction. "Miss Lin, are you overthinking this? What kind of secret could a mere errand boy like me have?" Yifeng felt a strange sense of vulnerability at Lin Chen mysterious question. During this time he had been treating her as a stranger, yet unexpectedly, she had approached him again. "So how did you manage to kill the skeleton monster in the middle of the night, without making a sound? Don't tell me such a thing is easy." Lin Chen asked with a playful smile, her voice at a volume only the two of them could hear. This. Yifeng's pupils shrank upon hearing her question, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He did not expect that his secretive actions would be discovered by her. Struggling to find an answer. "Since you possess considerable strength, yet are content to remain an errand boy, I suspect you must have a significant goal. What is it really?" Seeing Yifeng's expression, Lin Chen felt even more certain of her guess, and continued to press. "Miss Lin, why are you still so self-righteous? I truly don't know what you're talking about." Yifeng felt increasingly annoyed and instinctively began to refute her. He had no ulterior motives, he was merely doing what he could to help everyone rest better. However, upon hearing these words, Lin Chen's expression suddenly froze, a hint of disbelief crossing her face. Still so self-righteous. Why did those words sound so familiar? As the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, she was used to extreme flattery from outsiders. When had anyone dared to speak to her like that? No way. There had only been one person from the beginning to the end, Yixinglan. Moreover, his tone and mannerisms were strikingly similar. Was this a coincidence? She scrutinized Yifeng strangely, trying to confirm whether this was a slip of the tongue or merely his habitual way of speaking. Unfortunately, no matter how much she probed, Yifeng ignored her and refused to admit anything, leaving her feeling as though she had punched air. However, this probing only made her more curious about Yifeng. Time slowly passed, and Yifeng and the Lu-Lin alliance had been advancing for 5 days in the secret realm of inheritance. During these 5 days, Yifeng performed the most inconspicuous tasks day after day: scouting, keeping watch at night, reconnaissance, searching for water and food, cleaning the campsite, never pausing. Each night numerous dangers approached the camp, yet he quietly resolved them alone, ensuring that the rest of the team remained undisturbed. As a result, over 30 elite members had been able to travel such a long distance without a scratch, not a single one heavily injured, full of energy and in high spirits. To everyone, this was all due to Lu Qingyuan's capable leadership and the team's formidable strength, with no relation whatsoever to Yifeng, the errand boy, who kept watch and scouted. Lu Qingyuan grew increasingly proud, believing that his leadership skills were unparalleled, and even thinking that finding the Holy Alliance's inheritance was meant for him alone. However, on this day when the team arrived before a vast ancient ruin, a situation arose. This ruin was far grander and more intact than any place they had previously encountered. Half-broken pillars of ancient palaces stood on the ground, engraved with unique patterns and images of the ancient Holy Alliance. Though worn by the passage of time, one could still perceive its former grandeur and magnificence. The death energy in the air was so thick it was nearly liquefied, forming black mist that swirled around the ruin. At the very center of the ruins, a massive cave appeared, towering 100 feet high. The cave's entrance was surrounded by countless corpses of beasts, including giant serpents, giant elephants, and fierce tigers. All ancient, extraordinary beasts. The eye sockets of their corpses burned with black soul fire, emanating a terrifying pressure. Deep within the cave, unique energy fluctuations could be faintly sensed. Though suppressed by the surrounding death energy, one could still feel the distinct aura of formations from ancient times. The place of inheritance. This must be one of the Holy Alliance's places of inheritance. Lu Qingyuan's eyes widened instantly upon seeing the cave, bursting with fervent light, trembling with excitement. The members of the Lu-Lin alliance behind him also became excited, each showing expressions of wild joy. This cave had not been recorded in previous texts, clearly emerging only in recent years. Given such a significant change, it was undoubtedly due to the shifting location of the place of inheritance. Wonderful. We have finally found the place of inheritance. Leader Lu is brilliant. Following Leader Lu, we can indeed find the inheritance. With so many beast corpses guarding it, the inheritance inside must be of utmost importance, at least the treasure of the early protectors. Cheers erupted, and everyone turned their gaze toward the cave, filled with longing. Lu Qingyuan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, adopting a leader's demeanor, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, before us lies the place of inheritance of the Holy Alliance. The beast corpses near the cave are the guardians of the inheritance. As long as we break through these obstacles, we can enter the cave and obtain the supreme inheritance. Now I command everyone to lighten their loads and advance with me, breaking through the beast corpses' blockade and entering the cave." With this command, everyone responded, rolling up their sleeves, preparing for a strong assault. At that moment, a calm and clear voice suddenly rang out. "Leader Lu, no. This is the lair of the Corpse King. It cannot possibly be the place of inheritance." Following the voice, everyone turned to see Yifeng standing at the front of the team, looking gravely at the massive cave, his tone quite certain. Instantly, all cheers came to an abrupt halt, and piercing gazes shot toward Yifeng like swords, filled with anger and confusion. Lu Qingyuan's expression immediately darkened, as if frozen, staring at Yi Feng, and coldly saying, "You, what nonsense are you spouting? You, a mere errand boy, dare to question my decision?" Lu Feng and the supporters of the Lu family jumped out, directly pointing at Yi Feng's nose, scolding, "Outrageous! How could Leader Liu's judgment be questioned by you? Just a miscellaneous laborer who has never even seen a place of inheritance dares to speak out, seeking death. Exactly, apologize quickly or you'll be expelled from the team immediately." Even Nangong Luyan furrowed his brow, looking at Yi Feng. "Yi shitty, this cave does indeed have the aura of ancient formations. Do you really think there's a problem?" Although she held no bias against anyone, she too could not comprehend why he was so certain. From the signs, it did indeed seem very much like there was a place of inheritance. Yi Feng paid no heed to the accusations and insults from the crowd, still calmly gazing at the cave, slowly speaking his judgment. "I have some skills in divination, and there is no opportunity here. Instead, the aura of death is extremely dense. Once we enter, it will surely bring about bloodshed. Moreover, this is clearly the lair of the Corpse King. Aside from the aura of formations, where is the slightest sign of a place of inheritance? I can assert that there is no inheritance inside, only an endless army of beast corpses. Forcing our way in will only result in heavy casualties for the team, which is not worth the loss. Though I cannot use spiritual energy to activate the heavenly machine plate, I can see the thick black mist swirling around everyone without a hint of auspicious energy. This place does not look like a treasure at all. Divination skills. Bloodshed. Utter nonsense." Lu Qingyuan roared angrily at his words. "The cave entrance formed only in the last 100 years and has the aura of ancient formations. If it is not the place of inheritance, what is? Yi Feng, you are simply jealous that I can find the inheritance and are deliberately trying to mislead the crowd, disrupting our morale. Exactly, using such grandiose reasons to make us abandon a golden opportunity is simply heinous." The other elites echoed similar harsh words. Yi Feng shook his head at their words, remaining calm as he listed the details he had observed. First, the place of inheritance of the Holy Alliance was left by the ancient Holy Sovereign and must be solemn and upright. Even if corrupted by external forces, it would not have such a dense aura of blood and corpses. Yet here the death energy is mixed with a strong smell of blood left by countless beast corpses after feeding, which is absolutely not the aura of a place of inheritance. Second, judging by the traces, the appearance of this cave does not resemble the result of the movement of a place of inheritance, but rather seems to have been actively excavated by the beast corpses, leaving behind numerous claw marks. Third, the formation fluctuations deep within the cave may not be the formation restrictions of a place of inheritance, but rather the restrictions laid down by an intelligent corpse king, murky, violent, and rife, with slaughter utterly different from the upright and dignified aura of the Holy Alliance's inheritance. Fourth, an ancient place of inheritance would hold no allure for beast corpses, yet this cave has gathered no less than 1,000 beast corpses along with countless corpse insect nests, which is simply illogical. If we force our way in, the beast corpses will swarm from all directions. Even if we can win, we will suffer extremely heavy losses. He knew that relying solely on his divination skills might not convince them, so he had to point out all the other subtle, suspicious details he had observed. Each of his statements was well-reasoned, and every judgment was based on tangible evidence at the scene. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. The originally angry crowd paused at his words, instinctively looking at the cave and observing carefully indeed, finding some of the details Yi Feng mentioned. There were indeed countless claw marks within the cave. They had initially thought these marks were made by the beast corpses gathering here, but upon closer inspection, they seemed more like they had been left when the cave was excavated. After all, if it had been added later, there would certainly be some places that were smooth and flat, without claw marks, yet the reality was that every inch of the cave from the ceiling to the ground was covered in claw marks. As for the other bloody smells and formation fluctuations, there were also some signs. Why do I feel that what Yi Feng said seems to make sense? In an instant, some members of the team began to waver slightly. They had also observed the cave earlier, yet had not noticed so many details, while Yi Feng had seen through all the doubts in just a short moment. His observational skills and judgment far exceeded theirs. Lin Chen, upon hearing these words, felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her heart churning with tumultuous waves. It's him. It's really him. Yi Xinglan. Lin Chen was now tearful, mumbling to herself. The way he spoke just now, along with his previous mention of bloodshed, was simply identical to how Yi Xinglan spoke when searching for medicine. She could finally confirm that he was undoubtedly Yi Xinglan. However, Lu Qingyuan's expression grew increasingly unsightly. Yi Feng's judgments were all logical, shattering Lu Qingyuan's dream of seizing the inheritance and making him lose face in front of everyone, thus shaking his leadership position. This kid must not be left alive. In Lu Qingyuan's view, Yi Feng was not merely analyzing the situation, but was slapping his face and challenging his authority. Enough! Lu Qingyuan shouted angrily, interrupting Yi Feng's words, his eyes filled with resentment and harshness. Yi Feng, who is the leader, you or me? You are just a worthless waste. What do you know about inheritance? What do you know about the situation? You are deliberately trying to mislead the crowd and prevent us from obtaining the inheritance. At this moment, he knew this was no longer a matter of right or wrong, but rather one of the team's authority. To openly challenge orders before the entire force, such a demoralizing wretch has no place in our Lin alliance. Henceforth, I banish you from this unit, forever barred from rejoining. With those words, Yi Feng's fate was sealed. Without hearing his explanation, or even verifying whether the cavern truly posed danger, Lu Qingyuan cast him out solely to preserve his own dignity and authority as leader. The others watched in silence. Though pity stirred in their hearts, none dared object, daunted by Lu Qingyuan's unyielding tone. After all, Lu Qingyuan was both the alliance's founder and the legitimate heir of the legendary Lu clan, the second-ranked ancient lineage, granting him absolute command over the unit. Yi Feng, by contrast, was but an insignificant figure unworthy of notice. Even those who harbored doubts dared not speak up. Moreover, the unit had surged forward triumphantly, its prospects radiant. No one dared offend such a towering figure if they wished to remain within the main force. Yi Feng sighed, inwardly thinking bitterly, so this is the magnanimity and breadth of vision befitting a young war god of a legendary clan. Not even a single word of counsel can be borne. In that instant, his disappointment in Lu Qingyuan crystallized into utter disillusionment. Nangong Liuyun's expression turned glacial. She gazed first at Lu Qingyuan, then at Yi Feng, calm, unruffled, and her fury and despair reached their zenith. Lu Qingyuan was arrogant and obstinate, deaf to loyal counsel, and banished a proven asset merely to save face. A fool utterly unworthy of leadership. And Yi Feng, his arguments were sound, his intentions pure, his concern for the unit genuine. Yet he was treated thus. Her heart grew cold. Lu Qingyuan, if you insist on casting him out, then I too bid you farewell. Nangong Liuyun's voice rang clear, cold, and unshakable, devoid of hesitation. She had spent these days striving to compensate for Yi Feng's perceived weakness, bolstering the team's combat strength, only to be met with such contempt. She strode to Yi Feng's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, her delicate face pale as snow, her gaze resolute. Senior Sister Nangong, have you lost your senses? Would you truly abandon the legacy and the entire unit for such a worthless wretch? Lu Qingyuan stared at Nangong Liuyun, disbelief etched across his features. He had assumed that after days of close observation, she would have recognized his own potential and seen through Yi Feng's supposed ineptitude, making her departure unthinkable. Yet here she stood, decisive beyond measure. He is no wretch. On the contrary, his reasoning is impeccable. This place is no site of legacy. It is you who are blinded by arrogance, refusing to heed truth. Sooner or later your folly will doom us all. I, Nangong Liuyun, am ashamed to stand beside a man so swollen with self-importance, she retorted icily. The moment her words fell, she did not spare Lu Qingyuan another glance. Instead, she lifted Yi Feng's hand and called, Yi Feng, we go. Yi Feng looked upon this woman, so aloof yet so fiercely protective, and warmth bloomed in his chest. He nodded silently in quiet acknowledgement. Yet, just as the two stepped away from the unit preparing to depart, another figure emerged from the ranks. Lin Chen, who had observed Yi Feng intently since the beginning. Brother, if you trust me, follow us now. Lin Chen turned to her elder brother Lin Chen and whispered, What? Chen, are you mad? Lin Chen recoiled in shock. He could not fathom why his sister, so proud, so discerning, would make such a reckless move. To sever ties with the main force meant not only forfeiting any chance at the legacy, they might not even survive. Deprived of cultivation, their physical stamina would inevitably dwindle to exhaustion. The elite warriors exchanged startled glances. None had anticipated this turn. Lu Qingyuan's jaw tightened, a sharp stinging flush rose to his cheeks, as though struck across the face. Brother, do you truly think I jest? I am certain now Yi Feng is the legendary Yi Xinglan. A rare, unshakable conviction gleamed in Lin Chen eyes. Without another word, she swiftly fell into step beside Yi Feng. Yi Xinglan. The name hung in the air, then erupted into raucous laughter. This boy, Yi Xing, surely you jest. If he's Yi Xinglan, I'll swallow this stone whole. Yi Xinglan was a mythic figure in the arcane world, renowned as peerless in divination, his name spoken in hushed reverence. That Lin Chen would claim this lowborn attendant was that prodigy. Preposterous. Nothing short of. Lin Chen too refused to believe it. Yet seeing his sister already stride away without hesitation, he could only shake his head and hurry after her. After all, she was the cherished jewel of the ancestral patriarch. He could not afford to lose her. One more of Lin clan's sworn retainers also broke ranks. As for other elite warriors closely aligned with the Lin clan, they hesitated, then reluctantly remained behind. It was not lack of loyalty, but the stakes were too grave to gamble blindly on uncertain fortune. Thus 5 stood apart. Yi Feng, Nangong Liuyun, Lin Chen, Lin Chen, and Qian Hao. This quintet, insignificant against the 500-strong trial host, carried an aura of unflinching resolve. Madman, you will regret this. Lu Qingyuan exploded in rage to see 5 vanish from his ranks, including pillars like Nangong Luyun and Lin Chen. He had never imagined that expelling one obscure underling would cost him so much combat strength. We shall never regret it. Following you leads only to death. Lin Qianqian stuck out her tongue disdainful. Lin Chen sighed, softly, his eyes heavy with resignation. Lu Qingyuan, hearing those words, trembled with rage. His face drained of color, his lips bloodless. Good. Very good. Nangong Liuyun, Lin Qianqian, just wait and see. I want to see how long you can survive in this secret realm after leaving my Lu clan alliance with that waste. Before long you will be crying and begging to come back. At that time, even if you kneel and plead for mercy, I will not take you back. Lu Qingyuan pointed at Lin Qianqian and the others, gritting his teeth as he made his threats. Yifeng gazed at the 3 who had come out, and a rare look of surprise flickered in his eyes. He did not expect that so many people would be willing to break away from Lu Qingyuan just to follow him. He was even more surprised that Lin Chen, the vice-captain, was willing to leave the team. However, since the other party trusted him so much, he felt he had to fight for a good future for these people. The next moment, Yifeng ignored Lu Qingyuan's shouting and calmly said to the 4 beside him, "Let's go find the true place of inheritance." Without further ado, he turned around and stepped forward in a direction completely different from the cave, his stride steady. The others followed suit. Those who do not know their limits will wait to die in the secret realm. Lu Qingyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he watched the 5 disappear into the ruins. Brother Lu Yifeng and the others have already gone far. Should we proceed according to the original plan? A loyal follower in yellow armor stepped forward and whispered to ask. He was a devoted follower of Lu Qingyuan, and at this moment he did not see any problem with this cave. Instead, his eyes were filled with eagerness. If they could obtain the inheritance within this cave, their journey into the secret realm would be a great success. After all, based on past experiences, every elite who gained the inheritance of the Pathguardian Saint would at least secure a position as an elder in the Holy Alliance, a status that was not comparable to ordinary people. Lu Qingyuan slowly raised his eyes, scanning the cave, a disdainful cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Of course we continue. They're just a bunch of clowns. Without my team, those 5 won't last a day in this secret realm. As for the place of inheritance, it is naturally ours to take. There is nothing I, Lu Qingyuan, have set my eyes on that I cannot obtain. He paused, his voice suddenly rising, echoing throughout the entire team. Fellow cultivators, the inheritance is just ahead. Yifeng's deceptive words are merely out of fear that we will seize the inheritance and surpass him in strength. Now that we have shed our burdens, it is the perfect time to fight with all we have. Follow my orders. Form up and charge into the cave. He did not think there was anything wrong with his judgment. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to storm the cave. Understood. Although some still harbored doubts, they did not dare to oppose, and could only follow Lu Qingyuan as they launched a strong attack towards the massive cave. After all, Lu Qingyuan held a high reputation within the team. No matter what, they had to put on a show and go into the group drew their swords, gripping their shields and other protective gear, tightly forming an aggressive formation. A fierce battle was about to unfold. It must be said that even with 5 fewer members, this team's combat strength was still incredibly formidable. As they approached within 10 paces of the cave, over a dozen ancient beast corpses suddenly rose up, their dark eye sockets gleaming with a bloodthirsty light as they swiped their claws at the crowd, their eerie roars sending chills down people's spines. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyuan remained calm. He had been nurtured within his family since childhood and was well-versed in battle formation command. In terms of overall planning, he considered himself far superior to anyone present. He raised his hand and decisively issued orders. The front row of 6 will open the way and block the beast corpse's charge. The middle row of 8 will charge. Everyone in the back will secure the flanks and guard against ambushes. Follow me into the cave. After the command was given, the formation instantly shifted. 6 powerful elite warriors stepped forward, each raising a shield of at least peak imperial grade, rushing towards the cave entrance. The elite in the middle row quickly followed, wielding various offensive weapons, their eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The moment they stepped into the cave, an even more intense stench of decay assaulted them, mixed with a bone-chilling cold that made everyone shiver involuntarily. The interior of the cave was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. With an extremely high ceiling, the rock walls were covered in countless claw marks, with not a single spot spared. Kill. After running a few paces, the robust elite at the front suddenly let out a low shout. Following that, several massive beast corpses suddenly attacked them. These corpses had long since lost their fur, their bodies stiff and black with hollow eyes flashing with a bloody light. Although their movements were somewhat stiff, they were extremely fast, exhibiting a formidable raw power. Clang. The first beast corpse resembled a giant bear, standing 2 meters tall, its claws like blades slashing towards the front row's massive shield with a howling wind. The deafening sound of metal clashing reverberated through the cave, the immense force causing the three elite warriors to stagger back several steps, their arms numb and the metallic sheen of their shields dulled. Such incredible strength. One elite's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, nearly dropping his shield. He had thought these were just ordinary beast corpses, but did not expect their physical strength to surpass that of living beasts of the same level, as if they had been refined with secret techniques possessing boundless power. However, the elite in the middle row quickly struck out with their long spears and other weapons, aiming precisely at the vital points of the beast corpses. Yet they were shocked by the outcome. They found that the skin of these beast corpses was incredibly tough, seemingly infected by malevolent energy, and their physical bodies had become solidified. The imperial-grade weapons in their hands struggled to harm them instead, inciting even more fury. But their foundations were not to be underestimated. Aside from the imperial-grade weapons, they also had royal-grade weapons on hand, which they quickly switched to. These weapons were naturally gifts from their family elders. With royal-grade weapons in hand, the situation immediately changed. Even if they weren't easily slicing through foes, they at least felt more comfortable. His command abilities were indeed impressive. Every order was precisely timed to hit critical points. Wherever the beast corpses attacked most fiercely, his command abilities were indeed impressive. Every order was precisely timed to hit critical points. Wherever the beast corpses attacked most fiercely, he would immediately allocate personnel for support. Wherever a flaw appeared, he would quickly remedy it. Under his coordination, the team, though somewhat disheveled, never broke apart, and swiftly pushed deeper into the cave. However, as time passed, the unease in everyone's hearts grew stronger. They had initially thought that only the entrance of the cave had beast corpses obstructing them, but they did not expect that the deeper they went, the more numerous and powerful the corpses became. From the initial dozen to later dozens, even hundreds, the types varied widely, with wolf-shaped, tiger-shaped, python-shaped corpses, and even a few slender, fast-moving flying corpses. These beast corpses seemed endless, continuously surging from deep within the cave, charging toward the team without fear of death. Each beast corpse had tough skin and thick flesh, and it was difficult to make an impact with just one or two attacks, forcing them to merely fend them off, exhausting them greatly. The group's stamina was rapidly depleting, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their breathing becoming labored, and their arms aching severely from the constant swinging of their weapons. "Brother Lu, this won't do. Our stamina is depleting too quickly." One elite panted heavily, piercing a beast corpse's head with his sword, only to find that even after its head was shattered, the corpse continued to struggle and attacked, sending chills down his spine. Lu Qingyuan furrowed his brows tightly, feeling a flicker of annoyance. He had not expected the beast corpses in this cave to be so troublesome, far exceeding his expectations. These beast corpses did not feel pain or fear. They only knew how to attack, like killing machines lunging forward to tear at anyone they saw. Although his elite fighters were all formidable, they began to show signs of fatigue in this relentless war of attrition. "Hold on." Lu Qingyuan gritted his teeth and shouted, "The inheritance is just ahead. If we push forward a little more, we can seize it. If we retreat now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Everyone give it your all. Don't hold back." He leaped forward, drawing an extremely sharp mid-grade royal weapon, and with a powerful slash he cut through two beast corpses, black blood gushing from the severed ends, as the corpses thrashed for a long time before finally falling still. Seeing their leader personally take action, the others could only grit their teeth and fight with all their might. The sounds of clashing weapons and the roars of the beast corpses intertwined, echoing in the vast cave, instilling fear. Fortunately, after paying a considerable price, they managed to push forward significantly, and the number of beast corpses ahead began to gradually decrease. The group found themselves in a spacious underground area, previously narrow passageways opening up into an enormous cavern. This underground space was laid out in a chaotic and strange manner, resembling a natural grand formation. "We've arrived. We're in the core area. The inheritance must be nearby." The group, upon seeing this, immediately felt a surge of energy, their faces lighting up with ecstatic expressions, as if all their previous fatigue and pain had been cast aside. They believed they had finally broken through numerous obstacles and were about to see the ancient inheritance they had longed for. All their efforts and sacrifices had been worth it. Seeing this, Lu Qingyuan also breathed a sigh of relief, a victorious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward into the underground space, feeling immensely proud. Lin Chen was merely a timid fellow. How could he, in the face of such close proximity to the inheritance, be scared away by Yifeng's few words? It was truly laughable. If the other party were still here seeing the current scene, they would certainly feel ashamed to the core. However, just as Lu Qingyuan led the team into the underground space, roar! A thunderous roar, as if from the depths of hell, suddenly erupted from deep within the underground space. The roar was filled with rage, ferocity, and an endless aura of malevolence, its volume so great that it caused the entire cave to tremble violently, with debris falling from above and the rock walls emitting a cracking sound under the unbearable strain. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, their heads buzzing, nearly losing their balance, and the ecstatic expressions on their faces instantly froze, replaced by sheer terror. It was a shudder that originated from the depths of their souls, as if a primordial beast had awakened. Merely a single roar left everyone feeling icy cold, their hairs standing on end, drenched in cold sweat. What is that thing? Such a terrifying aura. Everyone's faces turned pale as they looked fearfully in the direction from which the roar had come. In the deepest darkness of the underground space, a pair of gigantic blood-red eyes slowly opened, devoid of any emotion, filled only with pure slaughter and ferocity. Following this, a towering corpse king standing 2 zhang tall slowly rose to its feet. The corpse king was entirely black, clad in tattered bone armor, its muscles brimming with explosive energy, surrounded by an intense and unyielding black malevolence. As it passed the air, became corrosive, emitting a sizzling sound. It was not an ordinary beast corpse, but the corpse king commanding all the remains in this cave. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Where was the promised inheritance? Where was the ancient Holy Alliance's relic? Why was this happening? Could it be that, as Yifeng had guessed, this place was not a site of inheritance, but rather the lair of this terrifying corpse king? At this moment, all of them trembled uncontrollably, their voices quivering. The greed from before had vanished without a trace, leaving only endless fear. Lu Qingyuan also stood frozen, his smile completely frozen, turning as pale as paper. He stared blankly at the slowly approaching corpse king, his mind a blank. Yifeng's previous warning echoed in his ears like a thunderclap. This is not a place of inheritance, it is the lair of the corpse king. Reckless attacks will surely lead to bloodshed. So it turned out. Everything that kid said was true. His own stubbornness and self-righteousness led him to expel the well-meaning Yifeng for the sake of face, charging headlong into this incredibly dangerous trap with his elite subordinates. Regret, like a cold, venomous snake, instantly coiled around Lu Qingyuan's heart, making him feel chilled to the bone, filled with remorse. Retreat. Hurry and retreat. In the next moment, Lu Qingyuan nearly shouted this out, devoid of any trace of his previous pride, and calm only endless panic as he turned to flee. Without him saying more, everyone had already been terrified out of their wits by the corpse king's pressure, and once they regained their senses, they dared not linger for even a moment, turning to flee frantically towards the cave entrance. Roar. The corpse king, seeing the intruders attempting to escape, let out an enraged roar, stomping its foot powerfully and charging towards the crowd like a small mountain. Its speed was incredibly fast, far beyond that of an ordinary beast corpse. With each step it took, the ground shook, and a swipe of its claws sent a fierce gust of wind towards the fleeing cultivators. A slightly slower elite was caught by the claw wind on his back, instantly sent flying away by the immense force, letting out a tragic cry as he fell to the ground. Help me! Please save me! He hurriedly rolled and crawled, shouting loudly. However, everyone was already so terrified that their souls were scattered, not daring to pause to rescue anyone, only focused on running for their lives. Lu Qingyuan glanced back, feeling reluctant, but he knew that if he turned back, everyone would die here. He could only grit his teeth and sternly shout, "Don't worry about him. Give it your all to break through." In an instant, the elite who fell behind felt as if all hope had died. However, the path of retreat for the others was even more tragic than during their attack. The beast corpses they had previously repelled now seemed to be awakened by the corpse king's roar, surging in from all directions, blocking their escape. With the corpse king pursuing from behind and beast corpses blocking from the front, the team was instantly plunged into a desperate situation. We'll fight to the death. A cultivator with bloodshot eyes threw all his burdens towards the approaching beast corpses, buying himself a moment to escape. Sure enough, his speed immediately increased significantly. The other elites, seeing this, followed suit, discarding the redundant gear they had brought with them and the supplies they had gathered over these days, all to save their lives. However, it wasn't long before they were caught up by the corpse king. Soon after, people began to get injured. Some were struck by the corpse king's claws, tearing through armor and flesh, letting out continuous cries of agony. Others were struck by the corpse king's massive hands, causing their armor to crumple as dark malevolence swirled around them. And there were those who were sent flying by the corpse king's tremendous force, crashing against the rock walls in pain. Blood stained the cave floor, and the black malevolence permeated the air, mingling with the wails, cries, and roars, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. While Lu Qingyuan fought desperately against the attacking beast corpses, he fled, his heart bleeding. He too discarded the numerous auxiliary supplies carefully prepared for him by the Lu family, as well as the provisions he had gathered over this period. Only he knew how hard it was to collect those supplies. He kept praying, hoping to live and escape, but the corpse king's strength was simply too terrifying, far beyond their expectations. Fortunately, with Yifeng's prior warnings, they had not ventured too deep, and soon they escaped near the cave entrance. Had it not been for Yifeng's earlier admonitions, they might have been blinded by greed, charging recklessly all the way to the corpse king, and at that point, even if they had wings, they would have been unable to flee. The fierce ancient corpse king seemed to fear the light as it halted its pursuit the moment they approached the cave-in. Seizing this sliver of hope after paying a heavy price, they finally carved out a bloody path, stumbling far away, escaping in a disheveled state to the wasteland. Only when their feet touched solid ground, no longer seeing the corpse king's figure, did they dare to stop collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, as if they had been pulled from the water. Counting their numbers, fortunately, although nearly everyone was injured, many severely so, exhausted, and on the brink of collapse, not a second person had perished apart from the initial elite. This was the only piece of good fortune amidst their misfortune. It was also thanks to that elite attracting most of the ancient corpse king's attention that they had the opportunity to escape. Yet even so, the team had completely lost the previous sharpness and confidence, with everyone's faces pale, their eyes vacant, their faces filled with fear and exhaustion, no longer possessing even a trace of the spirited ambition to seize the inheritance. Lu Qingyuan stood among the crowd looking at this tattered team, before him his expression extremely grim, and when he recalled his earlier reprimands and expulsion of Yifeng, he felt a stinging pain on his face, as if he had been slapped countless times. As night descended, the chill deepened. The survivors, having escaped from the cave, dared not linger near it any longer. Instead, they dragged their weary and wounded bodies back to the canyon where they had rested the previous night. This canyon was concealed and seemed exceptionally safe. Last night, Yifeng had guarded it alone without encountering any issues, leading them to naturally assume it was free from danger. At this moment, as they returned to the canyon, they felt their bodies aching with soreness, their wounds throbbing in pain and exhaustion, overwhelming them, desperately needing to rest and heal. Lu Qingyuan assigned 4 relatively uninjured cultivators to keep watch, then led the others to find a place to sit down, beginning to bandage their wounds and restore their strength. However, they had barely settled in for the first half of the night when an unexpected event occurred. From one side of the canyon, a dark ancient phantom emerged silently from the shadows of the trees like a ghost. This phantom was hidden in the night, completely silent and incredibly swift, launching its ambush at the moment when the weary group had fallen asleep and let their guard down. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. The cultivator on watch barely had time to react before the phantom pounced on his shoulder. The chilling energy it carried instantly invaded his body, leaving him stiff, and a dark frostbite appeared on his shoulder, causing him immense pain. "There's a phantom. Beware of the phantom's ambush," the cultivator shouted in terror. But before his voice could fade, another phantom approached silently, targeting the resting elite. Puff! Another elite was struck by the phantom, exhaling a plume of cold air as his face turned a shade of purple, his chi reversing and his injuries worsening. "Damn it! What's going on?" Lu Qingyuan stood up, shouting sharply. "Report. Report, Commander, we are under attack by phantoms," the injured cultivator replied with a face full of panic and anger. The group was taken aback by the news, hastily stopping their rest and rising to prepare for defense. But these phantoms were truly too strange. They were formless and invisible, excelling at concealment, with the night serving as their best cover. The watchful eyes could not detect them until they were close, and by then it was already too late. In an instant, chaos broke out in the canyon again. The group was both on guard against the phantom's ambush and trying to dispel the cold energy within their bodies, unable to calm down and heal, let alone sleep peacefully. Every moment felt like a nerve-wracking ordeal, their spirits highly tense, as a moment's inattention could lead to a phantom's attack. That night there were 6 or 7 waves of phantoms involved in the assault, and they exerted great effort just to drive them away. Everyone was utterly exhausted with physical pain, mental strain, fear, and unease intertwining, tormenting each person's nerves. By the time dawn broke, they had no strength left to venture forth, only wishing for a moment of proper rest. Why? What is the reason behind this? An elite, looking at the disheveled group around him, recalled the events of the previous night, his expression blank as he muttered, "Clearly we also rested in this canyon the night before, and it was peaceful then. Not a single phantom, or even the slightest rustle, disturbed our sleep. How could last night have been so different?" His voice trembled as he spoke, a fact that sent shivers through everyone. At his words, the area fell into a deep silence. Everyone was stunned, their minds involuntarily recalling the scenes from the previous night. The night before, Yifeng had stood guard alone at the camp's perimeter while they all slept soundly. Not only last night, but the nights before had also been calm, like a paradise, untouched by danger, with no beast corpses, no phantoms, no threats at all. They had wondered why this secret realm was so safe at night, only to realize it was not the case. Could it be that the young man named Yi had been the one to ward off all the dangers? In an instant they suddenly understood. It turned out that the canyon was not safe. It turned out that there were dangers lurking in the night. Rather, all the dangers had been silently resolved by Yifeng alone. These phantoms, elusive and difficult to detect, even by those on watch, the dangers lurking in the shadows, had not had the chance to approach them at all during the nights Yifeng stood guard. He had not made a fuss, sought glory, or boasted, but had quietly stayed by their side, using his own strength to uphold a semblance of peace, allowing them to rest at ease and regain their strength. And what about them? Not only did they fail to express gratitude, but they also viewed him as a burden, believing he was of no use, even accusing him and speaking harshly towards him. Lu Qingyun, driven by a hint of selfishness and jealousy, indiscriminately expelled the loyal and repeatedly warning Yifeng, showing no regard for his concerns. At this moment, feeling the fatigue creeping and enduring the pain of being unable to rest and the constant threat of injury, and recalling Yifeng's prior kindness, a wave of indescribable regret filled everyone's hearts. Guilt, self-blame, and remorse like a tide, drowning each one of them. Had they listened to Yifeng's advice from the beginning and not recklessly attacked that cave, they would not have ended up in such a dire situation, nor would they all be injured. Had they not expelled Yifeng, he would still be on watch, and they could have rested in peace instead of being in a state where even closing their eyes to rest felt like a luxury. We were wrong. We were truly wrong. An elite murmured softly, his face filled with bitterness and self. Yes, Yifeng never held us back. He was always silently contributing to the team, reminding and protecting us. It was our failure to heed his counsel, to measure a gentleman's heart with the mind of a petty person. He lamented, sadly, it is useless to say these things now, as he has already been driven away. In the silence, someone gritted their teeth, risking offending Lu Qingyun, and suggested, Commander Lu, our team has suffered heavy losses, everyone is injured, and danger lurks everywhere. We cannot go far on our own, let alone seek opportunities. What if we immediately go find Yifeng and his 5 companions, apologize to them, and ask them to return to the team? This suggestion immediately received overwhelming support from the majority. I agree. Brother Yifeng is strong, meticulous, and adept at scouting and guarding at night. Only with him back can we better seek the inheritance. Exactly. We were in the wrong before, and we are willing to apologize to him. As long as he is willing to return, we will make amends for our previous grievances. Everyone chimed in, their eyes filled with hope. Lu Qingyuan's face turned pale with anger upon hearing this. He never expected these people to be so useless, unable to even keep watch. He never imagined that the brat would leave him such a large pit to fall into. As the leader of the team, hailing from a prestigious family, he was used to being arrogant. Now he would have to lower himself to find Yifeng, whom he had previously expelled with harsh words, and apologize to a mere servant. This was more unbearable than death. He couldn't bring himself to do it, nor could he let go of his pride. Yet looking at the broken and fearful team before him, seeing their wounded and exhausted appearances, he knew that what they said was true. Now that everyone in the team was injured and dispirited, trapped in a dangerous place filled with deadly threats, if they couldn't properly adjust their state, let alone seek opportunities, survival itself was in question. The team urgently needed someone like Yifeng, who was skilled at keeping watch, to assist them, leaving them no other choice. Alright, I agree. Well, rest for a moment, and then search for Yifeng and the others, allowing them to return to the team. Lu Qingyuan took a deep breath, suppressing his unwillingness and pride, and spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved, revealing a hint of surprise. They thought Lu Shixiang would be too proud to lower himself and continue to refuse, but they didn't expect him to be so agreeable. With this, the matter was settled. However, someone then showed a troubled expression and voiced some concerns. Lu Shixiang, although we are willing to apologize, we treated Yifeng so harshly back, then scolding him publicly and expelling him without any regard for feelings. He must be filled with resentment, or will he even be willing to come back? This statement hit them like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the hope that had just ignited. Indeed, who would easily forgive being wronged and expelled? Yifeng and his 5 companions must have hated this camp thoroughly. How could they possibly return? In an instant, everyone fell back into despair. Lu Qingyuan frowned, still harboring a shred of arrogance. He scoffed disdainfully and said, "You're overthinking this, but it's absolutely impossible." Oh, why is Lu Shixiang so sure? Everyone looked over in confusion. Lu Qingyuan looked up, his gaze filled with certainty and a hint of pride. He himself was unaware of that Yifeng and his companions are weak and helpless in this perilous secret realm. Without our team's leadership, they can't go far at all. They could even lose their lives at any moment. Moreover, that brat has been diligently performing in our team, keeping watch, scouting, and warning of danger. What was his effort for? Isn't it to firmly stay within the team and seek protection? Now that our leader is actively looking for them and giving them the chance to return, they will only be grateful and come back eagerly. How could they possibly refuse? In Lu Qingyuan's view, Yifeng and Nangong Lian's previous efforts were all deliberate attempts to curry favor, aiming to cling to the team and climb up the ranks. He firmly believed that those 5 would struggle to survive without them. Indeed, with these words, everyone felt relieved and completely let go of their worries. This reasoning was indeed sound. Even if Yifeng was unwilling, wouldn't he have to consider the others? Perhaps they are nearby waiting for us to change our minds. Lu Qingyuan's top flunky Lu Feng immediately speculated. After all, that small team of 5, no matter how strong each individual was still short in number, and even self-preservation was a problem. How could they possibly be unwilling to return? unless they no longer wanted to seek the inheritance. What they didn't know was that at this moment Yifeng and his 5 companions whom they thought couldn't survive outside the team were steadily advancing along a relatively safe path. Although Yifeng's team was indeed stretched thin, they were not in a dire situation. Instead, under Yifeng's precise coordination, they worked together exceptionally well. After leaving the Lu Forest Alliance, the 5-man team, though lacking a leader, naturally centered around Yifeng. After all, everyone believed that in this perilous secret realm of inheritance, only this legendary master of divination could lead them to avoid danger and find the true place of inheritance. Yifeng did not decline and actively took on the responsibility of the team leader. His leadership style was completely different from Lu Qingyuan's. Lu Qingyuan was always arrogant, stubborn, and self-serving, caring only for his own face and interests. While he was selfless and thoughtful, each decision was made with the overall benefit of the team in mind, ensuring everyone's safety with each action. During their journey, Yifeng reasonably assigned tasks such as scouting, reconnaissance, guarding, and foraging, allowing each member to maximize their strengths without any favoritism or harsh treatment. Nangong Luyun and Lin Chen were strong and primarily responsible for the team's defense against major threats. Lin Chen was skilled in ranged attacks and meticulous, responsible for providing long-range support and identifying food and herbs. Qian Hao excelled at tracking and was quick, mainly responsible for scouting the surroundings and finding water sources, while Yifeng himself coordinated the overall situation, assessing the circumstances and avoiding danger as much as possible. Due to clear divisions of labor and each performing their roles, the efficiency of the 5-man team was extremely high. More importantly, Yifeng was proficient in various aspects, able to timely fill in gaps wherever manpower was lacking. His wisdom for survival, discernment skills, and combat techniques were fully displayed within the team, leading them through numerous obstacles and avoiding many imminent crises. Yeah, I didn't expect your combat power to be so strong. The key is your stamina is incredible. After just half a day's journey, Lin Chen couldn't help but praise Yifeng. He had thought that even if the other party was truly Yi Xinglan, their cultivation and combat power would certainly be far inferior to his, definitely requiring his protection. However, he never expected that the actual combat power of the other party was even vaguely stronger than his, and their stamina seemed inexhaustible. Facing the onslaught of ancient skeletons along the way, the other party moved agilely on the battlefield, each strike accurately piercing the core of the skeletal monsters, killing them with a single blow without any unnecessary movements, concise and efficient. After this half-day's comparison, his confidence suffered a tremendous blow, and he began to completely admire him. Of course, Master Yi is formidable. I said following him is definitely the right choice, right? Lin Chen looked at Yifeng with a sense of shared glory and shame, her eyes shining with stars. She had already seen how he exterminated the invading ghosts while on watch and naturally knew of his powerful strength. Indeed, Brother Yi not only possesses formidable combat strength, but his command skills far surpass that of Lu Qingyuan. We have certainly chosen the right person to follow. He realized that when following Lu Qingyuan's commands, he could at most act with calculated caution, but failed to showcase his strengths. However, after he began to follow Yifeng's orders, he felt an effortless ease, as if each instruction was tailor-made for him. In response to the praise from the 3, Yifeng smiled awkwardly, saying, "It's merely a bit of brute strength, nothing to mention. Now that we are in a team of 5, each of us is indispensable. We should work together to seek out the true place of inheritance." He understood that with personnel being scarce, they had to utilize their resources as efficiently as possible to go further. Nangong Luyun stood aside, watching Yifeng's gentle and refined profile, and a subtle hint of appreciation flickered in his cool eyes. Unexpectedly, this guy indeed displayed a certain leadership quality, and it seemed he was the legendary Yi Xinglan, much stronger than Lu Qingyuan's aggressive demeanor. She found that she could increasingly not see through this ostensibly nominal Dao partner. Though he appeared gentle and harmless, he always managed to make the right analytical judgments at crucial moments. But despite being underestimated and humiliated, he never complained and remained low-key and tolerant. Clearly possessing extraordinary strength, he willingly took on the most laborious tasks, leaving opportunities for performance to others. This man seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, making one unable to resist the urge to delve deeper. That evening, the 5-person team arrived before a misty forest. This towering jungle blocked their path. Thick fog permeated the air, mingling with a faint fragrance that invigorated the senses. This misty forest is quite quiet, and there seems to be little death energy here. Is it relatively safe? Should we stay here for the night? Lin Chen inquired curiously. This misty forest is indeed peculiar, as it is not recorded anywhere. I wonder if there might be a legacy here. Perhaps we can go in and search. Lin Chen and Qian Hao nodded in agreement. Even Nangong Luyun did not see anything unusual and thought it might be worth exploring. Just as everyone turned their gaze toward Yifeng, awaiting his decision, Yifeng suddenly spoke up. "No, there is no inheritance here, only danger. We must leave quickly before dark, the further away the better." At this moment he stared ahead at the misty forest with a hint of rare seriousness. "Oh, How does Brother Yi come to such a conclusion? Lin Chen inquired with confusion. The others also looked over in perplexity. Based on past experiences, the denser the death energy, the more likely danger lurked. But why in a place with thin death energy should they leave so quickly? Brother Master, yes, judgments are never wrong. Why ask so much? We only need to follow. Lin Chen couldn't help but complain. Yi Xinglan had been like this before in the Songlong's secret realm, speaking decisively, without further explanation. Her elder brother's inquiry was completely unnecessary. However, to her surprise, Yifeng quickly pulled out a high-quality longbow and arrows, drawing the bowstring back fully and shooting an arrow into the misty forest. The sharp arrow whistled as it traversed a long distance, ultimately striking precisely against the trunk of an ancient tree. The moment the arrow pierced the bark, the tree suddenly opened its enormous maw and swallowed the arrow whole. Hiss! These trees can eat people. The group was taken aback by this scene. Unexpectedly, in this world where spiritual power could not be used, such peculiar creatures existed. Had they rashly entered earlier, they would have likely been ensnared by the strange ancient trees or swallowed whole. That was close. Thanks to Master Yi. Lin Chen patted her chest in relief. She had planned to rest here for the night, not realizing it was a trap. Had she done so, they might have been ambushed without warning. And this was merely the beginning. In the following days, the group continuously encountered various suspicious locations that seemed to hold inheritances, with questions arising about whether they should stop and search. But Yifeng always replied with certainty, stating there was no inheritance. As a result, the team avoided countless hidden nests of corpse insects lurking underground, stayed clear of relentless ancient malevolent spirits, and saw through many traps disguised as places of inheritance, leading to an extremely swift search. In every crisis, Yifeng could predict in advance. Every problem he could resolve quickly. In moments of confusion, he could swiftly point the way. The 5-person team suffered no casualties, experienced no hunger, nor were they eroded by death energy. They progressed smoothly, covering a great distance. Isn't our speed too exaggerated? Can we really find the place of inheritance like this? Even Nangong Luyun began to have doubts. She had not witnessed Yifeng's capabilities and was filled with uncertainty. Lin Chen and Qian Hao, on the other hand, had already grown numb. It is indeed too fast. This isn't searching for an inheritance, it feels more like we're just on the road. Qian Hao rubbed his sore legs, gazing at Yifeng, who continued unabated ahead, unable to help but express his thoughts. If they had followed the usual cautious approach in the Lu-Lin alliance, meticulously checking every suspicious location they encountered, terrified of missing even a hint of opportunity, it would have consumed an enormous amount of time, and they would barely travel any distance in a day. But with Yifeng's method of dismissing locations with just a glance, their team moved forward like an arrow, swiftly passing one so-called candidate for inheritance after another, achieving remarkable speed. Yet with such a hasty search, they might unknowingly miss an actual place of inheritance right before their eyes. But Lin Chen firmly believed in Yifeng, convinced that what he said was undoubtedly correct. Having experienced the events in the Songlong's secret realm, she had reached a level of blind trust in him. In her heart, he was omnipotent, a true master of fortune-telling, certain to lead them to the real place of inheritance. In comparison, Lu Qingyuan, that so-called top genius, seemed utterly insignificant next to Yifeng. Yifeng appeared unaffected by the discussions behind him, remaining focused ahead. His gaze penetrated through layers of mountains, seemingly locking onto a distant target, his aura consistently calm, yet exuding a sense of strategic foresight. Thus the group was unaware of how many days had passed. The sky in the secret realm remained perpetually dim, making it hard to distinguish between day and night. Only the path beneath their feet continued to recede, with numerous suspected treasure sites of inheritance left behind. Qian Hao, Lin Chen, and the others' doubts gradually turned into disappointment, their expectations of finding the inheritance diminishing little by little. They even began to think that Yifeng might be a self-righteous individual who really did not know what kind of places had inheritances, simply leading them aimlessly. However, on this day, when the team reached a desolate and barren mountain region, Yifeng finally came to a halt. In the very center of this mountain range stood an especially towering peak devoid of any vegetation. Even the surrounding minor peaks appeared to have little plant life, with bare black rocks that looked menacing. They were enveloped in thick, gloomy black mist that emanated a chilling and eerie aura detectable from miles away. Occasionally howls of wailing spirits could be heard from the mountains, and one could vaguely see white, bony skeletons floating within the black mist, their claws sharp and frightening. The sounds of these ghostly entities were harsh and grating, sending shivers down one's spine and instilling fear. This was a true gathering place for ominous creatures fraught with danger and suffused with deathly energy. Not only was it unfit for any legacy to exist, but even ordinary flora and fauna shunned this place. Everyone initially thought Yifeng would glance over briefly as he had before, and then turn away without hesitation. However, they were taken aback by his unusual behavior today. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Yifeng raised his gaze and focused on the peak shrouded in black mist for at least a quarter of an hour. A glimmer of light finally appeared in his previously calm eyes, and instead of his earlier indifferent rejection, his tone carried a hint of certainty. As he slowly spoke ahead, there is a strong possibility that we have found the site of the legacy we seek. With those words, the team erupted in disbelief. Captain Yi, you can't be serious. This cursed mountain is filled with black mist, and evil creatures, skeletons litter the ground, and it seems like an ancient battleground for buried corpses. How could there possibly be any sign of a legacy here? Those places you dismissed before are all far better than this one. Qian Hao was the first to step forward, pointing at the menacing mountain with a face full of disbelief. Indeed, Brother Yi, the malevolent energy here is too strong, and the ghosts roam freely. This clearly looks like an ancient mass grave showing no signs of having changed over the years. A legacy site would certainly shift locations with time. It can't possibly resemble this. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Lin Chen also stepped forward, his brow furrowed in concern. If it were up to his nature, he wouldn't even glance at this place. Even Nangong Liuyun, who had remained silent like an immortal, raised her exquisitely shaped brows, slightly a hint of confusion crossing her beautiful face. She extended her perception fully, clearly sensing the dense death energy and sinister power within the mountain, yet she found no trace of the auspicious energy that should accompany the legacy of the Holy Alliance. In such a place, not only was there no legacy, but one could easily become a victim of the lurking evil spirits. Her cold voice rang out slowly, carrying a trace of skepticism. Indeed, this great mountain has been recorded in the ancient jade slips, noted for its extreme danger, and has existed for many years. It shows no signs of being a legacy site. This was the first time Nangong Liuyun publicly contradicted Yi Feng, her voice melodious, yet infused with a calm wisdom. Lin Chen, however, did not voice any doubts, but simply scrutinized the menacing mountain before her, her delicate face paling as she felt a wave of trepidation. Even if there is a legacy, we might not survive trying to enter right. All eyes turned toward Yi Feng, filled with doubt and confusion. They could not comprehend why he had consistently dismissed those seemingly more suspicious locations, declaring them devoid of legacy, yet now he was so certain that this desolate black mist-laden mountain filled with ghostly apparitions and skeletal remains was the site of a legacy. It seemed utterly illogical. In the face of their skepticism, Yi Feng showed no sign of displeasure. He merely cast a calm glance at the towering mountain and spoke with conviction. True legacies never reveal themselves through appearances. I am 90% certain that the legacy site is hidden within this mountain. If you trust me, then follow closely. In his view, although the mountain ahead was indeed perilous, beneath its fierce exterior lay a faint glimmer of opportunity, indicated by a subtle aura of green and yellow. This suggested that within the mountain there must be something extraordinary hidden away, though he did not yet know its exact location. Having said that, Yi Feng ceased to speak further, his figure moving forward directly toward the mountain suffused with black mist, his steps steady and unwavering. The others exchanged glances, watching Yi Feng's silhouette grow distant, their hearts filled with turmoil. Throughout their journey, although he had been enigmatic, he had never made a genuine mistake. Their path had indeed been smooth sailing, so even now, filled with doubt, they clung to a glimmer of hope. What if he was right? Let's go. We've reached the final juncture, we cannot turn back now. Lin Chen bit her lip, and Lin Chen and Nangong Liuyun quickly followed suit. Only Qian Hao remained rooted in place, repeatedly torn between his thoughts as he looked at Yi Feng's retreating figure. He realized he still knew too little about Master Yi. Although he admired the decisiveness and wisdom displayed along the way, he was not at the point of blind trust. However, being alone at this moment, if he did not follow the main group, survival itself could become an issue. Forget it. Forget it. Having boarded a pirate ship, I might as well go along for the ride. Ultimately, he could only reluctantly follow. The sights within the mountain were even more terrifying than those seen from the foot of the mountain. The surrounding black mist was thick as ink, and looking up one could hardly see far ahead. The chill penetrated to the bones, sapping one's vitality. Scattered skeletons were visible along the path, some human, others remnants of ancient beasts, their white bones gleaming coldly on the ground. Occasionally, ghastly creatures with green faces and sharp teeth would leap out from the black mist, howling as they lunged at the group, their claws laced with poison, causing injury upon contact. Qian Hao and Lin Chen were so frightened that they fought back fiercely against the attacking spirits, but the onslaught was relentless. It seemed there was no end to them, and the journey forward was exceedingly arduous. Only Yi Feng walked calmly at the front, as if surrounded by an invisible barrier. The moment the ghostly creatures approached, he effortlessly struck them away with a swift hand, maintaining a steady advance, easily breaking through the numerous obstacles and leading everyone toward the mountain's peak. Before long, they entered the midsection of the towering mountain, where the skeletons and spirits seemed incredibly ancient, wandering aimlessly. Some even bore the remnants of decayed ancient treasures or storage rings. Follow my lead, walk lightly, do not make any unnecessary movements, and absolutely do not pick up anything from the ground. Yi Feng turned back to glance at everyone, timely offering this reminder. He understood clearly that they were about to reach the core area, and they must proceed with utmost caution. Otherwise, a single misstep might awaken a terrifying spirit or provoke a hornet's nest, and that would indeed be troublesome. He then adjusted his steps, weaving left and right, sometimes dodging, sometimes advancing, his movements remarkably agile, as though navigating an invisible chessboard. The crowd continued to closely follow Yifeng, their hearts increasingly astonished. It seemed that he was extremely familiar with the route of this mountain. After following his steps for quite some time, they found that there were indeed no major issues, far from the perilous appearance perceived from the outside. It felt as if every step he took was on the safest ground, and each turn was perfectly timed to evade the gaze of the fierce ghostly beings. However, despite this, they inevitably encountered great trouble. As they nimbly passed through a mountain hollow, in the next moment thousands of corpse bugs suddenly swarmed out from nearby pits, rushing towards them in a tide. These corpse bugs had dark shells, and their sharp mandibles glimmered with a ghostly blue poison, crawling silently and moving at great speed. It's the soul-eating corpse bugs. The medicinal powder is ineffective. Being bitten means you won't be able to move, and you will be swiftly gnawed down. Qian Hao and Lin Chen were immediately terrified, their faces turning pale as they swung their weapons wildly. But there were simply too many corpse bugs to fend off. Nangong Lian's delicate face grew serious as she swept her sword through the air, slicing through a large number, yet the swarm of corpse bugs seemed endless. Lin Chen's expression was equally grim. These soul-eating corpse bugs were particularly troublesome. The pest-repelling supplies they brought were completely ineffective, and they couldn't even escape, only able to resort to the most primitive method of hacking away, but they couldn't hold out for long. Could it be that they were destined to meet their end here today? For a moment, despair flashed in Lin Chen's eyes like never. Just when the group was cornered into a desperate situation, Yifeng suddenly spoke again. Break left. There's a cave at the foot of the slope ahead. Follow me in, and don't look back. Caught off guard by this sudden danger, he was surprised as well, but guided by the art of foresight, he quickly found a path to safety. He agilely slashed away while leading the group to break through. When they truly plunged into the cold cave at the foot of the slope, an eerie scene unfolded. The soul-eating corpse bugs that had been chasing them like a tide seemed to lose their target, completely scattering and redirecting elsewhere. How? Captain Yi, how did you know they wouldn't pursue us here? Qian Hao stared blankly at the scene, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Just a moment ago he had thought he would be unable to escape disaster, lamenting that heaven was jealous of talent, yet not even 15 minutes later they had turned danger into safety. It was truly a moment of going from hell to heaven. Yes, how did you find this out? Others were equally astonished, filled with confusion. It was well known that the soul-eating corpse bugs were one of the most troublesome threats in this secret realm. A once-encountered escape was impossible, and fighting was futile with no effective means of retreat. Yet unexpectedly they had been so easily resolved by him. The creatures here also possessed the instinct to seek fortune and avoid danger. This cave has an aura they dislike. That's why it was able to scare them off. Yifeng explained calmly. Despite their doubts about this explanation, everyone understood that this wasn't the time to dwell on it. However, after this encounter, their confidence in Yifeng increased significantly. They began to believe that he indeed had the ability to lead them successfully to the mountain peak. In the following time, the group searched the mountain while continuing to climb higher. Along the way, they encountered many exceptionally fierce ancient corpse kings and even sinister ghostly beings, but Yifeng was always able to find a path to safety for everyone in times of crisis. Thus they navigated through dangers, and in the treacherous mountain, they truly carved out a path for survival with remarkably low odds. Brother Yi, if it weren't for you today, would have long been without a grave to rest in. Your skill in seeking fortune and avoiding danger is simply divine. As they neared the mountain summit, Qian Hao sighed in relief and bowed to Yifeng. At that moment he was thoroughly convinced to navigate through such a complex and perilous mountain unscathed was nothing short of a miracle. Nangong Lian looked at Yifeng's silhouette with admiration and emotion reflected in her cool eyes. At this point she finally believed that he was indeed the legendary Yi Xinglan, possessing unparalleled Lin Chen on the other hand stared at Yifeng with burning eyes and leaned close to Nangong Liuyun, whispering, Sister Nangong, if you ever don't want a talent like him, could you let him come to me? Hey, what are you thinking? Upon hearing this, Nangong Lian's face instantly flushed. A hint of annoyance flashed across her cool eyes as she lightly tapped Lin Chen on the head, exclaiming, Lin Chen, don't talk nonsense. He is my Dao partner. How could I give him to you? Her tone carried a subtle hint of jealousy. She didn't expect that Yifeng would excel in every aspect and truly follow through on his words as she admitted that he was far superior to her. Lin Chen covered her head, giggling, oh, I was just joking. Who told your husband to be so dazzling, making people like him wherever he goes? Nangong Liuyun turned her gaze to Yifeng's tall figure, her cheeks still flushed. Internally she secretly scolded, this guy clearly so low-key, yet somehow always stands out, attracting attention wherever he goes. What a flirt. Though annoyed, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing a gentle smile that even she was unaware of. After another quarter having passed the last barrier, the small team, led by Yifeng, finally reached the highest point of the towering treacherous mountain. Looking down from the mountain peak, it wasn't long before they discovered a miraculous pure land, an area shrouded in golden light, starkly contrasting with the desolation, darkness, and decay of other places. In the center of the pure land stood an incredibly magnificent ancient holy temple soaring between heaven and earth. The temple bore the ancient characters Holy Alliance, exuding supreme majesty. Surrounding the grand hall was a vibrant life force, an aura of auspiciousness forming a striking contrast with the ominous black mist and the scattered skeletons elsewhere, giving an overwhelming sense of sanctity, allowing one to clear their mind and instantly forget the dangers of the mountain. Clearly this was the true ancient Holy Alliance Inheritance Hall, the ultimate legacy that everyone in the secret realm yearned for. It is the Holy Alliance Inheritance Hall. It truly is the place of inheritance. Qian Hao was the first to react, pointing to the location of the hall, his voice trembling with excitement, instantly replacing his previous doubts and dissatisfaction with overwhelming joy. He never expected that one day he would truly find such a place. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise and shock as he murmured to himself, I never imagined. Truly never imagined. To think that within this treacherous mountain lay the legacy of the Holy Alliance. Captain Yes' predictive abilities are truly terrifying. The crowd could no longer contain their excitement, cheering as the weariness and dangers they had faced transformed into ecstatic joy upon finding the legacy. Their gazes towards Yifeng were filled with admiration and awe devoid of any doubts. Nangong Luyan stood still, her stunning beauty overshadowed by a hint of disbelief. Her cold gaze settled on the sacred hall of legacy, and her evaluation of Yifeng reached unprecedented heights. Unbeknownst to them, Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind him before the magnificent ancient hall clad in shimmering silver armor. A few strands of hair swayed gently in the wind, concealing the depth and indifference in his eyes that belied his age. The grand hall before him towered dozens of feet high, with intricately carved ancient runes adorning the door suffused with a faint golden holy light. Even after countless eons, it still emanated a daunting pressure. On either side of the hall's entrance stood two lifelike statues of the holy guardians, one wielding a holy staff and the other a spear, their gazes surveying the world as if guarding the supreme legacy within. Yifeng's eyes fell upon the solemn central area of the hall, examining it closely for a moment, feeling a twinge of disappointment within. This hall was the legacy of the Holy Alliance they had sought after through countless perils, having slain countless unknown creatures of the secret realm and traversed innumerable obstacles. Unfortunately, it was merely the legacy of an early guardian of the Holy Alliance. Although this early guardian was undoubtedly a powerful figure in the Holy Realm at that time, whose legacy was a top-tier opportunity for any prominent family today, it held little allure for him who had ventured into the spirit realm. What he pursued was solely the position of the Holy Alliance leader and the power to command the Guardian team. Behind Yifeng, Lin Chen and the other three figures were also carefully observing the palace before them. They bore traces of battles with ghostly creatures, yet their expressions contrasted sharply with Yifeng's, brimming with excitement and joy. Leading them, Nangong Luyan stood in pristine blue armor, her cold beauty resembling an ice mountain flower, always maintaining an aloof demeanor. Yet at this moment her usually indifferent gaze was filled with astonishment at the sight of the Legacy Hall. This was the legacy site of the ancient Holy Alliance. In this perilous secret realm, filled with dangers and scarce opportunities, finding such a place was an immense stroke of fortune. Beside her, Lin Chen, despite her usual arrogance, could not help but grip her clothes tightly out of nervousness in front of the legacy. Lin Chen, usually composed, was also gravely serious as he gazed at the hall. Only Qian Hao, with a simple-minded grin and scratching his head, felt that all the hardships they faced were worth it. However, none of the four stepped into the legacy hall immediately. Instead, they looked at Yifeng, hoping he would enter. After all, they had followed him through this dangerous secret realm, overcoming obstacles. Had it not been for his remarkable intellect and sense of danger, they would have perished long ago. Now that they finally stood before the Holy Alliance legacy, it was only right for him to enter first. Yet just when everyone expected Yifeng to step into the hall first and seize this supreme opportunity, he slowly withdrew his gaze, turned to the four behind him, and spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. You all go in, or I will take my leave first. His light words fell like thunder, resonating loudly in the ears of Nangong, Liuyun, Lin Chen, Lin Chen, and Qian Hao. The excitement and joy on their faces instantly froze as they turned to Yifeng, disbelief and shock filling their eyes, as if they had misheard. Yi, Captain Yi, what are you saying? Qian Hao was the first to react, his simple face showing a ghostly expression as he could not help but ask, the legacy hall is right before us. We should enter together. Why do you want us to go in first while you? Yes, Captain Yi, there is no limit on the number of people who can enter the Holy Alliance Legacy Hall. If we 5 enter together, we can support each other and obtain the legacy together, which is the best choice. Why do you want us to go in first? Lin Chen furrowed his brows and stepped forward, asking in a deep voice. Nangong Luyun even grabbed Yi Feng's sleeve, showing an unusual urgency. Yi Shidi, what are you talking about? We have worked so hard to find this place, how can you not go in? This legacy is a tremendous opportunity. If we miss it, we will never find it again. The three spoke in turns, all confused and anxious, while Lin Qianqian's brows furrowed slightly as she fixed her gaze on Yi Feng, trying to discern something from his calm expression. From her understanding of this Master Yi, he appeared easygoing, but was quite opinionated, never making meaningless decisions. Since he said this, he must have his reasons. Yi Feng looked at the shocked expressions of the four, warmth filling his heart. His gaze swept over the legacy hall before him, and his tone held a hint of unnoticeable indifference. This hall is merely the legacy of one of the 12 guardians of the Holy Alliance. It is not my goal. He understood clearly that once he entered this hall, he would have to wait until the secret realm trial ended to come out. Thus he could not seek other legacies. So he would certainly not enter, as his ambitions lay elsewhere. What are the guardians' legacy? Lin Chen gasped in surprise, his face filled with confusion. Even if it is the legacy of a guardian, it is still a top-tier opportunity of the Holy Alliance. How could you? My goal is the legacy of the Holy Alliance leader. Yi Feng interrupted Lin Chen, his tone calm, but laced with an undeniable meaning, as if the legacy of the Holy Alliance leader, which existed only in legends and was seldom found, was already within his grasp. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a dead silence. Nangong Luyun's beautiful eyes widened, her fair face revealing a hint of incredulous absurdity. She stepped forward, her eyes reddened as she stared directly into Yi Feng's. Yi Shidi, do you know how vast this secret realm is, filled with dangers and ghostly creatures? To find a legacy hall of a guardian is already an extraordinary stroke of fortune, and yet you are not satisfied, and still wish to seek the legacy of the Holy Alliance leader. The inheritance of the Lord of the Holy Alliance is the supreme treasure within the secret realm. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless prodigies have ventured here, yet very few have succeeded, and most have perished in the pursuit. You are completely joking with your own life. Nangong Luyun's voice slightly rose, infused with a sense of disappointment. Although they were merely nominal Dao partners throughout this journey, she had already come to regard him as the most trustworthy companion. Hearing this fellow utter such unrealistic thoughts, she could only feel that he must have been blinded by overconfidence, utterly lost his mind. Lin Chen immediately echoed her, his expression serious. Sister Nangong is right, Captain Yi. The inheritance of the Lord of the Holy Alliance is far too ethereal. It is nothing more than an unattainable legend. The inheritance of the Path Protector before us is the true opportunity and must not be dismissed for the sake of lofty aspirations. Master Yi, I admit your strength is formidable, but the inheritance of the Lord of the Holy Alliance is truly not easy to find. How about we secure this Path Protector's inheritance first, and then discuss it after we gain strength? Lin Qianqian was also anxiously stamping her foot. Qianhao scratched his head, earnestly advising, Yes, Captain Yi, let's listen to everyone and go in together. This inheritance is truly rare. The four took turns persuading him, their tones full of sincerity, all hoping that Yi Feng would abandon that unrealistic thought and seize the opportunity before them. After all, in their eyes, the choice he faced was utterly absurd. To forsake a tremendous opportunity at hand to chase a nebulous legend was no different from seeking his own death. Faced with everyone's advice, Yi Feng felt a bitter smile arise within. He understood well that what everyone said was the truth. If it were any elite from a prominent family, they would unhesitatingly step into the opportunity presented by the Path Protector, as it was a top-tier opportunity that would drive outside cultivators to madness. But Yi Feng was different. He had seen countless saint-level powerhouses in the spirit realm. As long as there were enough saint crystals, what was there that he could not acquire? The inheritance of the Path Protector of the Holy Alliance may appear to others as a tremendous fortune, but to him it was nothing more than an ordinary matter, hardly worthy of his attention. Moreover, he possessed the heavenly mechanism disc, an unparalleled treasure that could deduce the heavenly mechanism and guide opportunities. With this item, he might not be unable to find the inheritance of the Lord of the Holy Alliance, which others could not. Unfortunately, he could not disclose these reasons to outsiders. You need not persuade me further, my decision is made. We shall meet again in the future. Yi Feng slightly raised his hand, signaling others not to see him off, and began to slowly turn away, showing no signs of attachment or hesitation as he walked directly in the opposite direction of the inheritance hall. His steps were quite firm, each footfall landed upon the withered bones, producing a faint crackling sound, yet it resonated heavily upon the hearts of the four, leaving them momentarily stunned. Watching Yi Feng's resolute figure gradually fade into the surrounding black mist, Lin Qianqian, Lin Chen, and Qianhao stood frozen in place, their faces filled with helplessness and regret, yet utterly powerless. After all, they understood his character well. Once he made a decision, no one could change it. Nangong Luyun, however, fixed her beautiful eyes tightly on the direction Yi Feng had disappeared, her expression twisting in extreme conflict. She did not understand what kind of confidence and ambition her humble, yet exceptionally intelligent husband held to forego a tremendous opportunity within reach, choosing instead to venture into the perilous depths of the secret realm to pursue the elusive position of the Lord of the Holy Alliance. Was it arrogance, or was he truly fearless? A wave of endless doubt surged within Nangong Luyuan's heart for the first time. As the black mist spread and the sinister winds howled, Yifeng's figure was soon engulfed by the ominous aura of the mountain, completely disappearing from view. Before the inheritance hall, Lin Chen, Lin Chen, and Qianhao exchanged glances, all sighing in unison. Yifeng is far too arrogant, Lin Chen murmured with emotion. The last time they ventured into the 5th level of the Canglong secret realm, he was like this. A little did they expect it to be so again this time. Last time he was fortunate enough to escape a calamity and significantly strengthen his power, but this time could he still do so? Lin Chen shook his head, speaking solemnly. Captain, Yi has his own opportunities and path to immortality, we need not force it. Since he has allowed us to enter first, let us step into the hall and obtain the inheritance, which will not be a wasted journey. Indeed, we should first acquire the inheritance, and once our strength increases we can repay him for his assistance in the future. Qianhao nodded in agreement. After discussing for a moment, the three no longer hesitated and turned towards the entrance of the inheritance hall. They each bore the mission of their families and could not gamble their futures on an elusive goal. Only Nangong Luyuan remained standing in place, not moving a step. Her gaze was fixed on the direction. Yifeng had vanished, her cold eyes filled with resentment, unable to maintain her usual calm. She too bore a significant mission for her family. Yet her mind was filled with memories of the moments shared with Yifeng since they met at their first encounter. He was merely a small errand boy, yet time and again he saved her from peril. Later, they formed a nominal Dao partner contract by chance. Throughout the years he appeared carefree but always stepped forward in critical moments, using his exceptional strength and wisdom to solve the problems faced by the Nangong family, ensuring its prosperity, even in the secret realm he led her to opportunities with his extraordinary intelligence and remarkable divination skills. This nominal Dao partner had unknowingly entered her world, breaking the ice of her frozen heart. At this moment, in pursuit of his heart's goal, he had forsaken an inheritance that was one in a billion, stepping alone into the more perilous depths of the secret realm, with an unknown path ahead and life and death uncertain. And she, as his nominal Dao partner, was she to just stay here accepting the benefits he left behind while watching him venture into danger alone? No, absolutely not. A firm voice echoed in her heart, instantly suppressing all fear and hesitation. Nangong Luyuan lightly bit her delicate lip, a hint of determination surfacing on her previously fair cheeks. She looked towards the inheritance hall, which was so close, yet exuded endless temptation, and her eyes held no more longing. Instead, her figure moved, quickly chasing after the direction Yifeng had disappeared. The ancient millennium inheritance of the Holy Alliance is indeed a tremendous fortune, but at this moment in her heart it paled in comparison to the young man who ventured into peril alone. Before the Hall of Legacy, Lin Chen, Lin Chen, and Qianhao, on the verge of entering the Grand Hall, stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. Senior sister Nangong. She's leaving too. Lin Chen cried out in astonishment, unable to trust her own eyes. Lin Chen wore an equally stunned expression. Could it be that immortal maiden Nangong has abandoned the legacy of the guardian saint mentor to pursue Yifeng? This is utterly unfathomable. Qianhao scratched his head, bewildered. Such a legacy is of paramount importance. How could senior sister Nangong follow Yifeng into madness? The three stood motionless before the hall's entrance, watching Nangong Luyuan's figure vanish into the swirling black mist. Their faces bore equal measures of helplessness and shock, yet all they could do was sigh softly and step inside the Hall of Legacy. All they could do now was seize the legacy swiftly and strengthen their cultivation, hoping one day to repay the two in kind. Alas, given the depth of their bond, this maiden fears she stands no chance at all. Lin Qian's heart sank, her spirit adrift. She had long suspected Nangong Luyuan and Yifeng were not true Dao companions, believing herself still in contention. But in this moment such unwavering devotion left no room for doubt. Along the mountain path, Yifeng moved alone through the black mist, his gaze constantly scanning fluctuations in ambient qi, seeking safe passage while evading hidden perils and formidable specters. He knew from this day forward he would traverse the secret realm unceasingly, without rest, without reprieve. Though his body possessed extraordinary regenerative power, he could ill afford excessive depletion, thus every ounce of energy must be conserved. Yet not a trace of regret stirred within him. For the legacy of the guardian saint mentor, he had never held it. Just as he resigned himself to solitude, however, light footsteps echoed behind him, familiar, rhythmic, drawing near with quiet urgency. Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly and halted, turning to face the source. Emerging from the black mist stood a figure clad in azure armor, her skin luminous as fresh snow, her ethereal countenance tinged with quiet grievance. Nangong Luyun herself, who should have been receiving the legacy within the hall. For the first time, unmistakable bewilderment and confusion flickered across Yifeng's eyes. He gazed upon the breathtaking silhouette before him, her breath faintly ragged, yet her gaze resolute, and found himself utterly speechless. "Senior sister, why have you come out?" Yifeng asked, disbelief thick in his voice. "Did I not instruct you to enter the hall and claim the legacy? Why are you here?" He simply could not fathom it. How could a scion of a second-tier clan, whose strongest cultivator barely reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, so readily forsake the legacy of a saint-level master to chase after him, a mere contracted nominal Tao companion? Such a choice defied reason even more than his own abandonment of celestial opportunities in the spirit realm. Nangong Luyun stood before Yifeng, her serene eyes locking onto his, her lashes faintly damp, and spoke with quiet finality, "Wherever you go, I go. I will remain by your side." A simple sentence, yet it struck Yifeng's heart like a boulder cast into still water, sending ripples cascading deep within his soul. Yifeng stood rooted to the spot, dazed, staring at the woman who, by nature aloof and distant to all, had just uttered words of unwavering fidelity. In that instant, joy and sorrow tangled beyond distinction. "Senior sister, have you fallen for me?" Yifeng rubbed his throbbing temples, instinctively replying with wry resignation, "Did we not agree our Tao companionship was purely nominal, a performance for appearances? Why take it so seriously?" Their bond had been nothing more than a contractual arrangement, to deflect familial pressure and unwanted advances. Bound by mutual understanding, nominal companionship, only no entanglement of emotion, no intrusion into private affairs. He could not comprehend why Nangong Luyun would sacrifice such an unparalleled opportunity for his sake. At his words, Nangong Luyun's cool gaze flickered ever so faintly, but she maintained her composure, turning her face aside, and replying coldly, "I care not whether our bond is feigned or genuine. You saved my life once in this secret realm, you aided me repeatedly. Today I follow you solely to repay that debt, to ensure your safe departure from this realm. Nothing more." Though she spoke of gratitude, she knew well her heart's flutter had long since transcended mere obligation, yet she refused to acknowledge it, dared not name it. Yifeng watched Nangong Luyun, the stubborn set of her jaw, the subtle defiance beneath her icy poise, and felt profound weariness settle within him. He knew her temperament, well, solitary and unyielding from youth. Once resolved, her decisions brooked no reversal. Not even her own father could sway her. Since she had already followed him here, persuasion to return was futile. Very well, let her accompany him. With a senior sister of such formidable cultivation at his side, survival amid the specter-haunted realm would grow markedly easier, and he might even steal a few moments of respite. Then let us proceed together. But know this, the road ahead grows deadlier. Stay close. Never act on your own accord. In the end, Yifeng sighed softly and yielded. Hearing his assent, a fleeting softness glimmered in Nangong Luyun's frost-bright eyes, and she gave the slightest, most graceful nod. Thus Yifeng, who had begun this journey alone, now walked beside a serene, peerless presence. Shoulder to shoulder they resumed their quest for the legacy of the Saint Alliance's sovereign. Beyond the mountain of peril, the oppressive aura of malevolence eased somewhat, yet wandering specters remained ubiquitous. These specters were born from the lingering souls and remains of ancient trial seekers, some dating back to primordial eras, others from the past 10,000 years, ferocious, unpredictable, and far beyond the capacity of even elite cultivators to evade. With Nangong Luyun at his side, Yifeng truly breathed easier. Her combat prowess was exceptional, her vigilance acute. Their synergy was seamless. One led, the other supported, one guarded, left, the other right, complementing each other flawlessly. Yifeng charted their course and dispatched numerous lesser threats that sapped stamina. Nangong Luyun secured their flanks, eliminating powerful spectral chieftains. Side by side they fought through the realm, movements harmonized, timing impeccable. Though peril shadowed every step, their shared presence softened solitude's edge, infusing the journey with quiet warmth. When weariness struck, they sought shelter in secluded valleys for brief rest. When thirst arose, they drank from springs untainted by deathkey. When hunger gnawed, they hunted wild beasts and roasted their meat over open flame. Through days of constant companionship and mutual sustenance, the distance between them narrowed imperceptibly. Neither named the strange tenderness blooming between them, yet both honored it, silently guarding each other along the path, without uttering a word. Gradually Nangong Luyun found herself increasingly awestruck by Yifeng's extraordinary talents. She initially thought that with just the two of them the journey would be extremely perilous, and they might even exhaust themselves halfway and be attacked to death. However, to her surprise, the other party was able to accurately avoid one powerful ghost's lair after another, moving steadily through the treacherous depths of the secret realm, as if they were an Iron Man. She increasingly felt that this guy's decision to abandon the inheritance of the Holy Envoy was not out of arrogance, but rather a testament to his confidence. His sense of crisis was truly extraordinary. With such abilities, the dangers in the secret realm seemed to become mere stepping stones. The two searched for an indeterminate amount of time. Although they were utterly exhausted, they managed to remain safe and sound. However, on this day, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. The two were traversing an incredibly vast muddy swamp, filled with black poisonous plants. This swamp was shrouded in a faint gray miasma, appearing calm, yet concealing deadly dangers. Beneath the endless mud lay countless poisonous insects and traps. Although Yifeng had done his utmost to lead Nangong Luoyun to evade the attacks of the poisonous insects and traps, a lapse occurred during their alternating rest periods. It was an ancient poisonous scorpion, entirely black, with purple stripes no larger than a thumb, lurking between the poisonous plants and mud, completely undetectable. Its speed was astonishing. Taking advantage of Yifeng's moment of rest, it darted like a black flash, instantly striking at Nangong Luoyun's ankle. Nangong Luoyun let out a muffled groan, feeling an excruciating pain radiate from her ankle, followed by a wave of faint purple, highly toxic malevolence that surged through her meridians, sweeping over her entire body in an instant. This malevolence was exceedingly domineering, spreading through her bodous channels in the blink of an eye, causing all her strength to drain away like a broken dam. Senior sister. Yifeng, hearing her voice, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and upon seeing Nangong Luoyun's pale face and her body collapsing weakly, hurried forward to hold her securely in his arms. In his grasp it felt fragrant and cool. Nangong Luoyun's body was visibly weakening, her once rosy lips now extremely pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her breath weak, lacking even the strength to stand. What happened? Yifeng's heart tightened at the sight, and he quickly began to examine her injuries. Upon seeing the small purplish wound on her ankle and a nearby scorpion attempting to escape, his expression darkened instantly. It's an ancient poisonous creature. The severing vein scorpion. This ancient poisonous scorpion possesses a highly peculiar venom born in ancient times. Its body is adorned with faint dark purple patterns, moving silently and extremely hard to detect. The venom contains strange energy that specifically targets body cultivators, being exceedingly domineering. In this secret realm, where no spiritual energy can be used, it is essentially incurable. Yifeng swiftly swung his sword, killing the severing vein scorpion, then carried Nangong Luoyun to a safe location, attempting to extract the venom. Unfortunately, the venom of this ancient scorpion was too tyrannical. As soon as it entered her body, it completely fused with her blood. The detoxifying herbs they had were utterly ineffective against it. In just a short moment, Nangong Luoyun had lost the vast majority of her strength, slumping in Yifeng's arms, unable to even lift a hand, her pair of cold eyes still clear, but filled with despair. Feeling the withered meridians within her, sensing the venom that was continuously eroding her body, she felt a chill in her heart. She knew she had been poisoned with an incurable toxin, now reduced to a burden with no fighting ability, unable to even move. In this perilous secret realm, where every step was fraught with danger, even if the two collaborated wholeheartedly to survive, it was exceedingly difficult. If she were to drag along a burden, it would be akin to seeking death. Not only would she perish, but even Yifeng would be dragged down and buried here. Leaning against Yifeng's chest, Nangong Luoyun weakly raised her eyes to look at the anxious man before her, filled with guilt and reluctance. With all her strength, she softly said, "Junior brother, you don't worry about me. Just keep moving forward, seek the inheritance of the Holy Alliance leader. Taking me with you will only slow you down." Her voice was faint yet resolute. She didn't want to ruin his future because of herself, nor did she want him to lose his life for her. But before she could finish, Yifeng interrupted her. "No way." Yifeng tightened his arms around her, his tone firm, without a hint of hesitation. Those simple 3 words weighed like 1,000 pounds, striking at Nangong Luoyun's heart. You will die." Nangong Luoyun's pale face showed a hint of reproach for his stubbornness. "Don't worry, neither of us will die. I promised your father that I would protect you, and from the moment we entered the secret realm together, I would never abandon you." Yifeng looked down at the frail Nangong Luoyun in his arms, his eyes filled with seriousness and determination, showing no signs of disgust or hesitation. The other party was willing to forego opportunities to come help him, let alone just being poisoned. Even if the sky were to fall, he would not leave her alone here. After his words, Yifeng said no more. He slightly bent down, carefully placed Nangong Luoyun on his back, securing her with his clothes to ensure she wouldn't fall, then set off, continuing deeper into the secret realm. His steps were steady and powerful. Even while carrying someone, his speed did not diminish, skillfully avoiding the dangers ahead and slaying the attacking ghostly creatures. Nangong Luoyun lay on Yifeng's back, feeling his broad and solid back, listening to the steady and strong beat of his heart. Her heart was instantly filled with a complex mix of emotions: gratitude, guilt, anxiety, and a tinge of indescribable heartache. "Junior brother, you don't let your emotions dictate your actions. Listen to me. I truly don't blame you. Once we get out, remember to honor my father, bringing me along. We won't survive." She struggled attempting to get down from Yifeng's back, her tone carrying a hint of anger and petulance as she weakly called out. No, you should honor your father yourself. Oh, I'm only responsible for bringing you out of the secret realm. Yifeng remained unmoved. You? Are you foolish? Nangong Luyun was completely infuriated upon hearing this. Did this guy not see the situation, clearly failing to grasp reality? Why are you so obstinate? I'm just a burden, or if you abandon me and go on alone, you still have a chance to find the inheritance and survive. Nangong Luyun continued to plead stubbornly. She knew the other party was no ordinary person. She didn't want to become his burden, nor did she want to see him give up his lifelong pursuits and die for her. But Yifeng ignored her, continuing to carry her steadily forward, paying no heed to her words. Nangong Luyun felt anxious and angry upon seeing that Yifeng was not heeding her advice, and her eyes instantly turned red, but she felt helpless. She lay on Yifeng's back, feeling him carefully protect her as he stepped through the marsh, traversing endless traps and slaying the oncoming apparitions. The emotions within her surged to their peak. Unable to hold back any longer, she questioned weakly with a choked voice. Yifeng, tell me, why are you being so good? We are merely false Dao partners. You have no need to risk your life for me, sacrificing your own opportunities. She truly could not comprehend why this man, who had only signed a rental contract with her as a false Dao partner, would be so loyal to her, even risking his life to protect her. Yifeng, who was moving forward, paused slightly upon hearing this. Why? Yifeng questioned himself in his heart. Unfortunately, he could not articulate the reason. Initially, he protected her simply out of their nominal Dao partner status. They traveled together and looked out for. However, after spending days together fighting side by side, this normally aloof yet soft-hearted senior sister had already occupied an extremely important place in his heart. He had no grandiose reasons, nor any carefully thought-out calculations. He simply did not want to see her harmed, did not want to see her perish in this secret realm, and that was all. Yifeng did not turn back. He continued to carry Nangong Luyun, his voice low, yet slightly gentle as he stated, "There is no reason, I just don't want anything to happen to you." This simple statement surpassed 1,000 words. Hearing this reason, tears streamed down Nangong Luyun's face, as she could no longer hold back, silently cascading down to wet Yifeng's back. She tightly embraced Yifeng's neck, burying her face in his shoulder, her heart filled with bitterness and emotion, unable to utter another word of advice. She knew that once this man had made up his mind about something, he would not change it. All she could do was quietly lie on his back and accompany him as they walked through the final stretch of their lives together. Forget it, being able to share life and death together can be considered a life without regrets. Nangong Luyun, facing Yifeng's stubbornness, could only helplessly begin to cooperate. In the depths of the secret realm, dangers multiplied. Powerful ghost generals emerged one after another, and ancient poisonous creatures were scattered everywhere, making each step extremely arduous. Yet despite this, Yifeng still managed to find some herbs to apply and take for Nangong Luyun. Although these herbs could not completely neutralize the toxin in her body, they could significantly alleviate Nangong Luyun's pain and prevent it from worsening. Unfortunately, Nangong Luyun still showed no signs of joy, as she was unable to exert any strength to provide even a shred of help. It was merely a matter of time before they both succumbed to exhaustion. However, to her surprise, after a few more days, Yifeng carried her tirelessly, without a moment's rest. Though he was extremely fatigued, his posture remained upright. It was as if he had inexhaustible strength. Even after continuous travel and relentless fighting, despite his energy being depleted to the extreme, he could merely take a brief nap and then rise again revitalized. Crucially, his combat skills were also continuously improving. As such, although the situation appeared precarious, he was still able to turn danger into safety. Unfortunately, the secret realm was not only filled with ordinary apparitions, and it was always unavoidable to encounter some formidable and troublesome threats. Even though Yifeng was extremely cautious and on guard at all times, he still found himself entangled with a skeleton king known for its speed. This ghost general-level skeleton king, with a body as flawless as jade and wielding a spear, relentlessly pursued Yifeng. After several rounds of fierce combat, Yifeng managed to shatter it, but his armor was soaked with blood and sweat, his face full of fatigue, with his stamina dwindling, facing dire straits. Is it finally going to end? He should be ready to let go of himself, right? Nangong Luyun witnessed all this, feeling both heartbroken and helpless, slowly closing her eyes as if resigning to fate. She knew that he was severely injured and unable to protect himself, and there was no way he would have any remaining glimmer of hope. Abandoning her was the only way to survive. However, to her astonishment, Yifeng merely hastily bandaged himself a few times, and then continued to carry her tightly, step by step, resolutely moving deeper into the secret realm. Nangong Luyun lay on Yifeng's back, feeling his heavy breath, sensing his trembling shoulders, and witnessing his determination to protect her at all costs. Suddenly her eyes moistened and tears poured out like a tide, wildly washing over her heart. She had once thought that his promise to protect her was merely a wishful thought, as she believed that when they truly reached a dead end he would choose to give up and prioritize his own safety. But now she understood that this man's promise was never just empty words, he was genuinely putting his life on the line to fulfill it. As long as the heavens allowed them to escape this calamity, she would be willing to do anything afterward. Perhaps her prayers were effective, or as long as the heavens allowed them to escape this calamity, she would be willing to do anything afterward. Perhaps her prayers were effective, or perhaps the heavens could no longer bear to watch. As Yifeng carried Nangong Liuyun, enduring countless hardships and traversing numerous dangers, nearly exhausting his strength, the darkness ahead slowly began to dissipate. An ancient hall, even more majestic, more sacred, and more imposing than before, appeared before their eyes. This hall stood at the center of a cliff in the secret realm, constructed entirely of flawless white jade, more sacred and grand than the previous golden hall of the Path Protectors. The door of the hall was engraved with the most ancient and profound runes of the Holy Alliance, radiating a brilliant golden holy light that dispelled all surrounding deathly aura and gloom, resembling a sacred land on earth. On either side of the hall door, instead of ordinary statues of the Path Protectors, stood the statue of the strongest Path Protector, brandishing a holy sword and clad in holy armor, exuding an overwhelming aura that evoked admiration and fear. This was not merely the inheritance of an ordinary Path Protector, but the legacy of the strongest Path Protector among the 12 of the Holy Alliance. It was several times more advanced than the hall they had previously discovered, truly the first inheritance under the leader of the Holy Alliance. Yifeng, quick look. We found it. We really found another place of inheritance. Nangong Liuyun, lying on Yifeng's back, her cold eyes filled with shock and joy, looked at Yifeng with excitement, her voice trembling. She had never been so uncontrolled. This matter was far too important. As long as they could enter this hall of inheritance, it meant they would all survive. She originally thought that with her body poisoned, she would only drag Yifeng down to his demise, and there would be no chance of survival. Yet she never expected that Yifeng could truly achieve this. It was he who, relying solely on his own strength, carried her, who was severely poisoned and defenseless day and night, braving countless dangers, truly finding a glimmer of hope in this dire situation. This was a miracle she had never even dared to imagine. Yifeng gazed at the Sacred Alliance's holy hall, at the imposing statue of the Holy Envoy, and his tense mind finally began to relax slightly. However, thinking that this was still the inheritance of the path-guarding Holy Envoy, he felt a tinge of sadness in his heart. Yes, we found it. He nodded and responded gently. There was no ecstasy, no excitement, only calmness and indifference, as if everything was within his expectations. Although this inheritance of the strongest path-guarding Holy Envoy was more precious, it was still not his pursuit. He carefully placed Nangong Liuyun down from his back in front of the hall's entrance, gently supporting her so that she could lean against him. At this moment, Nangong Liuyun was still weak and unable to move, only managing to stand with difficulty while leaning against Yifeng. She looked at the inheritance hall before her, at Yifeng's weary yet resolute face, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had already begun to plan how to express her gratitude once everything was safe. "Senior sister," Yifeng said softly, his voice laced with endless fatigue. "This hall is the inheritance hall of the strongest path-guarding Holy Envoy. The inheritance inside is enough to dissolve the poison within you and heal your injuries." He raised his hand, gently wiping the tears from Nangong Liuyun's cheek, his movements tender. "They'll take you inside to receive the inheritance. Your injuries will heal quickly." Nangong Liuyun looked up at Yifeng, her eyes red and tears silently streaming down her face. She couldn't say a word, only nodding vigorously. She knew very well that once they entered this hall they would be completely safe. It was the most powerful refuge where no ghost could intrude. Seeing this, Yifeng stopped, saying more carefully, supporting Nangong Liuyun and bringing her to the entrance. Upon sensing Nangong Liuyun's presence, the Sacred Alliance runes on the hall door slowly opened, revealing a golden light that enveloped her body. "Go in, senior sister. The inheritance inside will automatically initiate a selection. Focus on accepting the test, while I will leave now." Yifeng finally reminded her once everything was settled. "You're not coming in." Hearing this, Nangong Liuyun finally sensed something was off and turned back suddenly, her beautiful eyes filled with endless shock. "Of course, my ambitions lie not here." Yifeng smiled, gently waving his hand. Then he turned around, dragging his weary body and stepping forward without the slightest reluctance, heading deeper into the secret realm. His goal had always been singular, the inheritance of the Alliance leader. He had done his utmost to find this strongest path-guarding Holy Envoy's inheritance for Nangong Liuyun, ensuring her safety and helping her recover. Next, he intended to lighten his load and take a gamble, pursuing the elusive position of the Alliance leader. "Yifeng, you bastard." Nangong Liuyun, wrapped in the light gate, was unable to move, her gaze fixed on Yifeng's figure, rarely cursing out loud, her eyes filled with reluctance and anger, tears blurring her vision, yet she couldn't bring herself to look away. She had never expected that he, despite being severely injured and reaching a dead end, would still seek that most ethereal legend. Watching Yifeng grow more distant once again, embarking on a perilous journey alone, Nangong Luyun could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down her face as she choked up. She felt that this farewell could very well be forever. Unfortunately, before she could even begin to grieve, she was drawn into the light of the inheritance hall the next moment, entering its interior, while the hall doors slowly closed, isolating her from everything outside. Inside the hall, the rules were entirely different. The sacred radiance was dazzling, and endless powers of rules surged, enveloping her body like a warm ocean. After a series of illusory trials, vast memories of the holy envoy's inheritance surged into her mind in an instant. Meanwhile, a pure holy power flowed through her meridians, beginning to dissolve the ancient poison within her. That tyrannical and unresolvable poison in the face of the inheritance power of the Sacred Alliance's holy envoy dissolved rapidly like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. The originally blocked meridians became unimpeded in an instant, and her withered aura quickly recovered. The black poison markings on her body vanished, and her pale cheeks regained their flush. In less than half an hour, the deadly poison within Nangong Luyun was completely resolved, her injuries healed, and not only that, her cultivation also surged under the nourishment of the inheritance power, breaking through several bottlenecks in one go, significantly increasing her strength. Unfortunately, she could not leave this sacred hall at all. Standing in the hall surrounded by sacred light, her demeanor became increasingly cold and holy, yet she no longer possessed the aloofness and distance of the past. Instead, Yifeng's figure kept appearing in her mind. Every glance and smile from him, protecting her steadfastly in times of danger, unwavering by her side in desperate situations, gently waving goodbye before the inheritance hall. Each scene was etched in her heart like an indelible mark, becoming an everlasting pain. She finally understood that her feelings for Yifeng were no longer merely a contract of renting a partner, nor a simple matter of repaying kindness, but genuine love, a heartfelt connection. Reflecting on when she signed the false partner contract with Yifeng, she had firmly believed that they would only be nominal partners without falling in love or interfering in each other's private affairs, and once the contract ended, they would part ways amicably and forget each other in the world. She had thought she would never violate this agreement, would never let this rented partner affect her Dao heart. But now she realized she was wrong, and terribly so. In that moment when Yifeng was willing to sacrifice his life for her, when he remained by her side through thick and thin, when he risked everything to seek out supreme opportunities for her, her heart had long since succumbed, unable to retract. Nangong Luyun slowly opened her eyes, tears still flowing from her icy gaze, but now they were not of sadness or despair, but filled with warmth and determination. She raised her hand, gently caressing her heart, feeling that heart-wrenching love within her, murmuring, "Yifeng, from childhood to now, you are the first man besides my father who has truly protected me. I'm so sorry, but I must break my promise. What pursuit of the immortal path, what rental contract, I no longer care. From this day forth, I, Nangong Luyun, will be your true partner. No matter where you are, no matter how many lives you cycle through, I will find you, and we will never part, bound by life." In the magnificent hall of the sacred radiance, the usually aloof Nangong Luyun gazed at the hall's entrance, fixated on the retreating figure pursuing the ultimate inheritance, solemnly vowing the most serious promise of his life. Outside the hall, Yifeng's silhouette had long vanished into the surrounding black mist, steadily advancing towards the unexplored regions of the secret realm. He did not expect that after searching for so long, the two places he discovered were not the locations of the Sacred Alliance leader's inheritance. His efforts were in vain, yet fortunately Nangong Luyun was safe, allowing him to once again proceed with a light heart. It was not that he did not wish to continue seeking better inheritances with Nangong Luyun, but his abilities were limited. Ever since she was poisoned, he had kept Nangong Luyun behind him, shouldering all the dangers alone, each step taken as if walking on thin ice. Even when facing ambushes, he would rather suffer severe injuries himself than allow her to encounter even the slightest danger. At this moment he was already covered in wounds, but could not afford to tend to his injuries. Now, after safely delivering Nangong Luyun to the hall of the most powerful path protector's inheritance, the immense burden on his shoulders was finally lifted. He began to have the time and energy to treat his wounds, and with the experiences gained during this period, he had become quite familiar with dealing with the ghostly beings surrounding him. Finding a somewhat safe cave, he took out his tools and herbs to re-bandage his wounds, and without any hesitation, Yifeng turned and continued to dash deeper into the secret realm. Regardless of whether he could obtain the Sacred Alliance leader's inheritance, he had to search for it with all his might, as it related to the security of the headquarters of the Piayan sect, and whether the strongest force in the Songlong continent could be utilized by him. Only by confirming that this supreme inheritance was not entrusted to the wrong person could he continue to rely on the power of the Songlong continent to establish a foothold in the spirit realm, protecting those he wished to safeguard, and trampling all who insulted and pursued him underfoot. His figure moved like a swimming dragon weaving through the jungles and mountains of the secret realm at great speed, leaving only a gentle breeze rustling the foliage. His steps were remarkably subtle. Each landing was silent even when treading on sharp stones, and decayed branches no sound was made. He resembled a phantom in the dark night, or a bird soaring through the skies nimble and swift. Unbeknownst to him, in a distant area of the secret realm a group of disheveled figures were aimlessly trudging along, each step taken with immense difficulty. The leader of this group was Lin Chen. At this moment, having lost a significant amount of resources in the Corpse King's lair, he had long since lost the arrogance he had when expelling Yifeng. His armor was torn and tattered by the ghostly beings of the secret realm, revealing skin marred by bruises and spots eroded by malevolent energy. His hair hung messily over his shoulders, and his eyes were bloodshot, his expression worn to the point of exhaustion, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Following him were a dozen core elites, who had once expelled Yifeng alongside him. These individuals had been the top talents of their respective families, accustomed to a life of luxury, but now they were all gaunt, their eyes filled with fear, their injuries numerous, requiring each other's support to walk utterly wretched. Moreover, their numbers had dwindled by several. They had searched the secret realm for more than a month. During these 30-plus days while searching for the inheritance locations, they had never given up on tracking down Yifeng and the others. Initially, when they decided to retrieve Yifeng, they all held a ridiculous dream, believing that Yifeng's group was weak and would eventually return to them, obedient and fearful of the dangers within the secret realm, continuing to guard, scout, and withstand crises for them. They were convinced that Yifeng's group would never dare to stray too far from them, and they were certain that the latter could never refuse to return. However, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face. For more than a month, they had scoured every inch of the secret realm, searching every valley and forest. Not only had they failed to find Yifeng, but they had not even caught a glimpse of any traces left by him. It was as if he had left overnight from the very beginning, never pausing nearby. Endless regret and unease seeped into their hearts like the cold, dead air in the secret realm, robbing them of sleep and rendering food inedible. They finally understood how vastly different it was to have no professionals guarding the night compared to before. When Yifeng was still in the team, every night, they only needed him to guard, and all dangers were kept at bay. Neither the low-level ghosts wandering within the secret realm, nor the various lurking poisonous insects could approach their camp even a step. Every night, they could sleep soundly, restoring their energy and morale, each person filled with hope for the future. At that time, they took all this for granted, even believing that the secret realm was indeed safe, and Yifeng's night watch was merely a trivial matter that he was supposed to do. But now, after traveling such a long distance, they finally realized how terrifying the secret realm was at night. Eerie malevolence pervaded the air, and various ghostly beings hidden in the darkness were foraging nearby, waiting for the opportunity to strike. A moment of carelessness could lead to ambush and serious injury, or even death. To ensure the camp's safety, they had to assign at least 10 people every night stationed in various directions, keeping a close watch without any slackening. Yet even so, it was impossible to achieve absolute safety. During this past month, 4 people had already been ambushed and killed by ghostly beings, and the number of the severely injured was countless. All of them had not had a sound sleep for a long time. Every night was a torment. The watchers were on high alert, fearing that a moment's lapse could invite calamity. Those resting dared not fall into deep sleep, keeping their nerves taut, waking instantly at the slightest rustle, drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! Where the hell has that brat gone? Could he have already been devoured by the ghostly beings? One elite leaned against a withered tree, unable to suppress a low curse, his voice tinged with unmistakable fatigue and irritation. They've searched for so long, and still haven't found those few people. This is truly beyond our expectations. That can't be possible. Even if he was eaten by the ghosts, the armor and supplies should still be left behind. Another person shook his head in response. We should never have driven him away in the first place. Now we can't even get a good night's sleep. If this continues, we won't need any ghostly beings to come after us. We will collapse under the pressure ourselves. As the words fell, the elite around began to complain, revealing expressions of regret. Their hearts were filled with remorse, hating their own short-sightedness, their arrogance, and most of all hating themselves for driving away a low-key, yet kind-hearted expert. Yet they were also extremely puzzled. How did that kid Yifeng manage to keep watch all night, single-handedly keeping all dangers at bay? In the nighttime of the secret realm, visibility was greatly hindered, and the ghostly beings approached silently. Even when 10 of them joined forces, they struggled to fend off the relentless ambushes. However, that kid Yifeng stood firm like a mountain, leaving no vulnerabilities. They racked their brains, but couldn't comprehend the reason. Little did they know that Yifeng possessed the passive skill-gazing technique bestowed by the heavenly mechanism plate. This secret technique could pierce through the world's chi, allowing Yifeng to perceive the fluctuations of danger within his field of vision with just a glance. Whether it was hidden ghostly beings or lurking enemies, none could escape his sight. Thus, he could foresee dangers in advance and respond accordingly, achieving maximum safety at minimal cost. This was the fundamental reason he could guard through the night while remaining as steady as a mountain. Such a miraculous technique was simply the most formidable auxiliary skill in this secret realm with no equal. Lu Qingyuan rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling his agitation intensifying. He had a faint premonition that Yi Feng and his companions had likely ventured far away, perhaps even found the end. Looking back on the past, he increasingly felt that the seemingly patient, yet highly skilled young man was likely the legendary Yi Xinglan. The fact that he left might mean he never intended to return. And yet, due to their momentary short-sightedness and arrogance, they lost the greatest support in this journey. Lu Qingyuan gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. Everyone stay alert and bring out your utmost abilities. We cannot let anyone think that without Yi Feng we can't survive. The crowd, upon hearing this, dared not disobey. They could only drag their exhausted bodies onward, aimlessly searching in the gloom, immersed in endless regret and torment. Yi Feng was unaware that Lu Qingyuan and the others were searching for him, waiting for his return. He sped through the secret realm, avoiding countless dangerous ghostly beings, guided by the gazing technique, searching day and night for the whereabouts of the sacred hall. After days of recuperation, the wounds that had once been deep enough to see bone had completely healed. The stamina he had exhausted while protecting Nangong Luyun had gradually returned to peak condition. His energy surged and the weariness in his eyes vanished, making him feel as if he had been reborn. However, just as Yi Feng was traversing a range of undulating black mountains, his steps suddenly halted. This place seems a bit unusual. He raised his eyes towards a nondescript, medium-sized peak shrouded in thick clouds and mist, and his pupils slightly constricted. He noticed that within the depths of the mountain there was vaguely a beautiful purple chi concealed. The purple chi was dense and inextricable, like a tangible substance, permeating a certain area within the mountain, appearing and disappearing, imbued with supreme Tao charm and majesty, as if symbolizing the highest authority of this world. Amidst the purple chi was a glow unique to the ancient Holy Alliance, domineering and authoritative, contrasting sharply with the aura he had sensed from the pathguarding Holy Envoy's inheritance, yet originating from the same source. Such rich purple chi, such a powerful inheritance aura. Yi Feng was greatly shaken at this sight, his gaze instantly becoming fervent. This could very well be the location of the inheritance hall of the founder of the ancient Holy Alliance. Only a place of inheritance belonging to a supreme being like the Alliance Master could possess such astonishing purple chi phenomena. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck to find it without much effort. The inheritance of the Alliance Master that he had been searching for was unexpectedly hidden within this seemingly ordinary mountain range. Yi Feng suppressed his excitement, immediately retracting all of his aura, and cautiously made his way towards the mountain ahead. He knew that even in the final moment he could not afford to be careless. However, just as he had not run far, a familiar, yet harsh voice of discussion suddenly came from the nearby jungle, instantly reaching his ears. Young Master Xiao, this secret realm's interior is too vast. Where exactly is the place of the Holy Alliance's inheritance? We have searched for so long, yet we haven't even seen a shadow. If this continues, we might truly return empty-handed. This voice, low yet tinged with a sinister quality, was etched into Yi Feng's memory, unforgettable for life. It was Yi Tian. Yi Feng's eyes instantly turned cold, and the temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees, as a strong, killing intent quietly erupted without reservation. Yi Tian, this half-brother of his, was not only his sworn enemy, but also the one who had caused the death of the original owner's mother. Over the years they had pursued him mercilessly, creating immense obstacles in his path of cultivation. This blood feud was deeply etched in his heart. He had never forgotten it for a moment. Now, encountering them in this secret realm, old grievances and new enmities surged within him. Just then another arrogant voice laced with disdain and haughtiness began to sound, saying, "What are you panicking about? If my Shao family alliance can't find the inheritance, then no other powers will either. At worst we will all return empty-handed. By the way, I thought I heard a faint sound just now. I wonder which blind fool dares to wander under my nose." Xiao Shiji. Yi Feng's pupils constricted again upon hearing the voice. Xiao Shiji, the direct descendant of the Shao family, relied on his illustrious family background to act arrogantly, and had repeatedly colluded with Yi Tian, viewing Yi Feng as a thorn in his side, attempting to kill him on multiple occasions. Unexpectedly, these two had actually teamed up in the secret realm. Yi Feng followed the direction of the voice and saw a team of over 20 elite members from the Shao family and their allied factions approaching. Each member of this team was valiant and powerful, consisting of the elite from the Shao family and those closely allied with them. While they were quite disheveled, they were not as miserable as the Lu family's faction, which had lost their supplies. At the forefront stood Xiao Shiji and Yi Tian. Xiao Shiji was adorned in resplendent armor, though marked with numerous claw marks. He appeared rather clean and tidy, his face brimming with an air of invincibility. Yi Tian followed closely beside Xiao Shiji, appearing rather tragic with tattered armor and numerous bloodstains, yet his status within the group seemed to be quite significant. What Yi Feng did not know was that after the incident of the counterfeit treasures, Yi Tian's standing in the Xiao family had plummeted dramatically. However, he was very much aware of his role as a sycophant during this time, by servilely catering to Xiao Shiji in the secret realm, and even helping him fend off numerous dangers. He had regained Xiao Shiji's favor and became the second-in-command of the team. The two of them, accompanied by over 20 elite members of the Xiao family, had searched for a long time in the secret realm, but had yet to find any trace of the Sacred Alliance's Hall of Inheritance, and at this moment they were planning to conduct a thorough search in the last direction of this area. Given the progress of this team's search, one careless mistake could indeed lead them to discover the place of inheritance. No, we must divert their attention. Yi Feng rapidly contemplated in his mind and quickly made a decision. He was unsure if the Hall of Inheritance of the Sacred Alliance allowed multiple entrants, but regardless, he could not give the Xiao family any opportunity. In the next moment, he intentionally created some noise. Sure enough, the elite members of the Xiao family soon spotted Yi Feng lingering at the edge of the dense forest. Their team had just parted ways with the Ouyang family's elites not long ago, and now in their agitated state, they saw that Yi Feng was alone, seemingly weary from his journey, his armor somewhat worn with remnants of previously bandaged wounds that had not been fully removed, appearing quite pitiful. A flash of wild joy crossed Xiao Shiji and Yi Tian's eyes. Huh, I thought who it was. Turns out it's this freeloading son-in-law Yi Feng. Xiao Shiji pointed at Yi Feng and laughed loudly, his voice filled with mockery. I thought this kid had hidden in the Lin family's camp and wouldn't dare to come out again, yet unexpectedly, he ran all the way into the depths of this secret realm. It seems he was expelled by the Lu and Lin families, right? All alone in this secret realm, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Indeed, Yi Feng, you truly are a fool who chooses the path of heaven and ignores the gates of hell. Originally, we were busy looking for the inheritance and had no time for you, yet here you are delivering yourself right to our doorstep. Perfect, we can settle old scores and new grudges today. Yi Tian also sneered, his gaze coldly fixed on Yi Feng like a venomous snake eyeing its prey. The two of them had not thought too deeply and simply assumed that Yi Feng had been driven out by the Lin and Lu factions, left all alone in a pitiful state. In their eyes, Yi Feng was currently isolated and helpless entirely, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered with no ability to resist. As for why he was able to escape alone, without perishing, they chose to ignore it, considering him to have just been expelled. In an instant, Xiao Shiji and Yi Tian made up their minds to first dispose of this kid before anything else, since they had yet to find any trace of the inheritance. In their judgment, killing Yi Feng, this abandoned pawn with no backing, would be a matter of mere moments, completely inconsequential. On the contrary, if he were to return to the Canglong continent, it would require considerable effort, especially Yi Tian, whose murderous intent had already reached its peak. He was acutely aware that Yi Feng held a deep-seated grudge against him, who, despite Yi Feng's current plight, he was still highly valued by the Nangong family with boundless potential. If allowed to grow, he would undoubtedly become a serious threat in the future, seeking revenge on him. Taking this opportunity to eliminate Yi Feng and cut off future troubles is the most prudent choice. All personnel, listen up. Xiao Shiji suddenly ceased his mockery, his gaze icy as he commanded, surround that kid in front of us. Today I will ensure this ignorant kid has no place to bury his body. Understood. The more than 20 elites of the Xiao family responded in unison, immediately spreading out to form a fan-shaped encirclement, closing in on Yi Feng, preparing to trap him completely. The ghosts around the secret realm seemed to sense the intense murderous intent here, momentarily pausing in their actions, not daring to approach. The air in this area was shrouded in a thick haze of killing intent, oppressive to the extreme. Xiao Shiji and Yi Tian took the lead, charging forward, their faces filled with mocking and cruel smiles as they gazed at the increasingly closer Yi Feng. They both believed that with Yi Feng injured, surrounded by more than 20 of their elites, he would undoubtedly find it impossible to escape. However, unexpectedly, Yi Feng stood calmly at the front of the forest, showing no signs of panic, instead slowly raising his head to look at Xiao Shiji and Yi Tian, a cold smile forming within his heart. Xiao Shiji, Yi Tian, you really have come. I knew your treacherous hearts would never die, and since you insist on opposing me, don't blame me for being rude. Coincidentally, this place is very close to the Hall of Inheritance of the Sacred Alliance. If these two were to discover its location with the strength of the Xiao family, they would undoubtedly bring immense trouble to Piaoyun Valley in the future. Since that is the case, I will deliberately lead you away from this mountain, ensuring you will never find the Hall of it. As for revenge, Yi Feng's gaze swept over the more than 20 elites of the Xiao family in front of him, a cold arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Today I will not only lead you away, but also make you pay a bloody price. In the next moment, he began to turn and run. He's running. What are you waiting for? Chase after him. Xiao Shiji, seeing Yi Feng's earlier calmness replaced by a sudden flight, felt his anger surge, and he ordered fiercely. Having come this far, how can we let him escape easily? With his words, the 20-plus elites of the Shao family did not dare to delay, immediately increasing their pursuit. These were all elites carefully cultivated by the Shao family from closely allied forces, cooperating seamlessly and striking ruthlessly. While chasing, they continuously unleashed various ranged attacks, instantly enveloping the entire forest, bombarding towards Yifeng. These attacks were magnificent and powerful. Yifeng, you cannot escape. Prepare to die. Yi Tian roared, taking the lead in attacking, an arrow in his hand shining with a cold light, shooting straight towards Yifeng's back. The strike ruthless and aimed at a vital point. Yet unexpectedly, Yifeng seemed to have eyes at the back of his head. His figure merely swayed slightly, and like a ghost he dodged the oncoming arrow. Following that, he flickered again like willow catkins in the wind, weaving through the dense barrage of attacks and ghostly creatures, with each dodge executed with pinpoint precision, perfectly avoiding all lethal strikes. The claws of the ghosts grazed past the corners of his clothing, the hidden weapons landing on the ground behind him, exploding into massive deep pits, stones flying and foliage scattering, yet they could never touch Yifeng in the slightest. Though the Shao clan's assault appeared fierce, not a single strike grazed even a fold of Yifeng's robe. Instead, many of them were ambushed by lurking specters along the way, nearly sustaining injuries. How is this possible? Xiao Shiji's pupils contracted sharply, his earlier contempt vanished, instantly replaced by shock and utter disbelief. He had assumed that 20 elite warriors surrounding a lone, dazed Yifeng would subdue him effortlessly. Yet reality mocked his arrogance. The youth moved like an eel, blindingly swift, his figure flickering beyond their perception, rendering any coordinated encirclement utterly futile. What chilled them most was this paradox. Though Yifeng bore visible wounds, his stamina and agility remained unimpaired, as if his strength flowed endlessly, inexhaustibly. For half an hour they pursued him, relentlessly striking in rotating waves. But each warrior's breath grew ragged, exhaustion gnawed at their limbs, sweat drenched their brows, and their movements slowed to sluggish hesitation. Yifeng, though swaying as if on the verge of collapse, showed no sign of fatigue, always hovering just one breath away from utter depletion. Hold nothing back. We must seize that boy now. Xiao Shiji barked the order, his face dark with mounting dread. To let him escape now would brand the Shao clan with irredeemable shame. Hesitation flickered across their faces at first, but resolve soon hardened. Whatever the cost, silencing Yifeng was the only path to peace, and to resuming their search unburdened. Yet Yifeng's endurance far surpassed their imagination. Each time the encirclement tightened, he would pinpoint its weakest seam, then vanish in a blur, propelled by an uncanny surge of force, darting clear once more and shattering their formation completely. Back and forth they chased, led astray through the dense, tangled undergrowth of the secret realm, exhausted, disoriented, panting like spent hounds, their cohesion unraveling with every futile stride. At last they grasped the truth. The young man ahead was no easy prey. He possessed terrifying mastery over movement and raw, prodigious strength. All the while Yifeng evaded deliberately, carefully modulating his speed as he raced steadily away from the violet-veined mountain. His intent was precise: to lure Xiao Shiji, Yi Tian, and the 20 elite warriors irrevocably from the Hall of Legacy, ensuring they would never uncover its hidden boon. But that was insufficient. He would also dismantle the Shao clan's defensive cohesion, leaving them too shattered, too demoralized to linger in this region any longer. Dusk deepened into night. The secret realm's gloom descended anew. Sinister inchi thickened the air, and wails of specters rose and fell like mournful tides, deepening the warriors' weariness into raw dread. After hours of fruitless pursuit, they returned empty-handed, bodies broken, spirits frayed, doubt creeping like frost into their resolve. Xiao Shiji's and Yi Tian's faces turned ashen, stormdark with fury. Damn it! What manner of monster is Yifeng? How can his stamina be so boundless? Xiao Shiji ground his teeth, heart pounding with equal parts terror and rage. Yi Tian, pale and gasping, stared ahead at Yifeng with mingled fear and venom. Young Master Xiao, perhaps the boy harbors some profound secret. We dare not abandon the hunt so easily. True, came the retort, yet he slips through our grasp like smoke. And now night falls. The specters grow bolder, the realm more perilous. To press on recklessly would court disaster. Let us rest here tonight, restore our strength, sharpen our senses, and renew the chase at dawn, urged another Shao clan deputy, voice firm with pragmatic counsel. Indeed, he bears our tracking powder. He cannot have fled far. A single night's reprieve will serve us well. Others echoed the sentiment, voices weary but unified. Truth be told, they held no personal grudge against Yifeng. The feud was born solely of Yi Tian's vendetta. Xiao Shiji paused, weighing their exhaustion. To push further risked ambush by the realm's specters, a loss with no return. Very well, make camp here. Rotate sentry duty. Stay vigilant against spectral incursions. At first light we resume the hunt. His command rang cold and final. Relief flooded the warriors like warm rain. They halted at once, claiming a flat clearing where they hastily erected a makeshift camp, then collapsed where they stood, chests heaving, limbs too leaden to lift. They were utterly spent. Days of relentless searching since parting from the Ouyang clan's elite, followed by hours of frenzied pursuit, had drained them to the marrow. The moment they ceased moving, exhaustion surged, not as a wave, but as a tide, drowning every sense, seizing every muscle. In their minds, Yifeng, alone hunted, exposed, must be even more exhausted. Even if formidable, he could not possibly guard and rest through the night, certainly not mount a solo assault upon 20 elite warriors. A swift rest, they reasoned, would restore their edge by dawn. Yet they were grievously mistaken. For Yifeng, night was not a trial, it was sovereignty. With mere moments of stillness, he could restore his vitality to its zenith. At midnight, ink-black darkness swallowed the entire secret realm forest. Chill necrotic miasma seeped upward from the earth, coiling around trunks and boulders like spectral serpents. Distant wails of specters pierced the silence, shrill, mournful, bone-deep. Within the Shao clan's camp, dim firelight flickered over stillness. Most lay sprawled in deep slumber, snoring softly, utterly unguarded. Only 8 unlucky sentries sat slumped by the embers, dully yawning, their vigilance eroded to near. Too spent to focus, they drifted in half-sleep, until without sound or shadow a faint silhouette emerged from the thicket at the camp's periphery, silent as smoke, fluid as night. It was Yifeng. His brief respite had restored him to near full strength, and he knew the moment had come. He did not wait for perfect readiness. He struck now because the Shao clan was spent, careless and vulnerable, the perfect hour for vengeance. His feet touched earth without whisper or tremor, his form dissolved into the gloom, gliding forward like a thought given shape. The 8 sentries dozed on, oblivious, unaware that an intruder had already slipped within a li of their camp. When the moment arrived, Yifeng suddenly bent his bow and loosed an arrow without hesitation. Though he had no spiritual energy, the surge of strength granted by his Shenlong bloodline alone lent the shaft a shattering force. A fierce impact rang out, accompanied by the sickening crack of bone. An outermost Night Watch elite cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground, screaming. Who? What is happening? The sleeping members of the Shao family were jolted awake, each leaping up in panic. Mistaking the attack for some spectral menace of the secret realm, they grabbed their weapons and scanned the surroundings with frantic vigilance. However, upon inspecting the wounded guard and the arrows lodged in him, they were all taken aback. This was not the work of a ghost, but of a human. It's Yifeng. It must be Yifeng striking from the shadows, someone shrieked in terror. Xiao Shiji and Yi Tian stepped forward, seeing the gravely wounded elite before them, their faces contorted with fury. Yi, he'll kill you. Xiao Shiji snarled, brandishing his weapon as he prepared to lead men in a sweep. Yi Tian's eyes reddened, a sword in hand. He chased after him like a man possessed. None had expected that brat Yifeng alone would dare such relentless, sleepless raids. Yet Yifeng refused to trade blows. With a flicker of motion, he vanished into the nearby darkness. His targets were never the lowly lackeys, but Yi Tian and Xiao Shiji. Regrettably, the two kept to the camp's innermost quarters under tight protection, and he could not find a good opportunity. That night, the Shao family's elites faced not only various spectral intrusions, but also Yifeng's sporadic strikes. None could secure proper rest, growing ever more exhausted, several badly wounded. Pale dawn crept over the horizon. The long night at last waned as the first shaft of light pierced the clouds and bathed the wastelands slightly, easing the surrounding dread. Yet wails still rose within the Shao camp. Over 20 elites, after a whole night of harassment, pursuit, and vigil, had bloodshot eyes and ashen faces, utterly fatigued. Some could barely stand. They had planned to set out at dawn to hunt Yifeng, and then continue searching for the inheritance, but their strength had already fallen to dangerous levels, and their minds were taut with tension. Each stood on the brink of collapse. The sound of arrows slicing the night haunted them whenever they closed their eyes, making rest impossible, let alone a renewed search. Yifeng, coward who skulks in the shadows, if you have the nerve, don't run. Seeing the camp's plight, Xiao Shiji's fury flared. His voice was sharp with agitation. Yi Tian trembled with rage, aching to lead a rush out of the camp at once to hunt Yifeng down and fight to the death. Although no one voiced it, he could feel the blame in their eyes. They believed Yifeng's curse had been invited by him, that he had brought this trouble upon them. He burned with the desire to reduce the boy to ash. Yet Yifeng, having learned some uncanny footwork, bounded through the trees like a civet who, despite their numbers, the elites, could not so much as graze the hem of his garment. This ceaseless harassment was like a festering sore set to bone, denying the Shao elites any rest. Each was exhausted and brimming with rage. This cannot continue, Xiao Shiji said in a low voice. We cannot catch that brat. He harasses us day and night, and we cannot rest. If this drags on, we'll collapse from within, even without him striking. The Shao contingent had come to this secret realm chiefly to seek the fabled legacy of the Shengmeng leader. It was a monumental opportunity for the Shao family's future rise, and could not be jeopardized. He had thought dealing with the brat would be simple, yet it had only brought them bother and disgust. If squabbling with Yifeng drained the troops' combat effectiveness and delayed the search for the legacy, the consequences would be unthinkable. Yi Tian rubbed his throbbing temples, bitter with resentment. After a moment he snorted and suggested, "That brat is nothing but a petty clown. No cause for worry. Young Master Shao, I have a plan. We outnumber him, why not divide the force in two? Half would guard the camp and pursue Yifeng should he strike again, the other half would stand down to rest, forbidden to respond to any commotion outside, simply to recuperate." Xiao Shiji's eyes brightened. "Continue. Yifeng is alone, however agile his stamina is finite. The more he pesters us, the more he will tire. If they rotated, rest half would always remain alert while the others recovered. Before long, they could wear him down. When he is exhausted, we will strike with full force and annihilate him in one blow." Yi Tian said with certainty, a triumphant smile on his face. To him the scheme seemed perfect trade numerical advantage for endurance. Yifeng alone could not outlast their rotating watch, and would ultimately become a lamb led to slaughter. Xiao Shiji pondered for a moment and found the plan foolproof. He immediately approved. "Good. Do as issue orders at once, split the force in two, one to guard and pursue, the other to enter the tents and rest immediately. Without my command, even if the camp is torn apart, do not emerge." After speaking, he flashed a cold gleam in his eyes. Yifeng, you wretched cur, hiding in the dark like a rat and harassing us. Do you really think we are helpless against you? He is nothing but a lowly servant's baseborn son, lucky to have earned some favor. All he knows are these disreputable petty tricks. When you are spent, he'll flay you." The command spread swiftly, and the Shao elites breathed a collective sigh of relief. A whole night's torment had driven them to the brink. Now the chance to rest in peace was eagerly seized. More than 10 utterly exhausted cultivators poured into the tents and collapsed into sleep. Despite the howling winds outside, they kept their eyes shut and let their minds fall into deep slumber. The other 10 or so rallied, weapons in hand, patrolling the camp's perimeter with watchful gazes fixed on the dark forest, ever ready to meet any danger. They were convinced this war of attrition was theirs. Once fully rested, they would seize the opportunity to wipe away their humiliation. However, they were unaware that Yifeng, not far from the dense forest, had gleaned everything happening in the camp through observation, and a smile of satisfaction crept upon his lips. This response was precisely what he desired and the result he longed for. Throughout the night, while appearing to aimlessly attack and injure, he had been methodically luring the Shao family to make the decision to split their forces. He understood well that with the large number of Shao family members, if they were all on high alert, he would never have the chance to approach Xiao Shiji and Yi Tian, let alone seek revenge. Only by forcing them to split their forces, allowing a portion to leave the combat state and rest peacefully, could he create openings and opportunities for isolation. Once again he quietly approached the camp, and the condition of the two teams within was clearly laid out before Yifeng. The 10 or so resting individuals were calm and relaxed, utterly unguarded, like sheep awaiting slaughter, while the 10 or so guards, although still vigilant, were significantly weakened. After a whole night of exhaustion, their alertness nowhere near as sharp as it had been in the dead of night. What excited Yifeng the most was that Yi Tian, due to his arrogance and deep-seated hatred for him, had taken the initiative to become the leader of the guard team, even occasionally leading a few guards out of the camp to patrol the direction of the forest, attempting to track his whereabouts. An opportunity was at hand. Yifeng suppressed the excitement within him and maintained absolute calm. He did not rush to attack, but continued to guide the surrounding specters to assault the camp, even deliberately revealing signs of fatigue, leading the Shao family guards to mistakenly believe his ploy had succeeded. He awaited the most opportune moment. Time slowly passed, the sun rose high, and the temperature of the wilderness gradually increased. Within the camp, the elite resting had completely fallen into deep sleep, while the elite guards grew increasingly restless. They had guarded for over an hour, during which ghosts continually attacked. Yifeng occasionally appeared, launching a cold arrow or two, but never directly engaged, as if he were deliberately toying with them. Yi Tian's patience was gradually wearing thin. Finally, after Yifeng made another surprise attack and feigned being hit and injured, the fury within Yi Tian ignited instantaneously. He believed this was an unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. Yifeng, that cowardly turtle, had been entangled for so long and must be utterly exhausted, being injured by arrows. Now he surely couldn't escape far. Everyone follow me. I will personally catch him. I want to see just where this scoundrel can run. Yi Tian kicked open the camp door, shouting in anger. After saying this, he drew his long sword and, disregarding the guard's advice, charged forward angrily toward the forest. He, believing in his profound cultivation and being the child of destiny, looked down on Yifeng, thinking that even if the latter dared to confront him directly, he would never be his match. The guards behind him tried to catch up, but due to exhaustion or being entangled by other specters, they were soon shaken off, helplessly watching as Yi Tian, filled with raging fury, disappeared into the forest ahead. And this scene was all part of Yifeng's meticulous plan. Finally, he is isolated. A flicker of chilling intent passed through Yifeng's eyes as the murderous intent that had been lying dormant all night and through the morning finally erupted. Upon escaping to a hidden valley, he no longer concealed himself or fled, but instead halted his movement, slowly turning around, gripping the purple long sword tightly, and assuming a stance of challenge. Moments later, Yi Tian appeared, and the two faced each other in the clearing of the valley. Seeing Yifeng finally stop fleeing, and instead waiting proactively, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, his voice brimming with disdain and mockery. Yifeng, oh, Yifeng, why aren't you running away? Did you think you were truly invincible, able to rest day and night? He scrutinized Yifeng, observing the latter's pale face as if gasping for breath, and couldn't help but feel a sense of utmost contempt. Though he himself was also extremely exhausted, he could not believe that this brat who had harassed him day and night could possibly be in better shape than he was. Yi Tian, are you really so confident that you believe you can win against me? Yifeng gazed at the arrogant Yi Tian before him, his expression calm and unperturbed, devoid of anger or excitement, only a hint of a cold smile. This person before him, relying on his family's power over the years, had repeatedly sent people to assassinate him, forcing him into a corner like a stray dog, and had brought him countless suffering and humiliation, all thanks to this man. Today would be the day he would repay blood with blood. Isn't it obvious? Do you really think you will survive today? Yi Tian toyed with the long sword in his hand, his tone exceedingly arrogant. In his heart, he was the destined child of fortune, born superior to others, and in terms of cultivation, family background, and destiny, how could he possibly be inferior to Yifeng, that lowly son of a servant? Though he had faced some setbacks in the past couple of years, a starving camel is larger than a horse. How could he possibly lose to the other? He firmly believed that with a single sword strike, he could slay Yifeng. Enough talk, prepare to die. Yi Tian did not wish to waste any more time, shouting angrily, as his figure surged forward, the long sword transforming into a brilliant beam of light aimed at Yifeng's neck. This strike was as swift as lightning, containing his entire strength, aiming to behead Yifeng with one blow. However, the next moment, the arrogance on Yi Tian's face instantly froze, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. Yifeng simply tilted his body slightly, as if taking a leisurely stroll, easily evading this seemingly unavoidable strike. The opponent's movements were calm and measured, yet exceedingly effective, as if he had anticipated the trajectory of Yi Tian's sword and predicted all his actions in advance. How is this possible? Yi Tian's pupils constricted, his heart surging with waves of shock. This strike of his, with speed, angle, and power, was deemed perfect. Even the elite of the Shao family at the same realm would find it difficult to dodge easily. How could Yifeng, an untrained son of a servant, evade it so effortlessly? Before Yi Tian could react, Yifeng also moved. The purple long sword in his hand was like a wisp of ghostly light, lacking any earth-shattering force, yet it was extraordinarily sharp, and as fast as thunder, precisely striking at the gap to slash at Yi Tian. Yi Tian was greatly alarmed and hurriedly withdrew his sword to defend, but unfortunately it was already too late. Puchi! The purple sword struck Yi Tian's peak imperial-grade armor, instantly carving a deep wound that was visible to the bone, and blood gushed out from Yi Tian's body. Oh! Yi Tian let out a piercing scream, his body flying backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily to the ground, his armor shattered, and his body stained with blood. He looked up, staring fixedly at Yifeng, his eyes filled with the utmost shock, unwillingness, and incredulity. This armor of his had consumed a significant portion of the resources of the Yi family, and even the Tan family, as well as all his savings over the years, and yet it was so easily breached. What level of sword was that opponent wielding? He could not comprehend it at all. Clearly he was the child of fate, born with unparalleled luck, favored by heaven and earth, and progressing in cultivation at an astonishing rate, the most brilliant genius the Yi family, and even the Tan family, had seen in generations. Yet Yifeng was merely a lowly branch of the Yi family, a son of a concubine, who had received no resources from the family since childhood, eating the worst food, wearing the most tattered clothes, and being bullied and insulted like dust on the ground. Why? Why was his combat power and cultivation inferior to this servant-like son? Why was his decisive strike so easily evaded by the opponent? Why was his peak imperial-grade treasure so easily shattered before him? What frustrated him even more was that over the years he had used his power to send assassins multiple times to kill the other party, trying desperately to suppress the other's rise. Each time it was a guaranteed kill, yet the opponent always managed to escape danger time and again evading death. He, unwilling to accept defeat, exerted all his strength, struggling to rise, and struck out with his sword, aiming directly at Yifeng's heart. The long sword whistled through the air, carrying a fierce, killing intent toward Yifeng. Although there was no addition of spiritual power, its might was still formidable. However, Yifeng remained indifferent, not dodging or retreating, merely twisting his body at the last moment to evade the long sword, and then swiftly countering with a sword strike that precisely pierced through Yi Tian's abdomen. This counterattack was equally powerful, directly piercing through Yi Tian's battle armor and instantly shattering his dantian. All the strength within him gushed out like a flood. Yi Tian's face turned pale at a visible rate, ultimately turning into a waste. At this moment, Yi Tian's mind was blank, as if in a dream, filled with disbelief. He realized that the opponent's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Before Yifeng, he felt like a child utterly defenseless. How is it possible? Clearly, I am the child of fate. How could I lose to you? Why is it that I sent people to kill you so many times, yet you always managed to escape, while I in just one attempt was fatally struck? I refuse to accept this. I am unwilling. He croaked out his hoarse, unwilling questions. He hated his own incompetence, hated Yifeng's strangeness, hated the injustice of the heavens. His eyes widened bloodshot, staring fiercely at Yifeng, waiting for the answer that he could never comprehend. Yifeng looked down at him, his eyes calm, devoid of any pity, and simply spoke, each word clearly reaching Yi Tian's ears. Do you want to know the reason? Then let me make you understand before you die. Your so-called luck in my eyes is merely that of a clown. The reason I can repeatedly escape danger, easily predict all your movements, and crush your so-called luck is because I possess a divine artifact protecting me, able to perceive all dangers. Don't think that just because you are a mere child of fate, even a true child of destiny before me could not harm me in the slightest. As for why I am harassing your Shao family camp, it is not merely to kill you. The inheritance of the Holy Alliance's leader lies not far from this mountain range. I deliberately caused disturbances to divert your attention in order to prevent you from finding this inheritance and to cut off your thoughts of rising. As his words fell, Yi Tian's body suddenly stiffened. A divine artifact protecting you, able to perceive all dangers, and the inheritance of the Holy Alliance's leader is nearby. Each of these revelations struck his mind like thunder. Although he felt it was absurd, he believed it to be true. Thus he finally understood. He understood why he could never kill the opponent, why he was being crushed by a son of a concubine, and why the other party capable of escaping continually harassed him fiercely. His prideful luck was rendered worthless before the divine artifact. His meticulously planned assassinations were nothing but child's play against the opponent's foresight of danger. The elite forces of the Shao family had come in full strength to seek the inheritance, and just as they were about to succeed, they fell into the opponent's trap out of hatred. They were toyed with by the opponent, wasting precious time and missing out on a tremendous opportunity. Regret, annoyance, unwillingness, anger. A myriad of emotions surged in his heart. Yi Tian, enraged, felt a surge of blood rise in his chest, and with a sweet taste in his throat coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his eyes bulging, staring fixedly at Yifeng. If he had not provoked this demon, would there not be such an outcome today? If from the very beginning his mother had not abused her power, had not treated lives as mere grass, and if he had focused on his cultivation without any interaction with the other party, would he not have continued to enjoy his bright future? Moreover, if he had cherished brotherly bonds and befriended the other party, clinging tightly to this powerful ally, what kind of boundless future would await him? He regretted why he was so narrow-minded, insisting on putting the other party to death. Why did he have to clash with this prodigy? However, his regret was now of no use. He had completely become a waste, and soon he was struck down by Yifeng's sword across his neck, ultimately tilting his head and losing all life. Unwilling to close his eyes, warm blood splattered at Yifeng's feet. Looking at Yi Tian's corpse, Yifeng's heart held no sense of vengeance, only a profound calm. Years of humiliation, years of being hunted, years of enduring resentment, at this moment finally tied up the cause and effect. And Shao Shiji, the one who similarly wished to end his life, would soon follow in Yi Tian's footsteps. Yifeng raised his head, looking towards the direction of the Shao family camp, his gaze icy, without any hesitation. His figure flashed and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. He knew the remaining elites of the Shao family would soon pursue him. It was not safe to linger here. At this moment, within the Shao family camp, Shao Shiji was sleeping soundly with half of the elite forces, making the most of the time to recover their strength. They knew very well that only by returning to their peak state could they capture Yifeng and avenge their humiliation. However, at noon, Shao Shiji woke up midway and was alarmed by the unusual commotion within the camp. He hurriedly climbed out of bed and exited the tent to investigate. Upon discovering Yi Tian's corpse being carried back looking horrific with a shattered dantian and a broken neck, he was momentarily blank-minded before a surge of fury erupted like a volcano. Yi Tian was his Shao family's son-in-law, a trusted confidant he had painstakingly brought in, yet now right under his nose he had been brutally killed by a mere servant-born kid. This was an unparalleled shame, a blatant provocation against the Shao family. Yifeng, you dare to kill a member of the Shao family. You shall surely die. I Shao Shiji swear to the heavens that I will tear your body into pieces, ensuring you can never be reborn. Shao Shiji let out a heart-wrenching roar that echoed throughout the entire forest, filled with anger, resentment. He had never felt such rage. It was not just the loss of a loyal follower, but also the damage to the reputation of a legendary family. He immediately ordered all the elite forces that had regrouped to crazily pursue the direction in which Yifeng had fled. However, Yifeng's figure was elusive and his stamina endless. Coupled with the aid of the Qi observation technique, he had long evaded their pursuit and vanished without a trace. Xiao Shiji and his men frantically searched through the dense forest exhausted to the bone, yet they did not find a single trace of Yifeng. Along the way, they not only had to endure the pain of being attacked by ghostly creatures, but also had to remain vigilant against Yifeng's potential ambush, living in fear and anger each moment, their minds on high alert and nearing collapse. What they did not know was that after realizing there was no opportunity to strike Xiao Shiji, Yifeng had already removed any traces of tracking powder on him and changed his position. After all, Xiao Shiji was most afraid of death, surrounded by many sycophants, and learning from past experiences, it was nearly impossible to isolate him. If one wanted to forcibly eliminate him, it would take a long time and would not be worth the effort, so the priority was to obtain the inheritance first. Fortunately, his goal was to lead these elite members of the Xiao family away from the location of the Holy Alliance's Master Inheritance Hall. Now, not only had he avenged himself, but he had also led Xiao Shiji and the remaining elite members of the Xiao family thousands of miles away from the Purple Qi Mountain, completely cutting off their chance to discover the Inheritance Hall. With his goal achieved, he naturally had no need to entangle with them any longer. After shaking off the pursuit of Xiao Shiji and the others, Yifeng immediately turned his direction and sped towards the secret mountain filled with dense purple qi. His speed was just right, allowing him to conserve energy while evading the ghostly creature's pursuit. In just half a day, he returned to the inconspicuous mountain range. At this moment, the purple qi in the heart of the mountain remained elusive, almost impossible to detect unless one searched diligently. However, this was not a problem for Yifeng. He was determined to find the direction of the purple qi. Climbing along the complex mountain paths, he avoided various hidden dangers within the mountain, and finally, just before nightfall, he discovered the secret passage leading to the heart of the mountain. Following the passage for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he found himself in a vast, magnificent, solemn, and ancient hall. The hall was constructed from unknown dazzling stones covered with countless ancient Holy Alliance runes and patterns, with dragons coiling and phoenixes dancing, exuding an aura of auspiciousness. Each stone emitted an incredibly ancient aura that inspired awe, making one instinctively want to bow in worship. Above the main entrance of the hall hung a massive plaque inscribed with 4 powerful and vigorous characters that contained profound Tao meaning Songlong Holy Hall. This was indeed the inheritance hall of the ancient Holy Alliance's master. I never expected to succeed in the end. Yifeng stood before the hall, feeling the sacred aura emanating from within his heart, filled with excitement, yet remarkably calm. He had gone through countless hardships and sought many places, finally arriving here. He wondered what kind of figure the founder of the Holy Alliance was. What kind of abilities did he possess? Yifeng slowly raised his hand and pushed against the grand door of the magnificent Songlong Holy Hall. As soon as his palm made contact with the door, the runes on it immediately lit up, radiating dazzling spiritual light. I can't enter. Yifeng was secretly astonished. He did not expect that the inheritance hall of the Holy Alliance leader would set a trial at the entrance rather than like the protective Tao envoy's inheritance where the trials occurred inside. This meant that even if someone found the hall, they would likely leave empty-handed if they could not pass the test. This was undoubtedly the most disheartening. Fortunately, after going through a series of selection trials, the unfortunate events did not occur for him, and he successfully obtained the qualification to enter. Immediately after, the heavy gate of the hall slowly opened before him. An even more majestic, authoritative, and domineering ancient aura surged out from the hall, enveloping him. He took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and stepped firmly into the inheritance hall of the Holy Alliance leader. Half a month later, near a certain area of the Tsangyun mountain range, various elders from prominent families stood. The most important event in the Songlong continent, the trial of the Holy Alliance's inheritance secret realm. Thus, since early morning, key figures from various major families of the Songlong continent had gathered within a radius of dozens of miles from the secret realm's exit, and the Holy Alliance's guards had heavily protected the area. Among those waiting, the most eye-catching were undoubtedly the teams from the 10 legendary families. They were dressed in luxurious robes, surrounded by an air of nobility, standing in small groups at one side of the exit, leaving the center space open, waiting for the light gate connecting the secret realm and the Songlong continent to slowly open. Each of them had their eyes fixed on the direction of the swirling spiritual mist at the exit, feeling quite anxious, hoping that their own disciples would return safely, while also hoping that their elite members would bring good news. I wonder which family will be favored by heaven this time. If someone from a legendary family can obtain an important inheritance, the future landscape of the Songlong continent might change. Many elders from the legendary families sighed with worry. In the camp of the second-rate families, the atmosphere was also quite tense. Nangong family's head Nangong Jingda gazed intently at the exit, his fingers unconsciously tugging at his clothing. The elites sent by the Nangong family Nangong Luyun and Yi Feng were not only his daughter and son-in-law, but also the source of all his concerns. Head, please don't worry too much. The son-in-law and young lady are exceptionally talented, and with the protection of the Lin family, they should surely return safely. The elder beside him, Nangong Jingma, quietly reassured, though there was a barely noticeable tension in his voice. Nangong Jingda slowly nodded, his gaze sweeping over the Lin family team, his expression slightly relaxed. After all, having allied with the Lin and Lu families, it was unlikely there would be any significant issues. Like Nangong Jingda, many were feeling anxious. However, among the lesser-known families, the atmosphere of the Yi family seemed particularly relaxed. The leader of the Yi family this time was Yi Huiran, the head of the family, dressed in a brocade purple robe, wearing a self-satisfied smile, as he chatted merrily with several elders from the Tan family and others nearby. Rest assured, everyone, the one we have sent this time is Yi Tian, a prodigy rarely seen in a millennium from our— Yi Huiran patted his chest, speaking with full confidence. From the moment he was born, he has been a harbinger of good fortune, basking in auspicious energy. He opened his spiritual senses at 3 years old, began channeling Qi at 5, and by 20 he had entered the foundation establishment stage, making him the most distinguished individual in our Yi family in the last 10 generations. This time, entering the Sacred Alliance's secret realm, we will surely carve a path through dangers and acquire the core inheritance of the Sacred Alliance. At that time, our Yi family will rise, and the spirit stones owed to you will surely be repaid double. He paused, arrogantly lifting his chin, his gaze sweeping around with undisguised boastfulness. The importance of this Sacred Alliance inheritance secret realm is self-evident. Every inheritor has secured key positions within the Sacred Alliance. When that time comes, our Yi family will not forget your kindness. Yi Huiran's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for the elders within several zhang to hear, and the pride and arrogance in his tone were undeniable. An elder from the Tan family, hearing this, wore a polite smile and quickly echoed, "Brother Yi is absolutely right. Young Master Yi Tian is exceptionally gifted even among the younger generation of our Tan family. This secret realm expedition will surely see him come out on top. Indeed, Brother Yi is truly fortunate. There's no need to rush regarding spirit stones. Once you soar to success, don't forget to uplift us as well." Another elder from the Chuzhou family quickly chimed in. Facing everyone's flattery, Yi Huiran's smile grew even broader, and he sat even straighter. In his heart, he believed his precious son Yi Tian had always had extraordinary luck, being the heir cultivated with the full resources of the clan. Who else in the secret realm was worthy of the inheritance apart from Yi Tian? He had even begun to plan in his mind that once Yi Tian returned with the inheritance, he would immediately announce to Chuzhou that Yi Tian would be the head of the Yi family. Under Yi Tian's leadership, the Yi family would surely rival the top families in Chuzhou, thriving and prosperous just around the corner. As time passed, the entire square appeared calm, yet in reality, it was rife with undercurrents. The major families exchanged pleasantries on the surface, but secretly, they were comparing and competing, all firmly believing that their elite offspring were the chosen ones destined to triumph in the secret realm and return laden with spoils. Anticipation, anxiety, and unease. A blend of emotions intertwined, making those waiting increasingly restless. At noon, under the blazing sun, the exit shrouded in spiritual mist finally revealed the first figure. It was an extremely disheveled figure with damaged armor, blood at the corner of his mouth, and a chaotic aura. It was a cultivator stumbling out from the secret realm. He was a disciple from a third-rate family. Although he had successfully exited the secret realm, he had not obtained any inheritance, merely fortunate to escape with his life. Upon seeing the dismal appearance of this trial participant, the watching elders let out a faint sigh. Disciples from third-rate families were already poorly equipped, and managing to escape the secret realm was no small feat, let alone obtaining an inheritance. Soon after, second and third figures emerged in succession, most appearing exhausted. Some were heavily injured, while others returned empty-handed. Occasionally one or two would carry an ancient treasure, prompting envy from those around. However, among those who emerged, none had reportedly obtained the Sacred Alliance's inheritance. The atmosphere in the square grew increasingly tense as members of various families stood on tiptoe, carefully searching each emerging figure for signs of their own offspring. Seeing this scene, Yi Huiran's eyes flashed with excitement, and his smile grew even more pronounced. He could hardly wait to see Yi Tian emerge from the secret realm, spirited and holding the token of inheritance, imagining the envy and awe in everyone's eyes as his pride threatened to overflow. Once my son Yi Tian emerges, he will undoubtedly make a stunning acquisition. He will immediately become the center of attention. Yi Huiran muttered to himself, his tone filled with conviction. The spatial fluctuations gradually became more frequent as the whirlpool at the secret realm's exit rippled in waves. One by one, disheveled figures stumbled out through the portal, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, their clothes in tatters, covered in blood and scratches, clearly having endured life and death battles within the secret realm. It's the people from the legendary family, the Gong family. Suddenly, an excited elder rushed forward, helping his own disciple, while quickly asking, "How was it? Were you injured? Did you gain any opportunities?" The disciple of the Gong family, pale-faced, shook his head, and weakly replied, "Elder, the area within the secret realm is vast and perilous. We encountered a large number of ghosts attacking us among our group of over 10 people. We did not obtain any opportunities. It is already a stroke of luck to have survived." Upon hearing this, the Gong family elder's excitement instantly faded, replaced by deep disappointment and heartache. He could only sigh and support his disciple back to their camp. It seemed that this inheritance was indeed hard to find. Even the Gong family could not locate it. Following that, more and more elites from legendary families and first-rate families emerged from the secret realm. Some returned unscathed, bringing back ancient relics, while others were battered and pale, having gained nothing. Many families waiting for a long time still did not see their own descendants' figures, making the elders present grow increasingly solemn. They had not expected this round of acquisitions to be so dismal. Already 200 to 300 people had emerged, yet not a single one had obtained an inheritance, while the losses were significant. Fortunately, after an unknown amount of time, a few family disciples finally emerged, their faces alight with surprise, claiming to have received the inheritance of the path-guarding saint. However, what shocked everyone the most was that among the Lin family's elite, 3 individuals had actually obtained the inheritance. This news immediately stirred up a commotion. This Lin family is remarkable. What kind of luck did they encounter? How could 3 people obtain opportunities at once? All the major families were extremely astonished. They had initially thought this trip would yield generally poor results, but they did not expect the Lin family to rise suddenly. Damn it! How could the Lin family steal such a spotlight? Even if Tian emerges with the inheritance, it won't create much. Upon hearing this news, Yi Waren's expression turned extremely grim. He had initially thought that such glory was only worthy of his son Tian, but unexpectedly, it had been snatched away by someone from the Lin family. He was acutely aware that the Lin family was the backing of the Nangong family, and they had always been at odds with both the Yi and Xiao families. The better the Lin family fared, the more uncomfortable he felt. Within the Lin family camp, Lin Jinghong saw Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian return safely, having gained fortuitous encounters. He was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he rushed to embrace his grandchildren, repeatedly saying, "It's good that you are safe. It's good that you are safe. You have worked hard." Lin Chen smiled and nodded, "Grandfather, we are not tired. All of this is thanks to the Nangong family and Yi Feng. Indeed, grandfather, brother Yi Feng helped us a lot. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have survived." Lin Qianqian quickly echoed. Qian Hao from the Qian family hurriedly followed up, reporting, "Lin Patriarch, it is indeed true. If it weren't for Yi Feng on this trip, we would not have obtained the Holy Alliance inheritance. We must properly thank Yi Feng." Oh, Lin Jinghong was taken aback by this remark, immediately viewing Yi Feng in a new light. He hurriedly looked towards the exit of the secret realm, hoping to spot Yi Feng, but unfortunately, he did not see him. However, the conversation here quickly spread out. What? Thanks to Yi Feng from the Nangong family. What special qualities does that good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Nangong family possess? Many elders from surrounding noble families found it hard to believe this situation. Nangong Jingda quickly, "Young Master Lin, Miss Qianqian, how are my daughter and son-in-law? Have they been with you the whole time? They should be coming out." Nangong Jingda's tone was filled with urgency. They haven't come out yet." Lin Chen was taken aback, feeling that something was amiss. Lin Qianqian was also surprised. "We haven't seen them. What could be happening in the secret realm?" Nangong Jingda asked in confusion. "It's a long story. After Yi Feng brought us to the inheritance site, he said he needed to continue searching for the Alliance's inheritance, and left. Nangong Fairy also left with him, and we could not persuade them otherwise." Lin Chen recounted the situation in detail. What? A rebellious daughter. Nangong Jingda felt darkness cloud his vision upon hearing this news, nearly fainting on the spot. What an unfilial daughter. To have found the Hall of Inheritance, yet not enter. What on earth was she thinking? He could not stop his son-in-law from having his own ideas, but his daughter should understand the importance of this inheritance. How could she act so foolishly? The surrounding noble elders, hearing this situation, also found it both amusing and lamentable. They truly did not know whether having Yi Feng as a son-in-law was a blessing or a curse. Before long, the elite of the Lu family also began to emerge one after another. When they saw Lin Chen, Lin Qianqian, Xian Hao, and the others safe and sound, even having obtained the inheritance, their faces turned pale, regret flooding their expressions as they pounded their chests and stomped their feet, feeling as if their intestines had turned green with regret. Initially, they were in the same team within the secret realm, but they looked down on Yi Feng, that lowly servant-born teammate, believing he would be a liability. Now discovering that those who followed Yi Feng had all obtained great fortunes while they themselves were hiding in the secret realm, nearly losing their lives, without gaining anything, the tide of regret and unwillingness drowned them. If we had followed Yi Feng back then, would we too have received inheritances? Aloof family vassal cried, despair etched on his face. It's all our fault for not seeing the gem before us, missing out on such a great opportunity. Sigh. It's too late to say anything now. The head of the Liu family, Liu Jingsung, upon hearing his subordinate's description, turned ashen, with anger, shaking uncontrollably, but feeling helpless nonetheless. However, when he learned that Yi Feng had performed some inexplicable actions, he felt a strange sense of comfort arise. Although that kid named Yi Feng was formidable, he ultimately died within the secret realm. No matter how capable he was, his fortune was too shallow. On the other side, Yi Waren's face darkened with every passing moment he waited. He did not expect that his prodigal son Yi Tian still had no news, while that lowly rebel Yi Feng was making a big splash. Fortunately, everything was still not settled, and Tian must be planning something significant. Moreover, upon hearing that Yi Feng had not come out, Yi Huairan inexplicably felt more at ease. After all, he was just a lowly illegitimate son. Compared to his Tian, he was merely a firefly contending against the brilliance of the sun and moon. If he dies, so be it. My Yi family has Yi Tian, this prodigy, to rise to greatness. Since Yi Feng does not know his place, he does not deserve to enter the genealogy of the Yi family. However, not long after, he could not laugh anymore. As Xiao Shiji and others slowly appeared, a wave of exclamations arose from the Xiao family's team. Young Master Xiao, it's so good to see you back safely. I wonder how my Yi Tian is. Why hasn't he come out with you? Did he obtain the Holy Alliance inheritance? Yi Huairan was overjoyed at this sight, quickly stepping forward, grabbing Xiao Shiji's hand, his face filled with urgency and expectation as he awaited a positive answer. In his view, with Yi Tian's talent, he would undoubtedly acquire an important inheritance, perhaps even more powerful than the Lin family's protection as a holy envoy. Xiao Shiji looked at Yi Waren's eager expression, a bit irritated, slowly opened his mouth, yet his voice sounded like thunder echoing around them. Uncle Yi Tian. He can't come out. What did you say? Yi Waren's smile instantly froze on his face, his eyes narrowing sharply as he thought he had misheard. Young Master Xiao, what are you saying? My Tian can't not come out. He is the son of destiny with extraordinary talent. Yi Tian is dead in the depths of the secret realm, killed by Yi Feng in a tragic manner. Xiao Shiji spoke each word clearly. Dead. Killed by Yi Feng. These words struck Yi Huairan like a bolt from the blue. His body stiffened abruptly, the blood drained from his face, turning as pale as paper. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yi Huairan grasped Xiao Shiji's arm, roaring incredulously. Yi Tian is the prodigy of my Yi family. His life fate is noble. How could he die? And to die at the hands of that lowly illegitimate son. You must be joking with me, right? The name Yi Feng had always been insignificant in Yi Waren's heart. He was merely an illegitimate son he had abandoned with a mother who was just a mortal raised on the fringes of the family, lacking resources with mediocre cultivation. How could he possibly kill Yi Tian? Not to mention Yi Tian had the Xiao family protecting him. The facts are as such. This was witnessed by over 20 people from my Xiao family camp. There can be no mistake. Xiao Shiji was increasingly agitated as he was held, coldly repeating the statement. His words were like daggers piercing the heart, without a hint of emotion. Indeed, it is true, Yi Tian is dead. The other elite members of the Xiao family also spoke up to confirm. Not only Yi Tian, but many of their companions also perished due to entanglements with Yi Feng. Impossible. This cannot be. How could this happen? These words struck like the sharpest blades, deeply embedding themselves into Yi Waren's heart, leaving him icy and numb, as if his blood had frozen. Yi Feng, the illegitimate son he had never deigned to look at, the worthless child of a lowly mother whom he had discarded like refuse, had truly managed to kill Yi Tian, the prodigy he had painstakingly cultivated for decades, bestowing upon him the utmost resources and top-tier techniques. Did the other party's harsh words from that day truly come to fruition? This not only obliterated all his pride, but also ruthlessly extinguished all his hopes. As a result, the Yi family would not only fail to rise, but would also be buried under an avalanche of debt, plunging them into the depths of despair. I don't believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Yi Huairan screamed frantically, his hair disheveled, his face twisted, no longer possessing the dignity and arrogance of a family head, resembling a madman. He thought this was the biggest joke. An utterly absurd lie. Yi Feng, you rebellious son. I will find you. I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. He howled and roared like a madman in the square, his voice piercing and resonating throughout the entire Tsungyun mountain range. The other elders of the Yi family turned pale, wanting to dissuade him, but were pushed back by Yi Waren's uncontrollable aura. The surrounding powerful families watched this scene with deep sympathy. None of them expected that just moments ago Yi Huairan, who had boasted arrogantly that his son was the destined child, would suddenly receive the news of the tragic death of the Qilin child, and by none other than the illegitimate son he had long neglected. This stark contrast felt like falling from the clouds into a swamp, something no one could accept. However, they were also curious about how Yi Feng had accomplished this. Moreover, what kind of consequences would he face for brazenly killing the Xiao family's son-in-law? Today's incident would likely not end well even if the Lin family intervened. In an instant, all eyes focused once again on the secret realm's exit, awaiting the appearance of that enigmatic young man. On the other side in the Nangong family, Nangong Jingda felt increasingly anxious upon hearing this news, gripping his clothing tightly, his knuckles turning white. Why haven't they come out yet? Could it be that Lu Yun and Yifeng really ran into trouble? At this moment, he no longer wished for them to gain any inheritance. After all, finding one place of inheritance was already great fortune, and how could they possibly find a second? He only hoped that the two could return safely, after which he would do everything in his power to help Yifeng navigate through the Xiao family's difficulties. As time passed, with less than half a quarter of an hour until the secret realm's exit closed, everyone began to feel that the two might have been trapped inside the secret realm. However, just at the last moment, a breathtaking figure suddenly appeared from the exit. Though her armor was somewhat damaged, it could not conceal her astonishing beauty, as if she were bathed in holy light, radiating a transcendent aura. It was none other than Nangong Lu Yun, who had received the strongest protective envoy's inheritance. "Look, it's the young lady." The Nangong family's team erupted in excitement, as an elder, joyfully. Nangong Jingda looked up sharply, seeing the figure at the exit. The young lady wore a light blue armor, her expression weary, yet upright, her gaze clear, showing no obvious injuries. It was undoubtedly his daughter. Great. As long as she returns safely, that's all that matters. Nangong Jingda hurriedly stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Nangong Lu Yun, tears streaming down his face as his anxious heart finally settled. "Father, have you seen Yifeng?" As soon as Nangong Lu Yun emerged, she anxiously scanned her surroundings. Though she had obtained a rare, ancient inheritance, and her cultivation was several times stronger than before, there was no joy on her face. Instead, it was filled with anxiety and worry, her gaze darting around the elites, searching over and over for that familiar figure. She didn't care to share her good fortune with her father, nor did she pay attention to the gazes of those around her. Her mind was solely focused on finding Yifeng and confirming whether he was still alive. "What? Yifeng isn't with you?" At these words, Nangong Jingda was instantly taken aback. "No." Nangong Lu Yun shook her head. Those two short words plunged Nangong Jingda's mood to the depths. He had always believed the two were inseparable, but he hadn't expected it to be otherwise. Seeing her father's reaction, a rare panic appeared on Nangong Lu Yun's exquisite face, and she began to frantically search the surroundings. In the secret realm she had fought alongside Yifeng, witnessing miracles created by him, she believed that he must have survived. But now, as the secret realm was about to close, she did not see Yifeng's figure, and her fear grew stronger. Nangong Jingda was also anxious, instinctively feeling that something might have gone wrong. He had been watching the secret realm exit since it opened, yet he had not seen any trace of Yifeng. Lin Chen, Lin Chen, Qian Hao and the others felt an inexplicable thump in their hearts and looked towards the exit, their faces filled with confusion. That guy Yifeng actually left alone again at the end. They had interacted with Yifeng for quite a while in the secret realm, knowing that his strength was formidable, even stronger than it appeared. But now that the secret realm was about to close, and he still hadn't appeared, it felt unreal to them. Brother Yifeng is destined to survive. He might come out soon, right? Yes, Master Ye's strength is not weak. He will definitely return safely. Lin Chen also did not believe this could be true. She had planned to express her gratitude to him. However, until the secret realm's exit fell silent, everyone still could not see Yifeng's figure. Impossible. Nangong Lu Yun shook her head vigorously, her eyes instantly reddening. He won't die. He is so powerful, so heroic. He must have survived. It must be that I didn't see him. She dashed towards the secret realm's exit, disregarding the strange looks from those around her, calling out Yifeng's name over and over, her voice choked with tears filled with urgency and unease. But all that responded to her was the howling mountain wind and the sound of the secret realm's light dissipating. The sun completely sank behind the western mountains. The Tsungyun mountain range was shrouded in night, and countless stars twinkled in the sky. The hazy light gate of the secret realm's exit finally shattered and dissipated under the gazes of the crowd, transforming into countless light points that merged into the heavens and the earth. The Sacred Alliance's inheritance secret realm officially closed. This means that all the challengers who failed to exit the secret realm at this moment will be completely trapped within it until their souls disperse with no possibility of escape. At the moment the last glimmer of light faded, Nangong Lu Yun's body froze abruptly, as if all strength had been drained from him, collapsing to the ground, with tears finally streaming down his face. He did not come out. Yifeng did not come out. She searched through all the elite who had exited nearby, shouting until her voice was hoarse, yet she still did not see that figure. Could it be that he really died within the secret realm? No, she wouldn't believe it. He was so powerful, able to carry her through the long journey in the secret realm, finding even the most elusive inheritances. How could he possibly die in the secret realm? She was still waiting to tell him that she wanted to be his wife, to grow old together and never be separated. But now everything had become an illusion. The exit of the secret realm had already closed, and he had not come out. This was an undeniable fact. Yifeng, come back to me. As long as you come back, I will promise you anything. She cried out to the heavens, but received no response. Nangong Jing sighed silently at this, stepping forward to help his daughter up, gently patting her back and softly comforting her. Li Yun, mourn as you must. Life and death are predestined, and wealth is in the hands of the heavens. No one can stop this. Let us return. This comfort felt hollow even to him. When his own wife passed away, he too had been heartbroken for a long time. He understood the pain of such a loss. At that moment, Nangong Luyun showed no reaction, her tears continuing to fall silently, her heart filled with self-reproach and regret. She hated her own ineptitude for not staying by Yifeng's side in the secret realm, for not being able to help him, and instead being a burden. She hated even more that she had not seen him for the last time. She could hardly imagine the torment and helplessness he must have felt being besieged by ghostly beings facing the brink of despair. She had obtained the inheritance of the strongest guardian of the Holy Alliance in the secret realm, which should have been a great joy and excellent opportunity for the rise of the Nangong family. Yet at this moment, she felt no joy, only longing and guilt for Yifeng. She would rather not have this inheritance, if only Yifeng could return safely. The surrounding powerful elites looked at the heartbroken Nangong Luyun, puzzled. Nangong Luyun was the most outstanding beauty of the Songlong continent, usually aloof and indifferent to everything. Oh, why did she care so much about that son-in-law? Even after learning of his possible demise, why was she in such deep sorrow? They were confused and felt their understanding was shattered. The elites of the Lu family, witnessing this, felt a twinge of sympathy. They never expected Yifeng, the one who had caused them to miss their opportunity, would forever remain in the secret realm. Even if Nangong Luyun cared for him, it would be of no use. Though they had not gained any opportunity, at least they were still alive, while that boy Yifeng, no matter how powerful, ultimately became a heap of dust. Only Yi Huairan remained in a deranged state, not only unfeeling, but even laughing. Yifeng did not come out. What good fortune! This is truly a tremendous stroke of luck. His world had completely collapsed. Yi Tian bore all his hopes and pride, the pillar of the Yi family's future. Now that Yi Tian was dead and even killed by a mere illegitimate son, it proved that everything he had done over the years, all his prejudices, were utterly wrong. He was a complete failure. From now on, the Yi family would become the laughingstock of the entire Songlong continent, and he, Yi Huairan, would become the disgrace of all Yi family members. His voice echoed in the night, filled with exhilaration and madness. But he did not know that the Yifeng he hated to the bone had not died in the secret realm. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Tsungyun mountain range, in an inconspicuous dense forest, a young man dressed in black, with an ordinary appearance, was walking leisurely towards the direction of the Holy Alliance headquarters. This person was Yifeng after disguising himself. After publicly killing Yi Tian within the secret realm and obtaining the inheritance of the leader of the Holy Alliance, he realized that when the secret realm closed and the news of his killing of Yi Tian spread, it would surely provoke the furious revenge of the Shao family and possibly lead other enemies to join forces against him without hesitation. After all, for these noble families, face was of utmost importance. Thus, before exiting, he had disguised himself, altering his appearance and aura, turning into an inconspicuous, ordinary elite. Taking advantage of the chaos as everyone focused on the gains of those noble families, he quietly slipped away from a corner of the exit and hid into the dense forest of the Tsungyun mountain range. He was grateful that he had taken these precautions. Upon exiting, he clearly saw Shao Shiji, leading the Shao family, watching the exit with a fierce gaze filled with deep-seated hatred. Although he had obtained the leader's inheritance, he had not yet received the recognition of the guardian. If he were to reveal his true identity upon exiting the secret realm and clashed with the legendary families, he might very well be caught off guard and killed, losing his life. Fortunately, none of this happened. He exited early and was unaware that Nangong Luyun was desperately searching for him, having developed feelings for him. He also did not intend to return to the Nangong family just yet. After all, he had offended many people in the secret realm and caused a huge disaster. If he were to show up now, given his relationship with Nangong Luyun, it might bring great trouble to the Nangong family. Perhaps faking his death was the greatest protection he could offer to those close to him. Moreover, now that Nangong Luyun had obtained the Holy Alliance's inheritance and her status had risen sharply, she would no longer be troubled by marriage. It seemed she no longer needed him, and his role as a false partner should come to an end. He planned to seek out the guardian team of the Holy Alliance at the first opportunity, intending to leverage his identity as the successor of the Holy Alliance leader to gain control over this power and secure the position of the Holy Alliance leader before considering other matters. The Holy Alliance is a superpower inherited from ancient times, and the guardian team is exceptionally strong, widespread throughout Songlong. As long as he could gain the support of the guardian, he could quickly establish himself and rightfully inherit the position of the Holy Alliance leader. By then, even if the Shao and Lu families joined forces, they would not dare act rashly against him. Speaking of the Holy Alliance, he did not expect that the founding leader was actually a quasi-mortal being who could not find the entrance to the spiritual realm and despite his exceptional talent, could only pass his life in this lower realm. The primary condition for inheriting his legacy was to vow to protect the Songlong continent and do everything possible to seek the entrance to the spiritual realm unconditionally, leading the members of the Alliance into a broader world, preventing future generations from repeating his mistakes. It must be said he was a compassionate and strong individual dedicated to the well-being of the people. He had long found the entrance to the spirit realm. To be honest, he was not very eager to lead the members of the Alliance there unconditionally. He had planned to take advantage of the unique benefits of this entrance to trade goods between the two realms and expand the Piayan sect. However, in order to control the power of the guardian saint and quickly gain a means of self-preservation in the upper realm, he had no choice but to accept this promise. Well, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Since he had received the legacy, he might as well be generous. Yifeng took one last look in the direction of the secret realm's exit, his eyes filled with determination, and leaped into the depths of the dense forest, accelerating towards the direction of the Holy Alliance headquarters, where the Guardian Saints team was stationed. As night deepened, the area near the secret realm exit of the Tsungyuan mountain range remained a hub of noise and gloom. Xiao Shiji was led away by an elder of the Xiao family, leaving the square in a daze, curses spilling forth continuously, filled with resentment and hatred. He never expected that after squatting for so long, he would not see Yifeng come out. This scene surprised him and left him with a belly full of anger that he could not release. What made him feel worse was that other legendary families had obtained the Holy Alliance's legacy, while his Xiao family gained nothing. Nangong Luyun was eventually persuaded to leave by Nangong Jingda, but he looked back reluctantly at the direction of the closing secret realm, tears never ceasing, still holding on to a glimmer of hope that Yifeng might suddenly appear. The Lu family, Lin family, Chen family, and other prominent clans each returned to the holy city with their offspring, some filled with joy, others with sorrow, as regret relieved sadness and joy spread through the air. Thus the trial of the Holy Alliance's legacy secret realm came to a complete end, and the Tsungyuan mountain range returned to tranquility. However, the events of this trial quickly spread across various regions of the Songlong continent. What? Are you saying that Yi Xinglan is not dead? That guy Yifeng. The most shocked was Lu Yunshu, who never expected that the first news her young lady brought back was that Yifeng was the legendary Yi Xinglan, the mysterious figure who had protected her multiple times in the Songlong secret realm and guided her to find the Millennium's spiritual medicine. This news struck her mind like a thunderclap, leaving her frozen in place as if all the blood in her body had solidified, unable to come to her senses for a long time. Could this be a mistake? How could that guy Yifeng possibly be Yi Xinglan? She doubted her own hearing, instinctively rubbed her ears and trembled as she asked. In her heart, Yi Xinglan was a figure as unattainable as a deity, mysterious and unpredictable, her most admired idol, and the benefactor she would be grateful to for a lifetime. Yet Yifeng was merely an outer disciple she had recruited to do chores with a clear background and little experience. Although he had shown some talent after marrying into the Nangong family, he usually kept a low profile. Compared to the renowned elite of other families, he still fell short. She had always thought that the fact he could marry into the Nangong family and gain the attention of her and her lady was a stroke of luck, and even after he often flirted with others, she had looked down on Yifeng and never offered him a kind word, feeling he did not appreciate their worth. But now her lady told her that the one she had never taken seriously and even often slandered was actually the mysterious powerhouse who had saved her life and guided her to significant opportunities. How could this be possible? However, Nangong Luyun quickly recounted Yifeng's actions in the Holy Alliance's secret realm and the reactions of Lin Chen and others. These truths hit Lu Yunshu's heart like a massive wave, leaving her mind blank and unable to think for a long. After a long pause, Lu Yunshu slowly came to her senses, the various past scenes flashing through her mind like a rushing tide, Yi Xinglan's unwavering protection in the secret realm, her impatient guidance time and again, and selfless contributions. Then she recalled her usual coldness, disdain, and even disrespect towards him. In an instant, a deep sense of regret and guilt tangled around her heart, like vines nearly choking her. She finally understood. She understood why that mysterious Yi Xinglan had taken such care of her in the Songlong secret realm, why he had unreservedly protected her, and why he had risked everything to save her against the legendary families. It turned out that all of it was because he was Yifeng, the son-in-law of the Nangong family, and her young lattice nominal husband. He was not just a passerby powerhouse, but someone who had regarded her as his own from the very beginning, silently guarding her. And what about her? Not only did she not show gratitude, but she also treated him coldly due to his occasional flirtations, neglecting and belittling him, never offering him a shred of respect or warmth. Thinking of her past actions, Lu Yunshu felt so guilty that she wanted to hide, her cheeks burning and her eyes moist with tears. Especially after hearing that he had permanently remained in the Holy Alliance's secret realm, she clenched her hands tightly, the tide of regret flooding her heart. She repeatedly blamed herself. Why hadn't she treated Yifeng better back then? Why did she judge him by appearances, allowing his superficial humility to blind her? If only she had treated him kindly before, if only she had sought to understand him a little more, she would not be left with such regret today. Sadly, he was now completely out of contact, and could never return, making it impossible for her to express her gratitude or make amends. Endless pain lingered in Lu Yunshu's heart, making her feel as if she had lost her soul. Everything around her now lacked its former brilliance, leaving only a deep sense of guilt and loneliness. Meanwhile, the other major forces of the Songlong continent, upon learning the final results of the Holy Alliance's legacy secret realm, also expressed their sentiments, with discussions rising and falling. In this secret realm trial, the opportunities were precious and the dangers numerous. Hundreds of young talents from various families entered with dreams, showcasing their abilities, yet less than 70% managed to survive and walk out of the secret realm, and even fewer truly gained the Holy Alliance's acknowledgement of their legacy. According to the statistics from the Holy Alliance's elders, the elite, who ultimately received the authentic legacy from the Holy Alliance, numbered less than 10. It was truly dismal. It should be noted that there were hundreds of young talents who entered the secret realm, all top elites carefully cultivated by the major forces of the continent since childhood. Yet the final outcome was so bleak, which showed just how rigorous and precious the Holy Alliance's legacy was. Among these less than 10 fortunate individuals, the Lin family's faction surprisingly occupied 3 spots. No, wait, it should be 4 spots. In the end, there were even rumors from the Nangong family that Nangong Luyun had also found the location of the legacy. Once this news broke, the entire Songlong continent was instantly in an uproar. They had never anticipated that the Lin family, merely the least significant of the 10 legendary families in the Songlong continent, would be deemed insignificant in comparison to the numerous established legendary clans. Yet during this secret realm trial, the Lin family's faction secured nearly half of the inheritance slots, which was nothing short of a miracle. Countless forces marveled and teased with envy. The Lin family has truly struck it rich this time, suddenly gaining 4 elders of the Holy Alliance. In the future, the strength of the Lin family will surely rise dramatically, leaping to become a top-tier family. Indeed, the inheritance of the Holy Alliance is immensely precious. Even just the weakest inheritance from a guardian holy envoy is enough to propel one's strength to new heights. The Lin family has suddenly produced 4 young prodigies with inheritances. Their future prospects are limitless. Moreover, that Nangong fairy originally possessed exceptional talent, and now with such an opportunity, she is likely unmatched among the younger generation. Truly, luck is unstoppable. Consider my Ouyang family sending 5 prodigies into the secret realm only to return empty-handed. Compared to others, it is utterly infuriating. Such discussions echoed across the continent, with the Lin family's momentum unmatched. Joy filled their clan, and visitors came in a steady stream. Fortunately, it seems that no one has obtained the inheritance of the Holy Alliance's leader. As various forces envied the Lin family's astounding luck, many displayed a hint of relief. They all understood that the Holy Alliance was the most powerful organization in the Songlong continent, governing all and maintaining the continent's stability. The position of its leader could be described as wielding unparalleled power, capable of shaping the continent's fate with a single command. The leader's inheritance was the core and most precious legacy of the Holy Alliance, attainable only by an extraordinarily talented individual recognized by the founding leader. Should someone obtain the leader's inheritance, it would mean that individual becoming the new leader of the Holy Alliance, commanding all the clan's powerhouses across the Songlong continent. Upon learning that no one had obtained the leader's inheritance, the heads of all the prominent families breathed a collective sigh of relief, their previously anxious hearts finally at ease. As long as the leader's inheritance remained vacant, it meant that the Holy Alliance would continue to be managed collectively by the elders under the governance of the acting leader Morong Bo, and the existing power structure of the continent would not undergo significant changes. These established families could maintain their current positions and power without having to bow to a new leader and follow their commands. On the contrary, if a new leader were to suddenly emerge, they might impose harsh demands or even create great chaos. However, they could never have imagined that this brief period of calm and relief would be shattered just 2 days later by a shocking announcement from the Holy Alliance headquarters. As the power center of the entire Songlong continent, the Holy Alliance headquarters would not casually issue summons to the various forces unless under significant circumstances. Yet at this critical moment, shortly after the conclusion of the secret realm, the elusive guardian holy envoy of the Holy Alliance suddenly made an appearance, issuing an urgent edict that was swiftly disseminated to every corner of the Songlong continent. The decree was concise but thunderous. 10 days from now, the Holy Alliance headquarters will hold a ceremony for the succession of the leader, inviting the heads of all major families and sects across the continent to gather at the Holy Alliance headquarters to discuss important matters. This decree struck like a massive stone crashing into the calm surface of a lake, and instantly stirring up monstrous waves, leaving all forces across the Songlong continent utterly shocked. What is happening? A ceremony for the succession of the leader. Our Holy Alliance is about to have a new leader. How is that possible? How could it be? Someone actually obtained the leader's inheritance. But why didn't we hear about it? Exactly. We witnessed the secret realm trial ourselves. Wasn't it said that no one obtained the leader's inheritance? How could a new leader suddenly appear? Absurd. What are those old geezers in the Holy Alliance trying to do? Are they concocting a leader out of thin air? Shock, confusion, and disbelief filled the hearts of every family leader. Just a moment ago, they were relieved that the leader's position was vacant and that the power structure of the continent would remain unchanged. Yet in the blink of an eye, the Holy Alliance announced a ceremony for the succession of the leader, a sudden reversal that caught everyone off guard and left them bewildered. They could not comprehend why the Holy Alliance would suddenly issue such a decree. Who exactly was this new leader that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere? Could it be that a certain hidden force quietly obtained the leader's inheritance without their knowledge? Or perhaps the guardian holy envoy was secretly supporting a candidate? Countless questions swirled in the minds of the prominent family leaders, making them restless. Despite being filled with doubts and dissatisfaction, the Holy Alliance was the ruler of the continent, and no one dared to defy its decree. Many powerful families, though reluctant, did not dare to openly resist the order. They could only suppress their concerns for the time being, pack their belongings, and accompanied by the experts from their clans head to the Holy Alliance headquarters on schedule to uncover the truth. However, they all shared the same thought: they must see with their own eyes who this mysterious new leader that had secretly obtained the leader's inheritance and was about to ascend to the throne of the Holy Alliance truly was. At the same time, they had all secretly resolved that regardless of who this new leader was, or what qualifications they had, if they did not possess the strength to convince them, it would be utterly impossible for these deeply rooted families to bow their heads and obey their commands. The situation in the Songlong continent was already turbulent, with the northern Tianhuang continent frequently invading, causing the Songlong army to suffer continuous defeats, while the southern Xuanma continent was also eyeing them, eager to make a move. If it were not for the acting leader Murong Boss' tireless endeavors, the Songlong continent would have already fallen into endless warfare. Upon hearing this news, Nangong Luyun of the Nangong family felt a flicker of hope in her lost eyes, wondering if that mysterious new leader could be that fellow Yi Feng. After all, he was incredibly powerful and had always been dedicated to seeking the leader's inheritance. Perhaps he truly succeeded. Yet soon her gaze dimmed again, feeling that this was basically impossible. The likelihood of such a situation occurring was simply too low. It was pure wishful thinking. Moreover, when Yi Feng had helped her find the Hall of Inheritance, there had already been little time left. How could he possibly have found another inheritance location so quickly? Nevertheless, she was still unwilling to give up and urged her father to pay attention and confirm. 10 days later, flags fluttered around the headquarters of the Holy Alliance, surrounded by auspicious clouds. The main venue for the master succession ceremony, the Holy Sky Square, was solemn and grand, imbued with a sacred atmosphere. The Holy Sky Square was entirely paved with ancient stones intricately carved with countless primordial runes. In the center stood an imposing altar for the master, upon which lay the giant sword symbolizing the power of the Holy Alliance, and a statue of a blue dragon. On both sides of the square, seats had already been arranged, filled with the heads of prominent families and sects from various regions of the Blue Dragon continent, numbering nearly 200. These individuals, usually high and mighty, were powerful figures in their own rights, and also served as elders of the Holy Alliance, wielding life and death authority, yet now their faces were marked with confusion and gravity instead of their usual composure. The suddenness and inexplicability of this grand ceremony were truly overwhelming. While waiting, everyone couldn't help but whisper to each other, trying to glean information about the background and circumstances of this new master from those around them. Brother Lin, do you know which faction this new master comes from? Is he perhaps a prodigy from your Lin family? A tall, thin elder dressed in black robes lowered his voice to inquire of an imposing elder in splendid robes nearby. The elder referred to as Brother Lin was none other than Lin Jinghong, the head of the Lin family, who had recently gained considerable attention. In this expedition into the secret realm, the Lin family had produced 4 inheritors, astonishing all the clans, leading them to instinctively wonder if this matter was again related to the Lin family. Lin Jinghong shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "Absolutely not. It's already a stroke of luck for my Lin family's prodigies to have such gains from the secret realm. How could we dare to hope for the master's inheritance?" His tone was extremely certain, though after all the current achievements had already far exceeded his expectations, how could he dare to wish for more? What about Brother Zhao? Could it be someone from your Zhao family? The tall, thin elder turned to inquire of the head of the legendary Zhao family beside him. The Zhao family head, upon hearing this, looked equally perplexed and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Absolutely impossible. We in the Zhao family know nothing about this matter. If not for the decree of the Holy Alliance, we wouldn't even know that the master's inheritance has already been claimed." Could it be someone from the first family, the Morong family? After all, the head of the Morong family has acted as master for many years. Is he finally passing on the mantle? Someone speculated. However, someone quickly refuted, saying, that's also impossible. If the head of the Morong family could take the position, why wait until today? Moreover, the secret realm trials are for the young, and the head of the Morong family did not enter the secret realm. How could he obtain the inheritance? That's true. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the head of the Morong family had a good reputation, he lacked the inheritance and had never gained the recognition of the few stubborn path guardians, making it impossible for him to become the new master at this time. As expected, shortly after their discussion, the head of the Morong family, Morong Bo, also appeared in the front row. At that moment, the square was abuzz with speculation, all curious about who this new master might be. Yet after questioning all the prominent families and sect representatives present, not a single person knew the identity of the new master, and all factions shook their heads, indicating that the person did not belong to their ranks. Thus, the Suntadebit new master seemed to have appeared out of thin air, shrouded in mystery, intensifying the doubts in everyone's minds. Just as the crowd murmured, filled with confusion, a solemn bell suddenly rang out from the altar for the master at the front of the square. Dong, dong, dong. The deep and distant bell reverberated throughout the holy sky square, instantly silencing all discussions and rendering the scene utterly quiet. All the heads of the families instinctively ceased their conversations and looked towards the altar, their gazes fixed, awaiting the appearance of the mysterious figure. However, the first to appear were several elder path guardians of the Holy Alliance, a total of 8, each clad in purple sacred armor, standing solemnly on either side of the altar, their expressions grave and surrounded by a swirling aura of spiritual energy, exuding a formidable presence. These 8 path guardians were all esteemed figures within the Holy Alliance, their strength having reached the peak of the transformation realm, with 2 of them already possessing the strength to enter the sacred realm. They seldom concerned themselves with worldly matters, remaining loyal only to the founder of the Holy Alliance, responsible solely for guarding the Holy Alliance's inheritance and the heir to the master. At this moment, the 8 guardians appeared together, a sight not seen for hundreds of years. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure slowly emerged from the holy temple behind the altar and stepped onto the master's altar. Upon seeing the appearance of this new master, the heads of all the prominent families in attendance suddenly had their pupils constrict, revealing extreme shock on their faces, plunging the entire venue into a deep silence. The figure was tall and youthful, appearing to be around 20 years old from all angles. In the eyes of these family heads and elders, who were often hundreds or even thousands of years old, he seemed like a mere child. Even more shocking was that this young new master wore a silver mask concealing his entire face, revealing only a pair of deep eyes like cold pools, calm, yet filled with wisdom. Young, masked, and of unknown origins. This was the first impression the new master of the Holy Alliance left on everyone. With no illustrious identity, introduction, no familiar face, and no overwhelming reputation in the continent, this seemingly inexperienced young man was to become the master of the Holy Alliance, commanding all factions of the Blue Dragon continent. All the prominent families present were left stunned, their shock lingering on their faces, and their dissatisfaction and doubts instantly peaked. They could never have imagined that the one who had inherited the master's legacy would be such a mysterious and unfamiliar. What they did not know was that this masked, seemingly enigmatic new master was none other than Yi Feng, the son-in-law of the Nangong family, who had been the center of heated discussions across the continent in recent days. At this moment, Yi Feng wore the mask, not to create a facade of mystery, but for his own considerations. He was fully aware that his past identity was merely an inconspicuous son-in-law of the Nangong family, and his cultivation had always been concealed. If he revealed his true self, it would undoubtedly attract numerous doubts and criticisms, potentially bringing unnecessary trouble to the Nangong family. Thus, to maintain an air of mystery, he donned the mask, which not only concealed his true identity to avoid unnecessary troubles, but also allowed him to appear neutral, temporarily suppressing any unwanted clamor. Yet Yi Feng found it puzzling that even with a mask concealing his identity, the influential figures from the noble families present still showed no signs of belief, but instead their doubts and resistance only grew stronger. After a brief silence, a wave of uproar finally erupted in the square, with discontent surging forth like a volcano. Absurd. Simply absurd. Does the holy envoy intend to make a mockery of the countless lives on the Tsanglong continent? At such a young age, and with such a background, how can he shoulder the responsibilities of the alliance leader? Complaints, doubts, and reprimands filled the entire square. Several of the oldest and most powerful patriarchs of legendary families stood up directly, earnestly advising the 8. Complaints, doubts, and reprimands filled the entire square. Several of the oldest and most powerful patriarchs of legendary families stood up directly, earnestly advising the 8 holy envoys on the altar. Although there have been instances of young leaders inheriting the position in the past, there was always an old leader present to support them, and those candidates came from noble families with clean backgrounds, their reputations well known. However, the current new leader has not received any training or support from the old leader, and his identity is completely unknown. Moreover, during this tumultuous time for the Songlong continent, how can he be easily allowed to ascend to power? The head of the Morong family, one of the most renowned powerhouses on the Songlong continent, held a jade staff and spoke loudly, his voice resonating throughout the crowd. Holy envoy, I too believe this matter is inappropriate. I have acted as a proxy for the alliance leader for many years and understand best that while the situation on the Songlong continent may appear calm, it is actually as precarious as a house of cards. External forces are watching closely, and the Tianhuan continent has invaded for years. Our forces are barely holding on. If not for my efforts to create a false pretense to deter them, our continent would have long been in ruins. In this critical moment, the position of the Holy Alliance leader is crucial for the survival of the continent and the morale of the troops. We must choose a powerful individual with extraordinary means to fill this role, otherwise it is better to have none than to have poor choices. Yet now the Holy Envoy wishes to elevate such a young boy to the position of Alliance leader. If this news spreads, it will not only severely diminish the morale of our continent's troops, but also give our enemies an opportunity to exploit, thinking that the Songlong continent is without capable leaders. If that happens, the continent will be in grave danger. I beseech you, Holy Envoy, to reconsider and retract your command, and to select a new heir to the Alliance leader. We must not, due to a moment's error, plunge the entire Songlong continent into peril. His words, resounding and logical, echoed the sentiments of all the noble families present, instantly gaining everyone's agreement. Exactly. Please, Holy Envoy, think it over. Yes, this boy's origins are unclear, and he is still young. How can he bear the responsibilities of the Alliance leader? Even having the head of the Morong family take the position would be better than this boy. I earnestly request the Holy Alliance to appoint the head of the Morong family as the leader. In the square, voices of protest and counsel rose and fell, creating chaos as all the ire was directed at Yifeng, who stood on the altar wearing a mask. The crowd's dissatisfaction was no longer concealed. In their eyes, the person before them was nothing more than an inexperienced child with no qualifications or prestige, unworthy of sitting in the leader's position, even less worthy to command these established families. Faced with the turmoil of the scene and the strong opposition from the crowd, the 8 holy envoys remained impassive, their expressions solemn, showing no signs of wavering. There is no need for further words. The appointment of an alliance leader by the Holy Alliance follows the ancestral teachings of our founding leader. We, the holy envoys, recognize only the rightful heir who has obtained the legacy of the leader from the secret realm of the Holy Alliance. Apart from this, no one else has the right to inherit the position of alliance leader. And this young man is the only one in the secret realm who has received the founder's recognition and inherited the leader's will. His identity has been collectively verified by us, and it is beyond doubt that his position as the leader is rightful and just. One of the oldest Quasi-Saint holy envoys stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with authority, as he calmly explained. His words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. They are the most loyal guardians of the Holy Alliance, adhering strictly to the founder's teachings for millennia, recognizing only the legacy, not the individual. Regardless of whether the heir is young or old, renowned or unknown, as long as they have received the founder's recognition, they are deemed the new alliance leader. However, these words did not convince the noble families present. Rather, it intensified their discontent. In their view, while ancestral teachings are indeed important, they cannot be overly dogmatic, nor should they disregard their safety. They did not know the true situation within the secret realm, nor did they trust the selection standards of the founder inside the secret realm. Looking at the young man before them, no matter how the holy envoys emphasized his legitimacy, they remained fundamentally unconvinced. In the center of the altar, Yifeng stood quietly in place, wearing a mask, listening to the endless sounds of opposition, without a trace of anger or any urge to argue. He merely sighed softly. He had never sought power. The reason he accepted the inheritance of the alliance leader was merely to gain the support of the holy envoys, and to prevent the position from falling into the hands of those with ulterior motives. He had never thought of making these established families bow to him, and understood that with his current status and age, gaining the recognition of these proud old men would not be something achievable overnight. Now, sensing the crowd's strong resistance, Yifeng knew that commanding them forcefully would only backfire, so he slowly raised his hand to calm them. A gentle wave of spiritual energy radiated from his body, instantly enveloping the entire holy sky square, silencing all the clamor and noise once again. Everyone instinctively looked towards Yifeng on the altar, their eyes still filled with disdain, but also curious about what this young new leader wished to say. Ladies and gentlemen, although I am wearing a mask, I am a native of the Songlong continent. Today I have gathered you not to make you submit to me, nor to wield power and command all. I understand that you harbor doubts about me, thinking my origins are unclear and that I am unworthy of being the leader of the Holy Alliance. I comprehend all of this. However, I also promise that I do not require you to bow down to me, nor will I interfere with your affairs. All I ask is that you continue to perform your duties as before, maintaining the stability and peace of the Tsanglong continent. Today's succession ceremony is merely a fulfillment of my solemn vow to the Saint Alliance's founding sovereign, a chance bestowed upon you all and nothing more. Yi Feng's gaze swept slowly across every clan patriarch present, his voice clear and resonant, and he understood their fierce opposition stemmed not from principle, but from fear. Fear of power realignment, fear of diminished influence. Yet such petty gains on the Tsanglong continent meant little to him. His vision and focus lay entirely beyond in the spirit realm. These words stunned everyone present. They had expected the new Alliance Lord, backed by the Holy Tao Guardian, to impose his will with uncompromising authority, demanding absolute obedience. Instead, he stepped back without hesitation, declaring outright that he sought no fealty, only dutiful conduct, and promised them an extraordinary opportunity. Was this jest? Could this beardless youth truly resist the intoxicating allure of power? And what kind of opportunity could he possibly offer? For a moment, silence fell over the assembly. Our resentment and defiance melted into astonishment, and before anyone could react, Yi Feng spoke again. This opportunity is as follows: in 3 days' time, I shall lead a select group of Alliance elites into the spirit realm to seek breakthroughs in cultivation and ascend in strength. Those among you who trust me and wish to accompany us are welcome to join the expedition. However, I impose one condition: every soul here, regarding today's declaration, the location of the spirit realm's entrance, and our impending journey, must swear a heart demon oath binding themselves to absolute secrecy. Not a single word may be uttered to any outsider. What? The spirit realm? Did I hear correctly? These 2 words struck like thunderclaps in every ear. They had assumed the opportunity referred to some ancient secret realm or obscure artifact. Never imagined it would be the legendary spirit realm itself. For all cultivators, the spirit realm was the celestial paradise, the realm of immortals, where spiritual energy flowed 100-fold, even 1,000-fold denser than on the Tsanglong continent, teeming with world-defying opportunities and the eternal secrets of longevity. It was the ultimate sanctuary of cultivation, the dream pursued across lifetimes. Yet for 10 million years, the entrance to the spirit realm had vanished without trace. Countless cultivators across the Tsanglong continent had devoted their entire lives to its search, scouring every mountain, valley, and abyss, yet found nothing. Now this newly appointed Alliance Lord claimed not only to know its location, but to lead them there to break through their cultivation barriers. Every clan patriarch stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief and incredulity. Most instinctively dismissed it as absurd, a fabricated spectacle designed solely to win their recognition, a hollow lie meant to deceive. After all, the spirit realm's entrance was a treasure beyond measure, elusive, beyond imagination. How could a youth suddenly possess such knowledge? And why would he share it? A venerable elder clad in crimson robes, his aura thick with killing intent, stepped forward abruptly, tilting his head to glare at Yi Feng, and voiced his skepticism aloud. Young man, have you lost your wits? Are you speaking nonsense? The spirit realm's passage vanished in antiquity. For hundreds of thousands of years, even the most exalted masters combed every inch of this land and found nothing. Dare you claim you've discovered its entrance? Do you take us for toddlers? His voice boomed, each word piercing and unrelenting. You surely do not intend to dupe us with such phantasmagorical boasts. Is this merely a ploy to force our acceptance of your lordship? Indeed, if you cannot substantiate your claims with irrefutable evidence, we shall neither believe in this so-called spirit realm expedition nor trust your true intentions. At the elder's words, other cultivators swiftly echoed his doubts. All suspected this was a transient gambit, perhaps masking some perilous trap. Even Nan Gong Jinda, who had remained silent in a corner observing discreetly, found the youth atop the altar deeply untrustworthy. He had come on behalf of his daughter, gathering intelligence in silence, only to find the young man wearing a mask concealing every trace of identity. Yet intuition whispered clearly this youth bore no resemblance to his own son-in-law, whose gentle humility was unmistakable. Rather, this one spoke recklessly, certainly not the same person. As their voices faded, Yi Feng furrowed his brow, unprepared for how difficult this would prove, as though he were, I swear upon my soul, every word is true. Those who believe may join me, those who do not need not follow. Finally, he sealed his promise with a solemn oath. To honor his vow to the Alliance's founding sovereign, he had no choice but to try. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, then sudden profound silence. For a sole oath was witnessed by heaven itself, a violation would freeze cultivation forever, and leave one perpetually vulnerable to inner demons during even the simplest practice. What then could he possibly gain by deceiving them? Could his words truly be genuine? Perhaps, just perhaps, they should place their trust in him once. Though many still doubted, far more now felt their greed and longing stir wavering beneath the weight of temptation. Even if the prospect seemed impossible, they longed to test it, for this was the spirit realm. Should they truly enter, breaking through to the saint-ascended realm would cease to be fantasy, and they might even glimpse the fabled immortal realm, eternal life, boundless freedom, sovereignty over heaven and earth. Such temptation was overwhelming, too immense to refuse. Thus, despite lingering suspicion, even suspecting deception, most clan patriarchs, witnessing Yi Feng's unwavering conviction, silently resolved 3 days hence they would follow, regardless of truth or illusion, to see for themselves. What if it were real? What if they truly crossed into the spirit realm and seized a world-shattering opportunity? That thought bloomed wildly in every heart, gradually eclipsing resentment and doubt with fierce anticipation and ravenous desire. Accordingly, the atmosphere atop St. Heaven's Square shifted imperceptibly. Fiery opposition and angry interrogation gave way to tense silence and restless, barely contained eagerness. Yi Feng, standing atop the altar and observing the subtle transformation in their expressions, finally exhaled in quiet relief. His assumption of the Saint Alliance was complete only once this vow was fulfilled. Their recognition or submission mattered not at all to him. Revealing the spirit realm was merely his final act of fidelity to the founding sovereign, who beyond that whatever followed was left to fate. 3 days later, at the summit of Shenyun Peak, where the headquarters of the Holy Alliance is located, luxurious flying boats gathered in droves. The most elite group of powerhouses from the Zhonglong continent, 130 key figures from various prominent families, assembled here ready to set off. 3 days prior, the newly appointed leader of the Holy Alliance publicly announced at the grand ceremony that a passage to the spirit realm would be opened 3 days later, leading aspiring individuals into that legendary realm said to hold boundless opportunities and hopes for immortality, as recorded in ancient texts. Upon hearing the news, the key figures from the various prominent families across the Zhonglong continent were unable to sleep throughout the night, as an undercurrent of excitement surged within the tranquil holy city. They were all ancient beings who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, accustomed to the world's illusions and having experienced countless plots and schemes. They would never easily trust the words of a young leader like Yi Feng. Yet despite their doubts, the allure of the spirit realm was simply too immense enough to make these well-informed, transformational realm powerhouses set aside their misgivings and choose to prepare actively. 3 days may seem brief, but it was sufficient for these family heads to devise thorough strategies. They either returned to their families, leaving behind the core inheritance, arranging for the next generation to succeed, and the defensive forces, while filling their storage rings with healing elixirs, defensive treasures, attack talismans, and various rare resources from the lower realms. Many even discreetly contacted allies, agreeing that should they encounter unforeseen circumstances, they would band together to break through and ensure their safety. In their minds, they all harbored the same calculation: first they would go to see for themselves. If there was indeed an entrance to the spirit realm, they would seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the new leader was deceiving them, they would immediately unite to attack, relying on the strength of so many prominent families. Even if that new leader had 3 heads and 6 arms, they could still escape unscathed. Only a few particularly cautious families chose to remain still, intending to wait and observe the results of the first group before making a decision. These families, having shallow foundations, always sought stability and were unwilling to place their family pillars in unknown dangers. The agreed time swiftly approached. Yi Feng, wearing a mask and a white robe of the Holy Alliance leader, appeared on time at the summit of Shenyun Peak. Behind him stood 20 meticulously selected guardian saints, each possessing transformational realm cultivation, clad in purple battle armor, their refined auras and sharp gazes akin to eagles. They were the core force cultivated by the Holy Alliance, utterly loyal and obedient to his commands. He calmly scanned the 130 family powerhouses below, taking in their skepticism, vigilance, and ladies and gentlemen, the 3-day period has arrived. Since you all have chosen to come, it means you trust me as your leader and trust the Holy Alliance. I will not say more. Whether the spirit realm exists, you will see with your own eyes. Now let us set forth together. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every ear, carrying an undeniable authority. In the next moment, he leaped into the Holy Alliance's exclusive vehicle, heading towards the entrance of the Tsui small profound realm, with the 20 guardian saints immediately following, forming a tight protective barrier. The 130 family heads exchanged glances, each seeing hesitation in the other's eyes, but ultimately their curiosity and desire could not be contained, and they all summoned their vehicles to follow suit. The massive convoy resembled a dragon heading towards the floating cloud valley within the Tsui small profound realm. Inside the Tsui small profound realm, the floating cloud valley was located in a remote area rarely visited by anyone. In the eyes of the family heads, it was merely an ordinary valley. However, when they followed Yi Feng into the rear of the floating cloud valley and saw the spatial passage within the bizarre stone forest, everyone's pupils suddenly constricted and their faces displayed an unmistakable shock. It was indeed a spatial passage that had never been known to the Holy Alliance, leading to an unknown destination. Although the surroundings of the passage seemed ordinary, one could distinctly feel the chaotic spatial currents emanating from within. Is this truly a spatial passage? Such a hidden spatial passage has indeed never been discovered before. Could it really be the entrance to the spirit realm? Impossible. Even if we stumbled upon a spatial passage, it could not be so coincidental. This is most likely leading to another small, profound realm. That kid has simply never seen the world and believes it to be the spirit realm. Gasps of astonishment quietly arose among the crowd. The key figures from the various prominent families were engulfed in tumultuous waves of emotion, for the spatial passage before them truly existed. The profound power of space was unmistakable, yet they still found it hard to believe that the other end of this passage would lead to the legendary spirit realm. After all, the spirit realm was far too distant and too illusory for these cultivators. Without personally verifying it, they would never easily believe. Yifeng paid no mind to this, taking the lead as he stepped directly into the spatial passage, followed closely by the 20 guardian saints without a hint of hesitation. The 130 family powerhouses exchanged glances, and in the end desire triumphed over doubt. Gritting their teeth, they also began to step into the spatial passage one by one. Inside the passage, the spatial turbulence raged as always. However, many present had researched this aspect, and with Yifeng leading the way, in less than half an hour the darkness ahead suddenly dissipated, revealing a brand new world before everyone's eyes. As their feet touched the ground, feeling the warm fairy soil beneath them, breathing in the almost liquid-like celestial aura in the air, and witnessing the majestic celestial birds soaring in the sky, all the family heads stood frozen in place. The skepticism on their faces completely vanished, replaced by absolute shock and disbelief. The heavens and earth here were even more vast and magnificent than those of the Tsanglong continent. The quality of the spiritual energy exceeded that of the lower realms by 100-fold. Every inch of land contained the essence of the Tao, and every breath of air nourished their cultivation. Everything before them was identical to the spirit realm described in ancient texts, with not a single deviation. Heavens! This is actually real. Such a celestial realm, what else could it be but the spirit realm? We have truly arrived at the spirit realm. Hope for immortality, hope for becoming celestial beings. After a brief moment of stunned silence, cries of ecstasy erupted. 130 transformational realm powerhouses, usually solemn and composed, now trembled with excitement, like children, their eyes shining with fervent light, and the hopes that had lain dormant for countless years ignited like a raging fire. Even the 20 guardian saints were equally moved to tears, unable to believe the reality before them for a long. They had never expected that by merely adhering to ancestral teachings and supporting the leader, this least favored leader, would bring them such immense joy. In this moment, they finally understood that the new leader had never deceived them. He was indeed here to provide them with opportunities. The location where everyone finds themselves is situated behind the Floating Cloud Immortal Village, in an area obscured by simple courtyards. Since the expansion of Floating Cloud Immortal Village, this exit of the spatial passage has been hidden in a secret corner at the back. At this moment, Floating Cloud Immortal Village, though no more than 2 miles in radius, is surrounded by neatly cultivated spiritual fields where vibrant spiritual fruits are grown. A clear spiritual spring flows nearby, teeming with crystal-clear spiritual fish, enveloping the entire village in a faint aura of spirituality, exuding a peaceful and serene atmosphere reminiscent of an otherworldly paradise, starkly contrasting with the grand palaces and celestial abodes imagined by many. Upon seeing Yifeng and his group arrive, Lu Qingfeng and other core members of the Floating Cloud sect promptly stepped forward to welcome them. Previously, they were already aware of their sect leader's plans and knew that he intended to bring a group of powerful beings from the lower realm to the spirit realm, so they were naturally clear on how to respond. Yifeng quickly turned to the group of prestigious families still immersed in shock and joy, and spoke softly, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the spirit realm. This is the first village established by me in the spirit realm, named Floating Cloud Immortal Village. The spirit realm is vast and boundless, filled with countless opportunities, yet fraught with dangers. Not only are there formidable celestial spirit beasts, but also unknown threats from alien races, as well as complex local cultivation forces. For newcomers like us, this is certainly not a paradise. I, Yi Wuhan, sincerely invite all of you to stay in Floating Cloud Immortal Village for a period of calm cultivation. Within the village, there are spiritual fields available for planting spiritual materials, and outside the village, there are celestial mountains for hunting beasts and exploring mines. Our village strictly implements a labor distribution system. The more you work, the more you earn, whether it be holy crystals, advanced spiritual herbs, magical treasures, or cultivation techniques. Any labor will be rewarded. I can assure you that Floating Cloud Immortal Village will provide you with a stable place to cultivate, allowing you to establish a foothold in the spirit realm without facing the dangers of the outside world." Yifeng's words were sincere, each sentence considering the needs of others. He knew very well that for the lower realm cultivators entering the spirit realm for the first time, being unfamiliar with the surroundings could lead to pitfalls. Only by banding together could they survive in this strange world. However, his goodwill did not receive a positive response. After a brief moment of joy, many heads of the noble families looked at the sparse settlements in front of them, revealing a hint of disdain in their eyes. Inside the city walls, although it appeared well-structured and exquisite, there were only about 100 cultivators, and less than 10 were at the transformation stage, with most being at the early stages. Such a settlement was evidently insufficient for this group of powerful beings, and did not match the grand scene they had imagined in the spirit realm. Who were they? They were the top powers of the lower realm, heads of prominent families, mighty beings at the transformation stage. In the lower realm, they commanded the winds and rains, living without worry with countless servants at their beck and call, accustomed to issuing commands. Now, however, this newly appointed leader actually expected them to stay and cultivate the land, hunt beasts, and perform menial tasks. To them, this was an utter disgrace. Leader Yi, we appreciate your goodwill, but since we have arrived in the spirit realm, we must certainly explore the surroundings and broaden our horizons. Morong Bo, the head of the Morong family, spoke first, his tone filled with subtlety and disdain. He hailed from the top legendary family of Songlong continent, his cultivation among the best in the transformation stage, and had always been proud, looking down upon the young leader before him in this humble village. Indeed, Leader Yi, while we are grateful for your guidance, we would like to arrange matters in the spirit realm ourselves, so we hope you will not interfere. That's right, but please be assured this passage is the foundation for our survival in the spirit realm. We will certainly keep the secret of this passage. The other legendary family powers, such as the Lu family and the Ouyang family, also chimed in. In their view, they possessed exceptional talents and deep roots. Having arrived in the spirit realm, they should seek greater opportunities, join the top powers in the spirit realm, and carve out their own paths. How could they confine themselves to this small village and perform menial tasks? They felt that following such a young and inexperienced leader and staying in this remote village was a waste of time and talent. The spirit realm is so vast. With their talents, they could easily become honored guests of major powers or powerful figures in their own right. Why should they rely on others and watch their expressions? With the legendary family powers taking the lead, the other first-rate family powers also echoed, and soon refusals arose one after another. They similarly believed that this young leader was short-sighted, and that floating cloud immortal village was small and crude with no prospects for development. Staying here would only bury their own talents. They were confident that even with their talents in the resource-scarce lower realm, they could reach the pinnacle. They would undoubtedly stand out in the spirit realm and become exceptional beings, needing no reliance on anyone nor performing these lowly tasks. Only a few leaders of medium and small families remained calm, not allowing confidence to cloud their judgment. They understood that safety was paramount when entering an unfamiliar world. Since the new leader could establish an immortal village ahead of time, he must possess extraordinary qualities. It was wiser to stay in floating cloud immortal village to familiarize themselves with the environment before making any decisions. Observing the self-important expressions of most people, Yifeng did not feel disappointed, he merely nodded in understanding. However, Lu Qingfeng, an elder of floating cloud immortal village responsible for reception, became anxious upon seeing this. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over all the proud family powers present, and advised everyone, you may not realize that the rules of heaven and earth in the spirit realm are completely different from those in the lower realm. What cultivators in this realm value is no longer the 5 elements spiritual roots of the lower realm, but the celestial spiritual roots. In addition, bloodline purity and innate bone quality are also core standards for measuring a cultivator's talent. Your spiritual root qualifications may be among the top in the lower realm, mark you as extraordinary cultivators, but in this spirit realm, everything you pride yourselves on may not even be worth mentioning. In this spirit realm, everyone possesses extraordinary talents. In any nearby immortal village, even the guards at the gate possess spiritual root qualifications that are not much inferior to yours. Although our floating cloud immortal village is small, it was established by the leader himself, requiring great effort to secure a foothold. With the leader's presence and protection from nearby celestial cities, it is bound to have a bright future. Now that the leader is willing to provide you with a stable cultivation environment and offer generous rewards for your work, allowing you to cultivate without worries in the spirit realm, this is already a tremendous favor. Please do not be overly ambitious and waste the leader's goodwill. Lu Qingfeng, as one of the first to follow Yifeng, had long stepped into the spiritual realm and was well versed in its rules. His words were like a bucket of cold water splashing directly onto the crowd. He felt that these people were truly ungrateful, completely failing to understand the good intentions of their sect leader. However, his words only elicited laughter and disbelief from the crowd. Isn't this friend being a bit alarmist? I, Morong Bo, possess a rare 95 potential golden spiritual root, and even in the spirit realm I would not downgrade to mediocre talent. Surely you do not intend to scare us into staying in this small village to serve your sect leader. That's right, a mere insignificant figure in the early stages of transformation cannot dare to speak of the spiritual realm's qualifications. We have lived for over 1,000 years, what have we not seen? How could we be intimidated by your mere words? Exactly. Though the spiritual realm is a gathering place for talents, how can mere early transformation figures like you thrive here, when we cannot? The crowd utterly disbelieved Lu Qingfeng's words. Having been praised in the lower realms for hundreds of years, they had long engraved the phrase extraordinary talent into their bones, unable to accept that their qualifications would become worthless in the spiritual realm. They were convinced that Lu Qingfeng was exaggerating, fabricating lies to keep them from leaving and intentionally demeaning their qualifications. Their pride and arrogance not only remained intact, but instead reinforced their desire to leave Piaoyun Immortal Village and venture out. Lu Qingfeng felt indignant and wanted to continue arguing. He understood that some things could not be accomplished merely through cultivation. Had it not been for their sect leader's remarkable guidance helping the second daughter of Yulan Immortal City secure the position of Deputy Lord, Piaoyun Immortal Village would have never broken the stalemate. Without the miraculous recipe for the 9 heavens drunken spirit wine provided by their leader, they would not have been able to obtain a steady supply of sacred crystals to pay the protection fees to the Immortal City. It can be said that the stable position of Piaoyun Immortal Village was largely due to their sect leader's extraordinary abilities. Just as he was about to persuade further, he was stopped by Yi Feng. Yi Feng knew that reasoning would never be as impactful as the harsh realities of life. These people would not turn back until they hit a wall. Only by letting them experience the brutal reality of the spiritual realm would they understand their situation. Since you all insist on leaving, Yi Wuhan will not stop you. The doors of Piaoyun Immortal Village will always be open to those willing to stay. Should you encounter difficulties outside, you may return at any time. Yi Feng spoke calmly and quietly, making no further attempts to retain them, simply watching the crowd depart. He fully relinquished the choice to these clan leaders. Sure enough, in the next moment, nearly 100 clan leaders began to team up and dispersed like raindrops falling into the sea. They prided themselves on their strength and could no longer contain their desire to explore their surroundings. However, to Yi Feng's surprise, after a quarter of an hour aside from the 20 path protectors, more than 30 early transformation realm experts remained with Nangong Jingde among them. Why are you not leaving? Yi Feng asked the remaining clan leaders in astonishment. Based on his previous estimates, he expected very few would choose to stay, but he did not anticipate such a large number. Unfortunately, these clan experts generally had early to mid-transformation realm cultivation and were the leaders of second-rate clans. Leader, we are willing to take on a task in Piaoyun Immortal Village. Please do not look down on us. They all knew that their abilities could not compare to those of first-rate, or even legendary clan experts, and they were the only pillars in their families, thus it was best to remain temporarily for caution. Very well, Elder Lu, take them down to settle and assign them to various teams, and do not neglect them. The next moment, Yi Feng calmly commanded. With so many strong allies willing to join Piaoyun Immortal Village, he certainly welcomed them. Yes. Lu Qingfeng clasped his fists in salute, and then turned to lead the 30 or so clan experts into the village. Yi Feng then turned his gaze toward the last 20 path protectors. These path protectors were different from other clan experts. They had all sworn allegiance to him, and were the true harvest of his elaborate efforts. In the entire Songlong continent, there were certainly more path protectors than these, but due to the numerous checkpoints that needed guarding across the continents, only this many could be temporarily dispatched. Leader, may I ask what arrangements you have for us next? The leading Quasi-Saint Path Protector respectfully asked. May I inquire how long do you both Xianyang and Song Song need to break through to the Saint Realm in this spiritual realm? Yi Feng looked expectantly at the 2 Quasi-Saint Path Protectors at the front, asking the most concerning question. Despite Piaoyun Immortal Village appearing quite good now, its peak combat power was still rather insignificant, so he needed to train these 2 pillars as soon as possible. I estimate conservatively that it will take 10 years. Xianyang replied truthfully. I will need at least 8 or 9 years. Song Song also clasped his fists in salute. Though they were already very close to breaking into the Saint Realm in the lower realms upon arriving in the spiritual realm, they immediately touched upon the opportunity for breakthrough, yet truly entering the Saint Realm would still require considerable time for comprehension and transformation. Very well, you 2 focus on your cultivation. As for the others, I will decide tomorrow. Yi Feng was overjoyed at the news and decisively made his decision. With this group of personnel stationed, the sense of security in Piaoyun Immortal Village suddenly increased significantly. He no longer had to worry about being wiped out by beasts at any moment. Indeed, as he had anticipated during the night, as patrol teams circled around Piaoyun Immortal Village, everyone saw so many powerful experts in their village that they felt greatly encouraged. In this wilderness filled with fierce beasts, even sleeping felt much more secure. However, with the significant increase in personnel, the previous income from sacred crystals was no longer sufficient to meet everyone's needs. Yifeng felt an added sense of urgency, realizing he had to find ways to expand income so that everyone could obtain sufficient resources. The next day, Yifeng, accompanied by a group of path protectors, began hunting and gathering spiritual herbs in the surrounding areas. With these experts present, many regions they had previously dared not venture into could now be explored. After nearly 100 powerful figures led by Murong Bo exited the spatial passage, they divided into several groups, each led by influential peak transformation realm experts, such as the head of the Murong family, the head of the Lu family, and the head of the Ouyang family. They confidently ventured in various directions around the floating cloud immortal village, their faces beaming with triumphant smiles, as if they could already envision themselves being recruited by the top forces of the spiritual realm. At first, Murong Bo and the others were indeed sailing smoothly. They encountered only low-level demon beasts at the nascent soul or early transformation realm stages, which posed no threat to them. Murong Bo could easily slay several with a flick of his hand, while Lu Jingsong, the head of the Lu family, displayed his skills, recklessly charging through with wild abandon. Many low-level demon beasts that passed by upon sensing the peak transformation realm pressure emanating from them quickly recoiled and dared not approach. This gradually eased the initial caution felt by Murong Bo and the others, leading them to underestimate the spiritual realm. It seems there's nothing to fear in this spiritual realm, they're just a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak, boasted a prominent figure from the Murong family camp. That's only natural. With the head of the Murong family and the head of the Shao family here, what demon beast would dare to provoke us? Others chimed in. They laughed and chatted as they moved further away from floating cloud immortal village, their anticipation for the future growing stronger. They imagined the scene where their group would be warmly welcomed by the city lords of nearby immortal cities, already calculating what conditions to propose and how to secure a place for their family's descendants in the immortal cities in the future. Little did they know a ruthless reality was waiting for them ahead. They had thought that there wouldn't be many ferocious beasts in the wilderness that could threaten them, but unexpectedly they stumbled into the territory of some formidable demon beasts, which nearly cost them their lives. As the Murong family camp advanced, a sharp roar suddenly echoed from the mountains ahead, the sound piercing and unbearable, as if it could tear through eardrums. Immediately after, a massive shadow burst forth from the forest, blocking their path. It was a colossal demon beast, entirely dark in color, covered in thick scales, with a head resembling that of a tiger, yet possessing a pair of enormous bat-like wings, revealing sharp fangs from its mouth, drool dripping from them. Its eyes emitted a scarlet glow, fixating fiercely on the group of noble experts, exuding a terrifying aura. It was unmistakably a late transformation realm demon beast, dangerously close to the peak of transformation realm. Not good. It's an ancient beast of the late transformation realm. Murong Bo exclaimed as his face changed dramatically upon seeing this scene. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? Other noble experts turned pale, in response, panic setting in. Although they had traveled the lower realms for many years, they had rarely encountered such a fierce ancient beast. Kill. Murong Bo took a deep breath and struck first. He waved his hand, unleashing a massive golden sword light directed at the tiger-like beast, the sword light accompanied by a howling wind infused with overwhelming spiritual power. The other noble experts also joined in, various colors of spiritual light intertwining as they descended upon the demon tiger. In an instant, the sounds of spiritual power colliding, the roars of the demon beast, and the clashing of weapons mingled together, shattering the tranquility of the area. However, this beast had extremely thick scales covered in sharp bone spurs and was remarkably agile. Its immense strength meant that even a casual strike could leave them reeling in pain. One slightly weaker noble expert was unable to dodge in time and was struck by the beast's claws instantly, having his battle armor torn apart, his screams echoing through the forest. The others, caught off guard, felt their blood surge, their bodies racked with pain. Even Murong Bo, the strongest among them, suffered greatly from the beast's assault. Fortunately, after enduring tremendous hardships, they finally escaped the beast's pursuit and reached a nearby city. Seeing their safety at last, everyone let out a long sigh of relief, their expressions reflecting the relief of having survived. Before Murong Bo and the others stood the nearest immortal city to floating cloud immortal village, Yunlan. This immortal city was infinitely more grand and luxurious than floating cloud immortal village, with 2 rows of guards in blue armor stationed at the city gate, emanating an aura that rivaled theirs. They had not anticipated that in the lower realms transformation realm cultivators were already considered powerful figures, but in Yunlan Immortal City they were merely gatekeepers. What was even more terrifying was that among the crowd coming in and out of the city, they found that seniors at the Holy Realm were everywhere. They had lived for over 1,000 years in the Songlong continent and had never seen even one. Murong Bo and the others were secretly astonished, feeling that this was the great power they were searching for. The next moment, they walked proudly and directly towards the immortal city, eager to make contact with the city's authorities. Although they were struck by the scene before them, they still felt that they were exceptionally gifted and that advancing to the Holy Realm was merely a matter of time, believing they would not be outdone by anyone. Stop! Suddenly 2 guard cultivators stepped forward blocking their way and coldly commanded, entering Yunlan Immortal City requires a payment of 2 holy crystals from each person. If you wish to trade with the city, you must first register at the desk on the left and undergo a qualifications assessment. Holy crystals. Murong Bo was taken aback upon hearing this, completely unprepared for the fact that even entering the gate required holy crystals. He had heard about this precious item from the new alliance leader, realizing it was extremely valuable. In the lower realms they used spirit stones and had never even seen such a thing. My friends, we are top-tier experts from the lower realm here to visit the city lord. We don't have any holy crystals on us. Could you allow us to enter first? Asked the head of the Zhao family, beside Murong Bo, his tone laced with a hint of flattery. However, the 2 guards of Yunlan Immortal City laughed derisively, as if they had heard an enormous joke, sizing up the group with contempt in their eyes. Top-tier experts from the lower realm. You want to visit the city lord? You transformation realm cultivators are merely the lowest tier of cultivators in the spiritual realm, yet you dare to claim to be top tier. You wish to meet our city lord. Is our city lord so idle? Without holy crystals, get lost. If you wish to serve the city, go over there and participate in the qualifications assessment. Our Yunlan Immortal City only accepts talents with a qualification of at least 5, not just any random cat or dog. Upon hearing this, the group was once again taken aback. With our current cultivation, our qualifications must surely be quite high, yet we still need to undergo a qualifications assessment. Of course, only those who have reached the Holy Realm can negotiate terms. The only way is through the qualification, the guard replied indifferently. Hiss. This statement pierced the hearts of the group like a blade. Is their proud cultivation at the transformation realm merely the lowest existence in the spirit realm? Even an ordinary guard of the Immortal City dares to look down on them like this. The crowd was both furious and indignant, yet they dared not act out, for they were in the unfamiliar spirit realm where they knew no one. Acting rashly could bring about fatal consequences. Fine, we accept the aptitude test. Murong Bo said through gritted teeth, unwilling to believe that his aptitude would fail to earn him respect. The other powerful figures followed suit. Upon arriving at the assessment location, they were met by a young man who appeared to be only in his 30s, yet his cultivation was also at the transformation realm. With a face devoid of emotion, he looked at them and produced a crystal-clear testing jade plate, stating calmly, "Place your hands on the jade plate in order to test your spiritual root potential. Anyone with a total potential below 80 will be eliminated. Yunlan Immortal City does not accept waste." The crowd stepped forward in turn, placing their hands on the assessment jade plate. The light from the plate illuminated lines of information. Murong Bo, single attribute, gold spiritual root, potential 95, peak transformation realm, 2nd grade, immortal spiritual root, no special bones. Zhao Shiqian, single attribute, with spiritual root, potential 9 Tai 3, peak transformation realm, 1st grade, immortal spiritual root, no special bones. Xiao Lai, single attribute, water spiritual root, potential 9 to 2, peak transformation realm, 2nd grade, immortal spiritual root, no special bones. Dozens of powerful figures from noble families completed the testing one by one. Seeing these results, all the noble family experts secretly let out a sigh of relief, believing there shouldn't be any problems. After all, the qualifications shown by the testing jade plate were identical to those from their tests in the lower realm. As for the 1st and 2nd grades of immortal spiritual roots, they were uncertain what that represented, but they assumed it should be good. However, the response from the Immortal City guards greatly exceeded their expectations. With such qualifications, you dare to claim to be gifted? A bunch of bumpkins who have never seen the world. It's simply a waste of time. The young man in charge of the assessment wore a look of disdain. While this single spiritual root qualification might be impressive in the lower realm, in the spirit realm what mattered was the total potential value of all spiritual roots. For single spiritual root cultivators, the maximum potential value was barely 100 points, which could be considered rather poor. As for these individuals' immortal spiritual roots, they were even less noteworthy, with higher grades being stronger. The 1st and 2nd grades were merely the lowest. If you wish to pledge your loyalty, then swear an oath and be randomly assigned menial tasks. If you refuse, then hurry and leave. Don't be an eyesore here. In our Yunlan Immortal City, the minimum requirement for jobs is a total spiritual root potential of over 200 or an immortal spiritual root of at least the 3rd grade. If it weren't for your decent cultivation, you wouldn't even qualify for menial work. In the next moment, the guard waved his hand as if swatting away flies, announcing what? Randomly assigned menial tasks. Swear an oath of loyalty. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. These transformation realm experts, once high and mighty in the lower realm, were now being scorned as worthless by a young man deemed unfit even for menial tasks. Their faces instantly turned crimson with anger, their bodies trembling. However, facing the predatory gazes of the city guards around them, even in their fury, they did not dare to refute. Reluctantly, they left Yunlan Immortal City and continued to visit nearby cities such as Mou Immortal City and Qingfeng Immortal City, but the results were roughly the same. To enter the Immortal City, one had to pay for holy crystals which they did not possess, to pledge loyalty to a major force one needed to test their spiritual root potential, and swear an oath of loyalty. Moreover, the tasks assigned were the most menial, such as planting, guarding, and patrolling, with no freedom and extremely low rewards. Only then did they finally realize that Lu Qingfeng's words had not a shred of falsehood. In this spirit realm, their once proud single spiritual root qualifications were worth nothing. Their esteemed cultivation at the transformation realm was merely that of a low-level cultivator, and considering their already considerable age, they were hardly even worth as much as the guards at the gate. Their former pride, their past arrogance, their once unyielding faith crumbled in that moment, shattered into a million pieces. They wandered like lost dogs in the mountains and fields of the spirit realm, without holy crystals, a place to settle, or any resources for cultivation. Fierce beasts were visible everywhere, occasionally launching surprise attacks that left them in utter disarray. In their attempts to hunt beasts for resources, they discovered that the beasts in the spirit realm were far stronger than those in the lower realm. Even beasts of the same level required them to exert tremendous effort to slay, and the materials obtained from these beasts fetched hardly a few holy crystals when sold in the immortal village, barely enough for subsistence. The harsh reality, like a cold tide, completely submerged them, making them experience the despair of falling from the clouds into the mire. It was only then that they truly realized that in this spirit realm, although there were numerous spiritual resources, it was not as easy to navigate as they had imagined. Finally, after wandering for several days, they began to regretting not heeding Yi Yuan's advice, regretting not staying in Piaoyun Immortal Village, regretting that their own arrogance and pride had cost them a stable foothold. Thus, they dejectedly headed towards the direction of Piaoyun Immortal Village, prepared to see if the new leader would still be willing to take them in. On the other side, the circumstances of the Lu family and other teams were similar to that of the Morong family, except that the Ouyang family, possessing the skill of refining tools, was able to find decent jobs, though they were also quite laborious. When Morong Bo and the others returned to Piaoyun Immortal Village, they were met with a completely different scene. They saw a group of second-rate family experts who had remained in Piaoyun Immortal Village, busily working alongside the elders of the village, moving with practiced ease and showing no signs of discontent, but rather filled with vigor. Within the Immortal Village, order reigned, and everyone wore satisfied smiles. The air was rich with the aroma of wine, making their mouths water, forming a stark contrast to their own disheveled appearance. Seeing this scene, Morong Bo and others felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts, yet their inherent pride had not completely dissipated. They were unwilling to bow their heads at this point, unwilling to willingly serve that young brat, Yi Wuhan, unwilling to become a vassal of Piaoyun Immortal Village. Thus a new thought began to sprout in Morong Bo's heart. Everyone, although we have faced setbacks in the immortal cities, we do have dozens of transformation realm experts. Together our strength is not weaker than that of an ordinary immortal village. Why must we bow to others? Morong Bo turned to look at all the heads of the noble families beneath him, speaking loudly. If that guy named Yi Wuhan can establish Piaoyun Immortal Village here, why can't we? Why don't we choose a good location nearby and build our own immortal village, working together to manage it and obtain resources for ourselves without having to obey anyone? Wouldn't that be better? These words struck a chord with everyone instantly. Brother Morong speaks the truth. We are venerable patriarchs of ancient clans, each having lived over 1,000 years, figures of renown even in the lower realm. Yet now we are expected to bow subserviently before a mere youth. Such a rumor would utterly disgrace us. Xiao Lai, patriarch of the Xiao clan, immediately voiced his agreement. Indeed, though Yi Wuheng possesses certain talents, he remains a junior cultivator lacking both experience and wisdom. He cannot possibly guide Immortal Village toward enduring prosperity. With dozens of mighty cultivators jointly founding and managing an immortal settlement, its glory shall never fade. At once consensus was reached, and all voiced enthusiastic approval. The valley 10 li west of Piaoyun Immortal Village strikes me as ideal. The surrounding mountains are fertile and spiritual flora abound. Once established, cultivating spirit herbs and erecting defenses will ensure a steady flow of sacred crystals. Zhao Shiqian, patriarch of the Zhao clan, offered the suggestion without hesitation. He had previously explored that very valley and deemed it exceptionally suitable for city building. To return now and serve under that young man, to take orders like a subordinate, was simply beneath his dignity, and to slink back in shame. How would others perceive him? He refused to bow his head or submit to another's authority. Founding his own immortal village and becoming its sovereign master was unquestionably the finest path forward. Excellent. Then let us proceed at once to survey that valley ahead. Should all prove favorable, we shall establish our new immortal village there, named Yongin Immortal Village, signifying eternal peace, and everlasting stability of our ancestral enterprise. Morongbo, seeing the unanimous enthusiasm, felt profound reassurance. Raising a hand to quiet the assembly, he continued, Yongin Immortal Village, a most auspicious name. Eternal peace, everlasting stability. We wholeheartedly endorse it. All responded in unison, spirits soaring, fists clenched in anticipation of great deeds. Swiftly, an organizational structure for the Immortal Village was formally established, with Morongbo at its helm, backed staunchly by patriarchs Zhao and Xiao, and joined by dozens of elite cultivators from first and second-tier clans. Without further delay, the group descended upon the gentle valley, 10 li west of Piayun Immortal Village, scanning the terrain intently. Backed by verdant mountains and fronted by a spirit-infused stream, the site thrummed with flowing spiritual energy, not as potent as that of an immortal city's ley lines, yet still remarkably auspicious for building an immortal settlement. Morongbo, Xiao Lai, and Zhao Shiqian stood at 3 cardinal points, conducted a swift yet thorough survey, and promptly resolved to settle there. The location faced Piayun Immortal City across the distance, ideal both for guarding the spatial conduit and facilitating their return to the lower realm. Simultaneously, they unleashed the formidable spiritual energy of their nascent soul realm cultivation, hands weaving intricate seals. Torrents of power surged forth like tidal waves, coalescing into azure blades of spirit light that swept across the valley, clearing boulders and weeds from the earth with effortless precision. Meanwhile, other clan elders activated their respective artifacts, some excavating foundations, others cleaving mountains for stone, still others hauling timber. Brilliant light flickered across the valley sky, the rhythmic clang of axes and chisels filled the air. Artifacts whirled like celestial winds. Spirit trees fell in perfect sequence, transformed into beams and pillars, granite shattered and reformed beneath precise strikes, yielding smooth foundations and precisely hewn walls of unyielding strength. These were veterans of cultivation, bodies tempered, minds honed, skills perfected over centuries. What would take ordinary mortals weeks, or even half a year to construct, became child's play, each step executed with lightning speed, each motion fluid as ink bleeding across silk. Morongbo stood atop a high ridge overlooking the valley, directing the entire endeavor, adjusting layouts, refining plans, issuing timely guidance. Xiao Lai organized roving patrols to secure the perimeter and purge lurking demonic beasts. Zhao Shiqian led the remaining nascent soul realm elders in constructing the Elders' Assembly Hall and all ancillary facilities. As time passed and the sun sank behind the western peaks, night enshrouded the land. Demonic beasts stirred in the hills, their guttural roars echoing through the dusk, yet none dared approach the valley, cowed by the overwhelming aura of the Yongin Immortal Village elders. With dozens of nascent soul realm cultivators working in concert, construction progressed astonishingly fast. Within a single day, the main hall and over 100 dwellings rose from the earth, several spirit fields were cultivated, and a rudimentary defensive wall took shape, marking the first clear silhouette of an immortal village. Though Yongin Immortal Village lacked the refined grandeur of Piayun Immortal Village, and its outer walls remained simple and provisional, it was already fully capable of housing and sustaining dozens of elite cultivators. Its gate was carved from a single slab of premium spirit stone, inscribed with 4 ancient powerful characters, Yuanjian Immortal Village, the calligraphy bold and unyielding, radiating indomitable resolve. Within, dwellings stood in immaculate order, wreathed in ethereal mist. Though newly built, the settlement already exuded an unmistakable aura of immortality. Magnificent! Our Yongin Immortal Village has finally taken form. Gazing upon the village they had forged with their own hands, hope rekindled in their hearts. United in purpose, they believed they could not only secure their footing in the spirit realm, but ultimately surpass even Piayun Immortal Village. Morongbo stood before the Elders' Assembly Hall, surveying the nascent Yongin Immortal Village. At last, a trace of relief softened the taut lines of his face. His hand brushed the thick, solid wall, feeling its unshakable resilience, as he murmured inwardly, Yi Wuhing, though fortune favored you with the title of formal alliance Lord, Morongbo is no mere pond-dwelling carp. Yongin Immortal Village is the dawn of my ascent. Once I expand and fortify it, that title of Alliance Lord shall inevitably return to me. Xiao Lai and Zhao Shiqian approached. The 3 exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes they beheld ambition burning bright and hope unbroken. Issue the decree, all fellow cultivators shall move and immediately rest in shifts, and begin tomorrow fulfilling their designated duties, gathering resources, strengthening the village. Morongbo's voice rang out clear and commanding, resonating across the entire Yongin Immortal Village. We humbly obey Village Master Morong's decree. In unison, they entered their assigned residences and settled in. To build an immortal village from nothing to something tangible, in a single day, was nothing short of astonishing, even by the standards of the entire spirit realm. while Yong'an Immortal Village surged with frenetic activity. News of its emergence swiftly reached Piaoyun Immortal Village. Alliance Lord Murong Bo and his faction have returned, but rather than rejoining us, they have chosen to found an immortal village nearby. A nascent soul realm peak guardian saint approached. Yifeng bowed deeply and reported with solemn reverence. His name was Qi Lang, first among all guardian saints beneath the two quasi-saint elders, Xian Yang and Song Song. Steadfast, reliable, and profoundly trusted by Yifeng. Oh, an intriguing notion, though their future development remains to be seen. Yifeng ascended the gate tower of Piaoyun Immortal Village and gazed toward the bustling valley in the distance. His eyes, clear as still water, held serene depth and quiet insight. He had anticipated that many of the departed clan elders would return empty-handed, but he had not foreseen their outright refusal to join Piaoyun Immortal Village. However, upon reflection, it is understandable that these proud and arrogant members of the noble families would be unwilling to be subordinate to others and would desire to establish their own factions. This is the nature of the strong. Moreover, he is still quite young and has yet to display any talents before others, thus it is perfectly reasonable for them to hesitate to submit to him. Murong Bo's faction has as many as 3 peak transformation stage cultivators and dozens of transformation stage experts, which indeed gives them the capital to establish a new immortal village. Yet within this spirit realm, while setting up an immortal village may be easy, maintaining its operation is fraught with difficulties. He is well aware that any immortal village established in this spirit realm, regardless of its size, falls under the jurisdiction of the nearby immortal city and must continuously pay holy crystals to the immortal city each month as rent. Should they fail to pay, the immortal city would impose penalties ranging from reclaiming the spiritual land to outright annihilation. With him stationed at Piaoyun Immortal Village and guided by the heavenly mechanism disc, they barely manage to support the monthly holy crystal payment and provide for the cultivation of the village members through the rich harvest of spiritual wine and the hunting of medicinal herbs. However, for Murong Bo and others who are just starting to build their immortal village, their foundation is shallow, and they lack the means to continuously acquire holy crystals. Relying solely on blind hunting and searching to accumulate enough holy crystals for sustainable growth is no easy task. Alright, let them be. There is no need to interfere or do anything. Rather, if conditions permit, it is better to cultivate a good relationship with them. Yifeng said lightly, his tone calm, showing neither anger nor disdain. He believes that should these individuals ever find it difficult to survive, they will eventually consider returning to Piaoyun Immortal Village. No matter what, the relationship should not be allowed to become too strained. Moreover, having another immortal village in this mountain range would enhance safety, bringing him no loss. Hearing this, Qi Lang felt secretly astonished. He had initially thought the leader would be furious and might even send people to suppress Yong'an Immortal Village, as one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. However, he did not expect the other party to be so nonchalant with such a broad mind, as if they had merely heard an inconsequential matter, which made him view the leader with renewed respect. He did not ask further and began to bow in farewell. Yifeng also turned back to the city lord's mansion to prepare for cultivation. To him, the establishment of the village by Murong Bo and others was merely a reduction of a few acres of spiritual fields and some manpower, which was insignificant. His gaze was never on the trivial disputes over the immortal villages, but rather on the broader spirit realm and the higher realms of cultivation. After a night without incident, the next morning the bright light of day enveloped the fog-laden Piaoyun Immortal Village, gradually awakening. Yifeng rose, adjusted his robe, donned his mask, and walked out of the main hall. Outside, 4 guardian saints were already waiting, all of whom were peak transformation stage cultivators, tall and steady, loyal to him. Greetings, Alliance leader, the 4 bowed in unison. Yifeng nodded slightly. Today we continue our hunt and search for spiritual resources to enrich the village treasury. Yes. The 4 responded in unison, following closely behind Yifeng as they stepped out of the gates of Piaoyun Immortal Village, walking along the mountain path towards the depths of the distant mountains. At this moment, Yifeng wore silver armor, moving with grace along the village's stone-paved street, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Although he did not exude any spiritual power, the surrounding members of the noble families felt a faint pressure, causing them to look up in admiration, their expressions respectful. Within the village, Nangong Jingda and others gazed at this young man's confident stride, feeling envious. At this moment, they no longer regarded him as the young man who once spoke fanciful words. Instead, after witnessing everything in Piaoyun Immortal Village over the past days, they had a newfound understanding of this young leader. Not only did he possess astonishing financial resources, but he also had extraordinary abilities, making him a rare talent among the youth. Yifeng and his group had barely walked out of Piaoyun Immortal Village for over 10 miles when they encountered another team at a mountain fork. This team was the hunting party from Yong'an Immortal Village, led by Murong Bo, accompanied by several heads of first-rate noble families, also preparing to go out for hunting and gathering herbs. Morong Bo and others had set out early from Yangon Immortal Village today, eager to search for resources, accumulate holy crystals, and gain the recognition of the Immortal City. Each of them held their magic treasures with serious expressions, carefully searching for demonic beasts and spiritual resources in the mountains, their hearts filled with both anxiety and anticipation. As the two sides met, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. On the side of Piayun Immortal Village, Yifeng appeared indifferent with a gentle smile, while on the side of Yangon Immortal Village, Morong Bo and others had stiff expressions, their eyes complex, reflecting unwillingness, vigilance, and a hint of undeniable awkwardness. Yifeng took the lead in greeting, his voice sincere. Master Morong, esteemed elders, it is indeed a stroke of fate to encounter you here. I heard yesterday that you have established Yangon Immortal Village, and although the foundation is just beginning, it is truly commendable. In the future, as we live in proximity, we are neighbors. If you have leisure time, feel free to visit Piayun Immortal Village anytime to discuss cultivation and share resources. His tone was frank and enthusiastic, showing no signs of displeasure at their departure or mockery of their misfortune in being rejected by the Immortal City. It was purely an invitation from a neighborly relationship. In his view, coexisting harmoniously in these mountains was far better than competing against each other with no hint of boasting or sarcasm. However, Morong Bo and others felt rather uncomfortable in their hearts. Although they still harbored grievances, they could not ignore the situation upon encountering him face to face, so they had to suppress their pent-up frustrations and slightly cup their hands toward Yifeng, their expressions perfunctory. Thank you, Alliance Leader Yi, for your kind intentions. We appreciate it. However, we are currently burdened with the important task of hunting and gathering treasures, and time is of the essence, so we will not impose on you. I also wish Alliance Leader Yi a successful hunt today and a bountiful return. While the words were polite and comprehensive, each word carried a sense of cold detachment, clearly indicating their unwillingness to entangle further with Yifeng. Rest assured, Master Morong, my Alliance Leader, has always had extraordinary luck in hunting, as if blessed by the heavens. Today will be no exception. The guardian Saint Chi Lang, who stood beside Yifeng, immediately laughed heartily upon hearing this, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Having followed Yi Wuhan for many days, he knew all too well that during these outings high-tier demonic beasts and fifth-tier spiritual herbs were easily found, and every time they returned with bountiful harvests far beyond ordinary expectations. Thus he spoke with confidence and a beaming smile. Another guardian saint, the Gray Bear, nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with admiration for Yifeng. Indeed, whenever we accompany the Alliance Leader, we have never returned empty-handed. It seems the spiritual resources in this mountain range are waiting for the Alliance Leader to claim them. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of Morong Bo and others suddenly turned grim, their lips twitching uncontrollably as the feelings of discontent surged within them. Never returned empty-handed. How is that possible? How could the spiritual resources in this spirit realm be as easy to find as they claimed? Did they think that they had never traveled and were ignorant of the world? Even though he felt puzzled and confused, Morong Bo did not expose it on the spot. He merely smiled perfunctorily and said, "In that case, I would like to congratulate Alliance Master Yi in advance." That said, he secretly began to muster his strength, intending to rely on his own abilities and experience to crush Yi Wuhan and his group, proving that establishing his own immortal village was not inferior to joining the other side, and perhaps even stronger. After all, the confident words from the other party were undoubtedly a blatant display and provocation. The other elite family powerhouses also wore solemn expressions, simultaneously looking at Morong Bo. In their exchanged glances, they reached a consensus today. They must give their all to surpass Yi Wuhan and restore their dignity. No matter what, they could not lose to this young man. After all, they were all ancient beings who had lived for thousands of years, rich in experience and unique vision. They had to search for more rare spiritual items, achieving results far superior to Piayun Immortal Village. They wanted this young man to understand who truly had the strength to lead the strong in this spiritual realm. Yifeng, seeing the reactions of Morong Bo and others, did not think much of it. He merely smiled faintly and raised his hand, saying, "Thank you. Since you all have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave now." After saying this, Yifeng turned around and, accompanied by 4 path protectors, calmly stepped into the depths of the forest, following the guidance of the heavenly mechanism disc, quickly disappearing among the dense trees. Only after Yifeng's group had completely departed did Morong Bo slowly relax his brow and say in a deep voice, "Let's go. Today we shall exert our full strength and scour the mountains within thousands of miles. We must show them the strength of our Yangon Immortal Village. That's right. We must surpass them today. Let them know that we are a presence they can never aspire to." The crowd responded in unison, harboring an indomitable spirit as they rushed deeper into the mountains. From this moment on, the two teams, centered around the 2 immortal villages, simultaneously began hunting and gathering medicinal herbs in a region spanning thousands of miles, quietly unfolding a silent competition amidst the mountains. The Yangon Immortal Village team, led by Murong Bo and others, searched aimlessly through the mountains and forests, relying on their own experience. They cautiously weaved through the dense woods, their spiritual senses fully extended, carefully scrutinizing every corner for traces of spiritual herbs and sensing the aura of demon beasts. At times they would even stop to further excavate certain suspicious locations. However, within the complex environment of the spiritual realm's mountains, spiritual herbs mostly grew in hidden places and demon beasts excelled in concealment. Without precise guidance, finding valuable spiritual items was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Instead, numerous fierce, yet worthless venomous insects and creatures emerged. They expended a considerable amount of time and energy walking from dawn to noon, then from noon to evening. After an entire day's effort, they had only found a few fourth-tier spiritual herbs used by nascent soul cultivators and killed 2 ordinary demon beasts that provided slight benefits to their cultivation without encountering even a single precious demon beast that could be sold for sacred crystals. The spiritual realm was teeming with demon creatures, yet sacred crystals were relatively rare. They were well aware that common items were in abundance among various immortal villages and could hardly be sold, leaving them only to be kept as rations. Worse still, in a certain valley they were ambushed by a transformation stage venomous python. Although the python was not high in rank, its toxicity was astonishing. It had been hiding in the grass, and upon spotting the group immediately darted out like lightning. Murong Bo and the others hastily defended themselves. After a fierce battle, they succeeded in slaying the venomous python, but one of the elite family powerhouses in their team was infected by the python's poison due to failing to dodge in time, causing his spiritual power to go awry and leaving him severely injured and in a sorry state. Looking at the few spiritual herbs in his hand and the corpses of 2 or 3 demon beasts that could not be sold for sacred crystals, Murong Bo's expression grew increasingly grim, filled with a sense of defeat. Having lived for thousands of years, he had never felt that cultivation resources could be this hard to obtain. In the past, in the lower realms, spiritual stones were abundant and easily obtainable, but unexpectedly upon arriving in this spiritual realm, life had become so frugal. Let's go. The valuable spiritual herbs and demon beasts nearby are indeed hard to find. To be able to bring back some spiritual items today, even if just barely enough for rations, is already quite good. Murong Bo could not help but sigh, his tone filled with helplessness and fatigue. The other elite family powerhouses also wore grim expressions, silently beginning their return, their pride gradually worn away, leaving only a deep sense of powerlessness. They finally understood that while it was easy to boast, developing and growing in this spiritual realm was far more challenging than they had imagined. On the other hand, the team, led by Yifeng, accompanied by the Path Protectors, had a completely different outcome. They moved as if strolling in a garden, chatting and laughing, utterly relaxed. With the precise guidance of the heavenly mechanism disc, Yifeng seemed to possess eyes that could see through the heavens and the earth, occasionally discovering valuable spiritual herbs, high-tier demon beast lairs, and even precious ores. He led the Path Protectors directly to a cliff where 5th-tier Zhu fruit grew effortlessly, plucking the spiritual fruit. Thereafter, he stepped into the territory of a mid-transformation stage demon beast, with a beautiful horn, crushing it with absolute strength to easily obtain the materials. Then, following the auspicious and ominous indications of the divination technique, he continued to search for the next location. Along the way, spiritual herbs, celestial grasses, high-tier demon beast materials, and rare ores, various precious spiritual items that were quite popular in the outside world, were collected by them, as if they were picking wild grass, without any danger. The 4 Path Protectors held great admiration for Yifeng, unsure of how he accomplished this, feeling that their leader was simply a master of divination, his fortune-telling skills unfathomable, making hunting and gathering medicinal herbs a breeze for him. By evening, when the team was preparing to return, Yifeng's gaze was suddenly drawn to a vast and deep water pool. This water pool was bottomless, its waters as dark as ink, emitting a faint mist. It appeared no different from other pools, yet he discerned through his divination technique that the bottom concealed remarkable spiritual items. The 4 Path Protectors sensed their leader's unusual demeanor and felt a slight tightening in their hearts, yet, without hesitation, before Yifeng could give the order, one of them flashed to the edge of the water pool, channeling spiritual power in their palm to transform it into a massive golden hand, which struck fiercely at the center of the pool. Boom! The enormous hand penetrated the water, causing a tremendous disturbance at the bottom of the pool. In the next moment, an ancient demon dragon, disturbed, leaped out of the water pool, its tail sweeping across, raising towering waves, and the demonic aura of a late transformation stage surged in all directions. Hiss! Seeing the furious gaze of this demon dragon upon them, everyone was momentarily stunned, then a look of wild joy spread across their faces. The blood and energy of this ancient serpent are exceptionally rich, comparable to that of a true dragon's lineage. Its physical body is formidable, and both its flesh and blood are of immense nourishment. The serpent scales, horns, and core are top-tier materials for refining weapons and pills, immensely valuable, and even in the immortal city, they are extremely rare and hard to find. In the next moment, they all struck simultaneously, unleashing their peak transformation realm cultivation without reservation. Meanwhile, Yifeng quietly retreated to a distance. In just half an hour, the ancient serpent was severely wounded by the four guardian saints, its strength drained, unable to move, its eyes filled with fear and despair. This serpent measured several dozen zhang in length, its scales shimmering with a ghostly blue light, solid and thick, exuding strong waves of spiritual power, clearly a rare treasure. Yifeng skillfully dispatched the serpent, extracting its soul with a secret technique and sealing it within his storage ring. Today's harvest is decent, let's return to the village. Yifeng casually left this sentence and turned decisively towards the direction of Piaoyun Immortal Village. The four guardian saints followed closely, shouldering the serpent's corpse as heavy as a small mountain, their faces beaming with joy and pride. They hadn't seen such serpent corpses in the lower realms for over 1,000 years. During the return of the hunting team from Piaoyun Immortal Village, Murong Bo and the others trudged back with exhausted bodies, bringing back only a meager harvest to Yangon Immortal Village. At the village entrance, the heads of the Zhao and Shao families, along with other family masters and the remaining strong practitioners, were already waiting, each one eagerly anticipating, their eyes filled with expectation. They stayed in the village today to reinforce defenses and upgrade their residences, their minds constantly worried about the hunting teams, hoping they would bring back a bountiful harvest to support the development of the Immortal Village. Seeing the figures of Murong Bo and the others appear, everyone immediately rushed forward. Master Murong, Brother Zhang, Brother Chen, you are back. How was the harvest today? Yes, did you find any rare spiritual herbs? Or hunt any high-tier beasts? We have prepared the boiler, just waiting for the spiritual materials to return. The crowd gathered around, eagerly asking questions, their eyes filled with hope. However, upon seeing that Murong Bo and the others had only a few fourth-tier spiritual herbs and 3 worthless beast corpses, the expectation on everyone's faces instantly froze, replaced by disappointment and concern. Murong Bo looked at the swiftly changing expressions of the crowd, feeling increasingly stifled, and could only sigh again. Everyone, we did our best, but the spiritual veins nearby are barren, and it is truly difficult to find valuable spiritual herbs and beasts. After expending a day's effort, we managed to hunt only these 2 or 3 beasts. Bringing back some food is already quite good. As his words fell, the scene fell into silence, and an indescribable sense of loss filled everyone's hearts. They had originally thought that with the strength of the experienced peak transformation realm expert, their hunting expedition would surely yield abundant results, but they did not expect it to be so bleak. Although the spiritual herbs and flesh they brought back were considered decent gains in the lower realms, in this spiritual realm, paying several pieces of sacred crystals to the immortal city each month rendered them practically worthless. They had already inquired, and for an immortal village like theirs, which had several peak transformation realm experts, the monthly protection fee could not be paid at the lowest rate. It had to be charged at a mid to high standard, as the stronger the village, the greater the consumption of regional resources. Just as everyone sank into despair and silence, a commotion arose from the direction of Piaoyun Immortal Village, breaking the stillness of the place. Everyone instinctively turned their heads to look towards Piaoyun Immortal Village. At the entrance of Piaoyun Immortal Village, the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was lively, with hundreds of members of Piaoyun Immortal Village gathered at the entrance, their faces radiating joy, the atmosphere extremely festive. In the center of the entrance, Yi Wuhan and the 4 guardian saints stood at the innermost layer, and before them lay the corpse of an ancient serpent several dozen zhang long. The serpent's ghostly blue scales shimmered under the lights, the pressure of a peak transformation realm still discernible even in death. The rich blood and energy radiating from it made the people of Yangon Immortal Village, even from miles away, unable to suppress their trembling hearts. It was the hunting team from Piaoyun Immortal Village. They had returned, and they brought back a peak transformation realm ancient serpent. At this moment, all the strong practitioners of Yangon Immortal Village widened their eyes, staring fixedly at the ancient serpent, their breathing momentarily halted, their throats rolling as they could not help but swallow hard. That was an ancient serpent with dragon blood. Its flesh and blood are supreme nourishing substances, and consuming them can cleanse the body, enhance cultivation, and break through realms. Even peak transformation realm experts would greatly benefit from consuming it. In the immortal city, even a small portion of ancient serpent flesh could fetch an exorbitant price, and countless cultivators would scramble to buy a piece, yet they remain in short supply. And at this moment, Yi Wuhan had actually brought back such a rare treasure to Piaoyun Immortal Village. Several members of Piaoyun Immortal Village, armed with sharp royal weapons, were carefully cutting up the ancient serpent, the spiritual blood flowing along the blades collected into jade bottles, and the spiritual flesh was cut into even pieces, exuding an enticing fragrance. Then a scene that made the people of Yangon Immortal Village even more envious and jealous emerged. Yi Wuhan stood by and casually ordered that every member of Piayun Immortal Village, regardless of their cultivation level, whether they were guardian saints or ordinary members, would each receive a hefty piece of ancient serpent flesh. No one fought over it, no one was favored. Oh, everyone got their share. It was fair to the extreme. It should be known that this was ancient serpent flesh, that even peak transformation realm experts yearned for, a treasure that was rare and hard to find. Piayun Immortal Village actually distributed it so freely that everyone could enjoy it. The people of Yangon Immortal Village watched with red eyes, their envy surging like a tide, almost spilling over. They wished they could rush forward and get a piece to enhance their physique, but they knew they had no such qualifications, and the ones most impacted were undoubtedly Morong Bo and the others who had just returned. They widened their eyes, staring at the ancient serpent, their faces filled with disbelief, their eyes full of shock and confusion. How could this be possible? They had expended an entire day exhausting themselves to the point of exhaustion, even injuring 2 people, yet ultimately encountered not even a single hair from such a high-value beast, bringing back only 3 ordinary beasts that were as useless as chicken ribs, without even a decent piece of spiritual flesh. The hiding spots of ancient demon serpents are usually extremely secretive, undetectable by ordinary people. How did Yi Wuhan manage to find them? Why could they obtain something that they had searched for with all their strength while the other side acquired it so easily? It was unfair. So terribly unfair. Morong Bo stood frozen in place, his face drained of color, and then suddenly felt a burning pain. He had just told everyone that valuable demon beasts were hard to find in this area, and bringing back a meal would be quite. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Wuhan returned with an ancient demon serpent of immense value, distributing it openly at the village entrance, as if giving him a loud slap in the face in front of everyone. His cheeks flushed red for the first time, while a storm of emotions surged within him: sourness, resentment, shock, defeat. Various feelings intertwined, making it hard for him to breathe. Having lived for thousands of years as a peak transformation stage expert, he had always been on high ground in the lower realm, never feeling so embarrassed. Yet now he was struck down thoroughly by a younger generation with the most straightforward method. The other first-rate family experts who had accompanied Morong Bo in the hunt also turned pale, standing frozen in place, unable to utter a word. The pride in their eyes had been completely shattered, leaving only deep helplessness and despair. They had always been unwilling to accept Yi Wuhan, feeling reluctant to be commanded by him, believing that their background and experience far surpassed that young man. But today, just the matter of hunting and gathering herbs made them clearly feel the gap between the two sides as insurmountable as a chasm. They had actually lost to a mere kid, lost inexplicably without any chance to argue. As night deepened, the sounds of laughter from Piayun Xian Village reached the ears of everyone in Yangon Xian Village from miles away, piercing each heart like needles. Just as the emotional gap felt like a flood about to sweep everyone away, Morong Bo suddenly took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within, slowly turned around and comforted. "All right, everyone, stop looking. They are just lucky for the moment." Upon hearing this, everyone raised their heads, their eyes filled with doubt and hope. Morong Bo pointed towards Piayun Xian Village, his tone firm, yet sounding more like self-comfort, as he added that demon serpent is an extremely rare creature, not something one encounters every day. They just happened to run into one today. Hunting in the spirit realm indeed involves a degree of luck. This was merely a fleeting moment, and tomorrow they would certainly not have such great gains. His words were resolute, yet a trace of unnoticeable stubbornness lay deep in his eyes. He refused to believe that after dominating the cultivation world for thousands of years, he would lose to a mere kid like Yi Wuhan. In his view, the other side merely won by chance. In terms of true skill, even Tin Yi Wuhan's would not be as. Today's defeat was merely due to insufficient preparation and poor luck, certainly not a gap in strength. This statement acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly invigorating the hearts of the people in Yangon Xian Village. Everyone nodded, the pallor on their faces fading significantly, beginning to echo. The head of the Morong family is right. It must be that fellow's luck. Indeed, that demon serpent is rarely encountered. How could they find one every day? Tomorrow they will certainly return empty-handed. We merely made a temporary mistake. Next time we will surely surpass them. The discussions gradually grew louder, and the previously oppressive atmosphere eased considerably. At this moment, the peak transformation stage experts Xiao Lai and Zhao Shiqian also stepped forward, with Xiao Lai solemnly proposing. The head of the Morong family is right. Tomorrow, I will accompany Brother Zhao and the head of the Morong family into the mountains to hunt. We'll increase our search efforts and thoroughly scour the surrounding 1,000-mile mountain range. I don't believe that the 3 peak transformation stage experts combined cannot compete with a young upstart. Zhao Shiqian nodded, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Indeed, today the 2 of us stayed in the village and did not take action, allowing them to seize the opportunity. Now that the Xian village has a certain level of defense, tomorrow the 3 of us will act together, conducting a carpet search, and we will undoubtedly hunt down rare beasts and regain our dignity. The statements of the 2 peak transformation stage experts immediately reassured the people of Yangon Xian Village. It should be noted that peak transformation stage experts are already top-tier strength in the surrounding mountain ranges. Now that Murong Bo Xiao Lai and Zhao Shiqian, three peak transformation stage masters, decided to go all out, it meant that Yang'an village was deploying all its elite forces. How could such a lineup possibly lose to that kid Yu Wuan? As for the few protectors, they were merely crazed individuals obsessed with cultivation, not to be feared. The momentary disappointment in everyone's eyes completely vanished, replaced by a roaring flame of hope. Seeing the renewed fighting spirit of the crowd, a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on Murong Bo's face. Having acted as the proxy leader for many years, he had a good grasp of people's hearts. He raised his hand to calm them down and said loudly, "Good. Today, everyone should take a moment to rest and gather your energy. Tomorrow before dawn, we will head into the mountains to hunt. This time we will let everyone know that Yang'an village is the true overlord of the surrounding mountain ranges. We will obey the orders of the head of the Murong family." Everyone echoed in unison, their voices resonant and powerful. The previous oppression swept away, replaced by an indomitable spirit. A night of rest passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, just as dawn broke, the hunting team from Yang'an village quietly set off, with the surrounding mountains still shrouded in a faint morning mist. Murong Bo Xiao Lai and Zhao Shiqian, the three peak transformation stage experts, took the lead, their spiritual energy surging, exuding an imposing aura. Behind them followed several first-rate family experts from Yang'an village, all spirited and resolute, carrying a belief in victory as they surged into the surrounding mountains. On this day, the three peak transformation stage experts alternated between splitting up and regrouping, holding nothing back and exerting their full strength. Murong Bo utilized his unique movement technique, darting through the forest like lightning, his five senses expanded, keenly observing every movement within dozens of miles, leaving no trace unnoticed. Xiao Lai wielded various magical treasures, employing countless techniques to slay all encountered valuable demon beasts. Zhao Shiqian used sense and his ability to identify spiritual plants, searching for demon beasts, while also locating rare spiritual herbs in the mountains, achieving remarkable efficiency. With clearly defined roles and seamless cooperation, coupled with the support of first-rate family experts behind them, their search efficiency increased several times compared to the previous day. They no longer hunted aimlessly like the day before. Instead, relying on years of hunting experience, they searched along the trails of demon beasts and the auspicious sites for spiritual herbs, thoroughly scouring all the suspicious areas within a 1,000-mile radius, truly exhausting all their efforts and utilizing all their knowledge and means. As the morning mist dispersed, the blazing sun slowly ascended into the sky, tilting gradually towards the west. The day's hunt came to a swift conclusion, and as the sunset once again painted the horizon red, the hunting team from Yang'an village indeed returned laden with spoils. In the open space at the village entrance lay the day's bounty, the bodies of 4 high-quality demon beasts, all at the initial stage of the transformation realm. These beasts were rich in spiritual energy, with certain parts made of excellent materials, each capable of fetching a handsome price. Alongside them were over 10 4th-grade spiritual herbs, including 2 5th-grade herbs that could be used to refine pills for transformation realm cultivators, brimming with spiritual chi and of exceptional quality. Compared to yesterday, this haul was simply worlds apart, enough to make the people of Yang'an village cheer with joy more bountiful than any prior hunt. The crowd gathered at the village entrance, their faces beaming with excitement. The fatigue of recent days completely washed away, their gazes toward Murong Bo and his 2 companions filled with admiration. Murong Bo counted the piled materials from the demon beasts and spiritual herbs before him, feeling a swell of pride, the frustrations and disappointments of recent days utterly vanishing. He raised his hand to stroke his beard, declaring loudly to everyone, "You all see this, right? This is our true strength. These are the demon beasts and spiritual herbs we meticulously gathered from the nearby mountains of top quality, worth at least 10 holy crystals." The crowd gasped in astonishment at this figure. 10 holy crystals were a considerable fortune for their nascent Xian village, sufficient to support the cultivation of all the villagers for almost half a month. Murong Bo's voice was booming, tinged with an indescribable pride. "I dare say today's harvest is the lion's share of this mountain range. The spiritual treasures we failed to discover, the hunting team from Xian village could never find either. Today they will undoubtedly return empty-handed." His confidence was not born from blind arrogance, but was based on his own reasoning and judgment. Yesterday they were unfamiliar with the mountains, leading to low search efficiency, but today not only were they familiar with the terrain, but the other 2 peak transformation realm experts were also working at full capacity, expanding their search range, employing more refined methods, and drawing from richer experience. In his view, the rare spiritual treasures in this mountain range, provided they were not too hidden, had all been gathered by them. Even if Xian village arrived late, no matter how fortunate they were, they could not possibly find anything of value under their haul. They would surely return in disgrace, losing face. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, echoing his sentiments, a sense of superiority swelling. They imagined the sight of the fiancé village members hanging their heads in despair, thinking about how they could overshadow them today and reclaim their dignity from yesterday. Everyone was electrified, eagerly awaiting news of fiancé village's empty return. However, this pride and confidence lasted barely a quarter of an hour before it was thoroughly shattered by a panicked report. A family strongman responsible for scouting stumbled into the village from outside, his face pale, his voice tinged with undeniable fear and panic. "No, it's bad. Head of the Murong family. Something terrible has happened." Murong boss smile instantly froze, his brow furrowed as he sternly commanded, "What are you panicking about? Speak slowly. What happened?" The strongman gasped for breath, almost shouting in despair, "Fiancé village. They have started dividing the flesh of the spirit meat. This time it's the meat of a latest-stage transformation realm Holy Spirit tiger. It's a Holy Spirit tiger." "What?" Murong Bo trembled all over as if struck by a thunderbolt, standing frozen and placed the pride on his face instantly replaced by disbelief. He stepped forward, abruptly grabbing the strongman's collar, his voice trembling as he asked, "What are you saying? A Holy Spirit tiger? A latest-stage transformation realm Holy Spirit tiger? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" His first reaction was that this must have been a mistake. It must be known that the Holy Spirit tiger is a rare beast with dual attributes of golden wind, as rare as the demon dragon from yesterday. Its flesh contains special effects that strengthen bones and muscles, greatly benefiting the physical cultivation of transformation realm cultivators. Its value far surpasses that of common demon beasts. Even seasoned peak transformation realm experts would find it exceedingly difficult to locate and hunt a latest-stage Holy Spirit tiger. How could that young man possibly find one? Xiao Lai and Zhao Shiqian's expressions also changed drastically as they exchanged glances, both seeing utter shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. They had given their all today, only managing to hunt a few initial-stage transformation realm demon beasts, not even encountering a mid-stage beast, yet Fiancé village had managed to hunt a latest-stage Holy Spirit tiger. How is this possible? The subordinate did not make a mistake. The strongman said with a pained expression, shaking his head repeatedly. In the open space of Fiancé village lies the corpse of the Holy Spirit tiger, its body shimmering with golden light, the residual aura of its might still lingering. It is undoubtedly a Holy Spirit tiger. They have already begun to divide the tiger meat. The entire village is celebrating. It is quite the uproar. As the words fell, the open space of Yang'an village was plunged into utter silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, their smiles evaporating without a trace, replaced instead by a pound. Looking at the piled demon beasts and spiritual herbs before them, they felt an unbearable sting in their eyes. After all, compared to the latest-stage Holy Spirit tiger meat, their haul of merely 10 holy crystals seemed utterly worthless, akin to garbage. Murong Bo slowly released his grip, the family strongman collapsing to the ground, yet he remained oblivious, feeling an overwhelming chaos within, a sense of confusion creeping in for the first time. He stood there with a vacant expression, his mind blank, repeating a single thought: how could this be? How did he had exerted all his effort, utilizing every bit of experience and manpower, scouring the mountains thoroughly, not even catching a glimpse of the Holy Spirit tiger, while that young man Yu Wuhan somehow managed to find such a rare beast. Was it luck? But how could luck continuously favor the same person? Was it skill? Yet the other party was merely an inexperienced junior. How could they possess such terrifying hunting and spiritual searching abilities? A tremendous sense of powerlessness surged over him, once more intense than yesterday, almost shattering Murong Bo's spirit completely. The experience, strength, and methods he prided himself on seemed like a colossal joke in the face of Yu Wuhan, leaving him nowhere to hide, deeply embarrassed. The members of Yang'an village were completely deflated, each drooping their heads like defeated roosters. The hope that had just ignited was extinguished by this sudden news, their feelings of frustration and disappointment reaching an unprecedented peak. At this moment, they too began to doubt whether it was truly a mistake for them to forsake the readily available Fiancé village and strike out on their own. "Master Murong, in my opinion, we might as well return to the Piaoyun Immortal Village. Establishing a new branch like this incurs an unnecessary monthly expense of holy crystals to the Immortal City, which is truly unwise." A slightly plump family head stroked his beard, unable to contain himself any longer, leaning forward slightly as he advised Master Murong Bo. These words were like a stone thrown into still water, immediately stirring ripples. An elder in a blue robe beside him nodded in agreement, his tone filled with uncertainty. "Indeed, from what I've seen these past few days, that Yi Wuhan is no ordinary person. He is clear in rewards and punishments, and the village's order is well maintained. His unique talents in hunting and seeking herbs suggest that following him in our endeavors may not lead us astray." They initially chose to leave Piaoyun Immortal Village with Murong Bo because they feared that the young Yu Wuhan, despite his high position as the leader of the Holy Alliance, would be rash and chaotic in wielding power. However, after witnessing his actions firsthand, In conversing with old acquaintances from Pyayun Immortal Village, they realized he was methodical and experienced, far from the reckless youth they had imagined. In this light, their decision to leave the Holy Alliance and establish a new immortal village, splitting their manpower, now seemed redundant. Yet upon hearing this, Morong boss expression changed dramatically, his spiritual energy surging as his fierce gaze swept over everyone, and he shouted in a deep voice, "You can leave if you want. As the head of the Morong family, I would rather die than be a subordinate to others." The head of the Shao family, Shao Lai, immediately echoed with a serious expression, "Brother Morong is right. Just in these 2 short days, how can you all waver so easily? In such a brief time, how much can you truly gauge of someone's character and abilities?" He still believed that a young person like Yi Wuhan, who had achieved success at such a young age, could not resist the temptations of power, and once his position was stable, he would inevitably commit some outrageous acts. Thus, he was not worth following. As his words fell, the entire place suddenly fell silent. The powerful families lowered their heads, feeling a sense of discontent within, yet they had to admit there was some truth to his words. 2 days of observation was indeed too hasty, and it would be wiser to observe for a few more days. However, no one noticed that in the hearts of most a seed of returning to Pyayun Immortal Village had quietly been sown, just waiting for the right moment to sprout. In contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of Yangon Immortal Village, the scene in Pyayun Immortal Village at this moment was completely different. In the open space at the village entrance, the corpse of the Holy Spirit Tiger lay sprawled on a white jade platform surrounded by dazzling golden light. Even though it had lost its life, it still emitted a majestic aura of gold-type spiritual energy, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Several holy path protectors wielding sharp blades skillfully divided the tiger's meat, each piece glistening and infused with spiritual energy. Just a whiff of it made one feel invigorated and enhanced their spiritual powers. The original villagers of Pyayun Immortal Village and the second-rate family cultivators gathered closely around the open space, joy radiating from their faces as they excitedly discussed the noise filling the entire immortal village. "I never expected to acquire another extraordinary beast at the late stage of spirit transformation. And it's a Holy Spirit Tiger. This is a treasure that can strengthen one's bones. Following Master Yi is simply a blessing. If it were up to our own abilities, we might not even taste high-level spiritual meat throughout the year. Now, however, we can obtain it every few days. This life is simply better than that of the immortals." Indeed. I've heard about the neighboring Yangon Immortal Village, where everyone is living in fear, scrambling for cultivation resources. Here, as long as we follow the instructions, we have no worries about safety or resources, and we even get to drink exquisite spiritual wine like Jiuxiaozui. I've come to understand that rooting ourselves in Pyayun Immortal Village is the wisest choice. As long as the master doesn't drive me away, I'll serve here until the end of time. Exactly. Anyone who dares to harm Pyayun Immortal Village and betray Master Yi, I will be the first to object. Such good days are rare and precious. The second-rate family cultivators exchanged words filled with satisfaction and gratitude. Initially, they thought they were limited in abilities and lacked knowledge of the spiritual realm, joining Pyayun Immortal Village out of a desire for protection, harboring some apprehension and distance. However, after these few days of interaction, they were completely conquered by the boldness of Pyayun Immortal Village. Here there are no intrigues, no scrambling for resources. As long as one stays obedient and follows the arrangements, they can enjoy cultivation resources they couldn't obtain even with their utmost efforts, savoring rare high-level spiritual meat and drinking exquisite spiritual wine like Jiuxiaozui, which even top-tier cultivators seldom come across. With safety guaranteed by the holy path protectors and ample resources for cultivation, this life was 100 or 1,000 times more comfortable than their previous struggles, and they had long since made up their minds to follow Yi Wuhan wholeheartedly. In the crowd, Nangong Jingda stood at the front, cradling the Holy Spirit Tiger meat. He had just received, his expression frozen in place, filled with astonishment. He looked down at the tiger meat in his hands, which was clearly taken from the spine of the Holy Spirit Tiger, the most refined part of the entire beast's spiritual energy. It weighed significantly more than what others received, and the meat glimmered with golden light, the spiritual energy, so rich, it was almost liquid. Just a light sniff made his meridians feel unblocked, and his whole body began to warm up. Not only today's Holy Spirit Tiger meat, but yesterday he also received precious parts like the core of the demon flood dragon during the distribution, far exceeding what other family cultivators got. Even the residence he was assigned was the best among the remaining houses in Pyayun Immortal Village, with the richest spiritual energy, far superior to those of other second-rate families. Once could be attributed to chance, twice to coincidence, but with each occasion being the same, even Nangong Jingda, despite his dullness, began to sense something was amiss. He felt uneasy, suspecting that someone was deliberately looking out for him. However, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand what merit he possessed to receive such treatment in Pyayun Immortal Village. After all, he was merely the head of a second-rate family with cultivation at the peak of the initial stage of spirit transformation, which was not particularly remarkable among the powerful families, but rather displayed a clear disadvantage. After much hesitation, Nangong Jingda clutched the Holy Spirit tiger meat in his hands, and quickly approached the Holy Path protectors who were distributing spiritual meat. A look of awkwardness and unease on his face, as he carefully asked an esteemed protector, "May I ask if my spiritual meat was given to me by mistake?" He pointed to the Holy Spirit tiger meat in his hands, then glanced at the ordinary portions others held. His tone, becoming increasingly uncertain. "My portion is significantly more than others, and it is the most concentrated spinal meat. The demon flood dragon meat I received a few days ago was also like this, and even my residence is the best. This must be a mistake, right? Please double-check. I hope there's no mistake." Nangong Jingda felt anxious, fearing he had taken advantage of the situation and would provoke envy from others, and he was even more afraid this was an unintentional oversight that would lead to his reputation as someone who takes small advantages. After all, he truly wanted to stay in the floating cloud immortal village. The holy envoy responsible for the allocation paused his actions upon hearing this, glanced at the tiger meat in Nangong Jingda's hands, and without a hint of surprise calmly shook his head, affirming, "No mistake, Master Nangong, feel free to accept it. This is your rightful share." Nangong Jingda was completely stunned upon hearing this, his eyes wide open, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. No mistake? Then why was he receiving such special treatment? He racked his brain, but couldn't fathom the reason, standing there with the heavy tiger meat in his hands, feeling a mix of joy and anxiety, utterly at a loss. His appearance caught the attention of several second-rate clan experts nearby, who immediately began to tease him. "Good name." A round-faced middle-aged man laughed as he approached, patting Nangong Jingda on the shoulder, and said with a wink, "Brother Jingda, don't just stand there dazed. In my opinion, this isn't a mistake at all. Clearly the leader of the alliance is paying special attention to you." Another expert chimed in with a smile, Exactly. I think the new leader Yu Wuhan must have heard about your daughter, who is the #1 beauty on the immortal beauty list, as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. The leader must have special consideration for you because of her." "Ha, well said. Brother Jingda, you are indeed in for great fortune. If you ask me though, your son-in-law Yifeng isn't bad, but he has been missing since the earlier secret realm, and he's probably already perished there. Now with the young and talented leader at the helm, wise and powerful with abundant resources and a vast influence, if he could become your son-in-law, it would be a tremendous joy. At that point we brothers could enjoy the good life alongside you." The crowd chimed in with playful banter, their voices rising and falling, leaving Nangong Jingda cheeks flushed, both amused and annoyed. He quickly waved his hand, laughingly scolding, "You brothers must not tease me any further. How could the leader of the alliance be such a person? He is exceptionally talented, wise, and powerful, holding the great power of the Holy Alliance. What kind of women wouldn't he have around him? How could he possibly take interest in my already married daughter?" As he said this, a hint of warmth and helplessness flashed in Nangong Jingda's eyes. His daughter Nangong Liun was indeed the #1 beauty on the immortal beauty list, blessed with extraordinary talent. However, since marrying that young man Yifeng, she had developed a deep affection for him, wholeheartedly devoted. Even though Yifeng had been missing for many days in the secret realm, his daughter remained steadfast, eagerly waiting, and it was impossible for her to develop feelings for anyone else. Moreover, in Nangong Jingda's eyes, Yu Wuhan was a prodigy of extraordinary talent, achieving such accomplishments at a young age with lofty aspirations. There were countless beauties in the spiritual realm, and he would hardly be interested in a woman who was already married. If he were to entertain such thoughts, it would only make him seem presumptuous and irritating. Thus he took the teasing lightly, dismissing it with a laugh, never taking it to heart. Little did he expect the remarkable person he spoke of, who had treated him with such special regard, the leader of the Holy Alliance Yu Wuhan, was actually his son-in-law Yifeng, who was in a perilous situation in the secret realm. To facilitate his operations and establish authority before the clan experts, Yifeng had donned a silver mask and adopted the alias Yu Wuhan, taking charge of the floating cloud immortal village under a new identity, leading the Holy Alliance forces. Although Yifeng felt it was time to end his rental spouse identity, and that he likely wouldn't have further interactions with the Nangong family, seeing his former father-in-law Nangong Jingda working under him made him feel somewhat guilty if he didn't provide some care. Additionally, even if he didn't take action, the original team of the Floating Cloud sect was aware of his cheap father-in-law and would provide some discreet support. If he overstepped, it could lead to greater trouble, so he could only personally oversee the matter, ensuring that everyone received slight preferential treatment without drawing too much attention. Fortunately, whether it was the original team of the Floating Cloud sect or the Holy Envoy squad, they all obeyed him, without question, silently executing orders, saving him a lot of trouble explaining. As the sun gradually set, the night began to envelop the surrounding mountains. The sounds of laughter and joy from the Floating Cloud immortal village still echoed in the valley, while the oppression and discomfort of the Yangon immortal village became increasingly pronounced in the night. The huge disparity from the two hunting events with leaders of completely different statuses, each at the helm, led to a completely predictable competition, yet unexpectedly resulted in a total defeat for the Yangon Immortal Village. Murongbo stood at the entrance of the Yangon Immortal Village, gazing at the lights in the direction of the floating cloud Immortal Village, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anxiety. He refused to admit defeat, but he knew that the morale within the village was wavering, and without a good strategy, it would soon fall apart. Fortunately, it wasn't long before he welcomed a turning point. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight fell upon the walls of the Yangon Immortal Village, a group suddenly appeared in the distant wasteland. This group moved swiftly, their garments billowing, heading straight for the floating cloud Immortal Village. At the forefront were three individuals. Although their armor was somewhat worn, it couldn't hide their nobility, emanating the aura of peak transformation realm experts. These were Lu Jingsong, the head of the Lu family, Lin Jinghong, the head of the Lin family, and Gong Ke, the head of the Gong family. Following closely behind were over 30 leaders from various first and second-rate clans, each appearing weary yet resolute. They had originally intended to join the floating cloud Immortal Village, but changed their minds upon hearing news about Murongbo establishing a stronghold and collaborating in Yangon Immortal Village. Murongbo was inspecting the defensive works at the village entrance when he learned of their arrival. Upon hearing from his subordinate that Lu Jingsong and others had arrived with the clan experts, he was taken aback at first, then his face instantly broke into a joyful smile as he hurriedly approached them. Head Lu, head Lin, head Gong, it has been a long time. I wonder if you have come today to join our Yangon Immortal Village. Indeed, we had intended to head to the floating cloud Immortal Village, but upon hearing that you were establishing a stronghold here, we decided to come and join forces with you. Lu Jingsong surveyed the facilities within the Yangon Immortal Village, nodding in approval, and said earnestly. From his perspective, the Yangon Xian Village had already taken shape in such a short time. Given some time, it would surely rival the Piaoyuan Xian Village, perhaps even with greater potential. Joining Yangon Xian Village is undoubtedly a better choice. Indeed, while the Piaoyuan Xian Village is not bad, Alliance leader Yu Wuhan is still too young and inexperienced to ensure longevity. As powerful members of established families, we certainly want easily submit to others. Rather than depend on a mere child, it is better to join hands with the head of the Murong family and strive for great ambitions together. Lin Jinghong echoed in agreement. Gong Ke nodded as well, adding, although our group may not be the strongest, each of us is capable and will not be a burden. We are willing to advance and retreat together with Yangon Xian Village. We hope that the head of the Murong family will accept us. We are willing to honor you as the village head and jointly strengthen Yangon Xian Village. This statement was like a refreshing rain, instantly extinguishing the anxiety and restlessness that had plagued Murongbo for days, filling his eyes with renewed hope. Welcome, welcome, Murongbo exclaimed with a loud voice, his joy barely contained. It is a great fortune for Yangon Xian Village to have you all here. With your assistance, Yangon Xian Village will surely rise again, showing the Piaoyuan Xian Village who truly has the ability to lead us in the spirit realm. Immediately, Murongbo warmly invited Lu Jingsong and his party into the Xian Village and treated them with great hospitality. During the banquet, Lu Jingsong listened attentively as Murongbo explained the current difficulties faced by Yangon Xian Village. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke up, proposing a crucial suggestion. Alliance leader Murong, in my opinion, the root of the current predicament of the Xian Village lies in the lack of a stable source of holy crystals. Relying solely on hunting and gathering herbs is ultimately dependent on the weather, and it is not sustainable. Instead, let us pursue a dual approach. We should engage in both hunting and gathering herbs, while also vigorously developing agriculture and animal husbandry. He paused for a moment, continuing to explain. During our travels around the nearby Xian cities, we discovered that there is a significant demand for rare spirit chickens, spirit rabbits, and spirit fruits. However, raising such spirit creatures and cultivating these plants is time-consuming and labor-intensive, requiring a vast area of land. Many Xian cities are reluctant to invest effort and thus rely on nearby Xian villages for supply. Although the prices are not high, the demand is large and can provide a continuous income of holy crystals. My family, the Lu family, Lin family, and Gong family have all engaged in agriculture and animal husbandry for generations. As long as we can secure a large area of land around Yangon Xian Village, develop spirit fields, raise spirit birds, and implement sufficient defensive measures, we will surely obtain a continuous stream of holy crystal income. Lu Jingsong's words were like a light illuminating the way forward for Murongbo and the others. This plan is excellent. Xiao Lai was the first to slam the table in approval, stating, hunting is dangerous and yields uncertain returns, while agriculture and animal husbandry are stable and can provide continuous profits. It truly is the best choice. He felt that since they could not compete with the Piaoyuan Xian Village in terms of hunting and gathering herbs, they should instead rely on agriculture and animal husbandry to make a comeback. With so many hands available, they would surely lay a solid foundation. Gong Ke also nodded in agreement, saying, What the head of the Lu family said is absolutely right. As long as we proceed steadily and cautiously in our defenses, we will gradually accumulate resources and strength, becoming a formidable village. Others in charge of various families also echoed in agreement, their eyes filled with support. Having spent some time in the spirit realm, they had gained considerable insight into the needs of the Xian cities and the value of spirit creatures, and they quickly recognized the feasibility of Lu Jingsong's suggestion. Bo was even more delighted and immediately stood up, clasping his fists in respect to Lu Jingsong and the others, saying, "Then it shall be done. If this plan succeeds, Yangon Xian village will surely escape its predicament, and in the future Bo will not fail you all." In an instant, everyone was in agreement. The next morning, the powerful members of Yangon Xian village, led by Lu Jingsong and others, began to circle the land around the village in grand fashion. Plots of wasteland were cleared and cultivated, fenced in with protective barriers, and guard towers were erected, turning them into spirit fields. Meanwhile, the nearby valleys were enclosed and walled off to serve as places for raising spirit birds and spirit livestock. The powerful members of the various families worked together with great enthusiasm, transforming the previously dull surroundings of Yangon Xian village into a scene of bustling activity. Lu Jingsong stood beside a newly cultivated spirit field, watching the busy figures of everyone, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Turning to Bo beside him, he confidently remarked, "Head of Morong, as long as we develop at this pace, I believe that within half a year Yangon Xian village will have a continuous income of holy crystals. By then, whether it is upgrading defenses or acquiring resources, it will no longer be a problem." Bo gazed at the vibrant scene before him, the gloom in his heart completely dissipated. He patted Lu Jingsong's shoulder and said with great enthusiasm, "Indeed, as long as we have a solid foundation, the powerhouses of the Songlong continent will certainly serve us. I want to see just how long Yu Wuhan can remain proud." In stark contrast to the bustling activity of Yangon Xian village, the area around Piayan Xian village, while orderly in its operations, appeared relatively calm. In the courtyard of the city lord's mansion, Yi Feng sat cross-legged beneath a spirit tree, holding a holy crystal in his hand, deeply focused on his cultivation. After several consecutive days of hunting, he had gained much, but was also extremely exhausted. Today he did not intend to go out again, but rather wanted to take a good rest. Since obtaining the inheritance from the alliance leader, his cultivation had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, but he had yet to fully digest and absorb the associated martial skills and experiences, meaning his strength was not yet stable. This was a good opportunity for him to practice. Fortunately, after a short period of cultivation, the spiritual energy around him surged, and his understanding of martial skills had progressed further. Even a shadow of a divine dragon flickered behind him, its body adorned with flowing patterns like a swirling galaxy, exuding an aura that looked down upon the heavens and the earth. This divine dragon shadow was the unique Dharma body formed when the bloodline of the divine dragon within him circulated. After retracting the shadow, he exited the city lord's mansion, and at that moment the elders and the holy envoy of Piayan Xian village could no longer contain their excitement and came to greet him. "Sect leader, there has been quite a stir in Yangon Xian village today." Lu Qingfeng, dressed in a blue robe, was the first to arrive before Yi Feng, reporting anxiously, "Lu Jingsong, Lin Jinghong, and Gong Ke, 3 pinnacle transformational realm experts, have officially joined Yangon Xian village with a large group of influential families. Bo has immediately ordered extensive land reclamation around the village, developing spirit fields and raising spirit birds. The area is now bustling with activity." "Oh." Yi Feng was taken aback at first, but quickly regained his composure, responding calmly, "All right, I understand." He had not expected that after Lu Jingsong and the others returned, they would first choose to join Yangon Xian village and start extensive development of agriculture and animal husbandry. However, he did not take the actions of Yangon Xian village to heart, treating it merely as an ordinary matter. Yet Lu Qingfeng was somewhat perplexed by this, and could not help but ask, "Sect master, with Yangon Xian village's burgeoning power and large-scale development of agriculture and animal husbandry, it seems their influence is about to extend towards us. If we do not intervene, the surrounding fertile lands will be occupied by them, severely limiting our own development in the future." Indeed, master, the expansion of Yangon Xian village is obvious as they develop agriculture and animal husbandry. Should we not take immediate action to claim the land around our village and seize the nearby unoccupied territories? Otherwise, if we wait until Yangon Xian village occupies all the good mountains, we may have no land left to grow. Not only Lu Qingfeng, but even other powerful families within Piayan Xian village, along with numerous Dao protectors, were filled with unease regarding this matter and urged action. Some of the stronger members directly urged, "Leader, please give the order. As long as the task is issued by you, we will not hesitate to face any danger and will never lose to Yangon Xian village." Their tone was extremely resolute. They genuinely cared for Piayan Xian village's interests and did not want to see Yangon Xian village overshadow them. Ever since Murong gained a new batch of powerful families to assist him, he had transformed his previous decline and grew increasingly arrogant. They felt that if their village did not take action soon, they would miss the prime opportunity. However, after listening to the crowd's advice, Yifeng pondered for a moment, then calmly shook his head and said, "There is no need to claim land nor to interfere." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They initially thought the leader would immediately order the seizure of land or send someone to negotiate, but they did not expect such a reply. "Leader, why is that? We are not far from Yang'an village, which is expanding aggressively. If we sit idly by, it will surely become a major problem for us in the future. Moreover, Murong and the others already have charisma, and now that they are cultivating and farming, if they achieve stable St. Crystal income, our advantages will vanish, and the remaining powerful figures in Songlong continent will only join Yang'an village." A family head at the transformation stage could not help but ask. In his view, this was undoubtedly evolving into a leadership contest among the families of Songlong continent. If their leader did not actively engage in battle, he could very well become a figurehead. Yifeng looked at the puzzled expressions of the crowd. He did not intend to explain too much, but could only reluctantly say, "Everyone, I understand your concerns. However, you only know that land is important, but do not realize that having more land is not necessarily better. The spiritual realm is vast, and while it seems like a large expanse of land, it is fraught with hidden dangers. Not all of it is suitable for cultivation or animal husbandry, and not all of it can be defended. I have observed the heavenly signs and know that this region will soon face a great calamity. At that time, the outer regions will be overrun by foreign tribes and dangers will abound. With Yang'an villages' extensive territory spread out, their defenses will inevitably be weak. Meanwhile, our Piaoyun village with its compact territory and concentrated defensive forces will have the advantage." His tone was extremely firm and serious. This was also the fundamental reason why, after acquiring a large number of personnel, he had only strengthened the current territory without expanding outward. The crowd was stunned by these words, their faces filled with disbelief. They had never heard of any calamity and could not understand why their leader had suddenly come to such a conclusion. "Leader, is this true? Is there any basis for this calamity?" Someone could not help but ask, their eyes filled with Yifeng did not elaborate on the secrets of the heavenly mechanism, simply stating, "This matter must not be revealed. You only need to trust me. Currently, we should focus on steady progress, fortifying our defenses and enhancing our own strength without concerning ourselves with Yang'an village's actions. The more they expand, the graver the crisis they will face later." "Yes, we understand." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng and the original members of Piaoyun village, out of trust in their leader, immediately decided not to mention the matter again. After all, they knew that their leader always had a long-term vision, and every decision could lead the village out of hardship. The current course of action must have its profound meaning. Though the other family powers felt unwilling, they could only temporarily suppress their thoughts, as they saw everyone else no longer fixated on the issue. After the crowd dispersed, Yifeng also went up to the city gate tower, surveying the direction of Yang'an village. Watching the busy figures of Yang'an village, his gaze turned profound. "Murong, do you think that occupying territory and developing agriculture and animal husbandry is a long-term strategy?" Yifeng murmured to himself, a hint of faint sarcasm flashing in his eyes. "Soon you will understand what it means to lift a rock only to drop it on your own foot. In this spiritual realm, it is not so easy to establish oneself." This statement was not mere rhetoric. In his predictions, this region would soon be shrouded in dark clouds, becoming devoid of light, with living beings suffering. The more territory Yang'an village occupies now, the faster it will fall later. The spiritual fields and breeding farms they are establishing are nothing but wasted efforts. On the other hand, Piaoyun village, under a compact defense circle, continuously reinforced its surrounding defenses, which gave it a certain probability of barely enduring. Unfortunately, the scale of this calamity and the strength of the threats they would face were currently beyond his knowledge. He could only try to gather more defensive resources to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. However, he knew that this calamity was both a crisis and a rare opportunity for the development and expansion of Piaoyun village. If they could prepare in advance with the ability of foresight and seize the moment, well, they might be able to turn the tide. "Send the order down." Yifeng withdrew his gaze and turned to shout to the Dao protectors near the city gate tower. "From today onward, everyone is to fully reorganize the village's defenses, strengthen fortifications, and stockpile sufficient defensive materials. At the same time, do everything possible to enhance personal strength. No one is to be lax." "Yes," came a loud response from the nearby Dao protectors. The order was swiftly conveyed. Although the strong members of Piaoyun village were confused, they quickly set to work, some cultivating, some reinforcing the city walls, others crafting defensive arrows, while some formed teams to venture into the mountains to gather various ores and cut spiritual wood, providing a continuous supply of raw materials for the village's forging workshops. The entire Piaoyun immortal village appeared calm, Yet in reality, it was engaged in a tense preparation for battle. They were unaware of the impending catastrophe that awaited them, nor did they know how to respond. All they could do was to enhance their capabilities in every aspect, waiting for the crisis to strike. Time slipped by quietly, and in the blink of an eye 2 months had passed. During these 2 months the region remained relatively peaceful, and the development of Yangon Immortal Village progressed by leaps and bounds. Under the leadership of Lu Jingsong and others, Yangon Immortal Village had opened vast fields of spirit crops around it, covering thousands of acres. In the spirit fields, various spirit fruit trees thrived, their branches laden with unripe fruits. Spirit chickens and spirit rabbits bred abundantly in the breeding valleys, their numbers growing and producing a chorus of sounds. This was all the wealth they had accumulated during this period after deducting the protection fees from their hunting gains. They had not spent a single piece of the holy crystals earned from selling their prey and spirit herbs, instead using it all to purchase spirit fruit seedlings and young spirit chickens and rabbits. Lu Jingsong personally inspected the spirit fields and animal valleys every day, meticulously checking the growth of the spirit plants and counting the numbers of spirit poultry and livestock. One day he said with a broad smile to Murong, "Bone Master Murong, at this rate in a few months the spirit products will reach maturity, and we will be able to harvest the first batch of spirit fruits and spirit poultry. By then we will surely receive a continuous influx of holy crystals, and Yangon Immortal Village will have truly emerged." Murong Bo looked around at the flourishing scene, his joy evident. "I was initially worried that with such a vast territory our small number of people would not be able to defend it, but unexpectedly this area has remained quite peaceful during this time. With just our people we have managed to keep the thousands of acres of spirit fields and the surrounding breeding valleys in order. Master Lu, thanks to your excellent idea. It seems this step was indeed the right one. That Yi Wuhan is truly short-sighted, allowing us to expand our territory without taking any action. I fear he won't hold on to his position as leader for much longer." Murong Bo said with a look of relief. "Indeed, a young lad who has stumbled upon a bit of fortune thinks he can control a faction. It's truly laughable. Does he think that merely holding on to a small corner will allow him to live in peace? Little does he know that in the path of cultivation strength is paramount and stagnation leads to decline. Once we accumulate enough strength, we will make him realize that he must relinquish the leader's position." Xiao Lai chimed in, his tone filled with disdain. For some reason, he always felt a faint sense of alienation and hostility from that Yi Wuhan, so he would never return to Piaoyun Immortal Village, nor did he wish for it to thrive. Gong Ke sneered, saying, "Rest assured, the major families have sharp eyes. A leader who is cautious and unambitious will eventually lose the people's support and be thoroughly overshadowed by us. By then those small and medium-sized family forces that are still observing will naturally flock to us." After these words, within Yangon Immortal Village, voices mocking Piaoyun Immortal Village and looking down on Yi Wuhan rose and fell. Not only the higher-ups, but even ordinary family cultivators felt a sense of superiority as they saw their own village's industry thriving, while Piaoyun Immortal Village remained stagnant with no intention of expansion. They gathered in small groups, openly discussing, "I said long ago that Yi Wuhan is too young to handle the big picture. Look at our Yangon Immortal Village, the territory keeps expanding, and we will surely surpass Piaoyun Immortal Village in the future." Indeed, relying solely on hunting and gathering herbs for survival is ultimately not a long-term plan. There will come a time when the prey runs out. Our Master Murong is wise, vigorously developing agriculture and animal husbandry. Once we open up the market, we will have a stable source of holy crystals. The people of Piaoyun Immortal Village must still be complacent about their current hunting gains, right? By the time we occupy all the good territories nearby, even if they regret it, it will be too late. I believe it won't be long before the people of Piaoyun Immortal Village become disheartened due to the scarcity of prey, leading to a collapse of morale. At that time we can swallow them without any effort. These discussions gradually reached the ears of the people of Piaoyun Immortal Village. Some family cultivators even came over during their leisure time to reminisce and persuade. However, no matter how Yangon Immortal Village's people shouted or mocked, the people of Piaoyun Immortal Village remained silent, continuing to fortify their defenses and cultivate without paying any attention to Yangon Immortal Village's provocations and expansions. This appearance of indifference only served as further proof of weakness, incapacity, and short-sightedness in the eyes of the people of Yangon Immortal Village. They became increasingly convinced that Yi Wuhan was merely a superficial figure, completely unaware of how to manage a faction, let alone understand long-term development. The entire Yangon Immortal Village was immersed in a blind optimism. Everyone believed that once the day of harvest arrived, it would be their time to completely suppress Piaoyun Immortal Village and dominate the region. No one realized that a catastrophe unprecedented in hundreds of years, one capable of destroying all their efforts, was silently approaching. The change erupted on a seemingly ordinary night without warning. The originally clear night sky suddenly became shrouded in a thick layer of gray-black mist. The mist surged in like a tide from the depths of the wasteland, causing a sharp drop in temperature and the spiritual energy to become murky and cold. Even the sounds of insects and beasts vanished in an instant. The entire world seemed to be pulled into a state of deathly silence by an invisible hand. The first to notice the anomaly were the guards stationed at Yangon Immortal Village tasked with watching the perimeter. They were originally on duty at the arrow towers on the outskirts watching the spirit fruits nearing maturity and the plump spirit poultry, while also calculating how much holy crystal they could obtain after the harvest. However, in the next moment, a bone-chilling cold crept up their spines, causing their hair to stand on end. Looking up, they saw an endless expanse of dark, gray haze surging toward them. Within the mist, countless indistinct dark green shadows slowly emerged. These shadows seemed to lack a fixed form, resembling wisps of blue smoke coalescing with flickering green flames, where their eyes should be silently floating in the air and drifting aimlessly. They had no flesh or blood, no tangible form, and ordinary methods could not lock onto them. What is that thing? A family cultivator responsible for guarding was drenched in cold sweat upon seeing this, and instinctively swung a blade of light toward the nearest shadow. However, the blade passed through the shadow, as if it were air, causing no harm whatsoever. The shadow was startled, and suddenly turned its head, pouncing towards the direction of the guarding cultivator. In an instant, nearby spiritual creatures let out a piercing scream, their life force rapidly draining, as if their very souls were being extracted, collapsing to the ground lifeless. The guarding expert was terrified and fled towards the direction of the fairy village, shouting as he ran, "There is a monster! There are monsters outside! A massive horde of green specters is rushing towards us." It was no wonder he was panicking. He had never witnessed such a bizarre event. For hundreds of years, the spiritual energy attacks he relied on had proven ineffective, instilling an unprecedented fear of these monsters. The screams shattered the stillness of the night, instantly awakening the entire Yangon fairy village. Morongbo, Lu Jingsong, and others rushed out of their residences, climbing to higher ground. Upon seeing the overwhelming green shadows of the specters covering the wasteland, everyone's faces turned as pale as paper in an instant. These are not ghosts, but a unique alien race from the spiritual realm, the Yuming Soul Clan. This race has many strange forms, but they are essentially soul entities with a certain level of intelligence and possess formidable resistance against soul attacks. The Yuming Soul Clan. How could they appear here? Lu Jingsong exclaimed in disbelief. His experiences were richer than most experts from prominent families. Over the past 2 months, he had frequently traveled through various great cities, learning about the threats and potential disasters in this area, and had naturally heard of the infamous reputation of the Yuming Soul Clan. This peculiar alien race thrives in cold and desolate places, feeding primarily on souls. Ordinary physical and magical attacks are completely ineffective against them. Only specialized soul-targeting spells or soul weapons can pose a threat. However, the Yuming Soul Clan had not rampaged through the territory of the human race in the spiritual realm for hundreds of years. How could they suddenly reappear now and in such large numbers? At this moment, the Yuming Soul Clan appearing before them numbered in the tens of thousands, resembling a tide densely packed, obscuring the entire wasteland. "Quick! Light the soul-driving fire! Hurry!" Lu Jingsong reacted, shouting loudly. He had heard of this alien race and knew how to deal with them. Unfortunately, they had not prepared soul crystals capable of producing the soul-driving fire in advance, and most of them did not possess weapons specifically designed to counter soul entities. Even if some spells could inflict a certain degree of damage on the soul entities, such damage was minimal and would not be enough to eliminate the Yuming Soul Clan. In the end, Morongbo could only issue an order with a pale face: "All personnel, withdraw the spiritual creatures to the core area. Abandon the outer spiritual fields and enclosures. Immediately shrink the defense." He had no choice. Relying solely on their current means of attack, they could not defend such a vast area. However, it was already too late. The speed at which the Yuming Soul Clan surged was far beyond anyone's imagination. In the moment they issued the command, they had already infiltrated the large spiritual fields and breeding enclosures established by Yangon Fairy Village. The spiritual fields, without the protection of the soul-driving fire, instantly turned into a hell on earth. The nearly ripe spiritual fruit trees wilted and withered at a visible speed after the shadows passed, their leaves turning black and falling off the fruits, shriveling and dropping to the ground, turning vast spiritual fields into wasteland in the blink of an eye. The spiritual chickens and rabbits in the enclosures didn't even have time to utter a sound before they stiffly collapsed to the ground, their souls devoured, and their bodies rapidly losing vitality, rotting and turning black. Months of hard work and countless efforts were reduced to nothing in an instant under the rampage of the Yuming. The experts from various families screamed and roared, but against the intangible shadows, all struggles seemed weak and futile. Some were even pounced upon by the shadows, experiencing intense pain in their souls and collapsing to the ground, nearly unable to rise. Morongbo stood at the village entrance, gazing at the hellish scene before him, trembling violently, his eyes filled with despair and disbelief. Thousands of acres of spiritual fields, countless spiritual creatures, the impending profits from holy crystals, and all their aspirations for the future. All were thoroughly destroyed in that moment. No, it's impossible. Bo murmured to himself, his eyes bloodshot, as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The expansion he was so proud of, the grand development plan he was confident about, had turned into a fuse that ignited a disaster. The larger the territory, the wider the range of the Yuming Soul Clan's invasion, and the heavier the losses. Lu Jingsong's face turned gray, standing frozen in place, his body cold. The strategy he proposed for planting and breeding now seemed like a huge joke. The territory they had painstakingly seized had not only failed to become an advantage in the face of this calamity, but instead had become a grave for their hard work. What was even more despairing was that without the protection of the soul-driving fire facing such a massive Yuming Soul Clan, even if they used all their means, they could not hold out for long. Shrink. Everyone retreat to the core of the fairy village. Abandon all outer territories. Bo let out a piercing scream filled with unwillingness and despair. The experts from various families like stray dogs abandoned all the valleys and spiritual fields, crazily rushing towards the center of Yangon Fairy Village. The once spacious Lord's Manor instantly became overcrowded, the sounds of screams and shouts mixing together in chaos. In one night, Yangon Fairy Village fell from a thriving state to the brink of collapse. On the other side, in Piaoyuan Fairy Village, witnessing the Yuming Soul Clan sweep through the entire region, things appeared somewhat calm. As soon as the shadows appeared, Yifeng had ordered the ignition of the prepared soul-driving fire. He had not expected that this calamity would come from such an alien race of specters. Fortunately, he had previously arranged for the procurement of more than a dozen soul crystals. The light produced by burning a soul crystal can illuminate a circular area of 1 mile, preventing the mist from seeping in and causing the nearby Yuming Soul Clan to feel a burning sensation in their souls, driving them away. Piaoyuan Fairy Village was not large in scale, but as 2 bright flames ignited in front and back of the village, the golden flames dispelled the cold mist, forming a solid barrier. As the Yuming Soul Clan approached the illuminated area, they emitted sizzling sounds of burning, their soul bodies gradually melting like ice and snow, encountering fire, deterring them from advancing. Inside the village, though the people felt fear, they were still able to maintain a semblance of calm and organized defenses under Yifeng's command. The holy envoys took turns to guard all directions, making the entire Piaoyuan Fairy Village feel like an isolated island amidst a raging sea, remaining stable despite the external storm. Many experts from prominent families stood atop the walls, watching the chaos and wails in the direction of Yangon Fairy Village, their hearts filled with relief and lingering fear. Thank the Alliance Lord for his foresight. We were spared from blindly expanding our territories, otherwise our fate would likely mirror that of Yong'an Immortal Village. So the cataclysm the Alliance Lord foretold was real. Those umbral shadows are utterly terrifying. Ordinary attacks prove utterly futile against them. Had the Alliance Lord not instructed us to stockpile soul crystals and reinforce our defenses in advance, we would surely have already fallen. The Alliance Lord's vision transcends that of mere clan elders like the Morong Patriarch. To serve under him is our profound fortune. Words of admiration and reverence quietly spread along the city walls. All prior murmurs questioning Yi Wuhan's conservatism and short-sightedness had vanished without a trace, replaced instead by sincere, heartfelt conviction. At the center of the gate tower, Yifeng stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing solemnly upon the encroaching gloom. His expression bore no trace of triumph nor pity for Yong'an Immortal Village, only silence. How long will this scourge of the Netherworld's Soul Clan persist? If it lasts only 2 or 3 days, perhaps we may endure, but if it drags on, even Piaoyuan Immortal Village may not hold. He sighed softly to himself. Though he had precisely foreseen the onset of this crisis, he had not divined its precise details beforehand, and thus his current reserves of soul crystals remained scarce, a mere 12 in total. Each soul crystal, when ignited, emits a soul-repelling effect lasting only 1 day. Against elite Netherworld Soul Clan entities, that duration shrinks further. Given Piaoyuan Immortal Village's vast expanse, at least 2 crystals must be consumed daily, meaning our supplies can sustain us for no more than 6 days. Though this seems ample, it is in truth perilously thin. May this calamity pass swiftly. Inwardly, he offered a silent prayer. For the next 2 days, cries of anguish and desperate shouts continued to echo from within the suffocating haze of Yong'an Immortal Village. The cataclysm orchestrated by the Netherworld Soul Clan descended like an infinite pitch-black net, engulfing the entire immortal realm without mercy. There was no warning, no respite, no pause. These eerie beings, seemingly risen from the 9th Netherworld, descended with singular intent to devour this land whole. Not only nearby immortal villages trembled, elders and masters within immortal cities themselves quaked in fear, too preoccupied with survival to offer aid. The Netherworld Soul Clan possessed no corporeal form, no fixed shape. Wherever they passed, spiritual energy grew turbid, flora spirits and woodland sprites burrowed deep into the earth, demonic beasts scattered in panic. Even the revered mountain-protecting arrays and arcane wards, cherished bulwarks of cultivators, struck them like stones cast into a silent sea, evoking not even a ripple. Conventional cultivation techniques, whether razor-sharp sword-sheath thunderous palm strikes or purifying true flames capable of incinerating all things, dissolved instantly upon contact with their shadowy forms, unable even to impede their advance. Only rare soul-based attacks, drawing directly upon one's own divine sense to forge pure needle-like soul projectiles, could graze their ethereal bodies, briefly staggering their motion. Yet even these inflicted no decisive harm. Conversely, the esoteric arts unleashed by the Netherworld Soul Clan wrought considerable distress upon cultivators. This uncanny asymmetry plunged every cultivator into unprecedented despair. Their once unrivaled mastery, hard-won over lifetimes, proved utterly worthless before the Netherworld Soul Clan. After 2 days, Yongin Immortal Village had become a living hellscape, a place that just days earlier had celebrated in jubilant prosperity. Today only shattered ruins remain, crumbling walls, desolate wastelands, its former vitality utterly erased. The village's protective array lay in tatters, its formation bases speckled with inky blotches, the scars left by relentless erosion and assault from the Netherworld Soul Clan. Its faint flickering light wavered like a candle in gale winds moments from final extinction. Within the village chief's manor, elite clan cultivators lay collapsed across the floor, faces ashen, eyes hollow, divine senses reduced to feeble tremors. Many bore traces of violetting blood at the corners of their mouths, a grim sign of severe soul damage. To withstand the Netherworld Soul Clan's onslaught, Yongin's elite cultivators had held the line for 2 grueling days, days that felt longer than centuries. Each passing second brought searing agony, their souls torn and drained, consumed like kindling in a merciless fire. None dared slacken, even for an instant. All poured their dwindling divine essence relentlessly into their artifacts, wielding soul-based assaults to barely stall the Soul Clan's advance. Yet the Netherworld Soul Clan surged onward without end, wave after wave, unwearying, unafraid, driven only by mindless, ravenous assault, devouring every obstacle in their path. At first, sheer willpower allowed them to hold their ground, but as time wore on, soul energy depletion far exceeded expectations. Each felt a splitting pain rending their minds, their limbs grew leaden, strength leached away. Raising a hand to gather even a sliver of divine sense became agonizingly difficult. Exhaustion had become universal. Several lesser clan elders, their cultivation foundations weaker, collapsed entirely, soul force spent, slumping unconscious, unmoving for hours. Around the chief's manor, wails of agony, ragged gasps, and the guttural shrieks of repelled soul clans intertwined. A cacophony heralding Yongin's final defense, now as fragile as a dike battered by typhoon winds moments from collapse. Worse still, the once harmonious elite clans no longer treated each other with courtesy or restraint. Accusations and recriminations erupted ceaselessly. Human fragility and selfishness laid bare in extremis. Why must the Zhao clan bear the brunt on the front line, while your Lu clan cowers safely behind? How can we possibly win this war? Zhao Shiqian, patriarch of the Zhao clan, face livid with fury, pointed a trembling finger at the Lu patriarch. His voice cracked like a broken gong. Half his clan's elite cultivators already lay fallen, soul damaged, incapable of further battle. Exactly. We warned you repeatedly to conserve resources for defense, but you obsessed only with expansion. Now look, nothing remains. Gong patriarch echoed the grievance. What use is blame now? Who could have foreseen such a catastrophe? Our Lu clan's losses rival yours. Blame the damned soul clans. They struck without warning. Our divine essence nears exhaustion. If this continues, every last one of us shall perish here. Lu patriarch's face twisted in bitter sorrow, his voice heavy with helplessness and despair. He had never imagined his aggressive strategy would so swiftly invite ruin, and watching his own elites fall one by one, grief gnawed at his heart. Enough. Bickering serves no purpose now. Survival is our sole imperative. Murong Bo, patriarch of the Murong clan and de facto leader of Yongin Immortal Village, commanded sternly, though his own condition offered little cause for reassurance. His entire being was enveloped in a faint fluctuation of spiritual consciousness, his face as pale as paper and his forehead covered in fine beads of cold sweat. The once upright figure now slightly hunched, revealing sheer exhaustion. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the creeping haze of the Soul Clan beyond the defense line, a heavy weight resting in his heart. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, draining his spiritual power to its limits. The protective light emitted from the only spiritual treasure in his hands had dimmed significantly, nearly losing its efficacy. Yet even so, it was unable to halt the advance of the Soul Clan. The defense line was being eroded bit by bit, and collapse loomed ever closer. Upon hearing Murong Boss reprimand, the arguing subsided slightly, but the complaints and attempts to shirk responsibility on their faces showed no signs of diminishing. At this critical juncture of life and death, the so-called dignity of the great families and the bonds of comradeship became insignificant. All that occupied everyone's mind was how to survive. In stark contrast to the dire situation of Yang'an village was the distant Piaoyuan village located over 10 miles away. The situation in Piaoyuan village was no less precarious, as the haze of the Soul clan surrounded this very village, as well with fierce attacks causing sporadic breaches in the outer defenses leading to waves of panic. The holy guardians and powerful figures of the village were continuously exhausting their spiritual power, their faces marked with fatigue and tension as emergencies arose one after another. However, Piaoyuan village possessed the soul-repelling fire that Yang'an village could only dream of. At the front and rear of Piaoyuan village, clusters of intensely guarded flames burned brightly. While these flames posed little threat to ordinary people, they contained pure spiritual power, naturally restraining the Soul clan. The crimson flames radiated golden light, resembling an alternative protective formation that could isolate 90% of the Soul clan from entering. With the soul-repelling fire present, the people of Piaoyuan village did not need to withstand the Soul clan's assaults with their own spiritual strength continuously, but could merely repel them with minimal force when the clan breached the fiery barrier, significantly alleviating their defensive pressure. Although it was still difficult, they could barely hold on, unlike Yang'an village, which was on the brink of annihilation. The mere preparation of an additional defensive measure led to two vastly different outcomes, allowing Piaoyuan village, despite facing danger, to alternate and rest, managing to endure. Such a stark contrast only deepened the despair and unwillingness in the hearts of the people of Yang'an village. Unbeknownst to them, the defense line had once again been breached by the Soul clan. A slightly weaker, powerful figure from a great family failed to gather his spiritual attack in time, and was quickly knocked to the ground by a shadow, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as his spiritual essence was swiftly devoured by the clan. This scene sent the already panicked crowd teetering on the edge of collapse. "We can't hold on any longer, we really can't hold on." Another powerful figure from a great family collapsed to the ground, gazing at the approaching shadows with despair in his eyes. He suddenly looked up at Murong Bo, his voice choked with emotion, pleading, "Master Murong, please think of a way. If this continues, we will all die here." He could no longer endure. He had thought this calamity would last only half a day to a day before it would dissipate, perhaps even with help arriving from nearby fairy cities. Yet 2 days had passed with no signs of the disaster abating, and they received no news of aid from Yunlong City. His words instantly ignited the last flicker of survival instinct within the crowd, and many powerful figures from great families began to speak up, urging one another, "Master Murong, Piaoyuan village can still hold on. They have soul-repelling fire. Let us flee to them. Indeed, as long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not worry about firewood. Surviving is better than anything else. We have exhausted our spiritual strength and can no longer resist. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Leader Yi of Piaoyuan village values us greatly and will surely not ignore our plight. Let us break through now and seek refuge in Piaoyuan village." The pleas from the crowd pricked at Murong Bo's heart like needles. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking as he was filled with endless unwillingness and humiliation. As the village chief of Yang'an village, a renowned figure within the Holy Alliance, he had always been proud and self-assured, considering himself far-sighted and extraordinarily capable. In the past, he had never regarded the young Yi Wuhan as a serious contender, believing him merely lucky to occupy the position of leader of the Holy Alliance at such a young age, lacking sufficient qualifications to compare with him. He had always envisioned leading Yang'an village to rise and stand toe-to-toe with Piaoyuan village, or even replace it. But now, within just 2 months, the Yang'an village he had painstakingly built had been utterly destroyed, its defenses collapsed, casualties heavy, and the people divided in heart, plunging into desperation. Meanwhile, the Piaoyuan village he had once looked down upon still stood strong, safeguarding a glimmer of hope. This disparity crushed his pride, leaving him filled with bitterness and frustration. How could he lower himself to lead the remnants to seek refuge with those he once scorned? That would be tantamount to shattering all his dignity and bowing in submission. Yet when he looked back, he saw the fear and complaints on the faces of the crowd, many of whom had already made up their minds to break out on their own. The once united Yang'an village had already fallen to pieces. Injured individuals lay on the ground, their expressions listless and breath shallow, on the brink of death. Beyond the defenses, the figures of the Soul clan multiplied, their screeches piercing as the shadow of death loomed over everyone. If he stubbornly refused to seek refuge with Piaoyuan village, the only fate awaiting all the people of Yang'an village would be a dead end. The struggle between his pride and the grim reality tugged at Murong Bo's heart, his face shifting from green to white, his chest heaving violently. After a long while he slowly closed his eyes, 2 lines of bitter tears sliding down his cheeks. He could not gamble the lives of everyone for his pride. Enough. Murongbo slowly opened his eyes, the pride and unwillingness in his gaze dissipated, leaving only endless fatigue and despair. He laid down all his pride and dignity, hoarsely announcing, "Prepare to break out, and head to Piancé village, praying they will accept us." As his words fell, the people of Yang'an village let out a collective sigh of relief, their faces revealing a glimmer of hope for survival. Although anxiety still lingered in their hearts, they had no time to dwell on it, as they struggled to support their weary bodies, carrying the injured and following Murongbo towards the direction of Piancé village. Leading the charge, Murongbo exhausted the last trace of his spiritual power, activating the spiritual treasure to cleave through the black mist of the Soul Clan before them. The crowd followed closely, battling their way through blood, finally breaking free from the encirclement of the Soul Clan and racing towards Piancé village. Even though the distance was scarcely more than a dozen li, the passage proved far from easy. The surrounding haze stifled them, and swarms of the Yuming Han clan poured from the heavens, engulfing them in an instant. Fortunately, they knew that if they could force their way through this stretch, they would reclaim a chance at survival, and each of them fought with every ounce of strength. At Piancé village, the defensive lines still held firm, the spirit-dispelling fires roared. Within the village lord's manor, Yifeng took a brief rest during a rotation of duty. As the village lord, his cultivation was not outstanding, yet he had likewise been straining these past 2 days against the onslaught of the Yuming Han clan. After all, one more person meant one more measure of strength and another moment of endurance. Alliance leader Murongbo of Yang'an village has arrived at our gate, with several eminent family strongmen, claiming they can no longer hold out and requesting to be received. Suddenly, a protector envoy hurried into the hall and bowed as he reported the news. When Murongbo and his retinue reached the gate, they were acknowledged as reinforcements, yet they were not admitted without caution. One could not be certain what they might do. "Oh, they have finally arrived," Yifeng murmured. A flash of comprehension crossed his eyes before he fell into thought. His fingers tapped lightly upon the jade table as he quickly weighed his options. Although the family strongmen from Yang'an village were now bedraggled and exhausted, they remained influential figures within the Shengmeng. Their cultivations ran deep, and their prowess was formidable. If brought into Piancé village, they would undoubtedly bolster its defenses and add another thread of hope to this catastrophe. Conversely, to stand idly by and allow them to be consumed by the Soul Clan would be a regrettable loss of a usable force. Yet these men were proud and arrogant. They would never bend willingly to serve him. If readily accepted now, when the calamity passed, they would surely rebuild Yang'an village and become a source of great trouble for him. There had to be a way to settle this once and for all. After a moment's hesitation, Yifeng reached a decision. He looked up at the protector envoy and said calmly, "Have them wait outside the village. I will go out to see them myself." With that, he rose and walked out of the lord's manor toward the gate tower of Piancé village. Outside the gate, Murongbo and the other family strongmen from Yang'an village stood in dire condition, their faces drained of spirit. They huddled within the weak protective ring cast by a Shunhun treasure, anxiously waiting, many bearing wounded and unconscious comrades upon their backs. The sight was pitiful. At the sight of Yifeng, Murongbo's emotions churned. He swallowed his pride and stepped forward, clasping his fist in salute. "Alliance leader Yi, our Yang'an village has been struck by calamity. We have held out for 2 days and are utterly spent. We can no longer resist. We come to beseech your village's protection and to join you in resisting the enemy. In consideration that we both hail from the Songlong continent, I beg you to accept us. We would be forever grateful." His tone was one of abasement and supplication, stripped of its former arrogance. Yifeng's gaze swept over them. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, "It is not impossible to accept you. With this calamity upon us, every additional force is another chance at survival, and you are figures the Shengmeng cannot afford to lose. It would indeed be a shame if you were to fall now." His tone was deceptively calm, as if stating a plain fact. The others brightened. They felt reassured. Perhaps terms could be discussed. After all, their joining would strengthen Piancé village's defenses, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yet Yifeng's next words drained color from their faces. "However, Piancé village's protection is not without cost." His gaze swept each person with knife-edge intensity. "If you seek refuge within the village," he said deliberately, "you must swear by your spiritual souls to pledge fealty to Piancé village. In this life you shall obey this alliance leader without question and harbor no divided loyalties. Those who betray this oath will have their spiritual souls utterly annihilated, never to be reborn. Only then will I admit you, sparing you from the Soul Clan's depredations." At those words, the family strongmen from Yang'an village erupted in outrage. "What? Swear fealty to you? Are you mad?" a middle-aged cultivator shouted, leaping to his feet. Who were they? Heads of venerable houses, power brokers for generations, asked to pledge allegiance to a mere young man. This is taking advantage of our plight. This is excessive. Those lower-tier families who joined Piancian village earlier had only employment ties and were never compelled to swear oaths. Why single us out? Alliance leader Yi, you are deliberately making things difficult. We have nowhere to turn, and you set such demands. How can you be so heartless? They protested in unison, their indignation plain. They were renowned figures across the Canlong continent, long accustomed to autonomy. Even within the Shengmeng, they had joined as allied powers, not vassals. How could they now be asked to bow and bind themselves with such severe vows? They cried that swearing such an oath was no different from selling themselves into servitude. Remembering the treatment given to other family strongmen who had joined earlier, the insult stung deeper. They accused Yi Wuhan of kicking them while they were down, using the calamity to coerce their submission. At the onslaught of reproach, Yi Feng remained impassive, his expression as calm as ever. He said coldly, "Times are different now. What the Shengmeng needs most is unity," he continued. "And yet how have you conducted yourselves until now? You set up other Xian villages and split the Shengmeng. Now that calamity has come and life hangs by a thread, Piayan Xian villages' resources are scarce. How can we take in those who will not heed orders and who harbor treacherous intentions, thereby increasing risk?" His gaze was sharp as a blade, his voice unyielding. "I will not foster a tiger that will later prey upon us. Those willing to swear may enter the village. Those who refuse are at liberty to depart and seek refuge elsewhere. I will not hinder you." His words were blunt and cruel, yet they stated the truth. Had these men not established rival Xian villages and sought to plunder his resources and manpower, he might not have been so resolute. But they had infringed upon his interests. He would show no more saintly mercy. Now that he could bring them to heel, how could he let them go? At Yi Wuan's cold, utterly unforgiving words, their faces drained and flushed in turns, they found themselves trapped in a painful dilemma. They had to admit he was right. They had indeed harbored ambitions to rival and even supplant him. They had assumed he was weak and would be met with gentle persuasion, but they had not anticipated such blunt, decisive resolve. What they had least expected was that he would seize this rare Ancient Millennium opportunity. Now before them lay only two paths to leave, surrounded by the ominous presence of the Soul Clan, where in their current state of exhaustion and weakened spirits, they would soon be devoured without refuge, or to stay. To remain meant laying aside all dignity, swearing loyalty to Yi Wuhan, and becoming a subordinate to a young man, losing their previous freedom and status. Survival and dignity lay before everyone, causing them great anguish and struggle. Time passed slowly. The protective light from the divine soul treasure grew increasingly faint, and the howls of the Soul Clan outside the defenses became more urgent, with the threat of death looming close, leaving no room for hesitation. Ultimately, the vast majority of powerful families were overwhelmed by their desire to survive, staring at the predatory Soul Clan outside the defense, and finally gritted their teeth and chose to submit. Enough. I am willing to swear allegiance to the Alliance leader and will follow his orders without question. An elder spoke first, a look of deep despondency on his face. At this moment, preserving his life was paramount. He was the only high-end combat power of his family, and if he fell, the family would drop a level. Once the first person spoke, the others hesitated for a moment before beginning to echo him, their voices rising and falling, filled with endless resignation and compromise. A series of divine soul oaths resonated in the heavens and earth, imprinting themselves deep within each person's soul. To break such oaths would lead to madness. However, not everyone was willing to submit. Among the crowd, Xiao Lai, the head of the Xiao family, and Lu Jingsong, the head of the Lu family, looked at this scene with grim faces, their eyes filled with anger and disdain as they fixed their gaze on Yi Wuan. You take advantage of others' misfortunes, a despicable act. I, Xiao Lai, would rather die than bow to you. Xiao Lai roared, his aura surging. I, Lu, am the same. I would rather break through to death than live in shame coerced by others. Lu Jingsong replied, his tone resolute. The two were either proud and unyielding or extremely arrogant, refusing to accept such coercion, believing Yi Wuan's actions were despicable and unworthy of their company. Exchanging glances, they nodded at a few other strong individuals unwilling to submit, then turned and broke through in another direction, no longer looking back at the others. They prepared to seek refuge in another immortal village. Even if the road ahead was fraught with peril, they refused to bow to Pianyun Immortal Village. As for their departure, Yi Feng showed no sign of obstruction or regret. He merely cast a faint glance and withdrew his gaze, indifferent. To him, the departure of a few unwilling rebels was inconsequential. Retaining the majority was already. At that moment, Morong Bo stood among the crowd, his face pale, an expression dejected like a defeated rooster, head bowed, his heart filled with guilt and self-blame. Had it not been for his earlier misjudgment and short-sightedness, failing to prepare for the impending catastrophe, had he been more cautious and proactive, they would not have fallen into such a state, allowing the efforts of Yangon Immortal Village to be reduced to ashes, leading to heavy casualties among the powerful families, and being forced to sell themselves to others. As the village head of Yangon Immortal Village, he bore an irrefutable responsibility. Now he had no face left to compete for leadership or the qualifications to challenge Yi Wuan. In his despair, he could only slowly step forward, cupping his fists towards Yifeng and hoarsely saying, "As long as Alliance leader Yi treats us, well, I Murong Bo am willing to swear my soul to serve you for life, following your commands without hesitation, and if I go against this oath, may my soul be destroyed. However, if Alliance leader Yi treats us like beasts, I Murong Bo will fight back with all my strength, even if it costs me my life." A heavy divine soul oath slowly escaped his lips, declaring his submission and the complete decline of Yangon Immortal Village. "Rest assured, this Alliance leader will never treat his own poorly." Yifeng responded joyfully and without hesitation. As everything settled, he finally let out a long breath, having secured the most difficult and influential more. With this, among the 10 legendary family heads within the Sacred Alliance, 4 had already sworn allegiance to him, and coupled with the strength of the Sacred Alliance's guardians, the power in his hands had reached an unprecedented height, with no one able to rival his control over the entire Sacred Alliance. TSK. This new alliance leader is remarkable. The family powers like Nangong Jingda surrounding the city walls observed everything with admiration for Yi Wuhan. They did not expect that despite his youth he possessed such keen insight and exceptional strategy, easily subduing 4 proud and rebellious legendary family powers amidst this calamity, seizing control of the Sacred Alliance. His methods and decisiveness far surpassed any previous alliance leader. Truly, he was a promising young talent destined for a limitless future in this spiritual realm. It is worth noting that previous alliance leaders relied on the strength of the old leaders for many years to truly establish themselves, yet even so the legendary families had only refrained from opposition but had never sworn allegiance. After all those who remained had sworn their oaths, Murong Bo led the people of Yangon Immortal Village into the gates of Piayun Immortal Village. Upon entering the village, they all couldn't help but pause, their eyes filled with shock and astonishment. In stark contrast to the desolate and devastated Yangon Immortal Village, within Piayun Immortal Village, various gathering and healing formations were operating frantically. As soon as they entered, they felt enveloped in warm, holy light, with waves of spiritual energy mist pouring in rapidly, healing their spiritual and physical wounds. Inside the defenses, everyone was busy yet orderly, without the slightest chaos. The various defensive facilities and supplies were exceptionally well-equipped, and the spirit-repelling fire burned steadily at crucial points, forming a solid barrier that kept the Soul Clan at bay. The air held a slight tension, yet provided a sense of security. The powerful individuals from Yangon Immortal Village were arranged in the rest area of the village, with elders from Piayun sect delivering healing elixirs and spiritual food. Although the supplies were not abundant, they were like a refreshing spring in a barren desert, allowing them to recover instantly, a stark contrast to the dire conditions of hunger and impending death they faced in Yangon Immortal Village. Many new family powers, upon feeling the stability and warmth of Piayun Immortal Village, gradually let go of their lingering grievances, replaced by a sense of gratitude for having chosen to submit, securing a sliver of hope and avoiding the jaws of the Soul Clan. However, some powerful individuals remained unconvinced, feeling that the Piayun Immortal Village was merely fortunate, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Having prepared some soul crystals in advance, in terms of long-term development, it still could not compare to their Yangon Immortal Village. If they too had been able to prepare some soul crystals in advance, the current situation might have been entirely different. Murong Bo was arranged to rest in a side hall, gazing at the orderly scene outside, feeling quite complex within. Although he admitted that in this calamity the response of the Piayun Immortal Village was indeed better than that of his Yangon Immortal Village, he still did not believe that Yi Wuhan was more suitable than him to be the leader. After all, this was merely a one-time oversight and did not represent anything substantial. He believed that in many aspects he was still superior to that young man. However, just as he swallowed a pill, preparing to quickly restore his soul power, several elders from the Piayun Immortal Village passed by the side hall, and their whispered conversations reached his ears. This calamity came so suddenly. Fortunately, the leader had foresight and noticed something unusual 2 months ago, instructing us to prepare a large amount of defensive supplies in advance, and to reinforce the defenses. Otherwise, our Piayun Immortal Village would probably meet the same fate as Yangon Immortal Village. Indeed, the leader has a long-term vision and meticulous thoughts, truly a remarkable talent. It's a shame there were people who thought the leader was making a mountain out of a molehill, only wanting to hold their ground, without seeking progress. In retrospect, the leader's decisions were incredibly wise. It is precisely because of these supplies that we have managed to hold on until now. The leader, despite being so young, possesses such farsightedness, able to predict the calamity and make arrangements in advance. It is no wonder he became the leader of the Holy Alliance, leading us all. This is truly well-deserved. As their voices gradually faded away, those words struck Murong Bo's mind like thunder, causing him to tremble all over, standing frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. 2 months ago, the Piayun Immortal Village had already begun preparing for this calamity. How did they foresee it? A storm of shock surged in Murong Bo's heart, and disbelief filled his face. He clearly remembered that 2 months ago this region was entirely peaceful. Everyone was focused on their cultivation and development with no signs or anyone sensing the impending crisis. Even the nearby immortal city had not had any powerful beings issue a warning about this disaster. At that time, he had even mocked Yi Wuhan with other family experts, thinking that the Piaoyun immortal village he led was complacent with minor achievements, wasting resources on defenses utterly stagnant and short-sighted. But now suddenly hearing that the other party had already spotted the signs of disaster and was busily preparing for it felt like a harsh slap to his face. It turned out that all along he was the short-sighted and ignorant fool. He had thought that the only difference between him and Yi Wuhan was a bit of luck, but he did not expect the gap to be as vast as heaven and earth. What he considered calm and peaceful was merely a facade, while Yi Wuhan had long ago perceived the crisis, preparing 2 months in advance, collecting soul crystals and setting up soul-repelling fires, making thorough preparations for this calamity. It was this far-reaching foresight and strategy that allowed the Piaoyun immortal village to stand firm when the calamity struck, safeguarding a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, He Murongbo had blindly expanded, completely unaware of the dangers, making no preparations, and when the calamity came, he was left floundering, ultimately leading to the destruction of Yangon immortal village, with everyone displaced and forced to submit. At this moment, the last shred of unwillingness and defiance in Murongbo's heart completely vanished. He finally understood that Yi Wuhan's ability to become the leader of the Holy Alliance, to preside over the Piaoyun immortal village, and to command the submission of numerous powerful beings was no coincidence, nor was it mere luck. The other party possessed capabilities beyond his comprehension, with far-sighted vision, exceptional strategy, and decisive courage, making him far more suited for the leadership position, guiding everyone in the spiritual realm. He lost, and he lost wholeheartedly, with no trace of luck remaining. The pride, arrogance, and disdain of the past transformed into endless regret and self-mockery at this moment. He slowly lowered his head, his heart filled with profound respect and submission towards Yi Wuhan, intending to assist the latter in managing the Holy Alliance properly with no further thoughts of dissent. Meanwhile, those powerful beings from Yangon Immortal Village who had switched allegiance to Piaoyun Immortal Village were equally stunned upon learning that Yi Wuhan had begun preparations for the calamity 2 months in advance, standing in place for a long time, unable to regain their senses. They also recalled Yi Wuhan's various strange actions earlier, remembered their own blindness and ignorance while in Yangon Immortal Village, and compared it with the current experiences of the 2 immortal villages, their hearts filled with shock and shame. They finally realized how ridiculous their previous complaints and unwillingness had been. The orderly defenses of Piaoyun Immortal Village, the blazing soul-repelling fires, and the stability and hope they provided were all thanks to Yi Wuhan. If it weren't for his foresight and means, they all would have perished at the hands of the Soul Clan. In an instant, all that remained in their hearts was gratitude, thankful that they had chosen to arrive at Piaoyun Immortal Village in time amidst despair, joining Yi Wuhan's camp. Many of them began to silently resolve to remain loyal and follow Yi Wuhan, wholeheartedly, fully preparing to face this calamity. The cohesion of Piaoyun Immortal Village grew stronger than ever at this moment. The majority of those from Yangon Immortal Village who had submitted had completely let go of their grudges, and after resting eagerly joined the ranks to cooperate with the original powerful beings in resisting the onslaught of the Nether Soul Clan. However, the good times did not last long. This brief period of stability did not continue for too long. The ravages of the Nether Soul Clan persisted much longer than anyone had anticipated. Originally, everyone thought this disaster was merely a fleeting event, believing that as long as they survived the initial difficult period, the Soul Clan would retreat on their own, since the last calamity had only lasted 3 days centuries ago. However, what they did not expect was that as the calamity reached its 4th day, there were still no signs of weakening. On the contrary, it grew increasingly fierce, with the numbers of the Nether Soul Clan escalating, ceaselessly charging forth, seemingly endless. As a result, even with the protection of the soul-repelling fires in Piaoyun Immortal Village and the reinforcement from powerful beings from Yangon Immortal Village, the defensive strength had greatly increased, yet as time passed the defenses remained precariously unstable. The biggest problem was the consumption of soul crystals. These soul-repelling fires relied solely on soul crystals as fuel, with no substitute. Previously, the soul crystals collected by their leader amounted to a mere 12, at most they could last 6 days, but now as the offensive of the Nether Soul Clan intensified, the consumption rate of the soul crystals accelerated, and it was feared that within a day or 2 they would be exhausted. Sensing the dire situation, the holy envoy responsible for managing the soul-driving fire hurried to the city lord's mansion, bowing before Yi Wuhan to report with an urgency that was hard to conceal. "Leader, something terrible has happened. The calamity shows no signs of ending, and our reserves of soul crystals are almost depleted. At the current rate of consumption, we can only last for 1 more day. If we do not receive new supplies of soul crystals, the soul-driving fire will extinguish, and we will be left defenseless like Yangon immortal village, forced to confront the soul clan with our souls. The consequences are unimaginable. As these words fell, the surroundings of the city lord's mansion instantly plunged into silence, and the atmosphere became unbearably tense. All the powerful families present, including the recently allied Murong Bo and others, turned pale at the news, their hearts sinking like stones, revealing a rare panic in their eyes. The fact that we have run out of soul crystals is undoubtedly more terrifying than a large-scale attack from the soul clan. The soul-driving fire is their only effective weapon and their hope for survival. If it goes out, they would be utterly defenseless against the terrifying specters of the underworld, and everyone would perish here, rendering all previous efforts and perseverance as mere illusions. How could this happen? Why has the disaster persisted for so long? What should we do without the soul-driving fire? Are we destined to meet our end after all? After struggling to survive, are we really going to be annihilated here? The crowd whispered among themselves, their voices filled with terror and helplessness. The flickering hope for survival had once again been extinguished by the merciless reality, casting a shroud of despair over the entire hall. Murong Bo stood among the crowd, his face pale and heart heavy. He had not expected that shortly after joining the Piayun immortal village he would face such a deadly crisis, a wave of powerlessness surging within him once more. Leader Yi, what if we withdraw the spatial passage? A family expert suddenly suggested through gritted teeth. Before reaching the point of no return, they had never entertained this thought lightly, as it would mean giving up all their enterprises and facilities established in the spirit realm, but now there was truly no other way. No, if we withdraw the spatial passage, the Soul Clan will also use it to reach the lower realm. We cannot retreat. We must hold our ground. Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately shook his head. This exceptionally gifted underworld Soul Clan could wreak havoc in the spirit realm. Once they infiltrated the lower realm, it would surely result in a massacre. He could not allow such a thing to happen. Then what shall we do? Many grew anxious at his words. They had never imagined that such an endless catastrophe could last this long, and the experts from the spirit realm had remained silent. Seeing their worried expressions, Yifeng, though serious, remained composed. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke, instantly silencing all discussions. Everyone need not panic. The depletion of soul crystals does not signify the end. We simply need to find a way to replenish them. Find a way to replenish. The crowd was taken aback and looked up at Yi Wuhan, their eyes filled with confusion. Soul crystals are not common items. Under normal circumstances, they are not very expensive and can be exchanged for just one holy crystal. But in the face of such a calamity, soul crystals symbolize life itself. Even if they exist in the immortal city, it is unlikely they would be sold to them. Yifeng noticed their perplexity and turned to explain slowly. Soul crystals are crystallizations of soul power and are not only produced in specific dire situations. There is a certain probability that underworld Soul Clan experts above the soul calamity level possess them. Unfortunately, these highly intelligent underworld Soul Clan beings seldom approach human cities, often commanding ordinary wandering souls from afar to attack and seize territories. I have decided to personally lead an elite team on the Breaking Cloud boat to hunt the soul calamity level underworld Soul Clan experts and obtain soul crystals to sustain the soul-driving fire and defend this last line of defense. His tone was resolute, carrying an air of unchallengeable authority. Days prior, he had anticipated such an extreme situation, so he had already ordered the modification of a Breaking Cloud boat capable of embedding soul crystals, which possesses some defensive capabilities against the underworld Soul Clan, now perfectly suited for this emergency. However, upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback and urged him to reconsider. Leader, you absolutely cannot. The Soul Clan is numerous and extremely dangerous. As the leader of the Holy Alliance, how can you put yourself in danger? Yes, leader, the outside is filled with underworld Soul Clan. Once you go out, your chances of survival are slim. Shouldn't we consider other methods? Exactly, we have no way of knowing which Soul Clan possesses soul crystals. It is entirely a gamble with our lives. Let us go instead, leader. You stay in the village to oversee things. We willingly face death to hunt the soul. They had indeed heard of higher-level underworld Soul Clan, whose soul power is formidable and have a certain probability of harboring soul crystals. However, such probabilities are incredibly low, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, attempting to kill high-level Soul Clan, surrounded by so many others, is essentially a gamble with their lives. Murong Bo stepped forward and bowed, saying, Leader, I am deeply grateful for your shelter. Allow me to lead the hunt for souls. You must not put yourself at risk. The other experts also rushed to volunteer, unwilling to let Yi Wuhan venture out into danger. Yet Yifeng waved his hand, interrupting their pleas, and decisively stated, This matter requires my personal involvement. No further discussion is needed. As the leader, it is my duty to lead from the front. Furthermore, I will take along the two Kwasa Saint elders, Xian Yang and Song Song, ensuring my safety. After my departure, the affairs of the village will be overseen by Qi Lang and Murong Bo, fully securing our defenses and holding our position, waiting for my return. He knew that only he could discern which high-level soul clan possessed soul crystals. If anyone else were to take charge, it would be akin to sending them to their deaths. Thus, even knowing the dangers, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Shi Lang and Murong Bo exchanged glances, feeling extremely reluctant, but no matter how they tried to persuade him, Yi Feng remained resolute in his decision. In the end, they could only bow in unison and accept their orders. Subordinates obey, we will not fail your trust. At that moment, their despair gradually dissipated, replaced by a genuine admiration. They admired Yi Wuhan for being willing to risk his life despite his status as leader, sacrificing for righteousness. With that, what was there to fear? In an instant, the previously desperate atmosphere was shattered by Yi Feng's resolve, and hope rekindled in the heart. They believed that with such a leader, as long as he could return with soul crystals, they would undoubtedly survive this calamity. Outside Piaoyunxian village, a black mist enveloped the heavens and earth, leaving only a grayish haze around with extremely low visibility. Ghostly green soul shadows wandered through the boundless darkness, exuding a chilling aura. At an unknown time, a small flying boat with a simple design, but radiating a golden glow, emerged from Piaoyunxian village. Yi Feng stood upright in the center of the boat, his gaze fixed on the wave of ghostly souls from the Nether Soul clan surging towards him, searching for the presence of the soul-level Nether Souls among them. This flying boat was merely a treasure of the Imperial level, its performance not remarkable, and it appeared quite shabby among the many flying boats. However, it was currently the only vessel in Piaoyunxian village capable of embedding soul crystals and generating a defense glow of soul-repelling fire. At the core of the boat, a soul crystal was slowly burning with energy, sustaining a thin layer of pale golden light shield that isolated the cold, sinister aura of the souls surrounding them, forming the only protective barrier of the Poyan boat. Around Yi Feng, 4 guardian saints stood at the corners, their expressions solemn, and each performing their duties. The 2 quasi-saint experts, Xianyang and Song Song, stood at the bow and stern of the boat, respectively, each holding a long spear. The pressure from their quasi-saint realm subtly radiated, ready to activate their spears to resist any potential attacks from the Soul Clan. The Peak Transformation Realm Guardian Saints Grey Bear and Lynx each wielded a black iron giant axe and a long knife, standing like iron towers at the sides of the Poyan boat. Their Peak Transformation Realm soul power continuously infused into their weapons, ready to strike down any ghost attempting to breach the soul-repelling fire barrier. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was also responsible for controlling the direction of the Poyan boat, adjusting its speed and trajectory to avoid entering areas densely populated by the Soul Clan. As the boat plunged into the mist, countless low-level ghosts seemed to smell blood in the water, quickly surging forward. However, these ghosts would soon emit shrill screams upon touching the golden light of the boat, and then flee in terror. Yet the surrounding Nether Soul clan was endless in number and varied in type, and several exceptionally gifted souls charged forward, putting the boat in peril, as if it might be engulfed by the overwhelming tide of souls at any moment. With every assault from the Soul Army, the Poyan boat trembled continuously, making its journey exceedingly arduous, akin to a small boat in stormy seas, always on the brink of capsizing. Leader, you really shouldn't have come out with us. This calamity of the Nether Soul clan is far too perilous, with fog and ghosts everywhere. Not to mention finding a soul-level expert containing soul crystals. Just resisting these low-level souls has already worn us out. If anything happens to you, the entire Holy Alliance would be left without a leader, leading to fragmentation, and Piaoyunxian village would be completely destroyed. Even though they had already set out, Xianyang could hardly contain his worries, turning to Yi Feng with an urgent tone, trying to persuade him to return. Song Song quickly echoed, his lean old face filled with anxiety. Xianyang is absolutely right. Leader, your status is noble. You are the backbone of the entire Holy Alliance, and you must not take risks. We came out this time to search for a needle in the ocean. If we return empty-handed and our soul crystals are exhausted, you can still lead everyone to evacuate through the spatial passage if you stay in Piaoyunxian village. But if you're on the boat, even if the 4 of us risk our lives, we might not be able to protect you. They had entered seclusion as soon as they arrived in the spirit realm and had never witnessed Yi Feng's methods during hunts, so they felt this action was reckless. With their meager strength, attempting to hunt a soul-level expert in the vast tide of souls was simply a daydream. It would be better to let the leader stay back, preserving the core, while the Green Mountains remain, rather than risking it. However, Grey Bear and Lynx, although equally worried, did not press Yi Feng too much. They had previously accompanied the leader deep into the wilderness for hunting and herb gathering, witnessing his ability to accurately judge danger and opportunity, which gave them blind trust. They firmly believed that since the leader decided to come out, he must have confidence in finding soul crystals. Yi Feng appreciated the goodwill of Xianyang and Song Song, but he remained unmoved. He solemnly reassured them, saying, "Rest assured, both saints. I have my own means of survival. Just focus on cooperating fully. Although we might not necessarily obtain soul crystals on this trip, returning safely is certainly not an issue." Yi Feng's words were few but heavy, exuding deep confidence. He had always valued his life and never engaged in reckless endeavors. This time he had already prepared for a full retreat. Xianyang and Song Song were skeptical of the leader's words, but they understood that his mind was made up. Further persuasion would be futile. They could only suppress their worries and focus all their energy on guarding the surroundings of the Poyan boat. The Poyan boat struggled to advance through the nether fog, moving at a snail's pace. Every mile forward required tremendous effort. Not only were the nether souls swarming around them without fear, but there were also ghosts skilled in long-range attacks lurking in various places, condensing soul power into black light arrows that continuously targeted the Poyan boat. Each attack struck the light shield, producing a dull roar that violently shook the boat. Fortunately, Xianyang and Song Song continuously poured their thick soul power into the barrier, supporting an additional layer of defense beyond the soul-repelling fire shield. Under this double protection, they barely held off the concentrated fire from the Soul Clan. Yifeng occasionally intervened, scattering some of the ghosts that slipped through, firmly guarding the core of the Poyan boat to prevent the souls from getting close to the main soul crystal inside. However, as time passed, beads of sweat began to bead on their foreheads, and their faces started to pale slightly, as the sheer number of souls was overwhelming. Even with their profound cultivation, they were being drained of soul power. Unknowingly, nearly half an hour had passed. This half hour felt as long as half a century for Yifeng and his companions. Fortunately, at that moment the mist ahead swirled, revealing a soul-level ghost far more refined than ordinary souls, appearing atop a mountain peak. This was a soul-level powerhouse, standing 3 meters tall, entirely black, with 3 heads surrounded by several powerful ghosts. It's a soul-level Nether Soul Clan. We finally found it. Xianyang's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and he immediately tightened his grip on the spear, preparing to charge out to hunt this soul-level entity. Song Song also quickly prepared for battle, saying in a deep voice, "Great. As long as we kill this soul-level entity, we might find soul crystals. Let's act quickly." The two exchanged glances before leaping out of the Poyan boat, flying towards the soul-level entity. However, at this critical moment, Yifeng suddenly called out to the two and issued the command to leave. Xianyang and Song Song paused in their tracks, looking at Yifeng with confusion, as Xianyang asked, "Leader, we have searched for this soul evil for so long, why must we leave? If we miss this opportunity, who knows when we will encounter another one?" They simply could not understand their leader's actions. To them, upon encountering the soul evil, one should immediately strike to kill and take a chance at obtaining soul crystals. It was the most straightforward approach. This soul evil does not possess any soul crystals. There is no need to waste time, Yifeng said with utmost certainty. No. Xianyang and Song Song were stunned, their expressions filled with peculiarity. They certainly knew that it was highly probable for an encountered soul evil to lack a soul crystal, but since they had come across it, they should at least give it a try. If they simply let it go without checking, how could they expect to gain anything? It would only lead to a waste of time. Unfortunately, before they could say anything further, Yifeng had already maneuvered the breaking cloud boat sharply to the side, swiftly evading the range of the soul evil's attack. After approximately half a stick of incense, a second soul evil appeared. This one had a slender physique and high intelligence, roaring like a specter, commanding the wandering souls around to attack. Seeing this, Xianyang and Song Song reignited their hopes and immediately requested to take action, but Yifeng still ordered them to leave without a hint of hesitation. At this point, Xianyang and Song Song could no longer contain themselves. Xianyang, with a grim expression, asked, "Leader, after encountering 2 soul evils in a row, why do you not allow us to act? You only evade. How can we find soul crystals this way? The soul-dispelling fire of Piaoyun village will eventually extinguish, and it will be too late then." Song Song also spoke solemnly, "Yes, leader, this mission concerns the life and death of the entire Piaoyun village. In my opinion, encountering the soul evil means we should strike. Although the probability is low, accumulating little by little will eventually lead to finding one that contains soul crystals. Your evasion will only cause us to miss a great opportunity." Faced with the two's doubts, Yifeng had not yet explained when the gray bear interjected, "Gentlemen, if the leader says this soul evil does not have any soul crystals, then it certainly does not. We only need to follow the leader's arrangements and patiently wait. During previous hunts with the leader, he has never made a mistake." The wildcat nodded in agreement. Indeed, the leader's abilities far exceed ours. He can accurately determine whether a soul evil contains soul crystals. We should not doubt him, only ensure our defenses. Though both were quite anxious at that moment, they had become accustomed to Yifeng's methods and held blind faith in it. Xianyang and Song Song exchanged glances, their hearts filled with skepticism. They had never heard of anyone being able to determine whether a soul evil contains soul crystals merely through perception. They thought the gray bear and wildcat were overly fanciful, but given the circumstances, they could only choose to obey. However, in the ensuing time, Yifeng continued to evade 2 more soul evils in the same manner, causing everyone to feel dispirited, thinking that this outing might end in vain. After another half-hour, the breaking cloud boat had left the area of Piayun village for 1,000 miles. The surrounding soul evil aura grew denser, while the number of low-tier soul creatures decreased, replaced by more high-tier ghostly presences. The oppressive atmosphere in the air became stronger, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, Yifeng's expression sharpened, his gaze fixed intently on a dense thicket to the left front, where a large figure seemingly ordinary, but solidly built, flickered in and out of sight. This figure was surrounded by pale purple soul fires, starkly different from the dark green soul fire of ordinary soul evils, exuding a steady, yet frightening pressure, clearly indicating it was a powerful soul evil. Found it, that's it. A gleam flashed in Yifeng's eyes as he immediately issued a firm command. Xianyang Song, prepare to strike with all your might to kill this soul evil. Gray Bear Wildcat, protect the breaking cloud boat at all costs, prevent any other soul creatures from getting close, and ensure that no soul creatures interfere with the hunting of the two potential saint-level masters. This time Yifeng did not hesitate at all, and directly issued the kill order with a resolute tone. Xianyang and Song were momentarily taken aback, then their eyes burst forth with intense light, as Xianyang excitedly said, finally, we can take action. Elder Song, let's go together and swiftly eliminate this soul evil. Alright. Song nodded in agreement, and the two leaped out of the breaking cloud boat, unleashing their saint-level cultivation, their soul power, transforming into two brilliant rainbows as they charged towards the soul evil enveloped in purple soul fire. The soul evil, sensing the two's attack, let out a deafening roar. Its three enormous eyes snapped open, glowing with a ghostly green light. The surrounding purple soul fire flared up, and it swung its massive claws towards Xianyang and Song with ferocity, distorting the space in its wake as the sinister aura surged, attempting to erode the souls of the two. However, both Xianyang and Song were not to be underestimated. With a loud shout, they wielded their long spears, unleashing a series of fierce spear lights that collided with the soul evil's massive claws, producing a piercing roar. In an instant, the sounds of battle echoed through the skies, the shockwaves from the clashes scattering the surrounding ghostly mist, while the nearby low-tier ghosts were swept away by the shockwaves, instantly turning to ash. Other ghostly soul creatures in the distance were drawn by the battle's aura and surged towards this side, hoping to seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Though the soul evil was massive, its defensive capabilities were astonishing. Regular soul attacks left only shallow wounds upon it, as it continuously swung its giant claws, attempting to shred the two humans. Nonetheless, Xianyang and Song had worked together for many years. Their cooperation was seamless, and they were able to exchange blows with the soul evil. Gray Bear and Wildcat stood guard by the breaking cloud boat, unleashing their full strength to block the incoming soul creatures. Gray Bear swung his giant axe, cleaving through the approaching ghosts. Although the axe's power was greatly diminished, it was still unstoppable. Wildcat moved agilely, sweeping his long knife to slash through groups of soul shadows. The two held their line firmly, preventing too many soul creatures from nearing the battlefield and securing a stable hunting environment for Xianyang and Song. Yifeng stood at the bow of the boat, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. He did not take action for the time being, but he remained vigilant to the changes in the situation. Should Xianyang and Song find themselves in danger, he would immediately step in to assist. Although his strength was far inferior to these path protectors, there resided within him an unfathomably powerful dragon soul. With a bit of effort, he could barely summon it. Fortunately, the crisis did not occur. This fierce battle lasted for a full incense stick's worth of time. Without specialized weapons for targeting soul bodies, they were at a significant disadvantage. The soul fiend's strength was comparable to a latest-stage transformation realm human cultivator, yet Xianyang and Song still expended tremendous effort and even sustained minor injuries to subdue it. In the end, a massive spear of divine consciousness pierced through the chest of the soul fiend, which let out an incredibly mournful shriek. Its enormous body trembled violently before exploding, and its soul body began to slowly dissipate. Xianyang and Song let out a sigh of relief and stumbled to the ground, watching the purple soul flames around the soul fiend extinguish. They felt completely exhausted, but also filled with anticipation, immediately flying forward to inspect the remnants left after its dissipation. Soon a crystal of pure transparency, radiating a gentle power of divine consciousness, slowly emerged from the dissipating soul body of the soul fiend. It was not large in size, but contained a rich and pure soul energy. It was the soul crystal they had been desperately seeking. Soul crystal? It truly is a soul crystal. Xianyang exclaimed as he grasped the crystal, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy, his hands trembling slightly. Song's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the crystal before him, then turned to glance at their leader on the broken cloud boat, his heart surging with astonishment. There really is a soul crystal. The very first one we killed had a soul crystal. This is simply miraculous. They had previously doubted Yi Yuan's decision, believing the leader was wasting time, but now the facts laid bare before them, the leader, had accurately targeted the soul fiend containing the soul crystal, striking true. In that moment, all doubts and dissatisfaction in Xianyang and Song Song's hearts vanished, replaced by profound shock and reverence. They finally understood that this young leader was far more complex than he appeared. He seemed to possess an extraordinary level of perception and judgment regarding divine consciousness, a skill that left them in awe. Holding the soul crystal, the two returned to the broken cloud boat, with Xianyang being the first to hand the soul crystal to Yifeng, his face filled with guilt as he said, "Leader, we were foolish to doubt your decision before. Please forgive us." Song Song hastily bowed in respect, saying, "Your prowess is immense, leader. We admire you greatly, and shall henceforth follow your lead without hesitation." Yifeng took the soul crystal, feeling the solid assurance it provided, and waved his hand lightly, saying, "No need for concern, ignorance is not a fault. This time we successfully acquired the soul crystal, largely thanks to your diligent efforts in hunting. For now, this soul crystal will be stored in the boat to be used later to sustain the soul fire of Piaoyun Immortal Village." After speaking, he placed the soul crystal into the crystal slot of the broken cloud boat, causing the previously dim soul fire to brighten considerably, and the protective barrier became more stable. Although the existing soul crystal in the broken cloud boat could still last for a while, he installed the backup to prevent any extreme situations. The four protectors of the Tao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the rejuvenated soul fire, their faces breaking into long-awaited smiles. After searching for over an hour and facing many dangers, they finally obtained their first soul crystal, which meant their adventure had at least achieved a return on investment. The mood of everyone had noticeably relaxed. However, acquiring only one soul crystal was still far from sufficient. "Continue searching. We need to obtain more soul crystals to sustain the soul fire of Piaoyun Immortal Village for longer, to prepare for the upcoming catastrophe." In the next moment, Yifeng turned his gaze to the distance and ordered in a deep voice. Everyone nodded, regaining their focus, guarding the broken cloud boat and moving forward again. With the first success under their belts, Xianyang and Song Song were completely convinced of Yifeng's abilities, no longer hesitating at all. The bear and lynx were also resolute, fully following Yifeng's commands. The cooperation among the five was more harmonious, and the navigation of the broken cloud boat was smoother than before. As the broken cloud boat continued onward, it drew closer to Yunlan Immortal City. The surrounding aura of the Nether Soul clan grew increasingly intense, and the number of soul fiends also gradually increased. Clearly, these Nether Soul clan members had sensed the presence of many human cultivators in the Immortal City and had concentrated their efforts in this area, turning it into a core region densely populated with powerful soul fiends. At that moment, the mist ahead suddenly surged, revealing several spacious and incredibly sturdy medium-sized flying boats. These boats were crafted from precious profound gold and true iron, adorned with strange runes, and appeared to be of at least imperial-grade quality. The soul fire within the flying boats burned fiercely, several times more vigorous than that of the broken cloud boat. The protective barriers were solid and thick, with each flying boat manned by 10 to dozens of cultivators, all at the peak of the transformation realm, with some even being true saint-level experts, exuding powerful auras and exerting pressure all around. These flying boats were evidently hunting teams dispatched by various factions within Yunlan Immortal City. They had also come to hunt soul fiends and seize soul crystals, boasting numerous personnel and excellent equipment far beyond what the small 5-member team from Piaoyun Immortal Village could compare with. On both sides of the flying boats, Yifeng and the others saw specially crafted divine consciousness crossbows, pitch black and resonating with spiritual rhythms, capable of firing soul arrows that specifically targeted soul bodies, delivering devastating damage to the Nether Soul clan with high efficiency. When these hunting teams spotted the broken cloud boat from Piaoyun Immortal Village, they were initially taken aback, but then they all revealed expressions of mockery and disdain. "Ha ha, look. What is that? A dilapidated Imperial-level boat daring to come into the core area where soul fiends roam. Is this the team from Piaoyun Immortal Village? I've heard of them. They're a remote and weak immortal village with hardly any transformation realm cultivators. They actually dared to send out such a few people to hunt soul fiends. It's simply courting death. Look at their flying boat. It's pathetically shabby, not even possessing a decent soul attack weapon. They are likely to be scattered by the soul tide before even encountering a soul fiend, and they won't get a single soul crystal. They're simply here to deliver themselves to death." A chorus of derisive voices echoed into the broken cloud boat. The four protectors of the Daos' expressions darkened dramatically, their hearts filled with anger, yet they felt helpless. They were truly outmatched by these individuals who were powerful in numbers and well-equipped, and they could not compare. They could only suppress their anger, keeping a close watch on the opposing team while remaining vigilant. Only Yifeng remained calm, showing no sign of being swayed by the mockery. He merely cast a faint glance at the hunting teams before retracting his gaze, continuing to monitor the movements of the soul clan around them. In his view, the mockery was meaningless. The priority was to acquire enough soul crystals to defend Piaoyun Immortal Village. At that moment, a luxurious and heavily fortified flying boat slowly approached. On board stood a young woman clad in a striking red armor, her beauty striking, but her demeanor exuding arrogance. This woman with a haughty air in her eyebrows was accompanied by several experts from the Holy Realm, and she was none other than Xia Meifeng, the eldest daughter, who had previously failed to seize power in Yunlan Immortal City. Xia Meifeng's gaze first fell upon the emblem of Piayun Immortal Village on the broken cloud boat, then shifted to Yifeng and his group of 5, her disdain and contempt growing more intense. She had long heard of the name of Piayun Immortal Village. Back when she competed with her sister Xia Ran for the position of Deputy City Lord of Yunlan Immortal City, it was Piayun Immortal Village that aided her sister, causing her to miss the position and become the laughingstock of the entire city. Although her status was not low thanks to the power of her maternal clan, she had kept this grudge in her heart. Seeing the shabby team from Piayun Immortal Village, now she naturally would not miss the chance to mock them. You all should not say such things. Leader Yi from Piayun Immortal Village is a capable person. The outside world praises him for his military prowess and unmatched wisdom. Perhaps even wielding a firewood stick, he might harvest more soul crystals than our well-equipped teams. Xia Meifeng glanced at the young man inside the broken cloud boat who wore a mask, but seemed to be Yifeng. A mocking smile curled at the corners of her mouth, her voice just loud enough for all the surrounding hunting teams to hear. The sarcasm in her words was palpable. While appearing to praise, it was in fact a mockery and a provocation of hatred, ridiculing Piayun Immortal Village for overestimating their capabilities and attempting to compete with these strong teams with their meager strength. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding hunters were momentarily stunned before breaking into raucous laughter, their jeering glances toward Yifeng and his group akin to watching a clown perform. Haha, Miss Xia is right, we must not underestimate these country bumpkins. But with their pitiful team, how could they possibly harvest more than us? That's simply wishful thinking, a grand joke. I doubt they can even come back alive, let alone collect soul crystals. They must be dreaming. Just wait and see, it won't be long before their broken flying boat is breached by the Soul Clan, and everyone will become snacks for them. In the face of the crowd's ridicule and mockery, Yifeng appeared to be oblivious, his expression calm. However, the 4 holy protectors were trembling with rage, and Xianyang gripped his spear tightly, glaring angrily. Had Yifeng not intervened, they would have rushed forward to confront them. Hui Xiong's face was ashen, his giant axe slightly raised, emanating an intense aura of fury. Yifeng raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down, his voice steady as he reassured, there's no need to engage in a war of words with them. Let strength speak for itself, let soul crystals prove it, for that is more valuable than any argument. After saying this, he maneuvered the broken cloud boat, slowly steering it to the periphery of this area, avoiding competition with these strong teams for the core area's soul evils, merely cruising along the edge, while occasionally observing the movements of the Soul Clan, waiting for the best moment to strike. Meanwhile, the formidable hunting teams were engaged in fierce battles with the underworld Soul Clan in the central. Experts from the Holy Realm unleashed their might, and the Soul Treasure giant crossbow continuously fired, releasing soul arrows that accurately penetrated the bodies of the soul evils, causing immense damage to the soul-level underworld Soul Clan. This scene left Yifeng and the others secretly envious, but they could only watch with longing. If only they had a soul treasure of such caliber, their previous battles would not have been so arduous. However, what was strange was that despite these hunting teams killing dozens of soul evils, their harvest of soul crystals was pathetically low. Most teams only managed to obtain 1 or 2 soul crystals, with some even getting none at all, their efficiency lamentably poor. The leaders of the major hunting teams wore frustrated expressions, yet they understood that the drop rate of soul crystals was inherently low, deeming this a normal occurrence, thus suppressing their dissatisfaction. In contrast, Yifeng's team from Piayun Immortal Village merely stayed on the outskirts, not participating in the fierce battles in the core area. They only struck when they saw a stray soul evil emerge, quickly ambushing and managing to obtain 1 soul crystal. What the hell, that guy actually got a soul crystal. Damn it. A young noble from a grand family aboard a stately flying boat had a grim expression upon seeing Yifeng and his companions acquire a soul crystal right under their noses. In the next moment, he shouted angrily at his own experts, Elder Zhou, Elder Mu, don't hold back anymore, and don't let any more soul evils escape. The soul evil that had just been killed by Piayun Immortal Village had indeed slipped through their encirclement. Due to the sheer number of soul evils in this area, they had been unable to manage them all, not expecting that Piayun Immortal Village would take advantage of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng deftly steered the broken cloud boat in another direction, continuing to cruise. He never lingered in battle, immediately changing positions after a successful hit to avoid the attention of other soul evils and hunting teams. Thus, in just over an hour, Yifeng and his group struck continuously, each time accurately killing soul evils that contained soul crystals, smoothly collecting 3 more soul crystals. Together with the previous one, they had obtained a total of 4 soul crystals, their harvest far exceeding that of the well-equipped strong teams. In that moment, Xianyang and Sangsung were so excited they could not contain themselves, feeling that the leader's decision to bring them here was absolutely correct. The surrounding hunting teams, upon seeing Pyayun Immortal Village's broken cloud boat occasionally managing to acquire a soul crystal, were all stunned, their mocking smiles completely frozen, replaced by shock and disbelief, their hearts filled with a sense of discomfort, as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? They're just casually attacking from the outskirts and have gathered so many soul crystals. We've been fighting for our lives in the core area, yet we've only managed to get 2. This guy is really collecting more even with a firewood stick. This is too bizarre. Do they have some special method to accurately find soul evils with soul crystals? Or are they just lucky? The cultivators from various hunting teams discussed among themselves, their faces filled with confusion and unwillingness. The ridicule they had previously shown was now replaced by pain. If Pyayun Immortal Village had only obtained 1 or 2 soul crystals, they would not have cared so much, but now that they had consecutively acquired 3, it felt abnormal. Previously they had mocked them as country bumpkins, but now it seemed they were the real joke. They were all puzzled about the true background of the Pyayun Immortal Village team. Xia Meifeng stood on the flying boat watching Yifeng and his group efficiently collect soul crystals, her expression shifting from pale to flushed, her cheeks burning, as if she had been slapped several times. She felt both humiliated and angry, deeply unconvinced. How could she accept that she had meticulously planned and led her team into fierce battles in the core area, expending tremendous manpower and resources, yet reaped so little, while the seemingly weak team from Pyayunxian Village with their casual ambushes from the periphery gained more than she did? This was simply unacceptable to her proud heart. Earlier, Pyayunxian Village had already performed astonishing feats. She simply could not fathom what extraordinary abilities the seemingly insignificant village possessed, particularly that young man. Did they really hold some special secret that allowed them to accurately pinpoint the soul crystals? However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing this conclusion. After all, such means were unattainable even by the top experts within Yunlanxian City. Xia Meifeng fixed her gaze on the masked figure aboard the broken cloud vessel, her eyes filled with a complex mix of hostility, defiance, and deep curiosity. She secretly resolved to uncover this person's secret. After half a stick of incense, the soul crystals within the encirclement were nearly eradicated, and all the teams had suffered significant losses. Yifeng now possessed 5 soul crystals in his hand. He observed the several path protectors on the broken cloud vessel, whose spiritual energy was over half expended, and glanced at the surrounding hunting teams, formulating a plan in his mind. The reason for their substantial gains this time was entirely due to the hunting teams nearby helping to restrain the Yomi Soul Clan's army. If it were just the few of them fighting alone, even if they could accurately locate the soul crystals, the effort would be immense and the danger exceedingly high. However, these hunting teams could not stay with them indefinitely, nor would they willingly allow them to linger nearby for long, meaning this situation would not last. But if they could acquire a divine soul secret treasure crossbow, everything would change. Not only would it enhance the offensive power of the broken cloud vessel, but it would also bolster its defenses and significantly increase the efficiency of slaying soul crystals. Even if they acted alone in the future, they would have some degree of safety. Thinking of this, Yifeng maneuvered the broken cloud vessel to slowly approach the luxurious flying vessels that were about to disperse, and called out loudly to all the hunting teams around, fellow cultivators, Pyayunxian Village is willing to exchange 2 soul crystals for a divine soul secret treasure crossbow, specifically designed to target soul entities in order to enhance the vessel's defense and hunting efficiency. Which of you is willing to trade? He understood that in such a critical time, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Although he did not have many soul crystals, he could not afford to be stingy. As soon as his words fell, the entire scene fell silent. All the cultivators from the hunting teams were stunned, looking at Yifeng with astonishment written across their faces. It is essential to understand that Imperial-grade divine soul secret treasure crossbows are incredibly precious, serving as powerful tools for hunting soul entities. Each one is hard-earned, and even they as strong teams possess them in limited quantity and would hesitate to part with them. Yet Pyayunxian Village opened with an offer of 2 soul crystals. In this current catastrophe, soul crystals are more valuable than anything else functioning as hard currency. 2 soul crystals are enough to equate to the lives of dozens of people. The key is that their gains this time were not substantial, and with the catastrophe's end unknown, returning empty-handed would be difficult to justify. The crowd began to hesitate. On one hand, they were reluctant to part with the divine soul secret treasure crossbow, and on the other, they were tempted by the soul crystals. Having 2 extra soul crystals could very well allow them to survive the disaster. Xia Meifeng looked at Yifeng, her eyes flickering, her heart in turmoil. She held deep animosity toward the people from Pyayunxian Village and had no intention of agreeing. However, her mission leading the hunting team from Yunlanxian City was to acquire soul crystals. With her current meager gains, if she could not return with enough soul crystals, she would not only fail to account to her family, but would also become a laughingstock once again. And those 2 soul crystals could precisely alleviate her pressing concerns, enabling her to complete her mission smoothly upon returning. After a moment of silence weighing the pros and cons, she finally spoke, her voice tinged with reluctance. I can trade with you, but I can only offer you one of my finest divine soul secret treasure crossbows for 2 soul crystals, and it will be the lowest grade. Upon finishing, Xie Meifeng gestured for her guard to bring a lower-grade imperial-grade crossbow entirely black and engraved with mysterious runes to the edge of the vessel. This crossbow was made of excellent materials, exuding a rich aura of soul power, clearly not an ordinary item. Yifeng nodded at her words, not haggling over the price. He immediately took out 2 soul crystals and had Xianyang deliver them, completing the transaction with Xie Meifeng's guard. When Xianyang brought the divine soul secret treasure crossbow back to the broken cloud vessel, Yifeng personally set to work installing the crossbow at the front of the vessel and then inputting spiritual energy to activate it. The crossbow was instantly activated. Its soul arrow's attack power and intimidation factor were several times greater than that of a regular crossbow. The previously shabby and humble broken cloud vessel was transformed in an instant with the addition of this divine soul secret treasure crossbow, becoming a hunting vessel with decent offensive power. Not only did its defense benefit from the support of the soul-driving fire, but its attack power also saw a significant enhancement. Even in the future, when hunting soul crystals alone, they would not have to worry as much. The only shortcoming was that this crossbow was one size smaller than the ones equipped on Xie Meifeng's vessel, and its attack power was not as strong. However, its shooting speed was relatively fast, sufficient to deal with ordinary soul entities, but it might fall short against powerful soul entities. Nevertheless, Yifeng knew that this was already the best outcome and did not dwell on it further. The 4 path protectors looked at the divine soul secret treasure crossbow at the bow of the vessel, their faces showing excitement. With this powerful weapon, their safety was further assured, and they no longer felt as defenseless. Xie Meifeng looked at the 2 soul crystals in her hand, and then at the broken cloud vessel. A mixture of emotions flooded her heart. She felt unwilling, but soon became resigned. She understood that under normal circumstances, trading 2 soul crystals for a divine soul secret treasure weapon would not even be close, but now faced with the catastrophe, she could no longer afford to think too much. Let's go. We should return the remaining soul crystals, rest for a while, and then head out again. Yifeng stood at the bow of the vessel, having tested the performance of the divine soul secret treasure crossbow, and decisively gave orders. He was aware that with this weapon and the precise sensing of soul crystals, he was confident in obtaining more soul crystals in the future. But currently the crisis facing Piaoyuan village was imminent. He dared not linger, adjusting the front of the broken cloud vessel to the proper orientation, quickly performing the necessary hand gestures to turn the vessel into a streak of light speeding towards the direction of Piaoyuan village. After all, it was only by ensuring their base was secure that they could wholeheartedly hunt the soul crystals. The return journey was noticeably faster as the vessel sped like the wind cutting through the gray sky, and before the surrounding soul entities could draw near, they were already scattered by the team's attacks. Yifeng stood at the bow of the broken cloud vessel, observing the killing effectiveness of the crossbow, nodding secretly. No wonder, it is a top-notch weapon crafted by the Xian city. The quality is superb. Leader, at this speed we will reach the Xian village in half an hour. With these few soul crystals, the spirit fire can last for another day, and we can finally relax a bit. The gray bear beside him clenched his fist, his voice laced with barely contained excitement. The news of the urgent shortage of soul crystals in the floating cloud Xian village had weighed heavily on their hearts for days, and now they could finally relieve a fraction of that burden. Yifeng nodded slightly, gazing towards the direction of the Xian village, a smile appearing on his face. However, moments later a faint frown creased his brow. He noticed that in the direction of floating cloud Xian village there was a faint gathering of black mist. Increase the speed. I can't shake off this uneasy feeling, as something must have happened in the Xian village. Yifeng spoke in a deep voice, channeling his spiritual power into the control formation of the breaking cloud boat. The spiritual light around the boat surged, and its speed suddenly increased several times, transforming into a pale blue streak of light that pierced through layers of mist, racing towards the floating cloud Xian village. Several path protectors increased their defensive strength in response, repelling the ghosts that surged from all sides. The breaking cloud boat rode the winds and waves, tearing through the mist, creating a rift in the fog. In the distance, the light from the horizon grew increasingly dim, and the floating cloud Xian village, which should have been surrounded by soft golden light, was now shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, a scene that suggested a massive gathering of the ghostly soul clan. Yifeng's heart sank little by little as he noticed that the black mist above the floating cloud Xian village was accumulating, more and more resembling dark clouds pressing down on a city. He inwardly cursed the situation, activating all his bloodlines to accelerate the breaking cloud boat, once more racing close to the ground, desperate to return to the Xian village and uncover the truth. He never expected that in just half a day's absence the Xian village would fall into such peril. This crisis was far from ordinary, but at that moment he had no idea who the mastermind was, and could not afford to be distracted. He could only exert all his efforts to race back. The floating Cloudsian village was located in the middle of the Song mountain range, surrounded by mountains, a place that was easy to defend, but hard to attack. However, at this moment the entire village was enveloped in thick black haze, with piercing shrieks from the Soul clan echoing through the fog, deafening and unsettling. The spirit fire within the village, which should normally burn bright golden, now flickered weakly, with only a faint red glow, as if a gust of wind could extinguish it. The flames of the spirit fire relied entirely on the soul crystals for sustenance. The 2 soul crystals in the floating Cloudsian village were already less than a quarter full, and the spirit fire was barely maintained through the collective efforts of Qi Lang and the other cultivators who were pushing themselves to hold the line. On the city walls, Mu Rongbo wore blue armor, which was already stained black with soul energy, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth indicating he had suffered internal injuries from overexerting his soul power. Yet he still held his weapon, fiercely resisting the relentless assaults of the Soul Clan army, his hoarse voice shouting, "Everyone hold on a moment longer. The leader will return soon. We must not let the Soul Clan breach the Xian village. Hold on. Our soul power is nearly depleted, and the spirit fire is about to extinguish. Oh, we probably can't hold on much longer." A second-rate clan strongman slumped on the ground, his soul power, exhausted, despair etched on his face. He looked at the countless ghostly Soul Clan members before him, trembling all over. Should we retreat to the spatial passage? Many began to waver, voicing their suggestions. These Soul Clan members were far more vicious than those encountered in the past, coming in waves like an unending tide, as if drawn by some unseen force fixated on the floating Cloudsian village, refusing to relent. Under normal circumstances, even if Soul Clan members were wandering about, they would not be this dense or frenzied. But today at this hour it was as if they were being controlled, wholly intent on breaching the Xian village. Under normal circumstances, even if Soul Clan members were wandering about, they would not be this dense or frenzied. But today at this hour it was as if they were being controlled, wholly intent. Qi Lang swung his blade, toppling a Soul Clan member, charging close, panting, as he said, "Head of the Mu Rong family, these Soul Clan members are too strange, as if they have been led here by someone. This is no coincidence. Should we send someone out to investigate?" Mu Rongbo shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Right now everyone is holding the line. We simply cannot spare anyone. We can only wait for the leader to return. The leader is exceptionally wise. He will surely see through the intricacies and resolve this crisis." At this moment, everyone in the village, from the nascent soul cultivators to the peak of Huashan, was giving their all. Many had already collapsed from exhaustion, yet still struggled to rise, unable to do anything else. Meanwhile, the instigators Zhang Kuei and others from the Hongyesian village were hiding in a secret valley over 10 miles away from floating Cloudsian village, concealed within a flying boat, never revealing themselves, not even a hint of their presence. Zhang Kuei and his companions originally belonged to the Zhang family Xian village under the banner of the Mou Xian city, but unfortunately, the Zhang family Xian village was destroyed within days during the calamity. They had no choice but to seek refuge with the nearby strongest Hongyesian village. This Hongyesian village is one of the top 3 Xian villages under the Mou Xian city, with deep foundations and ample reserves of soul crystals. During this calamity, Hongyesian village not only felt no worry, but also saw opportunities recruiting refugees from other Xian villages in an attempt to expand and strengthen. In the center of the flying boat, a young noble sat leisurely in a chair, playing with a gleaming soul crystal, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Around him were several strong figures from Hongyesian village, each with a sinister expression, gazing towards the direction of floating Cloudsian village, their eyes filled with triumph. "Young master, your strategy of diverting disaster is truly remarkable. We agitated the Soul Clan with crossbows, then guided them with the flying boat, bringing this fierce group of Soul Clan members straight to floating Cloudsian village. Once their soul crystals are depleted, they won't be able to hold out much longer. Once the defense breaks, their powerful members will have no choice but to surrender to us." Zhang Kuei flattered the young noble with a sycophantic grin. After being recruited by Hongyesian village, he received orders to assist the young master in gathering nearby Xian villagers. His first thought was to target the floating Cloudsian village, a place with whom he held grievances. Since his Zhang family Xian village had fallen, why should floating Cloudsian village remain? The young noble in the center of the flying boat scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "If this succeeds, you shall be credited for it. But remember, we must not reveal ourselves throughout this process. We must not be recognized as the handiwork of Hongyesian village, or we will inevitably face trouble. Rest assured, young master. I have arranged everything very discreetly. The appearance of the flying boat has already been concealed with secret techniques, and no one can trace it back to us." Zhang Kuei quickly replied, "By the way, how should we go about the recruitment? The key figures in floating Cloudsian village are tough, and if we confront them directly, they might see through us." A noble young master narrowed his eyes coldly, and said ominously, "Send a masked person over hiding their identity. Take advantage of their despair to persuade them to surrender, claiming to be from a nearby force without revealing any information related to Hongya Immortal Village. If they refuse, let the Soul Clan destroy them. If they agree, they will be useful to us." After speaking, he waved his hand, and a guard dressed in black robes with their face covered and aura hidden bowed to accept the mission and quietly left the flying boat. Holding a treasure that emitted a protective light for the soul, he stealthily approached the defenses of Pyayun Immortal Village concealed by the mist, preparing to execute the recruitment plan. Zhang Kuei and others remained hidden in the valley, quietly waiting for news. Their task was to stay behind the scenes, watching Pyayun Immortal Village's demise and reaping the benefits without revealing their whereabouts. Within Pyayun Immortal Village, the crisis grew increasingly urgent. The range of the soul-driving fire was shrinking while the Soul Clan's assault intensified. Murong Bo and others had already given up the outer regions of the city, only guarding the inner city and the spatial passage at the back, resulting in many buildings in the outer city being ruined by the Soul Clan. Yet despite this, several exceptionally gifted members of the Soul Clan still broke through the defenses, wreaking havoc among the crowd, adding to the injuries of the already exhausted defenders. Just when everyone was sinking into despair and on the brink of collapse, a shadow quietly appeared on the walls of Pyayun Immortal Village. This person was wrapped in a black robe, wore a black mask, and even their voice was altered, rough and obscure, making it impossible to discern their original tone or figure. "People of Pyayun Immortal Village, please listen to me." The masked person stood at a safe distance, supported by a sphere of protective light, neither approaching the Soul Clan nor the defenses. Their voice, penetrating through the mist, reached everyone's ears. "I am an envoy from a nearby Immortal Village. Now that your soul-driving fire is about to extinguish, you cannot withstand the Soul Clan's army. The breach of your defenses is just a matter of time. Instead of dying in vain, why not surrender to my Immortal Village? My master has abundant soul crystals and great strength, which can surely help you weather this calamity and provide you with cultivation resources." Upon hearing this, the powerful individuals within Pyayun Immortal Village were momentarily stunned and turned to look. "May I ask who you are, and from which Immortal Village do you come? Could you lend us some soul crystals? We will repay you many times over in the future." Murong Bo was not swayed. Instead, his brows furrowed, his eyes filled with vigilance as he asked in a deep voice. Unfortunately, the masked person coldly laughed. "Repay you many times over? Do you take me for a three? Lending soul crystals is impossible. If you are willing to pledge loyalty now, I will immediately arrange a flying boat to take you away. If you continue to hold your ground here, you will only endanger the lives of the entire village." The masked person's tone was laced with temptation. In this world, who would dare to claim that lending soul crystals could be repaid many times over? What they sought was not mere empty promises, but the submission of these individuals. Unfortunately, he had thought this matter was as good as settled, that Pyayun Immortal Village had no choice but to surrender. However, he did not expect that the powerful individuals within the protective circle showed no sign of being moved, but were instead filled with suspicion. This person, hiding their head and showing their tail, suddenly appeared at this critical moment to recruit them, leading them to suspect that the crisis facing the Immortal Village was somehow related to this individual. Seeing this, the masked person, unwilling to give up, tried to persuade them a few more times, even promising more benefits. Yet no matter how he tempted them, Murong Bo and the others remained unmoved, clenching their teeth and continuing to defend the line without saying anything further. Stubborn. The masked person cursed, inwardly perplexed as to why these individuals were so different from others. "If you have made up your minds, you can signal me at any time. If you wait too long, you will only have death to await you." Realizing that persuasion had yielded no results, the masked person did not dare to linger, leaving behind a parting remark before turning around and quickly retreating into the mist, returning to the hidden valley to report to the noble young master. He had come out alone. Although his strength was not weak, he could not hold out for long and was also worried about revealing his whereabouts. In the hidden valley, the noble young master and Zhang Kuei, upon hearing the news brought back by the masked person, were equally shocked and caught off guard. They never expected that this recruitment tactic, which had proven effective time and again, would be completely useless in Pyayun Immortal Village. In that case, let them be destroyed. The next moment, the noble young master gritted his teeth and issued the order to continue luring the next wave of the Soul Clan to attack the city. He had lost patience, having wasted more than half a day in Pyayun Immortal Village. However, just as they were preparing to act, a blue light streaked across the sky, and the figure of the breaking cloud boat finally appeared above Pyayun Immortal Village. "It's the Alliance leader. The Alliance leader has returned," someone exclaimed, and all the powerful individuals within Pyayun Immortal Village looked up in unison. Instantly, the despair in their eyes was replaced by joy, and their weary bodies seemed to be infused with strength as they struggled to stand, excitedly shouting. Standing at the bow of the breaking cloud boat, Yifeng looked at the crumbling defenses below, the faint, soul-driving fire, and his bloodied comrades, feeling both anger in relief. He knew this situation must be unusual, but was glad he had returned in time, thankful that everything could still be set. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately maneuvered the breaking cloud boat to dive into Pyayun Immortal Village, while the others controlled the soul treasure giant crossbow, infusing all their soul power into it. The runes on the giant crossbow lit up and golden crossbow bolts were fired in rapid succession, targeting the densest clusters of souls, instantly clearing a large area and halting the Soul Clan's assault. This treasure specifically countered soul bodies, far superior to ordinary weapons. Under the pure soul power driven by the others, each shot from the giant crossbow released a golden bolt infused with pure soul strength, dispersing the mist and scattering the Soul Clan, leaving them with no room to resist. With this, the giant crossbow unleashed its full firepower, forcing the previously frenzied Soul Clan army to retreat step by step, their shrieks filled with fear and their assault weakened by more than half in an instant. Seeing this, the cultivators on the defensive line were greatly encouraged, each summoning their magical treasures to counterattack, their surrounding soul power clashing against the malevolent aura of the Soul Clan, producing crackling sounds. The defensive line, which was on the brink of collapse, was forcefully pulled back from the brink of death by Yifeng. After stabilizing the defenses, Yifeng leaped down from the breaking cloud boat, landing beside Murongbo, and asked in a deep voice, "What is the situation? Why are there so many Soul Clan attacking?" Murongbo hurriedly provided a brief explanation of the situation, emphasizing the recent visit from the masked person attempting to persuade them to surrender and the strange gathering of the Soul Clan today. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's gaze darkened as he took out 2 soul crystals from his pocket. Xianyang Sansong, you few continue to hold the defense line and eliminate the invading remnant souls. Murongbo, you come with me to reinforce the soul-driving fire. The rest focus all efforts on channeling spiritual energy to support the divine soul crossbow in defense. Yifeng quickly issued the order, simultaneously leaping into the air to reach a pile of soul-driving fire. What? Reinforce the soul-driving fire? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, their faces revealing uncontrollable joy. They had thought the leader would gain nothing from this outing, but unexpectedly, he actually managed to acquire something. Murongbo trembled as he looked at the luminous blue and transparent soul crystal in Yifeng's hand, his eyes filled with excitement. The perseverance and fatigue of recent days finally found meaning at this moment. Yifeng carefully placed the 2 soul crystals into the cores of the soul-driving fire. The moment the soul crystals touched the flames, they erupted in a brilliant radiance, with pure divine soul power surging into the soul-driving fire like a tidal wave. The previously weak and flickering soul-driving fire thus gained immense power, transforming from a faint red glow into a dazzling golden roaring, fiercely radiating brilliant light, and the intense burning force spread outward, forming an invisible barrier that completely isolated the chilling, malevolent energy. The souls that entered the range of the soul-driving fire were caught off guard and burned by the energy-filled flames, letting out piercing shrieks as they retreated, not daring to approach even a fraction closer. The crumbling defense line, supported by the power of the soul crystals, regained its stability. The entire floating cloud immortal village finally escaped the imminent crisis of annihilation. We succeeded. The soul-driving fire is stable. The leader brought back soul crystals. The elders and powerful families within the village erupted in excitement, their cheers breaking through the gloom and resonating throughout the village. When they learned that the leader had collected a total of 5 soul crystals during this outing, everyone's faces radiated with the joy of surviving a catastrophe, looking at Yi Wuhan with eyes full of respect and gratitude. They had initially thought it would be a stroke of luck if their leader could bring back 1 or 2 soul crystals, yet they never expected him to acquire such a vast number of life-saving soul crystals along with an immensely powerful divine soul artifact crossbow. It was simply unbelievable. Though 5 soul crystals wouldn't last long, they represented the leader's capability to hunt for soul crystals in the perilous underworld soul region, symbolizing hope for the floating cloud immortal village to survive this calamity. In an instant, all their previous despair and fear had completely vanished, replaced by a surge of confidence and fighting spirit. With high morale, all the cultivators of the village coordinated with the divine soul crossbow of the breaking cloud boat to launch a full-scale counterattack against the remaining soul army. The soul army within the city, suppressed by the soul-driving fire and divine soul artifacts, quickly fell apart and fled in panic, retreating back into the surrounding mist. The crisis of floating cloud immortal village was finally completely resolved. At this moment, Zhang Kuei and the others in the hidden valley watched from a distance as floating cloud immortal village not only remained unbreached, but also repelled the soul army, their faces turning ashen, with fury gritting their teeth. Didn't you say that floating cloud immortal village has no strong cultivators or formidable weapons? The noble young master questioned Zhang Kuei in a low voice, his expression extremely grim. They had spent nearly half a day planning and guiding this attack, only to end up with nothing. Young master, this. I am not clear. Zhang Kuei's face turned pale under the interrogation, cold sweat pouring down, completely unsure how to respond. He had never expected that in such a short time since its establishment, Floating Cloud Immortal Village would have so many strong cultivators. He thought he had overestimated them, but it turned out he had underestimated them. In the end, everyone in the flying boat dared not make any more moves, silently leaving the hidden valley in resignation. They feared that once the people of Floating Cloud Immortal Village had the chance to free themselves, they would search for their whereabouts and discover they were the masterminds behind the trouble. Little did they know their actions had already been seen through by Yi Feng's heavenly mechanism plate, and his revenge was already brewing. Hongya Immortal Village. Once Yi Feng had some leisure, he took out the heavenly mechanism plate to deduce, and after some inquiries the mastermind was already clear. This assault on Floating Cloud Immortal Village by the Soul Army was actually orchestrated by Zhang Kuei's Hongya Immortal Village. These people used their advantages to lurk in the shadows, employing underhanded tactics, drawing the Soul Army to attack the Immortal Village, and then sending masked individuals to persuade a surrender, attempting to seize a large number of people without expending much effort. Such actions are indeed extremely insidious. However, the strength of Hongya Immortal Village is formidable, and he currently has no way to directly confront them. However, I have noted this grudge down. Once the crisis of the Immortal Village is resolved, I will seek an opportunity for revenge and make them pay the price. Yi Feng tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, his knuckles turning white, a glint of cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He originally thought that during this calamity the various immortal villages should help each other, but unexpectedly Hongya Immortal Village was so treacherous, taking advantage of his absence to cause trouble, almost leading to the destruction of Floating Cloud Immortal Village. Such enmity cannot be tolerated. Upon uncovering the hidden conspiracy, Yi Feng's heart instead calmed down. He knew that they were all exhausted, and even if he chased after them, there was little he could do. The most urgent matter was still to acquire more soul crystals to stabilize the village's defenses, and the rest of the grievances could be settled later when there was an opportunity. After the Soul Army retreated, Floating Cloud Immortal Village immediately began to clear the battlefield, treat the injured, and repair the damaged buildings and facilities. Yi Feng arranged for everyone to take turns to rest while he personally stationed himself at the city gate tower to guard against another attack from the Soul Army. His recovery power was formidable, requiring not much rest. After one night of rest, the entire village regained considerable vitality, the wounded received proper treatment, and the soul-driving fire burned vigorously with the support of the soul crystals protecting the entire village. The Immortal Village returned to its previous stability, but the current soul crystals were still far from sufficient. Yi Feng and the four protectors of the Tao had also fully rested with their spiritual power and divine soul restored to peak condition. Early the next morning, Yi Feng gathered everyone, preparing to once again pilot the Breaking Cloud boat to hunt down the Soul Army and acquire more soul crystals. Later on this outing, should we still hunt for soul crystals near Yunlan Immortal City as before? The Gray Bear looked at Yi Feng respectfully, asking. Having tasted success yesterday, he couldn't wait to employ the same tactics again. Xin Yang and the others cast curious looks in his direction as well. Unfortunately, Yi Feng shook his head this time. We will change direction and hunt alone. Of course, he also wanted to hunt alongside those teams in Yunlan Immortal City, but he knew his ability to accurately locate soul crystals should not be exposed to outsiders. Yesterday had been a necessity, and if conditions permitted, it would be best to develop elsewhere. In addition, regarding the grudge with Hongya Immortal Village, he also wanted to see if there was an opportunity for revenge. Since others could act on the first day of the month, why couldn't he retaliate on the 15th? He planned to use their own methods against them. Let those people taste the bitter fruit. Alright then, let's act separately. The Gray Bear and others gripped their giant axes, their eyes filled with battle intent. Previously, without the aid of the soul treasure, their progress was arduous, but now it was different. Yi Feng checked the condition of the Breaking Cloud boat again, securing the soul giant crossbow in the most prominent position at the bow, ensuring it could launch an attack at any moment. Once everything was ready, he gestured with his hands to activate the spell, allowing the Breaking Cloud boat to rise into the air again, flying towards the dense direction of the Underworld Soul Clan. The surrounding gloomy mist remained thick. The wails of wandering souls echoed one after another, and the tidal wave of soul beings weaved through the fog. The path ahead was still difficult, but with the giant crossbow, everyone began to feel more at ease. Before long, the ominous energy ahead suddenly thickened, and a series of low, mournful wails emerged from the mist, resembling ghostly cries that sent chills down one's spine. Immediately after, several solid black shadows appeared before them, their forms flickering erratically, entirely black, with eyes gleaming a sinister red. They were soul evils, far more formidable than ordinary wandering souls. In this area, the number of soul evils was denser than in other places, aimlessly drifting about, and there were many soul warriors guarding the soul evils. Though these soul evils possessed a degree of intelligence, their IQ resembled that of a 3-year-old human child, often existing in a state of confusion and acting solely on instinct. Look, so many soul evils. The Xianyang saint exclaimed, tightening his grip on the scarlet flame spear, which ignited in a blazing red flame, dispelling the surrounding cold atmosphere. In a nearby forest ahead, he spotted 4 or 5 soul evils distributed in various locations. Yifeng's eyes lit up with surprise, and he altered his hand gesture, whispering, "Soul, giant crossbow, prepare." 300 zhang to the left, there's a soul evil with a soul crystal lured in. With those words, the breaking cloud boat surged forward swiftly, and the giant crossbow, crafted from premium materials, immediately formed a large arrow aiming at the massive shadow on the left, ready to fire. Shoot! With Yifeng's command, the gray bear operating the giant crossbow instantly activated it. With a sharp sound, a pale golden soul arrow shot through the air, its speed so extreme that it emitted a piercing whistle as it directly entered the tide of soul warriors. Boom! The soul arrow exploded instantly, unleashing a powerful force of soul energy that spread out like the sun melting snow. The wandering souls that came into contact with this force let out a heart-wrenching scream, their forms dissipating without a trace. The targeted soul evil staggered from the impact of the giant arrow, its eyes glowing red. What a powerful soul giant crossbow! The mountain cat exclaimed with a hint of surprise. The attack range of this giant crossbow surpassed that of their other means. Xianyang also showed a pleased expression, saying, "With this treasure in hand, luring the soul clan truly yields twice the result with half the effort." However, their actions completely infuriated the soul evil, which immediately directed the army of wandering souls towards them. Yifeng showed no signs of relaxation, his gaze sharp as a blade penetrating through layers of mist, and soul warriors beginning to search for the best escape route. "Turn around, lead them north." In the next moment, Yifeng gave specific instructions. The others received the command and immediately protected the flying boat as they retreated north. The gray bear also operated the giant crossbow again, condensing an arrow that shot out precisely, hitting the soul evil. The soul evil let out an angry roar, relentlessly pursuing them for several dozen miles before the flying boat finally stopped fleeing. "They'll go get the soul crystal." Upon seeing this, the Xianyang saint decisively leaped out of the breaking cloud boat, swinging his scarlet flame spear to clear the surrounding obstructing soul warriors, heading straight for the soul evil. "I'll go too." Song Song also leaped out, ready to assist from the side. After a quarter of an hour, Xianyang returned with a glimmering soul crystal in hand, a hint of joy on his face as he said, "Leader, I've got the first soul crystal." Continue." Yifeng responded in a calm tone, as if it were merely an everyday matter. The 4 protective saints were already accustomed to this, having confirmed that their leader indeed possessed a method to identify soul evils. Next, Yifeng maneuvered the flying boat to continue wandering in the wilderness, his eyes fixed on the tide of soul warriors, constantly sensing the position and strength of each soul evil, accurately determining which ones were suitable hunting targets, and directing everyone to attack in turns. The 5 of them had clearly defined roles and worked together seamlessly. With Yifeng's precise predictions, although the battles were extremely arduous, with the underworld soul clan sending wave after wave, the rewards were indeed plentiful. After more than half a day, Xianyang reported excitedly, "Leader, in just over half a day, we have already collected 6 soul crystals. At this rate, it won't be long before we can accumulate enough soul crystals to purchase another soul weapon." Xianyang looked at the soul crystal in his hand, barely able to contain his excitement. This soul giant crossbow was so effective, if they could buy a few more to place on the city walls of floating Cloud Fairy Village, it would certainly alleviate their defensive pressure significantly. Song Song also sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow and smiling. "Thanks to the leader's predictions and the assistance of the soul giant crossbow, we would have never succeeded so smoothly otherwise. It's just a pity that although we passed by Red Leaf Fairy Village on this journey, we have yet to find an opportunity for Mentioning Red Leaf Fairy Village, Xianyang's expression darkened, instantly filled with hatred. "That group of lowly people nearly destroyed our floating Cloud Fairy Village yesterday. This grudge is one we cannot share the heavens with. If I get the chance, I will definitely make them pay." The gray bear's voice was cold. "Earlier, when we passed through the Western Valley, we saw the hunting flying boat of Red Leaf Fairy Village from a distance. The young master of Red Leaf and others were on it. They saw our breaking cloud boat, but acted as if nothing was wrong, ignoring us completely, as if yesterday's attack by the Soul Clan had nothing to do with them." The mountain cat frowned in anger. "They are truly good at acting. After doing such despicable things, they can still pretend as if nothing happened. It's simply disgusting." The 4 protective saints were all filled with resentment, but felt helpless. The people of Red Leaf Fairy Village were not weak. If they approached without evidence, it would only play into their hands. Furthermore, now that they were in the wilderness surrounded by the Soul Clan, rashly clashing with Red Leaf Fairy Village would only lead to mutual destruction and allow the Soul Clan to profit. Yifeng understood this as well. He suppressed his hatred, waved his hand, and reassured them, "There's no need to rush. They may evade for a moment, but they cannot escape forever. This debt I will settle with them sooner or later." For now we must conserve our strength and prioritize the greater picture. The opportunity will come. Upon hearing this, the crowd could only suppress the fury in their hearts and continue to steer the broken cloud boat forward, cautiously remaining vigilant against the Seoul clan, while also watching for signs of Hongyesian village. After traveling for about half an hour, the sun began to set, and evening approached. The fog over the wilderness grew denser, the temperature dropped further, and the cold wind howled with a biting chill. According to the original plan, it was time for them to prepare to return, heading back to Fiancé village to rest before going out to hunt again the next day. The Xianyang holy envoy looked at Yifeng and asked Alliance leader, the sky is getting dark and the Seoul clan is more active at night, increasing the danger. Should we return immediately? Yifeng nodded and was about to turn the broken cloud boat around, when suddenly his gaze swept across a hidden valley ahead, sensing an unprecedented, powerful, malevolent aura emanating from a valley several miles away. This aura was icy and piercing, incredibly domineering, far stronger than any Soul Sha they had encountered today, even surpassing the realm of Soul Sha, carrying a kingly pressure. Wait. Yifeng's expression changed drastically as he raised his hand to stop everyone, his eyes fixed tightly on that concealed valley ahead, his brows furrowing tightly. There is a very strong, dangerous aura in that valley ahead, much stronger than the Soul Sha. It might be a Soul General. What? A Soul General? The four holy envoys looked shocked, their pupils contracting sharply, their faces revealing immense fear. The Yoming Soul clan has a strict hierarchy ranging from Soul Soldiers, Soul Sha, Soul Generals, Soul Kings, to Soul Emperors, etc. The Soul General level is a powerful existence above the Soul Sha, comparable in strength to a Saint-level cultivator, commanding a large number of Yoming Soul Soldiers, posing a high danger. With their 5 people strength, they could manage against Soul Sha, but facing a Soul General would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. With the slightest misstep, they would be annihilated. The Tsang holy envoy's face turned pale as he hurriedly advised Alliance leader, if it's a Soul General, we absolutely cannot provoke it. Let's turn around quickly and leave here. If it discovers us, we may not be able to escape. The Xianyang holy envoy also urged, brother Tsang is right. The Soul General's strength is too great for us to contend with. We should leave swiftly to avoid attracting trouble. The Gray Bear and Lynx holy envoys echoed their agreement, advising Yifeng to leave this dangerous place quickly and not take any risks. Everyone thought Yi Wuhan would heed their counsel and turn back immediately, as any rational cultivator would choose to avoid a Soul General level powerhouse. No one would joke with their own life. However, Yifeng stood at the bow gazing toward that valley, his expression shifting as his mind raced with the Soul General level. Yoming Soul clan is powerful, commanding countless troops. If he could lure it away to another location. A bold idea suddenly surfaced in Yifeng's mind. Hongyesian village. Yesterday the Soul clan had besieged Piaoyunxian village, nearly leading to its destruction. Today, if he could replicate that, luring this powerful Soul General and its troops to near Hongyesian village, allowing the Soul General to attack Hongyesian village, would repay yesterday's blood feud and eliminate future threats, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. After all, this group of hypocritical people from Hongyesian village was ultimately a scourge. However, this plan carried significant risks. The Soul General was formidable with keen senses. To disturb it and then lead it away would not be easy. The slightest misstep could result in being pursued by the Soul General, leading to death. Alliance leader, what are you hesitating for? Quickly order us to turn back. The Xianyang holy envoy, seeing Yi Yuan's inaction, couldn't help but urge anxiously. Yifeng slowly lifted his head, a glint of determination flashing in his deep-set eyes as he looked at the 4 holy envoys, saying solemnly, I have a plan. Perhaps our opportunity for revenge has come. Alliance leader, you don't mean to. The Tsang holy envoy looked at Yifeng's gaze and suddenly felt a bad premonition, quickly speaking up to try to stop him. But Yifeng interrupted him, speaking with undeniable authority, this Soul General is strong, but its speed isn't very fast. I am confident I can lead this Soul General and its Yoming army to Hongyesian village, letting them attack it. He had just used the heavenly mechanism disc to deduce and gathered information about this Soul General, learning its weaknesses. Upon hearing this, the 4 holy envoys were taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief. Alliance leader, no. This is too risky. The Soul General is incredibly powerful. We cannot lure it. Once it gets attached to us, we will surely die. Yes, Hongyesian village may be vile, but we cannot gamble with our lives. Everyone urged, feeling that the Alliance leader's idea was too crazy, simply a path to self-destruction. If it were just them, it would be fine, but the Alliance leader's esteemed status made it absolutely unacceptable for him to take such risks. Yifeng waved his hand to silence the crowd, calmly analyzing, I understand the risks are immense, but this is our best chance for revenge against Hongyesian village. If we do not eradicate this tumor, we will not dare to leave the Xian village too far. He paused before continuing, moreover, I can predict the Soul General's movements in advance and avoid its attacks. As long as we disguise ourselves, conceal our auras, and formulate a detailed plan, we will definitely be able to retreat safely, while avenging ourselves, eliminating future threats. But the Xianyang holy envoy still looked worried. There are no buts. Yifeng's eyes were sharp, his tone resolute. Rather than living in fear of future harm, it is better to take a risk today and resolve this trouble once and for all. I have made my decision. There is no need for you to advise further. Begin disguising yourselves, immediately conceal the aura of the broken cloud boat, and proceed according to plan. The four holy envoys looked at Yifeng's resolute gaze, knowing his mind was made up and could not be changed. Though they felt helpless, they could only follow orders. After all, they knew they were merely tools in the alliance leader's hands, who offering suggestions was one thing, but they could not interfere on their own. We will obey the alliance leader's orders. The four of them ceased their discussions and bowed in response. Then everyone immediately sprang into action. Yifeng took out the disguise pills, distributing them to the four, who each consumed one, instantly changing their appearance and aura, their original looks, completely hidden, transformed into four unfamiliar loose cultivators. Yifeng also disguised himself, his appearance becoming exceedingly ordinary, his aura reigned and indistinguishable from an ordinary cultivator. At the same time, he modified the broken cloud boat, covering its body with a layer of black cloth, making the original outline unrecognizable. The closer they got, the stronger the chilling pressure emanated from the Soul General, making everyone feel as though they had plunged into an ice cellar, a shiver creeping up from their very souls. In the valley, low rumbling roars echoed continuously, accompanied by the wailing of countless soul soldiers and soul evildoers, indicating that this Soul General commanded a substantial number of souls. Yifeng, controlling the Cloudbreaker, dared not approach too closely, stopping several miles away from the valley to sense the changes in the surrounding energies, searching for the optimal moment to create a disturbance. Suddenly, Yifeng's eyes narrowed, and he commanded the Cloudbreaker to accelerate sharply, charging directly towards the entrance of the valley, while summoning Xianyang to gather a pure divine soul arrow, which he shot fiercely into a certain spot within the valley. This arrow did not strike the Soul General, nor did it hit the strong guards beside it. Rather, it targeted someone else. The arrow landed in the valley, shattering a nearby weak, but seemingly esteemed spirit, who instantly dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. However, this action had completely stirred up a hornet's nest. A deafening roar erupted from the center of the valley, imbued with unparalleled rage and ferocity, shaking the ground around and scattering the ominous mist. Then a massive pitch-black soul shadow burst forth from the valley, its form towering like a giant, eyes glowing like blood-red lanterns, radiating an aura of ferocity. It was indeed the Soul General of the underworld. Sensing a human flying vessel nearby, the Soul General immediately exploded with rage, brandishing its enormous soul claws and letting out a thunderous roar, commanding a vast army of soul soldiers and soul evildoers to surge towards the Cloudbreaker like a tidal wave. Success! Yifeng felt a surge of joy. Not daring to linger for a moment, he immediately directed the Cloudbreaker to speed towards the direction of Hongya Immortal Village. He understood that while the Soul General wasn't particularly fast, its rallying power was immense, certain to summon the nearby Soul Army to intercept them frantically, though any hint of negligence would result in being caught. Fortunately, he possessed the art of sensing qi, allowing him to find the safest escape route amidst the boundless Soul Army. Seeing this, Xianyang and the others were also taken aback, unable to comprehend why they had merely killed a seemingly smaller soul minion, yet it had provoked such wrath from the Soul General. Nonetheless, they dared not let their guard down, fiercely protecting the Cloudbreaker, dodging left and right, evading the Soul General's long-range attacks, while fleeing wildly. A heart-pounding chase unfolded in the wilderness, with everyone's nerves at their peak, palms slick with sweat. Xianyang and Sangsong had already resolved to fight to the death if caught, determined to buy their leader a few moments. Only Yifeng did not entertain such thoughts, focusing entirely on maneuvering the Cloudbreaker, continuously activating the art of sensing qi, finding new paths to escape, just as the Soul General closed in, narrowly increasing the distance. Along the way, the Soul General unleashed soul wave attacks multiple times, the black energy crashing like tidal waves, all of which Yifeng anticipated in advance, maneuvering the Cloudbreaker to avoid. The vessel sustained some damage, but remained uncrushed. This pursuit lasted the entirety of an incense stick's burning time. Finally, in the distance ahead, the outline of a village emerged. The village radiated a dazzling glow of soul-repelling fire, and a plaque flickered with the four large characters, Hongyesian Village, particularly eye-catching against the drab sky. This was indeed Hongyesian Village. We've arrived. Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Though everything seemed perilous, it was all within his control. He maneuvered the Cloudbreaker closer to Hongyesian Village, intentionally leading the Soul General's army to believe that their target was to hide within the village. Then, as they were about to reach the entrance of Hongyesian Village, Yifeng suddenly plunged the flying vessel into the nearby forest, quickly extinguishing the soul-repelling fire on the vessel and used a spell to conceal it, instantly erasing its presence in the wilderness's shadowy mist. The others also descended into the forest, hiding away. Without the aid of the soul-repelling fire, they could not hold out long in the forest, but it was enough to divert the Soul General's attention to the nearby Hongyesian village. Sure enough, the pursuing Soul General arrived with its army, glancing at the nearby Hongyesian village and at the suddenly vanished flying vessel, instantly concluding that the few cultivators who had provoked it must have hidden within the village. Its intelligence was already low, and it now felt that this group of insignificant humans dared to challenge it, thinking they could find safety by hiding in the village. It was truly seeking death. The Soul General's fury reached its peak, its scarlet eyes fixated on Hongyesian village, letting out a thunderous roar as it led a vast army of souls charging towards the village like a tidal wave. Roar! The Soul General's fierce roar mingled with the wails of countless soul soldiers and soul evildoers resonated through the heavens and earth, instantly shattering the tranquility of Hongyesian village. At this moment, Hongyesian village was still immersed in a state of peace. Many powerful cultivators had just repelled a medium-scale ghost attack and were resting within the village, while the noble young masters and Zhang Kuei had just finished coercing another immortal village, sitting in the Lord's Hall drinking and making merry, discussing which immortal village to target next and how to gain more profits. They believed their second-tier soul-repelling fire formation provided formidable protection, and as long as they did not act recklessly, they could rest easy, completely unaware that disaster was about to strike. What's happening? Suddenly a shocked cry erupted. Not good. An army of souls is attacking. The guards on the city wall, witnessing the suddenly dense tide of soul soldiers surging like a flood along with the towering shadow of the fearsome Soul General, were instantly struck pale, letting out a shrill scream as they hurriedly rang the alarm bell. Dong! 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 The urgent alarm bell echoed throughout Hongyesian village, shattering the tranquility within. Inside the hall, the noble young masters and Zhang Kuei turned pale upon hearing the alarm, springing to their feet and rushing out of the hall towards the village entrance. They were not worried about a typical small-scale soul attack, nor would they ring the bell, but this time the sound was evident. When they saw the terrifying Soul General and the boundless army of souls, their faces immediately turned ashen, rooted to the spot, their eyes filled with disbelief and fear. A Soul General. It's actually a Soul General level. Zhang Kuei's voice trembled, his legs buckling, nearly unable to stand. Even the noble young master trembled violently, cold sweat drenching his body as he cried out in shock. How is this possible? Why would an army of Soul Generals suddenly descend upon us without warning? We have never provoked such a formidable soul clan. He knew full well that Soul Generals, elite beings of the Netherworld Soul Clan, rarely stirred from their shadowed realms and held ordinary immortal villages in utter contempt. He could not fathom why this one had fixated upon them. Upon hearing the alarm bell, cultivators within the village burst from their dwellings. The sight before them sent chaos erupting instantly. Shrieks of terror and wails of despair rose in frantic waves. Like him, they too were baffled. How could such a devastating soul army appear so suddenly? This was no force they could hope to withstand. Quick! Activate the highest tier defense. Everyone, stand and fight with all your might. The noble young master snapped into action, bellowing hoarsely in a desperate bid to restore order. In recent days, Hongya Immortal Village had absorbed numerous cultivators from neighboring villages amid the cataclysm, swelling its strength to unprecedented levels. Its grounds bristled with defensive installations, including several spirit soul great crossbows, and he believed perhaps they might yet hold the line. At his command, the villagers suppressed their dread and rushed to their posts. The soul-repelling flame grand array blazed at maximum intensity, while the spirit soul great crossbows loosed volleys of arrows in unison, striving to halt the Solarmy's advance. Alas, they faced not mere soldiers, but enraged soul generals accompanied by legions of soul soldiers and soul fiends. Boom! The Soul General struck first. A colossal soul claw slammed into the shimmering dome of the soul-repelling flame grand array. The barrier rippled violently, groaning under unbearable strain. A single blow inflicted visible damage upon the formation. Then countless soul soldiers and soul fiends surged forward like a black tide, battering the array relentlessly. Its radiance dimmed steadily, and the soul-repelling flames burned ever more fiercely, depleting at a terrifying pace. Elders, form the Hongya soul-severing formation. We fight to the last breath. Mo Hongya, village master of Hongya Immortal Village, and its soul saint rank cultivator, roared the command. With a thunderous slam of his crimson leaf scepter upon the ground, he unleashed a torrent of binding force, manifesting as a soul-binding chain that shot toward the Soul General. 8 elder cultivators, each on the cusp of sainthood, answered in unison. Summoning their life-bound artifacts, they wove streams of soul energy, with Mo Hongya's saintly power coalescing into a vast luminous cage that ensnared the Soul General completely. Trapped and thwarted, the Soul General erupted in fury, its massive claws hammering the cage with earth-shaking force. Each impact reverberated like thunder, The formation's light flickered wildly, trembling on the verge of collapse. Seizing the moment, Mo Hongya gritted his teeth, channeled every shred of his soul energy, and thrust the crimson leaf scepter forward, driving it deep into the Soul General's ethereal form with decisive finality. He knew this assault bore both peril and promise. Slaying such a being would yield priceless treasures, and with them perhaps the village's salvation. The crimson leaf scepter, a divine soul artifact of extraordinary rank, pierced the Soul General's essence. A guttural shriek tore from its throat as a gaping wound split its form, black soul blood dripping and evaporating into wisps of acrid smoke. Yet the Soul General's vitality proved staggering. Though grievously wounded, its counterattack turned ferocious. A single sweep of its claws shattered the cage, hurling the 8 elders backward, each spitting blood. Their soul energy, nearly spent meridians, ruptured beyond repair. Then came a piercing soul wail. The creature expelled a torrent of dense black energy, striking Mo Hongya full force. He failed to evade. Golden saint blood erupted from his mouth as he crashed to the earth, gravely wounded. The brutal clash raged for half an hour. When it ended, Mo Hongya stood swaying, leaning heavily on his scepter, face ashen, soul energy utterly drained. The 8 elders lay near death. The Soul General too bore grievous loss. 30% of its soul body severed, its ghostly green flame now dull and sputtering. Both sides lay broken, victorless. Yet the Soul General harbored a deep personal hatred for Hongya Immortal Village, and refused to relent. Crack! Without warning, the village's Tier 2 soul-repelling flame grand array shattered entirely, dissolving into a cascade of dying embers. Then the Soul General led its host inward, flooding the village like a black deluge, and began its mercy. Without the soul-repelling flame grand array, the village descended into hell. Buildings collapsed, flames roared skyward, and cries of agony and despair echoed without cease. Though Mo Hongya and several near-saint elders fought desperately, they were powerless to stem the tide, forced only to watch helplessly as comrades fell one by one, casualties mounting horrifically. Retreat. Now, board the sky vessels and flee. The young master of Hongya Immortal Village, gazing upon the ruins and corpses strewn across the land, screamed in utter despair. There was no time left to salvage the village's infrastructure. They could only save their lives. The surviving guards scrambled after the young master toward the village's sky vessels, ignoring the soul beasts surging behind them. They clambered aboard in panic and launched skyward, fleeing without pause, fleeing in utter disgrace. As they watched Hongya Immortal Village vanish beneath the tide of soul beasts, crumbling desolate and forsaken, their hearts filled with seething rage and bitter remorse. Only now did they grasp the raw cruelty of flight and ruin, the monstrous injustice of their own past deeds, which had surely summoned heaven's wrath. How could this happen? Who was behind this? The young master stared at the devastation pounding his chest until his eyes bled crimson. His face darkened like storm-racked ink, every trace of former arrogance erased. He had believed the cataclysm heralded Hongya's ascension, yet in less than half a day, all had crumbled. Not only had they failed to rise, they had been shattered. But he knew such relentless pursuit by a Soul General defied natural law. This was no accident. It was especially when a trusted retainer reported seeing a sky vessel approach. Just before the Soul General's arrival, the young master's chest heaved violently, his fingertips bleeding from clenched fists. Cowardly vermin, who dare not show your faces. If I uncover your identity, I will flay your skin, extract your soul, and condemn you to eternal damnation. Reckoning. This is pure reckoning. Zhang Kuei's face was deathly pale, his eyes hollow with despair. As a veteran of such arts, he recognized this scene instantly. It was no coincidence. Someone had engineered it. Yet his gaze swept the ruins in vain. No trace of the perpetrators remained. Nor could he conceive who possessed the power to summon a Soul General. Ordinarily luring even a soul fiend a short distance required every trick in their arsenal. After the main figures of Hongya Village fled in panic, the Soul General pursued and slaughtered several powerful figures left behind, then began to return to Hongya Village to wreak havoc, devouring the remnants of the cultivators' souls and spiritual power, relishing the fruits of victory. Meanwhile, in a hidden valley far away, Yifeng and his companions had already summoned their flying boat again, igniting the soul-driving fire hidden in the mist, watching everything unfold. Seeing Hongya Village breached by the Soul General, many key figures were either dead or fleeing, and the village was in ruins. The 4 Path Protectors were filled with joy, their pent-up hatred finally finding a release. Leader, we succeeded. Hongya Village has suffered heavy losses. They can no longer disturb us. The Xianyang Path Protector's voice trembled with excitement. The Tsongsong Path Protector also showed a smile, sighing. Indeed, this is truly gratifying. These despicable people have finally received their due retribution. It's a pity that some of them managed to escape, the Grey Bear said with a hint of regret. He naturally hoped that the army of Soul Generals would eliminate all the culprits of Hongya Village, but unfortunately the Soul General's intelligence was ultimately too low to prevent these people from breaking through. Only Yifeng stood on the flying boat looking at the ruined Hongya village with calm, eyes showing no joy nor any pity or regret. This was the fate that Hongya village deserved. Had they not committed such malicious acts before, they would not have fallen into such a predicament today. As for the young master of Hongya, he believed that retribution would eventually find him as well. However, as he watched the Soul General still rampaging, Yifeng suddenly felt a stirring within him. This Soul General has fought to a standstill with several powerful figures from Hongya village. Although victorious, it has also incurred great losses, and its strength is significantly reduced. Now may be the best opportunity for us to hunt the Soul General and seize the Soul Crystal. The next moment, Yifeng slowly began to speak, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. What? The four Path Protectors were taken aback, their expressions of schadenfreude abruptly halted. Although this Soul General had been severely wounded, was it really something they could handle? Leader, you absolutely must not. The Xianyang Path Protector hurriedly stepped forward, desperately waving his hands to stop him, his voice trembling. This is an advanced Soul Tribe expert that has entered the Holy Realm. Even if it is injured, a thin camel is larger than a horse. Its robust foundation remains, and our strongest among us are merely at the quasi-holy stage, nowhere near its level. We are simply not its match. Yes, leader, soul bodies are inherently difficult to kill. Ordinary treasures and techniques have no effect on them, and will only provoke them. At that time, all of us might very well die here. The other Path Protectors also showed worried expressions, urging him to reconsider. In their eyes, the leader's proposal was akin to striking a stone with an egg, seeking death, and everyone agreed that even if the Soul General was injured, it was not something they could contend with. However, what they did not know was that within Yifeng's body there lay a dragon soul that seemed to be at the pinnacle of the. This ancient dragon soul had been nurtured over many years, since it was inadvertently absorbed into the heavenly mystery plate, having restored most of its strength, far surpassing this Soul General of the Netherworld tribe. Yifeng looked at the panicked crowd, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Without much explanation, he suddenly steered the flying boat out of the valley, shooting straight ahead, while reassuring them in a low voice. You all need not worry, I will handle this. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, abruptly golden light radiating from his palm, and a massive dragon shadow shot up into the sky from within him. The dragon shadow, shimmering in golden hues, exuded an overwhelming aura, instantly dispersing the surrounding soul mist, while the wounded Soul General sensed the commotion and immediately let out a terrified roar, as if threatened. Is this the dragon soul of an ancient azure dragon? The four Xianyang members were astonished, their jaws nearly dropping, their eyes wide with disbelief. As Path Protectors, they had seen a great deal, but they had never encountered such a pure and formidable true dragon soul. Where did their leader obtain this from? But before they could ask, they saw Yifeng forming seals with his hands, his gaze as cold as ice, as he commanded the dragon soul, bellowing, "Dragon soul, go. Annihilate it." In an instant, the dragon soul's phantom, imbued with overwhelming dragon might, first shot up into the sky, and then dove down from the heavens, pouncing directly at the Soul General. The Soul General, once so arrogant, found its black aura dimming under the pressure of the dragon, might even its soul howl turning mournful. It attempted to flee, but was firmly locked on by the dragon's soul, and the two phantoms quickly became embroiled in a frenzied struggle. There were no complex soul techniques countering each other, no fierce waves of energy colliding, just the rawest form of tearing. In less than half a stick of incense, the peak Holy Realm dragon soul gained absolute dominance, while the Soul General's body crumbled like paper, its soul core shattered, letting out one final mournful cry before slowly dissipating into the air. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The four Xianyang members stood frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word, their eyes filled with shock and reverence. They had never imagined that their newly appointed leader harbored such a terrifying trump card. With such strength, what was there to worry about for the future of the Holy Alliance? Only Yifeng felt a slight pain to force out this dragon soul to deal with the enemy. He had directly expended about 70% of his soul power, and it would take him at least 10 days to recover, which was undoubtedly very dangerous in this wilderness full of Netherworld Soul Tribe members. Fortunately, several deep-colored soul crystals fell from the dissipating body of the Soul General, emitting a brilliant ghostly light that sent a shock through their minds. These were 3 higher-tier medium-grade soul crystals, each capable of being exchanged for 10 ordinary soul crystals, vastly exceeding the 6 they had harvested over half a day today. Yifeng waved his hand, collecting all 3 medium-grade soul crystals, feeling the pure energy within them, and finally let out a sigh of relief. The Xianyang Path Protector and others finally came to their senses, quickly stepping forward, bowing to Yifeng with respect and speaking with admiration. "Leader's strength is unfathomable. We are deeply impressed." They were truly too excited, completely unprepared for their leader to possess such powerful means. Yifeng waved his hand, his gaze turning towards Hongya village, speaking in a deep voice. "This place is not suitable for us to linger. Those who fled from Hongya village may very well seek help. We must quickly clean up the battlefield and leave here." He was worried that their actions would be discovered by those from Hongya village, causing unnecessary trouble. The four path protectors bowed and accepted the order, saying, "We will obey the leader's command." The four did not dare to delay, immediately checking the surroundings, finding no other living beings, and silently left Hongya village, with Yifeng racing into the distance without leaving a trace. But their gazes upon Yifeng had long since shed any trace of contempt, leaving only sincere admiration and brimming hope for the future. Originally, they had fretted over his apparent weakness and lack of self-preservation, yet upon discovering their new alliance leader wielded a dragon soul at the pinnacle of the Saint realm, they realized such power would rank among the very finest of the sacred alliance across dozens of generations of leaders. In that moment, their hearts swelled with confidence. Following so inscrutable a leader, they believed the future would see every formidable foe swept aside, and the sacred alliance led into unprecedented glory. Half an hour later, indeed, a rapid tearing sound rippled through the air from the direction of Hongya village. Mo Hongya, accompanied by several Saint Realm warriors from Mayuxian city, hurried to the erstwhile battlefield in search of that soul general. Yet all that met their eyes were scattered residues of soul energy and broken weapon fragments. The arrogant soul general and the remaining soul soldier sentries were nowhere to be found. "Where is the soul general?" one Saint Realm warrior demanded urgently, his eyes full of bewilderment. They had rushed over thinking Mo Hongya and the others had grievously wounded the soul general, and that they could easily finish it off, seize the soul crystals, and make a tidy profit. But when they arrived in haste and prepared to act, there was not the slightest sign of the soul general. For a moment, all the reinforcements froze in place, their faces growing exceedingly ugly. Mo Hongya frowned, probing the surrounding fluctuations of spiritual energy. At last she shook her head. No trace at all, only faint dissipations of soul energy. As confusion rippled through them, a keen-eyed warrior suddenly pointed to an empty stretch to the east. "Chief, Mo, everyone look." They looked and saw the ground strewn with inky black vestiges of malevolent chi and the marks left behind from the soul general's struggle with the dragon soul. These are the remnants of that soul general's aura. Could the soul general have been slain? The leading Saint Realm elder recognized the traces at a glance and speculated. That is most likely the case. These are indeed what the soul general left behind, not the aftermath of any fight fought by Hongya village. If the soul general had simply departed, such traces would never remain. Moreover, when I probed just now, I detected a wisp of aura that belonged neither to the soul general nor to anyone from Hongya village, too ephemeral to trace. Mo Hongya pondered for a moment before delivering a resolute reply. Now Hongya village lay in ruins, and the soul general had long vanished, leaving only devastation. Their losses would be impossible to recover. The Saint Realm warriors exchanged glances, and unwilling to relent, continued searching, yet they were ultimately unable to discover the soul general's whereabouts. They assumed some other Xian city strongmen had passed through, slain the soul general, and withdrawn, never once suspecting Yifeng and his companions. Who is it? Who dares to cross Hongya village? Upon receiving the news, the young lord of Hongya trembled with fury, his eyes burned red, anger and resentment surging within him. A mouthful of blood burst forth, and he almost toppled from the flying vessel. He did not believe this was the work of passers-by. He was convinced it had been premeditated. Someone had deliberately lured the soul general to destroy Hongya village, and then, as they called for reinforcements, seized the opportunity to slay the soul general and take all the soul crystals. Yet he could not uncover the true identities of those responsible. The surviving strongmen of Hongya village flushed with fury, gnashing their teeth, but helpless. Their losses were grievous. Having failed to secure the soul general, they watched in despair as others reaped the spoils and rode away, their morale broken in an instant. The sun finally set, night fell, a dense, inky canopy draping the land. Hongya village had been reduced to a ruin. The young lord of Hongya and Zhang Kuei and the others slumped amid the wreckage, staring at the empty village, vomiting blood in their rage, their hearts full of despair and regret. But Yifeng and his four companions were already piloting the broken cloud boat piled with the harvested soul crystals, speeding toward Piaoyun village. On this outing, they had not only avenged a deep blood feud and laid waste to Hongya village, but also seized the equivalent of 36 soul crystals, greatly augmenting their strength and giving Piaoyun village substantial confidence to face the coming calamities. The next morning, as dawn pierced the mist and dispelled some of the chill, Yifeng stood with his hands behind his back on the battered prow of the broken cloud boat, racing toward Yunlan city. At his sides, Xianyang and 3 other guardian saints held the four corners, eyes like hawks scanning every direction, launching strikes to repel intrusions without a trace of slackening. By now the broken cloud boat had lost its former agility, its hull was stained with black soul erosion marks, many planks cracked the defensive runes along the gunwale dim. Only by the companions' vigilant guard did it limp forward at a crawl. One misstep, and they could plummet into the perilous wilderness below. This was Piaoyun village's last remaining conveyance. When they lured the soul general yesterday, it had unleashed all its potential and endured several soul wave impacts and could not hold out much longer. After a brief respite at Piaoyun, they prepared to risk the journey to Yunlanxian City to procure essential supplies. With the soul crystals they now possessed, the village enjoyed temporary stability, yet its weak defenses and dire lack of provisions remained lethal vulnerabilities. Only by traveling to Yunlanxian City to acquire sturdier spiritual treasures and a new broken cloud boat could they truly safeguard the village. But along the way the wilderness lay ravaged, wandering soul soldiers and malignant soul spirits stalked everywhere, forcing the five to keep a low profile, threading cautiously forward for fear of attracting more powerful soul clan adversaries. Leader 100 li ahead lies Yunlanxian City, but the surrounding soul clan auras are growing denser. I fear the city is besieged. Xianyang lowered his voice, glancing about with knitted brows. His perception far exceeded that of ordinary men. He had already sensed the cold tide of soul energy surging from all directions, layer upon layer, more intense than ever. Oh! Yifeng was taken aback. Looking into the distance, he saw that the Yuming Soul Clan army ahead was indeed denser than before. As they drew closer, his pupils suddenly contracted at the sight of the distant mountaintop. There in the distance, Yunlanxian City loomed like an ancient leviathan at rest, towering atop the mountain. Its lofty walls were cast from tint, the sandier Xiantai and refined gold stabbing into the dim sky. The light of the soul-warding fires burned like a beacon, their searing defensive aura perceptible even across dozens of li. Yet this impregnable citadel was now tightly besieged by swarms of the Yuming Soul Clan, black silhouettes of souls stretched from earth to heavens, blotting out the sky and wrapping the city like a lamp beset by moths. The clan's howls and the shrieks of claws striking the walls carried clearly for dozens of li. Yunlan Immortal City is truly besieged by the Soul Clan. We must wait for the Soul Clan to retreat before we can attempt to enter the city. Otherwise rashly approaching would only entangle us in danger, leading to losses beyond measure. Yifeng withdrew his gaze, a decision forming in his heart in that fleeting moment. After speaking, he maneuvered the damaged cloud vessel to turn around, increasing the distance from Yunlan Immortal City, quietly waiting for the Soul Clan to depart before returning. Though they possessed some combat strength at present, facing millions of troops from the Soul Clan along with lurking soul demons and soul generals hidden in the shadows, once ensnared, not only would their procurement of supplies be ruined, but they themselves could also fall into a dire predicament. The four protectors nodded in unison, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. They restrained their auras and guarded the broken cloud vessel as it hid in a secret valley, quietly lying in wait for the opportunity to enter the city. The sounds of battle near Yunlan Immortal City were deafening, lasting a full 2 hours. Everyone remained tense, constantly keeping an eye on the state of the battle. It must be said that the defenses of Yunlan Immortal City are top-notch, far beyond what an ordinary immortal village could compare to. The most dazzling sight within the city is a Tier 3 soul-repelling fire formation, which serves as the foundational barrier of the city. The formation is centered around the soul crystal pillars located at the four corners of the city, with layers of pale golden flame shields stacked upon each other. The outermost layer is a light golden first-tier soul-repelling fire designed to exterminate the numerous ordinary wandering souls. The middle layer is a crimson gold second-tier soul-repelling fire used to deal with stronger soul soldiers and soul demons, while the innermost layer is a purple gold third-tier soul-repelling fire that can instill fear even in soul generals. The 3 layers of flames burn fiercely, clearly delineating their power to intimidate the approaching Soul Clan. Each flicker of flame contains the power to purify the soul, causing the Soul Clan to emit black smoke and wail in agony upon contact. On the city walls, every tenjong stands a high-tier imperial-grade soul giant crossbow tower. Over 100 arrow towers are neatly arranged, crafted entirely from precious materials. The arrows weave into a net soaring through the air, protecting the entire immortal city. Some of these arrow towers have even reached the level of sacred artifacts, requiring no manual control from cultivators. As long as a soul crystal is inserted, they can autonomously lock onto the Soul Clan and activate themselves, wielding tremendous power. Each time these arrow towers release a bolt, it carries a golden light that pierces the heavens, penetrating the dark shadows of the souls. Even the most refined of soul soldiers can be instantly obliterated, turning into scattered soul dust. Upon seeing these defensive facilities, Yifeng and the others couldn't help but click their tongues in awe, thinking that if Piaoyun Immortal Village could possess even 1 or 2 such advanced arrow towers, it would be a dream come true. However, the number of Soul Clan troops is simply overwhelming. As one wave falls, another immediately surges forward. Thus, even though the city defenses are incredibly robust at this moment, the golden flames of the soul-repelling fire formation flicker uncertainly, clearly having endured attacks far beyond their limits and on the verge of collapse. With over 100 arrow towers continuously firing, their durability is depleting rapidly. Many arrow towers have already shown signs of damage, their rune engravings dimming and their firing frequency slowing down. Fortunately, aside from the formation and arrow towers, there are also a significant number of powerful beings within the city assisting in defense. The commander of the city's guard personally oversees the central city wall, with the heads of major families and businesses along with various elders and guards donning armor, firmly holding their ground around the city walls. Furthermore, a large number of rogue cultivators and members of smaller factions voluntarily assist in the defense, either activating talismans or employing secret techniques to continuously bombard the invading Soul Clan, with energy fluctuations sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The cultivators fought until they were exhausted, their bodies covered in wounds, sweat soaking their armor. Many who fell were immediately replaced by their companions behind them, with no one retreating. Finally, after several hours of relentless fighting, the Soul Clan outside seemed to receive some kind of instruction. The intensity of their siege suddenly diminished, and the dense shadows of souls began to retreat, leaving only a few thousand soul soldiers wandering nearby. The howls of the souls also lessened in intensity, indicating that the Soul Clan had suffered significant losses and were temporarily resting, awaiting the next wave of assault. Now is the time. Yifeng's eyes sharpened as he activated the damaged cloud vessel, no longer concealing their aura, racing towards the city gates of Yunlan Immortal City. Seeing this, the four protectors immediately became vigilant, their soul power surging, ready to respond to any sudden situations. Though the cloud vessel was damaged, its speed for a short distance dash was still quite rapid. Seizing the opportunity while the Soul Clan dispersed, they shot towards the city gates like an arrow released from a bow. At this moment, the city gates of Yunlan Immortal City were already pockmarked, filled with the cries of despair. Nevertheless, the defending soldiers still held their magical spears, forming a battle array, intently watching the movements of the Soul Clan outside. The city guard commander had a stern expression, looking exceedingly weary. After observing for a moment and confirming that all was well, he hoarsely announced to everyone, "Everyone take a moment to rest, but remain on standby at all times. The Soul Clan has only temporarily retreated and will return in full force. Without the city lord's permission, no one is allowed to leave at will. Those who disobey orders will be executed without mercy." His voice was not loud, but it was filled with a murderous intent. After his words fell, the defending cultivators on the city wall dispersed, leaving only a few personnel on guard, while the formation masters within the city began to gather around the eye of the Tier 3 soul-repelling fire formation, continuously inserting soul crystals and repairing the cracks in the formation. The artifact refiners also quickly climbed atop the high-grade Imperial Soul Arrow Towers, replacing worn-out components and recalibrating the crossbows, their movements swift as lightning, fearing to delay even a moment. Meanwhile, the assisting rogue cultivators leaned against the battlements, briefly catching their breath, hastily stuffing healing pills into their mouths, their gazes still fixed on the outside, ready for battle at any moment. Yifeng maneuvered the broken cloud vessel to slowly land not far from the city gates. As soon as it touched down, over a dozen city guards aimed their long spears at him, an icy, murderous intent instantly enveloping him. "Halt! Who are you, and what brings you here? Please state your purpose quickly, or do not blame us for being A city guard squad leader shouted sharply, his gaze sweeping over Yifeng and the others, then glancing at the dilapidated cloud vessel, his eyes filled with vigilance. In the midst of chaos, various characters had mixed in, and they could not afford to let their guard down. Yifeng stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute, and spoke politely. "We are cultivators from Pyayun Immortal Village, here to procure supplies to combat the Soul Clan. We hope for your understanding." Pyayun Immortal Village. The city guard team leader frowned upon hearing this, clearly pondering which immortal village that was. However, he quickly recalled that this immortal village was indeed a remote one under the jurisdiction of Yunlan Immortal City, and he wondered how such a weak village had not yet been overrun by the Soul Clan. The city guard team leader found it somewhat strange, but he still maintained a professional demeanor and sternly stated, "This is a special period. The city lord has decreed that even individuals from vassal immortal villages must pay one soul crystal to enter the city. If you do not have one, please leave quickly and do not cause trouble here." A single soul crystal. Yifeng was slightly taken aback. He had not imagined such a regulation at this moment. He nonetheless quickly drew a dark green crystal from his storage ring and handed it over. Time was short, and he could not afford delay. When the city guards saw the genuine soul crystal, their demeanor at last softened. After all, in the wake of the calamity, sacred crystals had plummeted in value. Soul crystals had become the only hard currency and the crucial material for resisting the Soul Clan. The Immortal City desperately needed soul crystal supplies, and anyone able to produce one was regarded as a contributor. All right, the Soul Clan has granted little respite. Once inside the city, finish quickly, do not wander about, do not disturb the cultivators preparing for battle, and depart immediately after procuring supplies. The city guard commander accepted the soul crystal, examined it carefully, and finding no flaw, waved his men to open the gate slit and admit the 5. "Thank you, Commander." Yifeng said no more. With Xianyang and 4 other guardian sacred envoys at his side, he strode through the narrow gap in the city gate. Upon stepping into Yunlan Immortal City, a tension more oppressive than outside washed over them. The entire city stood at its highest state of readiness. There was none of its former bustle, only a deathly solemnity and frantic activity. On the broad avenues most shops were shuttered, only a few stores selling treasures and pills stood half open. Elite cultivators of prominent families marched in ranks hauling defensive and healing supplies from their households and escorting them to points along the walls. In the air, airborne experts ferried military reports back and forth, their voices urgent. Outside the infirmaries, wounded cultivators queued in long lines as apothecaries rushed, without rest, newly refined healing pills snatched away the moment they were finished. The bulletin boards were plastered with urgent conscription notices, calling for soul crystals, crossbow bolts, and healing pills, in crimson script that made the heart sink. Quick! Transport this batch of spirit arrows to the east wall. The arrow towers there are nearly spent. Every household, gather your soul crystals at once to replenish the array's crystal pillars. Do not let the soul-warding fires extinguish. Wounded cultivators fall back and recuperate. The uninjured take up rotations to guard against another soul clan assault. Urgent shouts echoed through the city amid the crackle of spiritual power cutting the air. Everyone scurried for the sake of the city's defense. No one was idle. Yunlan Immortal City functioned like a high-speed war machine, each person a cog straining with all their might to stave off this cataclysm. Clearly, even with third-rank soul-warding fire arrays, hundreds of top-grade Imperial Divine Soul, great crossbow towers, and countless defenders, every face was marked by gravity and anxiety. They knew that a single lapse could see this mighty city breached by the Soul Clan, leaving everyone without refuge. Yifeng watched the oppressive scene with mounting urgency. Yunlan Immortal City was the largest settlement in the region, and yet it struggled so. How much more perilous for the remote Piayun Immortal Village. If they could not promptly secure Divine Soul great crossbows and superior cloud-breaking vessels, Piayun would sooner or later follow the fate of other annihilated villages. Let's go. We should find young city lord Xiaoran at once. We must not linger here. Yifeng called softly, his gaze fixed on the city lord's mansion at the center. He knew supplies were scarce and trade halls closed. Only by finding Xiaoran could he hope to exchange for the Divine Soul treasures and cloud-breaking vessels they needed. Yes, the 4 guardian sacred envoys did not hesitate. They followed Yifeng through the tense, battle-ready crowd toward the Xia residence. Xiaoran's residence lay in a side compound beside the city lord's mansion with deep courtyards and staggered pavilions. Before the Vermilion Gate stood several Hua Xin stage guards imposing in presence, plainly the home of top-tier nobility. Yifeng stepped forward and after explaining their purpose to the guards quickly received permission. Our young city lord requests your entry. Follow me. The 5 followed the guard through layered courtyards and soon arrived at an elegant reception hall. The hall was simply furnished yet exquisitely appointed. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, calming and centering the mind. Not long after they sat, the light sound of footsteps approached, and a graceful figure glided into the hall. She wore a blue gauze gown and her posture was lithe and her beauty striking. A natural haughtiness sat between her brows and eyes, her bearing noble. Young city lord Xiaoran of Yunlan Immortal City. As she entered, Xiaoran's gaze fell upon Yifeng. She paused briefly, then her eyes filled with shock and You are Yifeng. You're alive, she asked, staring at the handsome youth and scrutinizing him long before speaking, her voice betraying an uncommon loss of composure. In her impression, Piayun Immortal Village had always been weak. There were scarcely any Hua Xin stage experts among its people. The calamity had struck so suddenly that she assumed the village would have been submerged on the first day, utterly unable to fend for itself. Since the sweeping invasion of the Yuming Soul Clan, she had been consumed with stabilizing the city's defenses and had no time to attend to surrounding small villages. She had long believed Piaoyun's frailty meant it was overwhelmed in the first wave. Perhaps the entire village lost, Yifeng swallowed by the soul's maw. She had not expected to see the youth alive and standing before her, composed and with a refined aura. Not only was he not dead, he appeared to be in excellent condition, without any of the bedraggled misery she associated with catastrophe. How could she not be stunned? The key point was that the 4 guards beside Yifeng all exuded strength at or above the Huaxin peak. 2 even cultivated at the quasi-sage realm, which took her completely by surprise. One must understand, even the strongest villages under Yunlan's banner counted Huaxin peak experts on one hand. They were the pillars of those communities. Yet 4 such figures accompanied Yifeng. A sight utterly at odds with the solitary, underpowered village chief she recalled. She assumed, however, that they had come to request soul crystals. Such appeals had become commonplace. Vassal immortal villages had been calling for aid in succession, and countless delegations had come seeking soul crystal assistance. Yunlan Immortal City itself was also short of soul crystals, which put her in a difficult position. Still remembering past favors, she resolved that if they truly needed help, she would do her best to coordinate assistance. Yet Yifeng rose and did not mention borrowing soul crystals. He cupped his hands and smiled. Young city lord, I hope you have kept well. I have come to exchange soul crystals for some defensive goods. Might you oblige us? Xia Ran was taken aback. What? Use soul crystals to exchange for defensive goods? Had she heard correctly? Soul crystals were so precious now. These people still had surplus to trade. Indeed, to be honest, we were fortunate enough to slay an injured soul general during our recent outing and obtain some soul crystals. Currently, the defense of Piaoyun village is weak, lacking the divine soul treasures and flying vessels to combat the soul clan. We came here to seek the purchase of several divine soul crossbows and a royal grade Poyan bow from the young city lord, which is why we had to trouble you. However, please rest assured, young city lord, we are willing to exchange with sufficient soul crystals. Upon hearing that Yifeng had obtained the soul crystals by slaying a soul general, Xia Iran revealed a look of shock once again. She was well aware of the soul general's strength. Even if severely injured, it was not something an average person could contend with. Even the Saint Realm powerhouses of Yunlan City would have to pay a considerable price to slay one. That Yifeng's Piaoyun village could accomplish this was far beyond her expectations. Recalling what the other party had previously said about having a large number of capable individuals yet to migrate, she suddenly realized that perhaps there was indeed a significant force backing them. Initially, she thought this was just the other party's way of deflecting her, but now it seemed they were not lying. In an instant, Xia Iran's gaze toward Yifeng completely changed from initially viewing him with a mix of appreciation and condescension to one of profound surprise and newfound respect. At the same time, she began to formulate a new plan in her mind. Although she had become the young city lord during this time, her maternal clan was weak, lacking strong supporters. While Yifeng had some talent, his village was too weak to be of any assistance. Therefore, her situation was not satisfactory. However, it now appeared that Yifeng was not as simple as she had imagined. He possessed both talent and considerable backing, making him far from ordinary, and he could very well become a right-hand man. She quickly reined in her emotions, restoring some of the young city lord's authority, though the previous arrogance had faded and her tone became much calmer. I didn't expect you to have such fortune. That's wonderful. Although the divine soul crossbows and high-quality Poyan boats are scarce, my city lord's residence happens to have some stock available, all prepared for resisting the soul clan. Since you need them, I will do my best to allocate some for you. Please specify what exactly you wish for, and I will have someone retrieve them. She readily agreed. She understood well that while the divine soul crossbows were important, they were nowhere near as crucial as the soul crystals. Many artifact masters in the city could forge the former, but if the soul crystals were exhausted, no one could produce them out of thin air. Thus this deal was clearly not a loss. Yifeng's heart leaped with joy at her words, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, young city lord. I need 2 divine soul crossbows, the more powerful the better, at least of lower grade royal quality, and 1 sturdy Poyan boat, also of royal quality. The rest we can discuss as needed. He had already thought ahead. The divine soul crossbows were highly targeted divine soul attack treasures. Placing 2 on the village walls would effectively fend off the soul clan's assaults, allowing them to venture out with much greater peace of mind. Royal-grade divine soul treasures were quite rare in the entire Yunlan region. Even Yunlan City had limited stock. If someone else had come to purchase them, Xia Ran would certainly have consulted with the elders before deciding. However, facing Yifeng, she showed no hesitation and immediately nodded. No problem, we have those in the treasury. They'll have someone fetch them right away. Please let me know if they meet your expectations. Xia Iran promptly instructed a servant to go to the treasury and retrieve the relevant treasures. After a short while, several guards cautiously entered carrying large boxes. Xia Iran first pointed to the first batch of boxes and began to introduce. These are lower-grade royal divine soul crossbows crafted by a master. They have a fast firing rate, but slightly lower power. One shot can penetrate the soul body of an ordinary wandering soul, making them perfect for defense against regular soul soldiers when placed on the city walls. After speaking, she opened the treasure chests in succession. Inside lay exquisitely crafted crossbow-like magical treasures, entirely black and shimmering with a mysterious aura. The complex array runes engraved upon them clearly indicated their exceptional quality. Once soul power was infused, they could transform into normal size for use. Yifeng and the others approached to examine them, feeling the formidable soul power contained within the divine soul crossbows as they nodded in satisfaction. These soul crossbows were significantly better than those bought from Xia Meifeng, and they could be considered minor treasures. Next, Xia Iran pointed to the second batch of treasure chests. These are middle-grade royal divine soul crossbows, their quality considerably higher than the lower-grade ones. Both firing rate and power are excellent. Even against the soul clan of the soul Sha level, they can cause decent damage. Taking these when hunting soul beings would greatly enhance safety. She was well aware that the soul Sha level soul beings were far stronger than ordinary wandering souls, and regular royal treasures could hardly harm them. Thus, these middle-grade Royal Divine Soul crossbows were undoubtedly precious. Finally, Ran pointed to the remaining treasure chests containing a miniature version of the flying vessel, and continued, these are lower-grade Royal Poin boats. Although they are small, their defensive power is several times greater than that of the Imperial-grade Poin boats. The ship body is equipped with a soul-repelling fire formation capable of resisting ordinary wandering soul attacks. Moreover, they are significantly faster than Imperial-grade vessels, making them extremely practical for both hunting and relocating clan members. Yi Feng and the others looked at the treasures before them, their hearts filled with excitement. These treasures were precisely what Piaoyun village urgently needed, especially the middle-grade royal crossbows. They had previously seen them on Xian Maifeng's luxurious flying vessel and had coveted them greatly. With these, the village's defense and hunting capabilities would undergo a qualitative leap. In the end, Yi Feng selected one middle-grade royal crossbow, one lower-grade royal crossbow, and one lower-grade royal Poin boat. He looked at Ran and asked Young City, "Lord, how many soul crystals will these three treasures cost in total?" Ran pondered for a moment, calculating the price in her mind, and immediately responded, "The lower-grade Royal Divine Soul crossbow is 3 soul crystals each, the middle-grade Royal Divine Soul crossbow is 10 soul crystals each, the lower-grade Royal Poin boat is 8 soul crystals each. The total comes to 21 soul crystals. Do you find this acceptable?" She had already offered a significant discount. At market price, these treasures would require at least 25 soul crystals. However, as she remembered Yi Feng's past kindness and recognized his current potential, she provided the maximum convenience within her authority. If the other party remained dissatisfied, she would think of other ways to see if she could apply for an even lower price. However, Yi Feng was well aware that this price was already quite favorable, and if it were elsewhere, he might not even be able to buy them at market price. Thus, he quickly nodded, took out more than 20 soul crystals from his storage ring, and handed them to Ran. "Thank you, young city lord. Here are 21 soul crystals, please count them. No need, I trust you. Just keep these treasures for yourself. If you ever need other supplies in the future, feel free to come to Yunlan Immortal City to find me. As long as my Xie family has it, I will definitely offer you the best price." Ran took the soul crystal and handed it to a servant beside her, smiling. Yi Feng expressed his gratitude, once more carefully storing the giant crossbow of the divine soul and the broken cloud boat into his storage ring. He realized that this trip to Yunlan Immortal City had been highly fruitful, and the heavy burden on his heart had finally been lifted. The two chatted casually for a while longer. Ran reminded Yi Feng to be vigilant as the attacks from the Nether Soul clan had become increasingly rampant. Although Piaoyun Immortal Village was located in a remote area and might not attract the attention of the main forces of the Soul clan, no one could guarantee that they would remain safe. If they truly faced an insurmountable crisis, they could migrate to Yunlan Immortal City, but must never act recklessly. She also revealed that this disaster was highly unusual and different from previous ones. Even the power center of the Immortal City Alliance had no good solutions at the moment, urging Yi Feng to prepare for a prolonged battle. Yi Feng felt a heavy heart at her words, completely unprepared for such insider information. Nevertheless, he declined Ran's invitation to stay, taking Xianyang and the others to leave the Xie residence and embark on their journey back to Piaoyun Immortal Village. Once they exited Yunlan Immortal City, the 5 of them activated their spiritual power, maneuvering the recently purchased Emperor-grade broken cloud boat, which turned into a streak of light, speeding towards the wilderness. The speed of this flying boat was remarkable and exceptionally stable. The soul-guiding fire emitted a brilliant golden light, completely isolating the chilling evil aura along the way, far surpassing the previous broken cloud boat. Inside the flying boat, everyone gazed at the rapidly passing mountains and rivers below, their moods significantly lifted. The treasures they had acquired were sufficient to elevate their power to a whole new level. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng ultimately decided to place the old flying boat's original giant crossbow alongside the newly purchased low-grade Emperor-grade giant crossbows on the city walls to provide defense for the Immortal Village. The middle-grade Emperor-grade giant crossbow would be paired with the current broken cloud boat to maximize their gains when hunting the Soul Clan, creating a positive cycle, while the remaining dozen or so soul crystals would serve as backups to activate the soul-guiding fire in case of emergencies. Within a short half-day, the broken cloud boat reached the skies above Piaoyun Immortal Village and slowly descended. The powerful families within the Immortal Village put their defenses aside, and upon witnessing the arrival of a brand new imposing flying boat, they all momentarily forgot their fatigue and gathered around in astonishment, their eyes filled with curiosity. As Yi Feng and the others descended from the flying boat and took out the giant crossbow of the divine soul from their storage rings, the villagers erupted into exclamations of surprise, their faces brimming with excitement and joy. It's an Emperor-grade giant crossbow. And there are 2 of them. And this broken cloud boat, its quality is far superior to the previous one. Indeed, the Alliance leader is incredible, managing to acquire such a plethora of top-tier treasures. They all knew that the alliance leader had gone to Yunlan Immortal City, but they never anticipated such a significant. Seeing this, Yifeng wasted no time and immediately arranged for personnel to set the 2 low-grade Emperor-grade giant crossbows on the eastern and western city walls of the Immortal Village, selecting exceptionally skilled cultivators to operate them. He also secured the middle-grade Emperor-grade giant crossbow on the Broken Cloud boat as the primary weapon for hunting expeditions and entrusted the remaining 12 soul crystals to the Red Wolf for safekeeping as backup supplies to activate the soul-guiding fire. In an instant, 2 giant crossbows of the Divine Soul stood majestically atop the walls of Pyayun Immortal Village, shooting arrows that annihilated the invading Soul clan within the village's perimeter. They resembled 2 guardian deities protecting the entire Immortal Village, and the powerful aura instilled a profound sense of security in every cultivator within the village. The previously fearful wall guards who had been worried about the Soul Clan's invasion day and night saw the wandering souls that usually required several people to launch dozens of attacks to repel being obliterated in the blink of an eye by the giant crossbows. Their unease instantly dissipated, replaced by an abundance of confidence and assurance. Their frowns vanished and smiles filled their faces. With these giant crossbows of the Divine Soul, we need not fear even if the Soul Clan comes in droves. The Alliance leader is truly our savior. With him around, Pyayun Immortal Village will surely survive this calamity. Yes, finally we need not be on edge anymore. We are finally safe. The crowd gathered around the giant crossbows chattered excitedly, their words filled with admiration and gratitude for Yifeng, and the morale of the entire Pyayun Immortal Village soared to new heights. Previously, they had to keep nearly half of their personnel stationed at various defensive points just to barely maintain the Immortal Village's integrity. Now they estimated that only a quarter of their personnel would suffice to stabilize the situation, allowing everyone to gain more time to rest. Among the crowd, Mu Rongbua and other powerful individuals who had originally fled from Yangon Immortal Village looked at the scene before them with feelings of awe and shock. When they initially fled to Pyayun Immortal Village, it was out of desperation, having no other options. They thought that this village would not last long either, and were merely taking it one step at a time, never expecting the village to flourish to this extent. At this moment they had come to realize that although Yi Wuhan seemed young, his abilities were truly unfathomable. He consistently found opportunities in dire situations, slaying soul generals, acquiring soul crystals, and purchasing so many emperor-grade treasures, allowing the previously weak Pyayun Immortal Village to grow stronger step by step. They could not help but feel utterly inadequate in comparison. Mu Rongbua immediately walked up to Yifeng, deeply bowing to him, his tone sincere. Alliance leader, Yi, I am completely convinced of your talents. Following you is the best decision of my life. You consistently create miracles and resolve crises. You are indeed the rightful alliance leader chosen by the secret realm of inheritance. From now on, my Mu Rong family is willing to follow your orders. Other powerful individuals from Yangon Immortal Village also stepped forward, paying their respects to Yifeng and pledging allegiance on behalf of their families. They were all determined to stay firmly embracing this great opportunity with no thoughts of betrayal, simply wishing to foster a good relationship with their new leader. Yifeng helped them up, his voice resounding throughout the entire Immortal Village. I am deeply grateful for your trust, and I will certainly live up to your expectations. In the face of calamity, we are all from the same lineage, and should work together to resist the Soul Clan. As long as we unite with these treasures and our resilience, we will surely defend Pyayun Immortal Village and welcome an era of peace once this calamity passes. As his words fell, cheers erupted within the Immortal Village, shaking the heavens, and everyone's hearts were filled with confidence and hope. However, as Yifeng looked at the cheering crowd, and then at the wandering Nether Soul Clan around, he did not let temporary achievements cloud his judgment. Instead, he remained furrowed in thought. Xie Yiran's words had added a heavy burden to his heart. He knew that this calamity would not end easily, perhaps even greater challenges were yet to come. While leading the others to migrate to Yunlan Immortal City was a wise choice, it had a passage leading to the lower realm. As the actual ruler of the Canglong continent, he had both the responsibility and the obligation to hold his ground here. It turned out that things were just as Xie Yiran had revealed. This disaster lasted longer than anyone had anticipated. In the following days, the Yuming Soul Clan not only did not disperse, but instead grew in numbers. Even though Pyayun Immortal Village had 2 divine soul crossbows for protection, it remained fraught with danger. On the other hand, the hunting team, led by Yifeng, went out to hunt. Since they did not have to worry about the depletion of the village's soul crystals, they could traverse further distances continuously. The flying ship's crossbows were significantly upgraded, and they managed to accumulate over 100 soul crystals. This was certainly also thanks to Yifeng's foresight. If it were any other village's flying ship, even staying out for just half a day could attract the attention of a powerful member of the Yuming Soul Clan, leading to unpredictable crises. However, due to the increasing density of the Yuming Soul clan, a shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. That day, Yifeng even calculated a significant crisis. A storm from the Yuming Soul clan, far more brutal than all previous attacks, was about to descend in full force. This storm would sweep across the entire immortal domain, leading to the destruction of 90% of the villages in this area. If Piayun Immortal Village did not have sufficient defensive measures, it would inevitably be obliterated like those weaker villages, unable to even raise a ripple. Immediately, Yifeng instructed Qi Lang and others to fortify the village's defenses and then boarded the Poyan ship, rushing back to Yunlan Immortal City without delay. He knew that this storm from the Soul Clan was both a great crisis and a significant opportunity. If Piayun Immortal Village could survive this ordeal, many cultivators would surely come to settle here in the future, elevating their status. But if they could not withstand it, they would become just one of the countless villages buried by disaster, forgotten by all. His purpose for this trip was very clear. He needed to procure a large number of divine soul crossbows from the young city lord Xiairan again, to fully upgrade the defensive system of Piayun Immortal Village to withstand the impending storm from the Soul Clan. The Poyan ship navigated laboriously, avoiding the Soul Clan's gathering spots along the way, and arrived at Yunlan Immortal City in less than half a day. This time, Yunlan Immortal City was not besieged by the Soul Clan army, but it still faced plenty of disturbances. At the city gate, the city guards recognized Yifeng as the person from Piayun Immortal Village who had come to procure divine soul crossbows earlier, and after collecting a soul crystal, they immediately let him pass. Yifeng quickly made his way to the young city lord's residence and met Xiairan. Yifeng, why have you come again? Has the village encountered a powerful enemy this time? Xiairan was dressed in a light blue long dress, her appearance beautiful and her demeanor gentle. Looking at the hurriedly arriving Yifeng, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Young city lord, I need to procure 5 mid-grade royal divine soul crossbows and 10 low-grade royal soul crossbows. Additionally, I require a batch of flame soul stones, pure soul wood, and soul calming jade to prepare for constructing a level 2 soul driving fire great formation in the village. How many soul crystals will that require? Yifeng did not engage in unnecessary pleasantries and directly conveyed his needs. What? You want to procure divine soul crossbows again? Still such a large quantity? Xiairan was taken aback upon hearing this, finding it hard to believe. The other party had recently purchased a batch of defensive weapons, spending dozens of soul crystals. Where would they get so many now? Moreover, with the small size of Piayun Immortal Village, they likely did not need more than a dozen divine soul crossbows. She had sensed the recent changes in the Yuming Soul Clan, but only considered them a normal phenomenon without thinking of greater disasters. When Yifeng mentioned that he had recently earned a large sum, accumulating over 100 soul crystals, and predicted that a much larger storm from the Yuming Soul Clan would soon rage, Xiairan's pupils suddenly constricted. She did not expect that the other party could achieve such significant gains in such a short amount of time. This level of hunting efficiency was likely unparalleled among the villages in the entire region. It was known that even the luxurious hunting team dispatched by Yunlan Immortal City would take 7 to 8 days, or even longer, to accumulate 100 soul crystals, often encountering dangers, while the other party managed to achieve this with the strength of a small village, revealing their considerable power. As for the stronger storm mentioned, even if she was anxious, there was little she could do. She could only try her best to strengthen their preparations for battle. Since it's in exchange for soul crystals, then of course that's not a problem. However, I also have a task for you. Gather 500 soul crystals as soon as possible, and I will help you exchange for a holy entry pill. Xiairan looked at Yifeng, her expression serious as she spoke. Previously, she had only seen him as a valuable talent, intending to reuse him, but she had planned to wait for the right opportunity to arrange it. Now, seeing his capabilities, she no longer concealed her thoughts and formally put her plans into action. Holy entry pill. Yifeng felt somewhat confused upon hearing this. He had never heard of such a pill. That's right, Xiairan nodded. This pill is a top-secret elixir of the Immortal City. Consuming it can help quasi-saints break through bottlenecks and successfully enter the holy entry realm, becoming the backbone of the Immortal City. Such pills would not be sold lightly by Yunlan Immortal City under normal circumstances, let alone used for outsiders. However, during this special period of the Yuming Soul Clan's rampage, the Elders' Council approved their exchange for soul crystals, aiming to cultivate more strong individuals to resist the calamity. You can exchange 500 soul crystals for the holy entry pill, elevating one powerhouse from Piayun Immortal Village to the holy entry realm. With a holy entry expert in place, Piayun Immortal Village will officially become a significant vassal force. Once this is accomplished, I will justifiably bring you into the Elders' Council of Yunlan Immortal City, making you my right-hand man. In the future, both you and Piayun Immortal Village will hold significant positions in this region. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up, stirring up a tremendous wave within him. Why had he brought a group of saint protectors and powerful clansmen to develop in the spirit realm? Wasn't it to find opportunities for breakthroughs, quickly cultivating a top expert in the holy entry realm, and then returning to stabilize the situation in the Tsanglong continent? With the current turmoil in the Tsanglong continent and powerful enemies lurking, only a holy entry expert could stabilize the scene and resolve all crises. He had searched hard, but had yet to find an opportunity to break through to the holy entry realm, never expecting to receive such a precious chance here with Xie Yiran today. If he could truly obtain this holy entry pill, then Xianyang or Tsangsong could use it to break through their bottleneck, stepping into the holy entry realm and becoming a genuine top powerhouse. By then returning to the Tsanglong continent, all crises would be easily resolved, his worries would vanish completely. This temptation was simply irresistible for Yi Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately cupped his fists towards Xie Yiran and bowed, his voice resonant and powerful. Rest assured, young city lord, I accept this matter. Within a month at most, I will gather 500 soul crystals to exchange for the holy entry pill. The two quickly reached an agreement and finalized the transaction. Xie Yiran promptly instructed her subordinates to prepare 5 mid-grade Imperial Artifact Soul Giant Crossbows, 10 low-grade Imperial Artifact Soul Crossbows, and all the materials needed to craft a secondary soul-driving fire formation, ensuring fair pricing and adherence to the formal trading procedures of Yunlan Immortal City with no favoritism. However, they did not expect that this seemingly ordinary transaction was being closely monitored by a pair of eyes. Within the residence of Xie Meifeng, the eldest young lady of Yunlan Immortal City, she reclined on a couch, savoring her spiritual wine. After hearing her subordinates report, a cold smile crept across her lips. Are you saying that my younger sister is strongly supporting the Piaoyun Immortal Village, intending to take it as external aid? Xie Meifeng set down her wine cup, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery. She understood well that although Xie Yiran held the title of Young City Lord, her foundation within the city was still shallow. In contrast, her maternal family had operated within Yunlan Immortal City for many years, wielding immense power. Over half of the city's guards and most of the elders in the Elder Council were her maternal family's loyalists, and a significant portion of the merchants and noble families in the city leaned towards her lineage. Her father had never anticipated that Xie Yiran would win the selection for Young City Lord, so he had turned a blind eye to her maternal family's appointment of loyalists, believing it was merely laying the groundwork for her succession. This had allowed her lineage to gain considerable influence. Though she was not the Young City Lord, her power was still substantial. Meanwhile, Xie Yiran, despite carrying the title of Young City Lord, was effectively sidelined, lacking real authority. Every time she proposed a decree, dissenting voices erupted within the Elder Council, and without trusted allies, she found herself constrained and struggling. Now Xie Yiran actually intended to place Yi Feng into the Elder Council. Indeed, my subordinate has personally verified that the second miss has sold soul giant crossbows to Piaoyun Immortal Village twice, and this time, she has also provided a large quantity of materials for crafting high-level formations. Clearly, she intends to support Piaoyun Immortal Village's growth. Furthermore, I have learned that the second miss plans to let Yi Feng exchange for the holy entry pill to enter the Elder Council and become her confidant. The subordinate bowed, responding with certainty. He was responsible for the internal affairs of the city lord's residence and had been secretly observing Xie Yiran's every move. Yi Feng's frequent visits to the young city lord's residence to procure large quantities of soul giant crossbows and precious materials had not escaped his notice. He promptly reported the matter to Xie Meifeng. Upon hearing this, Xie Meifeng laughed coldly. How utterly does she really think that by finding an inconspicuous little immortal village and supporting a bumpkin, she can change the current situation? Can she secure her position as young city lord? It's simply laughable. In her opinion, Piaoyun Immortal Village was merely a tiny hamlet facing imminent doom amidst the impending chaos of the Soul Clan. Even with a few soul giant crossbows, it wouldn't be able to hold out for long. To think that my younger sister has pinned her hopes of breaking the deadlock on Yi Feng, a young man from the lower realms, is nothing short of a fool's dream. Unless Xie Yiran takes risks and illegally provides benefits to Piaoyun Immortal Village, utilizing the public resources of the Immortal City to offer private subsidies, it would be nearly impossible for Piaoyun Immortal Village to thrive. With this thought, a hint of amusement flashed in Xie Meifeng's eyes. With her father away, all matters within the city were under the control of the Elder Council, presenting her with the best opportunity to overthrow Xie Yiran and reclaim the position of Young City Lord. As long as I can grasp a hold of Xie Yiran's faults, forcing her to make a significant mistake, and then publicly exposing it, I can impeach her in the Elder Council. Xie Yiran's position as Young City Lord will certainly be lost, and even if my father returns, he won't be able to protect her. That position will naturally fall into my hands. You must continue to closely monitor Xie Yiran's every move, especially all her dealings with Piaoyun Immortal Village. As soon as you discover any favoritism or illicit sales of banned goods or illegal benefits to Piaoyun Immortal Village, report it immediately. I will swiftly join forces with the elders of the Elder Council to expose her, leaving her with no chance of recovery. Understood. The subordinate acknowledged and immediately withdrew. Xian Meifeng then continued to savor her spiritual wine, feeling intoxicated, while secretly anticipating. However, what she never expected was that throughout the entire transaction between Yifeng and Xie Yiran, every step was conducted properly. Each soul crystal delivered, and every sale of artifacts and materials was meticulously recorded, fully compliant with the regulations of Yunlan Immortal City, leaving no room for criticism. Moreover, under Yifeng's careful planning, Piayun Immortal Village remained steadfast, successfully resisting the attacks of the Soul Clan, rendering Xian Meifeng's plans unfeasible. Speaking of which, after Yifeng returned to Piayun Immortal Village with a substantial number of artifacts and materials, he finally felt a significant reduction in his anxiety. As soon as he disembarked from the flying boat, he wasted no time in commencing the upgrade of defenses. He personally directed efforts to install 5 mid-grade Imperial Artifact Soul Giant Crossbows at 5 strategic locations in the city, east, west, south, north, ensuring their firepower could cover the entire area of the Immortal Village. 12 low-grade Imperial Artifact Soul Crossbows were distributed in various corners atop the city walls, forming a dense defensive firepower net in conjunction with the mid-grade Giant Crossbows. For every Soul Giant Crossbow, he assigned dedicated powerful individuals to guard them and personally taught them the methods to operate them, ensuring that each Giant Crossbow could unleash its maximum power. Subsequently, Yifeng took out all the formation materials and handed them to the village's formation masters to craft a secondary soul-driving fire formation. This secondary soul-driving fire formation significantly increased the defensive range compared to the primary one, capable of covering the entire village by merging the 2 previous piles of soul-driving fire into one. Once activated, this formation would emit a scorching and aggressive aura, inflicting greater damage upon the Soul Clan. However, its consumption of soul crystals was also considerably higher, requiring 3 soul crystals daily to maintain. But he knew that all of this was worth it. While crafting formations and upgrading defenses, Yifeng also sent Xian Yang and the others aboard the Breaking Cloud boat to visit various nearby immortal villages for recruitment, personally informing them of the impending crisis posed by the Soul Clan, and inviting the powerful from each village to bring their people to seek refuge in Piayun Immortal Village, joining forces to withstand this calamity. Most of the surrounding immortal villages are small in scale and have weak defenses, unable to acquire many soul giant crossbows and treasures. The village protection formation is merely a basic level soul-repelling fire, and under the impending storm they are bound to face the danger of extinction. Although he knows that these people will not easily pledge allegiance until the last moment, nor will they readily trust his words, this action can unknowingly plant a seed in the hearts of the immortal villages. When the storm truly arrives and the villages are destroyed, those who benefited from this reminder may prioritize joining them. In the end, Yifeng took the opportunity to return to the Canglong continent, with Murong Bo and others bringing a batch of all soul-related weapons from the Holy Alliance's treasury, as well as talents from the great families who had pledged allegiance, including those skilled in alchemy, artifact crafting, and formation arrangements. Although the current situation in the Canglong continent is not optimistic, the surrounding continents have begun to realize the internal power vacuum of the Tianzhou, yet it has not been confirmed, so they are still in a probing stage, not yet at a truly critical juncture. With the addition of this batch of personnel, the strength of the Piayun Immortal Village surged again, increasing in number from less than 200 to over 400. The cultivators worked together, some guarded the city walls, some assisted in arranging formations, some refined pills, and others repaired the city walls. The previously somewhat empty Immortal Village suddenly became extremely lively, with a strengthened cohesion, and under Yifeng's efforts the entire Piayun Immortal Village became as solid as a copper wall and an iron bastion. It can be said that to withstand this storm and to obtain the holy entry pill, Yifeng has exhausted all his. Not long after he completed his final measure, a deafening shriek suddenly echoed across the sky, a chilling sound that reverberated through the heavens as the gray mist of the entire realm boiled, like scalding water crazily rolling. The anticipated storm of the Nether Soul Clan, a chaos far more frenzied and deadly than any previous incursions by the Soul Clan, a catastrophic disaster capable of annihilating the entire Piayun Immortal Village, has officially descended without any warning. In just one night, countless Nether Soul Clan emerged frantically from the gray mist, densely packed, like a flood breaching a dam, or like swarming locusts exuding a murderous aura as they charged towards various immortal cities and villages. These nether souls take on various forms. Some are ethereal wandering souls entirely black, with scarlet glowing eyes, while others have condensed into semi-corporeal soul bodies, wielding ghostly blades, and soul spears formed from sinister energies, emitting piercing shrieks that seem to penetrate directly into the soul, causing profound tremors and chaos in one's spiritual energy. The numbers of this soul army are several times, even dozens of times greater than any previous attacks. They surge forward without any fear, and as soon as they reach the outskirts of the Piayun Immortal Village, they unhesitatingly launch a fierce assault. Various sinister spells and soul attack methods rained down like a torrential storm crashing down upon the defending soldiers and protective facilities of the Pyayun immortal village. The dark spell lights and the rancid aura intertwine, completely shrouding the sky above the immortal village as if daylight has suddenly turned to night. Wherever these attacks pass, the grass on the ground withers instantly, and the stones are corroded into pockmarked shapes. The cultivators stationed on the city walls feel a sharp pain in their souls, and the circulation of their inner spiritual energy becomes sluggish. Many of the slightly weaker disciples of the Pyayun sect turn pale, blood oozing from their mouths and noses nearly falling off the city walls. Quick! Activate the soul giant crossbows and fire at full strength. On the city walls, the guarding sacred envoy shouted hoarsely, his voice drowned out by the howling wind and the shrieks of the Soul clan, yet it still clearly reached the ears of every defending cultivator. The battle is about to begin. 12 low-grade Imperial Soul Giant Crossbows and 6 mid-grade Imperial Soul Giant Crossbows simultaneously unleashed their power, the runes inscribed on the crossbows erupting in brilliant golden light. Arrows forged from pure soul power rained down like a golden storm upon the soul army outside the city. Each soul arrow contains the destructive power specifically designed to counter the nether souls. Once it penetrates a wandering soul, it will instantly explode, obliterating many wandering souls and transforming them into wisps of black mist dissipating in the realm. The power of the second-level soul-repelling fire formation is equally astonishing, as the crimson gold flames continuously absorb soul crystal power, radiating a scorching light of soul repulsion. Any wandering soul approaching the light shield will be instantly engulfed by the radiance, emitting a chilling scream as their soul bodies visibly dissolve and burn, unable to approach the city walls even a step. With the golden arrows raining down and the flames scorching the soul bodies, the wandering soul army outside the city is being annihilated in large numbers, and the dark soul bodies are continuously dissipating. The once unstoppable offensive of the Soul clan is being forcibly halted outside the immortal village, unable to breach the first line of defense. Standing on the city walls, watching as the Soul clan's soul bodies fail to cross the defense net formed by the soul-repelling fire formation and the giant soul crossbows, the people inside the immortal village, whether they are the guards operating the giant crossbows on the walls or the great family experts responsible for logistics and close combat, cannot help but exhale a long breath, their hearts that were hanging by a thread finally easing a little. Fortunately, with the treasures and formations prepared by the Alliance leader, these Soul clans likely won't be able to break in. Indeed, I thought we were doomed this time, but unexpectedly our defenses are so solid. As long as we can hold the defense line, once this storm passes, we will be safe. Discussions arose one after another, and the faces of the people revealed a sense of relief after the calamity, the confusion and fear in their eyes gradually replaced by a glimmer of hope. In their view, although this storm of the Nether Soul clan came fiercely and without warning, if relying solely on the previous defensive measures, they would not last even for a quarter of an hour. However, their alliance leader had long anticipated this and timely reinforced the giant soul crossbows and upgraded the soul-repelling fire formation. With the current defensive strength, they should be able to hold on firmly. As long as they withstand this wave of assault, the Soul army will eventually retreat, and the Pyayun immortal village will remain safe. In an instant, everyone could not help but let out a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that with such a perceptive leader, they would surely endure this storm. Many strong cultivators even began to slow their actions, the tension on their faces gradually easing, feeling that this crisis was all within expectation. Only Yifeng in the crowd remained furrowed and sullen, showing no signs of relaxation. Instead, his gaze grew increasingly grave, fixated on the persistent dark energy hanging above the immortal village, his palm secretly tightening. He could distinctly sense the aura of death lingering above, which instead of dissipating with the casualties of the Soul clan army was gathering and intensifying, becoming ever more oppressive, as if a more terrifying presence was lurking in the shadows, poised to emerge. What on earth is happening? Is this calamity not as simple as it seems? Yifeng murmured softly, his voice tinged with unmistakable worry. He turned to the several protectors beside him and said solemnly, "Issue a command. No one is to let down their guard. Everyone must be vigilant and ready to respond to a stronger offensive at any moment." What? A stronger offensive? The protectors looked at the fortified defenses outside the city, somewhat puzzled. The storm was already several times stronger than before. Could it really intensify further? Although they harbored doubts, they did not dare disobey the order and immediately conveyed the command. However, when this order reached the ears of many cultivators, it was taken as overly cautious, and most did not believe the storm could grow any stronger, remaining immersed in the temporary relief of holding the line. In reality, as Yifeng had anticipated, this disaster had only just begun. In a mere moment, a shriek more piercing and ear-splitting than before erupted from behind the Soul clan army. Soon after, a keen-eyed member of a prominent family on the city wall pointed towards the rear of the Soul Clan army, letting out a terrified scream that trembled with fear. What? What is that? Look outside the city. This scream was like thunder, instantly shattering the temporary calm on the city walls. All the cultivators turned their gazes upwards, and in the next moment their faces turned pale as sheets, their pupils constricting as a bone-chilling terror swept over each one of them. They saw that the Soul Clan army, previously halted by the rain of divine arrows and the fire of soul expulsion, suddenly came to a conscious stop. Following this, a multitude of corpses of beasts exuding a stench of death, with rigid bodies and vacant gazes, began to emerge from all around, surging forward like a tidal wave towards Pyayun Immortal Village. These beast corpses varied in shape. Some were massive tough-skinned iron-armored dragons, some were sky-covering black eagles with sharp claws, some were swift shadow red wolves that exhaled toxic mists, and others were silver-scaled serpents over several dozen feet long, covered in scales. They all appeared to be spirit beasts that had been slaughtered during the recent cataclysm of the Underworld Soul Clan. These beasts had once been fierce and powerful in life, but now, though dead, their corpses were forcibly controlled by the Underworld Soul Clan through a sinister soul technique, transforming them into an army of mindless puppets that only knew how to kill. Even more unsettling was that within each beast's corpse lay a condensed underworld soul, perfectly merging with the beast's remains, controlling its movements and attacks. Such puppet corpses were truly unsolvable. The beasts already possessed formidable physical bodies. Even in death, their corpses remained incredibly tough, making it difficult for ordinary spells and weapons to destroy them completely. Furthermore, the souls hidden within the corpses were well protected by the beast's physical forms, effectively avoiding the direct incineration of the soul expulsion flames, significantly diminishing the restraining power of the soul expulsion formation. At the same time, these puppet corpses could unleash most of the physical and magical attacks they had in life. The iron-armored dragons charged recklessly, displaying immense strength. The sky-covering black eagles swooped down, shredding everything with their sharp claws. The swift shadow red wolves darted in and out with ghostly speed. The silver-scaled serpents swung their bodies, sweeping in all directions. They felt no pain, no fear, and knew no fatigue. Even when battered and broken, as long as the souls within them did not perish, they could continue to fight and kill relentlessly. More deadly was the fact that once the soldiers fully engaged the beast corpses, the concealed souls within could suddenly surge out from the shattered remains, launching unexpected soul attacks that were near impossible to defend against. Compared to mere underworld wandering souls, these puppet corpses controlled by the souls represented a combination of offense and defense, with their difficulty escalating exponentially, presenting no weaknesses, and serving as the most terrifying killing machines on the battlefield. Thus, the previously advantageous defenses of Pyayun Immortal Village found themselves plunged into a state of extreme passivity the moment the puppet army charged. The flames of soul expulsion seared the outer skin of the puppet corpses, but could not harm the souls within. The arrows of the divine giant crossbow, even if they could penetrate the flesh of the puppet, struggled to accurately slay the souls hidden deep inside. Countless puppet corpses braved the onslaught of the divine arrows and soul expulsion flames, charging recklessly towards the village walls, using their hard horns and sturdy limbs to pound against the walls, while simultaneously spewing forth toxic gases and corrosive liquids, continuously eroding the bricks and formations of the walls. The powerful members of the families guarding the city could only leap over the walls and engage in close combat. Within less than half an hour of the battle commencing, it had already escalated to a white-hot phase, and the difficulty of the fight far exceeded the expectations of everyone present. Before this, no one could have imagined that the Underworld Soul Clan would employ such a bizarre and terrifying method to transform the corpses of dead beasts into puppets, creating an unrelenting army of puppet corpses. Just when it seemed like the rain was falling on a roof with a leak, another fatal crisis suddenly erupted without warning. Although the walls of Pyayun Immortal Village had undergone several rounds of reinforcement sufficient to withstand a typical assault from the Underworld Soul Clan, due to limited funds they had not undergone a complete transformation or upgrade, nor had they anticipated such an extreme scenario. Now, facing the reckless charges of thousands of puppet corpses along with the incessant corrosive spells, the spiritual patterns on the surface of the walls gradually dimmed, and the once hard azure rock began to show fine cracks. As the cracks multiplied and widened like a spider's web, suddenly deafening booms echoed, and two sections of the wall on the east and south sides collapsed, revealing several massive holes, with rubble flying and dust swirling. The wall has broken. Quickly repair the wall. Block the gaps. The protectors shouted frantically, but before their words could finish, a large number of Underworld Soul Clan members had already controlled the puppet army, pouring into the village through the holes in the wall like a tidal wave. The family guardians on duty immediately reacted, drawing their weapons and rushing towards the gaps, striving to fend off the puppet corpses and Soul Clan intruding into the village. The clash of sword-light magical brilliance and dark aura erupted at the gaps, with cultivators battling puppet corpses, every second blood spraying with each passing moment. However, the sheer number of puppet corpses and Soul Clan members was overwhelming, flooding in like an unending. Even if everyone exerted their full strength, it was difficult to hold back such a terrifying assault. Often, just as one wave of the Soul Clan was defeated, another would follow closely behind. Soon the issue of weapon disadvantage quickly became apparent. The long swords and armors in everyone's hands gradually became eroded by the sinister aura during the continuous battles against the Soul Clan, losing their luster, and many magical treasures saw their power significantly reduced, greatly diminishing everyone's combat effectiveness. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the Soul Clan, the already arduous defensive battle became even more dire. Moreover, the enemies on the battlefield were divided into two distinct categories. One consisted of the physically formidable corpse demons, which could only be effectively harmed using ordinary physical treasures and close combat weapons. The other was the elusive spirits of the Soul Clan, which could only be killed with specialized soul treasures. Everyone had to deal with the close-quarters combat of the corpse demons, while also being wary of sudden ambushes by the spirits. The weapons in their hands could only alternate between common treasures and soul secrets, leaving them no time to adapt, resulting in chaotic moves and further weakening their combat prowess. Many cultivators suffered serious injuries due to the untimely weapon switches, either being heavily wounded by the claws of the corpse demons or ambushed by the spirits, incurring great losses. Although Yifeng tried his best to coordinate and constantly use divination techniques to observe the surroundings, he could only barely keep everyone from perishing, unable to prevent injuries. The defense line was thus in dire straits as the cultivators gradually found it difficult to hold on, and the number of injured continued to rise. A peak nascent soul elite had just pierced the head of a nearby shadow moon red wolf corpse with his long sword when he was bitten by another wolf corpse, and immediately a spirit hidden within the wolf's body pounced out, the eerie sinister aura invading his body. The elite let out a scream, his soul severely injured, and he collapsed to the ground. Another transformation stage expert was holding off several iron-armored dragon rhinoceros corpses alone. Though he could barely endure, he was suddenly ambushed from the air by a blue-patterned black eagle corpse, its sharp claws shredding his battle armor, blood gushing out. Meanwhile, the ordinary Soul Clan army took the opportunity to unleash numerous soul secret techniques, launching a multidirectional assault. In just half an hour, dozens of city guards were injured and could no longer fight, revealing gaps in the surrounding defenses, with many directions becoming weakly defended, allowing the Soul Clan to continuously press forward, making the situation increasingly critical. More deadly than personnel casualties, weapon shortages, and damaged walls was the rapid consumption of the second-tier, soul-driving fire array's soul crystals. The operation of the soul-driving fire array relied entirely on soul crystals that contained pure soul energy. When preparing for defense, everyone only recognized the importance of the giant soul crossbow, believing that the soul crystals could be replenished during the battle, so they only reserved 30 soul crystals for the soul-driving fire array. In their estimation, the 30 soul crystals would at least ensure the soul-driving fire array operated steadily for several days, especially with the soul crystals collected from the slain soul demons during the defense, which would be sufficient to withstand this storm from the Soul Clan. However, no one anticipated that this Soul Clan storm would far exceed expectations, coupled with the assault from the corpse demon army. To fend off the relentless sinister aura and attacks from the Soul Clan, the soul-driving fire array had to operate at full capacity, consuming soul crystal energy several times more than usual. Additionally, the soul demons possessing soul crystals did not easily approach the immortal village. Even if they did, they currently lacked the ability to specifically eliminate them and retrieve the soul crystals. As a result, within just half a day's time, more than half of the reserve soul crystals had been consumed with no time to replenish them. The flame barrier enveloping the immortal village became thin and dim, and once the soul crystals were completely exhausted, the sinister aura would surge in unimpeded, with no one able to resist the Soul Clan. At that point, the entire floating cloud immortal village would be completely turned into a hell of the underworld, with everyone inside facing a severe survival crisis, none spared. This stream of bad news weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a mountain, plunging them into deep despair. Many cultivators who had previously remained calm now showed vacant eyes and ashen faces, feeling that this calamity was one they might not survive, facing the danger of annihilation. Watching the battered immortal village and the comrades fighting valiantly, yet continuously falling, Yifeng's expression darkened to the extreme, his heart burning with anxiety. He understood that if the situation continued like this, the front lines would collapse before long, and he needed to come up with a way to break the deadlock as soon as possible. His gaze swept repeatedly over the precarious battlefield. After a long while, he finally had an idea. He conceived a bold plan in his heart, but this plan was fraught with danger, a veritable gamble with death. At this point, everyone, we have no way out. Suddenly, Yifeng leaped to the highest point of the city wall, channeling his spiritual energy to transmit his voice clearly into everyone's ears. The soul crystals have been consumed by more than half, and the defense line is on the verge of being breached. Only by taking the initiative can we have a glimmer of hope. I have decided to lead 3 sacred protectors in the cloud-breaking flying boat to break outwards, directly attacking the leader of the underworld Soul Clan, luring the Soul Clan army away to alleviate the pressure of defending the city. His sharp insight into the battlefield surpassed that of ordinary people. Looking at the seemingly chaotic yet meticulously coordinated assault outside the city, he felt extremely confident that this siege was definitely not a blind riot by the underworld Soul Clan and corpse demons. There must be a highly intelligent leader of the underworld Soul Clan orchestrating it from the shadows. To break this deadlock, merely holding onto the immortal village has no chance of victory. It will only be completely dragged down by the relentless enemy forces. The only way to break the impasse is to strike at the heart. Only by finding that leader of the underworld Soul Clan hiding in the shadows and taking the initiative to slay him can the outside army become leaderless and fall into disarray. Even if we cannot kill him, as long as I break out and advance towards the position of the Soul Clan leader, I can surely attract a large number of enemy troops back to defend, thereby relieving the pressure on the immortal village, giving the cultivators inside a chance to catch their breath, heal, and reorganize the defense. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone present was stunned, and then they all began to dissuade him. Leader, you must not. This is far too dangerous. The outside is filled with corpse demons and Soul Clan. Going out is a matter of life and death. Yes, leader, even if we can find the Soul Clan leader, his strength will certainly be unfathomable, and he must be hiding in a heavily guarded area. We have no chance to get close. You are the cornerstone of our floating cloud immortal village. You cannot take such a risk. If anything happens to you, our village will have no chance of recovery. Indeed, although defending the city is difficult right now, the underworld Soul Clan has also suffered significant losses. If we can hold on a bit longer, perhaps we will see a turnaround. Their tone was urgent, filled with concern. The sacred protectors stepped forward, clasping their fists to Yifeng, all requesting to lead the charge. Leader, let us handle the task of killing the underworld Soul Clan leader. We are willing to fight to the death and absolutely cannot let you take the risk. However, Yifeng shook his head, his attitude exceedingly resolute.